Hashtag C1059 Canyon of No Return. This man is a lean middle-aged man with disheveled long hair and a tattered robe. He looks like a beggar, but his eyes are like wolves, shining with a penetrating light. In his hand, he was holding an iron knife, without the slightest aura of spiritual treasure. It was completely a sword used by ordinary people. Every iron is a soldier, and he can kill a 6-star monster with a single blow. Brother, nice to meet you. The man holding the iron knife looked at Chu Yan and said with a chuckle. As soon as the words landed, the breath of the iron knife man's whole body quickly subsided, and soon, there was no trace of a warrior's breath on him, as if he was an ordinary person without threat. However, Chu Yan, who was standing not far away, had the blood in his heart churning nonstop, and the vigilance in his heart did not relax in the slightest. Because, at the moment when the iron knife man just made a move, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness had already scanned and confirmed that the other party's cultivation base was around the lower martial venerable realm. The man with the iron sword has the strength of the lower martial state. Moreover, according to Chu Yan's spiritual investigation, there is still a strange power in this person's body. Who are you? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Me. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the middle-aged iron knife man's eyes suddenly turned pale, as if he had experienced too many things, and fell into deep memories. Who am I? Hee, it's been a long time since no one asked me, and it's been so long that I almost can't even remember myself. The iron knife middle-aged man chuckled, shook his head, and said helplessly. In the past, everyone seemed to call me Broken Sword Martial Emperor. Okay. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's face changed drastically. Broken Sword Martial Emperor. This person turned out to be a strong martial emperor realm. Chu Yan is very clear, even before the fall of Tianlian Dao 10,000 years ago, although there are more martial emperor realm powerhouses on the Haotian continent than now, they are not high-end goods, and they are also standing on the peak of the mainland. The strong one dominates the existence of one side. How could a martial emperor realm powerhouse be in this place of inheritance? And he is so polite to me, a martial artist who is at the heavenly realm. Chu Yan looked at Broken Sword Martial Emperor, frowned slightly, and thought to himself. Chu Yan, I have seen the senior. I wonder if the senior can tell me where this place is. Chu Yan bowed his hands and said. Here, this place is called Wanlianshan. It's boom, boom. The moment Broken Sword Martial Emperor spoke, 2 shocking explosions exploded, and at the same time, 2 figures flew over from a distance. Okay. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he turned his head to look, but saw 2 young people, their whole bodies bursting with true energy, as if they were fighting, rushing towards here at the same time. These 2 figures are exactly Situyang and the Shadow following Wu Tianxua. The 2 landed in front of Chu Yan and Duandao Wuhuang. One was full of surprise, and the other was serious. Brother, haha. I passed the 1-star inheritance test, it's amazing. Situyang shook his fat body, narrowed his eyes, and smiled at Chu Yan with a smug face. Humph. It's just luck. The Shadow standing aside, holding a dagger, looked at Chu Yan and Situyang with disdain in his eyes, and snorted coldly. Just now, he and Situyang passed the 1-star inheritance test at the same time. Originally, the Shadow wanted to kill Situyang as soon as possible to prevent Situyang from robbing himself of the 1-star inheritance. Unexpectedly, just after a few moves, Situyang then he found Chu Yan and fled directly. This made Shadow extremely depressed, but, in his opinion, even with another Chu Yan, he is enough to deal with it. The 3 glared at each other, but the Broken Sword Martial Emperor who was not far away had a dull expression on his face. Looking at the 3 in front of him, he was stunned. How could there be 3 people? Every time the Heavenly Lotus secret realm is opened, there are only about 10 people who can enter it, and those who can enter the 1-star inheritance are even less. Even 4 or 5 times in a row, you may not be able to meet a warrior who can enter the land of 1-star inheritance. But unexpectedly, this year, 3 people passed the 1-star inheritance test. It seems that there must have been a change in the Tianlian secret realm this day. God helped me. After all, Broken Sword Martial Emperor was a former strongman in the mainland. It was only for a moment, but he returned to normal. His eyes flickered, and he looked at the 3 of Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Brother, this is... Soon, Xie Yang also found the Broken Sword Martial Emperor, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Xie Yang's and Ying Ying's consciousness swept across the Broken Knife Martial Emperor at the same time. They originally thought they were the testers of the land of inheritance, but they didn't expect that the other party could not feel a trace of martial artist's breath, which made them both full of joy. His face looked astonished. This is Broken Sword Martial Emperor. Chu Yan said softly, with a calm face, looked directly at the Broken Sword Martial Emperor, and introduced softly. Even if it was the sudden appearance of Xie Yang and the shadow just now, Chu Yan only divided a piece of divine sense to investigate, but his eyes never left the face of Emperor Duandao Wuhuang, because Chu Yan felt that this person, danger. Broken Knife. Martial Emperor. Hearing Chu Yan's introduction, Xie Yang and Ying Ying's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and they stared at the middle-aged man holding an iron knife in astonishment, with expressions like hell. You know, in the current Haotian continent, the martial emperor realm powerhouses are superior to young warriors of their cultivation level, and even the 2 of them have never seen a martial emperor realm so close. Strong. Unexpectedly, just stepped into the land of 1-star inheritance, but met a strong martial emperor realm. How could this not surprise them? My dear friends, since we are destined to gather in this place of 1-star inheritance, it must be for the sake of 1-star inheritance, and I will not go around with you. When I entered this place, I was severely injured and my strength was greatly damaged, so I have never been able to get the inheritance. Now, there are 3 people coming in. I think we can cooperate once. Broken Sword Martial Emperor said. You want to join forces with us? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at each other, and sneered. You, a strong martial emperor, have been severely injured. Presumably the inheritance test here is extremely dangerous. Even if the 4 of us join forces, I am afraid there is no chance. If you really cooperate sincerely, tell us what you know. Let's talk about cooperation. No. The test here is extremely special, and it doesn't just depend on cultivation and strength. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Duandao Wuhuang shook his head, without a trace of anger, but explained calmly. The name of this place is Wanlian Mountain. There is a no-return canyon here. You must have all the attributes of the 5 elements to pass through. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the spirit array. Otherwise. Sigh. No return to the canyon. The 5 elements are full of true energy. Hearing this, the 3 of Chu Yan were stunned at the same time. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately understood that the Broken Sword Martial Emperor was simply lying. You must know that every time the Tianlian secret realm is opened, at most 1 warrior can enter the land of this star inheritance. Let me ask, how can a person achieve the completeness of the 5 elements? Even if it was me, I had just awakened the 5 martial spirits not long ago, so that I could achieve the completeness of the 5 elements. If one of the 5 divine beast spirits was not awakened, even I would be incomplete in the 5 elements. Therefore, if the 1-star inheritance place in Tianlian's secret realm really sets this kind of test, let alone 10,000 years, I am afraid that it is impossible for anyone to pass the test and get a 1-star inheritance. What is the meaning of existence of an impossible 1-star inheritance? Could it be that the big bosses of Tianlian Dao, who were lost thousands of years ago, are all pig brains? #C1060 Canyon of No Return. Hearing Duandao Wuhuang's introduction, not only Chu Yan, but also Bianing and Situ Yang's expressions darkened. Seeing this scene, Duandao Martial Emperor smiled and said, I have been here for 3,000 years, and I have already figured out a way to evolve any two types of true qi in the attributes of the five elements, so, together with the three of you, I can just pass through the canyon of no return. Hearing these words, the eyes of Ying and Situ Yang rose simultaneously. Let's go. I'll take the three of you to the no-return canyon first. Then we'll discuss it. Duandao Wuhun said in a deep voice, facing the expressions of the three of them, but there was no change on his face. Okay. Let's have a look first. Chu Yan nodded, and promised, no matter it is true or not, since you are here, you have to try it under any circumstances, otherwise, it will be in vain, and it is certainly not Chu Yan's original intention to lose such a precious inheritance. Little friend, I saw that you were at odds with this friend just now, why don't you go with me, how about that? Broken Sword Martial Emperor suddenly looked at the shadow, with a soft tone and a soft smile on his face. This is okay. Hearing what Emperor Duandao said, Ying glanced at Chu Yan and Situ Yang, pondered for a while, and nodded. Good. Good. Let's go. Seeing the shadow agreeing, Broken Sword Martial Emperor immediately smiled and nodded, and when the shadow came to him, he turned around and strode towards him. Chu Yan and Situ Yang frowned at the same time, looked at each other, and then raised their heels. Brother, these two people have a problem. After walking a few steps, Situ Yang poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness through sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness, and said, That's right, these two people have formed an alliance, just like us, in the transmission of spiritual consciousness, play by ear, and be careful. Chu Yan answered Situ Yang through voice transmission, and at the same time followed the two people in front of him calmly. Just now the Broken Sword Martial Emperor asked the shadow to walk side by side with him, not because of any reconciliation of contradictions. I see, big brother. Situ Yang looked at Chu Yan. He nodded heavily, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Compared with when he first met, Chu Yan in front of him became more and more calm. Unknowingly, he already had the aura of a superior. The four of them had their own thoughts and walked forward in silence. Roar! Roar! In the forest, ferocious beasts roared, powerful monsters of the heavenly rank rushed out of the shadows from time to time, and rushed towards the four of them. But the Broken Sword Martial Emperor, who was walking in the front, was holding ordinary soldiers, beheading them almost one by one, without any effort at all. However, as they continued to go deeper into the forest, monsters with the cultivation of the venerable began to appear. However, without exception, all of these monsters had no form, and their combat power and monster aura were extremely strong. Cutting out with a knife, the four of them walked for less than half an hour, and the road behind them had turned into a road of flesh and blood. In this forest, the number of hidden monsters is extremely large, almost reaching the level of killing every 10 steps. It's here. It's here. Broken Sword Martial Emperor stopped, raised his hand, and said. Hearing this, Chu Yan looked up, and saw in front of him, two mountain peaks leaning against each other, extruding a huge canyon with a line of sky. The canyon is dark, and a majestic spirit pattern rushes out from the mouth of the canyon. It makes people feel tense and irresistible. The location of the canyon mouth is above a huge crystal tablet. There are 4 large characters, flamboyant. No return to the canyon. Looking away from the crystal tablet, Chu Yan kept thinking, and his spiritual consciousness kept communicating with Situ Yang. According to Situ Yang's judgment, the spirit pattern array in this canyon far surpasses his current level of spirit pattern master. There are as many as dozens of cores, and it is impossible to crack them. What's more, once the spirit pattern formation is completed, it will continue to change. After more than 1,000 years, I am afraid that even the great power that was deployed in the formation at the beginning will not be able to crack it. There is no solution to such a large array of spirit patterns. Here it is, any one of you who wants to try, you can try to break the formation now. Broken Sword Martial Emperor stepped aside, looked at the three behind him, and said with a chuckle. Whoosh! With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, he stepped out and reached the front of the canyon mouth. Boom, boom. A group of incomparably violent and mysterious power, the moment Chu Yan just stood firm, burst out like a beast awakened, sweeping across the entire mouth of the canyon. Swept by the mysterious power rushing out of the canyon, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, because this mysterious and incomparable power was completely beyond the range that people can bear. Swish! Xie La Jiao flashed his figure and landed beside Chu Yan, his handprints fluttered, and he made a few spirit patterns, dispelling all the powerful forces that swept over him, like a rock standing in the torrent, absorbing all the powerful forces that swept over him. Power, divided into two. Soon, Xie La Jiao and Chu Yan returned to their original places at the same time, and then looked towards the direction of the canyon, with serious expressions on their faces. Chu Yan is very clear that even if he bursts out with all his strength and whole cards, it is impossible to pass through this canyon. Moreover, for the sake of an inheritance, it is not cost-effective to fight with each other, so it is better to think of other methods. How about it? Got it. This canyon of no return, if you can't meet its conditions and force your way, even I, who was at my peak back then, will end up in a serious injury. Broken Sword Martial Emperor looked at Chu Yan and said softly. It seems that what the Broken Sword Martial Emperor said is true. Chu Yan frowned slightly, staring at the Broken Sword Martial Emperor, thinking to himself. Afterwards, the three of Chu Yan, together with Duandao Wuhun, released their true energy and prepared to enter the canyon of no return. Chu Huo releases the fire attribute, Xie La Jiao is a spirit pattern master, naturally has the wood attribute, and the shadow releases the earth attribute, and Duandao Wuhun alone deepens the two attributes of water and gold. The four of them activated their skills, and under the surge of the five elements, the mysterious power in the canyon, like an ebb tide, kept returning to the canyon, and never rushed out at will. In an instant, all the strong power, all the mysterious power disappeared. The entire formation in the canyon of no return has completely stopped functioning. The power of the five elements. Really need the power of the five elements. Chu Yan's face was startled. Could it be that the masters of Tianlian Dao thousands of years ago really set such a heaven-defying test for the one-star inheritance? This is really too weird. Chu Yan glanced at the Broken Sword Martial Emperor who was walking in the forefront, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If it is other warriors, by now, most of the doubts about the Broken Sword Martial Emperor will be dispelled, but Chu Yan will not. Because Chu Yan possesses the power of the five elements, he knows better than anyone how difficult it is to integrate the power of the five elements. Therefore, Chu Yan still does not believe that Tianlian Dao thousands of years ago would set such a harsh test conditions. Could it be that they really want the most powerful inheritance of Tianlian Dao? No one will inherit it. Urging the 16 inner alchemy in Qihai, Chu Yan kept on guard at all times. #C1061 Heavenly Venerate. The three of Chu Yan followed Duandao Wuhun, walking cautiously in the canyon of no return. Ha ha ha. After 10,000 years, I finally stepped into the canyon of no return. The Broken Sword Martial Emperor walking in front, when he saw the end of the canyon of no return revealed in the distance, he was extremely excited and laughed wildly. In an instant, a violent and evil spirit, like a gale, swept within 10,000 steps, making the faces of Chu Yan and the three of them tremble. Sorry, everyone, I'm so excited, I believe you can understand. After a while, Emperor Duandao suppressed his excitement, bowed his hands to Chu Yan and the three, and said, Now, we have entered the canyon of no return. Ahead is the land of inheritance. There are countless treasures there. Come on, let's go. He strode out, accelerated his speed, and entered the depths of the canyon. When Xie and Ying heard the words, their eyes lit up, and they followed closely, also speeding up, but only a little faster than ordinary people running. After all, who knows if there are other dangers in this canyon? Naturally, he dared not move forward at full speed. Brother, this broken sword martial emperor, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Xie communicated with Chu Yan through sound transmission. No. The aura that came out of him just now carries a sinister aura. No matter how quickly he restrains this aura, he can't hide it from me. Be careful, he will reveal his true colors when he reaches the place of inheritance. Chu Yan sneered and reminded Xie through sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. At the same time, he asked Xie to follow him, not more than 100 steps away. With a distance of 100 steps, no matter what happens, Chu Yan has enough reaction time to protect Xie safety. Okay, brother, I understand. Xie nodded and agreed. Compared with Broken Sword Martial Emperor, his complete trust in Chu Yan is simply incomparable. In the entire Canyon of No Return, except for a slit in the sky, the light was extremely dark, and the distance was extremely long. At the end, the four of them couldn't help but move forward at full speed. Even so, they still hadn't arrived at the exit that looked very close in the time it took them to scour for a stick of incense. Reaching soon. Half an hour later. The Broken Sword Martial Emperor rushing to the front shouted excitedly. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan looked up, and through the background of Broken Sword Martial Emperor and the shadow, Chu Yan saw in front of him a canyon mouth with a width of 100 feet, shining brilliantly, which was the exit of the Canyon of No Return. Here unexpectedly. Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, there was an extremely huge altar outside the exit of the canyon. This is the largest altar that Chu Yan has ever seen. This altar is nearly 10,000 steps long and wide, like a small martial arts arena. However, there are more than 10 layers of layers, and countless spirit patterns are spread all over it, as if they have been painted with countless patterns. However, as he got closer and closer to the altar, Chu Yan could clearly see that there were broken traces everywhere on this extremely huge altar. In fact, there were some fist marks and swords, the traces of battle damage caused by endless years, although it became more and more dilapidated, but the power of the powerful spirit patterns faintly emanating from the altar still made Chu Hua palpitate. In addition, on the highest floor of the altar, a black spirit pattern in the shape of a six-pointed star floated slowly. This spirit pattern, like the altar beneath it, is extremely huge. In addition to the hexagons, there are more small sharp horns growing on the spirit pattern. It looks like a sea urchin covered with large and small spikes. There is a faint jet black airflow floating above the entire spirit pattern, one after another jet black airflow, like tiny poisonous snakes, constantly burrowing in and out of the spirit pattern. It looks extremely terrifying and chills. Such a huge black spirit pattern is no different in size from the holy spirit pattern in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Huh. Dangerous. The next moment, just as Chu Yan's consciousness swept across the spirit pattern, a sense of danger rose deep in his heart. Hum. The cyan sky lotus flower that had been hiding in Chu Yan's body since entering the Canyon of No Return also uttered two trembling sounds, as if reminding Chu Yan that this spirit pattern is both dangerous and a treasure. Brother, this is the Heavenly Lord Spirit Rune. Really the Heavenly Lord Spirit Rune. The sound transmission of Xie Yang's consciousness almost roared, resounding in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness. How is it possible? In this world, there really is a Tianzuan Lingguan. This is absolutely impossible. Xie Yang's whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, as if he had turned into a stone sculpture, and stood on the spot, completely stupid. After a full 10 breaths, Xie La Jiao gradually came to his senses. Then, he turned his head suddenly, looking at Chu Yan with a pair of blood-red eyes, and said, "Brother, be sure to grab it. This spirit pattern is the real, Heavenly Lord spirit pattern. It can be integrated with the warrior's martial soul and can increase the rank of a 2-star martial soul. If it is a full-star martial soul, it can give birth to one move the incomparably terrifying martial soul technique." Xie Yang's words exploded in the sea of consciousness, and suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Raise the rank of Wuhun to 2 stars. Upgrade a very terrifying martial arts skill for the star-studded martial soul. What kind of Tianzuan spirit pattern has such a terrifying function? This is really a change of fate against the sky. You know, in the world of warriors, the 8-star martial soul is just an ordinary talent, but after the 8-star martial soul is fused with this spirit pattern, it directly becomes a full-star martial soul, becoming the top talent on the mainland in one fell swoop. With such an ability soaring into the sky, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is changing one's life against the sky. Tianzuan spirit pattern. Not only Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao, but also Duandao Wuhuang, looking at the Black Sea urchin-like spirit pattern on the altar, also had a strong greed in their eyes. This time, I can finally get you. In Duantian Martial Emperor's heart, there was a sky-shattering roar. As long as I can get this celestial spirit rune, not only can the injured martial soul be restored, but at the same time, I can directly reach full stars. In this way, my martial arts achievements are unlimited. Fatty, let's do it together later, take it down. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and Xie La Jiao said through the sound transmission. Such a treasure is right in front of you, how could Chu Yan let it go? Whoosh. In the next breath, the figures of Chu Yan and Duandao Wuhuang rushed out almost at the same time, turning into 2 sharp arrows, and rushed towards the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. At the same time as the two dodged, they naturally discovered each other's actions. Immediately, the 2 bursts of true energy collided in the air, exploding a stream of rushing air. Boy, you are worthy of getting the spirit pattern of Tianzuan just by you. If you rob me, you will die. At this time, the broken sword martial emperor had a ferocious expression on his face, and he still had a kind and gentle look just now. His whole body was full of murderous aura, his power and cultivation had exploded to the extreme, and the ordinary iron sword in his hand suddenly swung out, chopping Xian Chu Yan. #C1062 Sword Fight. Broken sword martial emperor's Fantai war saber shot out a bright and dazzling light. The sword was mighty and powerful, as if suppressed by a mountain, it was extremely powerful. Seeing the sword light slashing, Chu Yan's face turned cold, and he was slightly startled. The sword-breaking emperor used only ordinary iron. If he used spiritual weapons, he really didn't know how terrifying the power of this sword would be. Degree. Moreover, although the broken sword martial emperor was severely injured, his cultivation base and strength were greatly reduced, but his application and display of martial arts will of course not be affected. Therefore, the power of this knife is definitely the most powerful knife that Chu Yan has ever seen. Break it! Chu Yan roared violently, and the 10 absolute sword in his hand released a dazzling 5-color sword light. The sword intent blended with the sword power, and the sword light pierced the sky like a divine sword, cutting straight out. Call out! The 5-color sword light is like thunder and lightning, pulling out a long 5-color tail light, fiercely facing the oncoming sword light. Boom! When the swords intersected, the entire void was completely shattered, and even the sky trembled violently, exploding a huge air storm straight into the sky. Whoosh! The air waves swept all directions, and Chu Yan's figure, like an upside-down meteor, was blown upside down by 1,000 steps by an incomparably powerful force. Qi and blood rolled all over his body, and after taking 2 deep breaths, he suppressed all the vibrating blood, and Chu Yan looked at Duandao Wuhuang with a confident smile. You are all right. Seeing that Chu Yan was not only fine, but also had a confident smile on his face, Emperor Wu of Broken Sword was stunned, his eyes were round and his mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. However, it was only a few breaths. When Chu Yan flew back again, Emperor Duandao said with a cold smile. That's right. A kid at the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm can block my knife, and he still has some strength. Much higher than I thought. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled coldly, his whole body was full of fighting spirit, and the spiritual flames in his eyes were burning. At this moment, the fighting spirit in Chu Yan's heart was completely ignited. To know. In front of him, it was a godsend opportunity, a strong man in the martial emperor realm whose cultivation was greatly damaged, was the best opponent for him to hone his martial skills and improve his combat experience. Broken Sword Martial Emperor, although his cultivation base was greatly damaged due to his martial spirit being severely injured, his combat experience and martial skills and other abilities will not suffer any loss. Being able to fight against the strong in the martial emperor realm will greatly benefit Chu Yan's combat power. You're not bad either. A mighty martial emperor, his combat power is like trash. Chu Yan sneered. As soon as the words landed, it exploded like a thunderbolt, and everyone in the audience was shaken violently. What? Chu Yan, crazy. Standing in the shadow of Emperor Yi and Situ Yang, stunned by Chu Yan's words, they stood completely frozen on the spot. Stupid. He actually said that a martial emperor realm expert is a trash. This is courting death at all. That is a martial emperor realm expert. The two clusters of intense anger, like sparks starting a prairie fire, exploded in Duandao Wuhuang's eyes. Think of him as the martial emperor who broke the sword. He crossed the Haotian continent 10,000 years ago. 3 of the martial emperor realm powerhouses died in his hands, and there were thousands of martial king realm powerhouses. It is impossible to calculate at all. But today, he was ridiculed so much by an ant in the sky-reaching realm, which made him almost erupt like a volcano. The majesty of the martial emperor cannot be desecrated. You wanna die. Broken Sword Martial Emperor's eyes were burning with anger, looking at Chu Yan, the murderous aura all over his body was solidified, and the surrounding void was completely burned. The berserk breath, like a huge wave, swept the audience with an incomparably sharp cold storm. It's dead, that Chu Yan is dead, haha, that's great. Seeing this scene, the shadow standing on the side was ecstatic in his heart. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan would take the initiative to provoke Duandao Wuhuang. Humph. Want to kill me? You are not qualified enough. Chu Yan sneered, his tone full of disdain and contempt, which clearly meant to further anger Duandao Wuhuang. Good. Chu Yan wanted to completely irritate Duandao Wuhuang, and he wanted to use his dignity and face as a strong man in the Wuhuang realm to completely irritate him. In this way, Chu Yan can fight with all his strength. Moreover, Chu Yan guessed that the Emperor of Duandao must have set up the game here. At this time, Chu Yan angered the opponent, and maybe he could force his plan out in advance. Disrupting the other party's layout will bring no harm to oneself. In the final analysis, it is just a word, war. Boom. In the next breath, the power of the 5 elements of the metal system rose up into the sky from the body of the Broken Sword Martial Emperor, and behind him, it turned into a 100-foot-high peak, like a mountain of swords condensed by countless swords, and the terrifying sharp soldier swept across the world, soaring into the sky. The way of the sword. Break the country. Amidst the violent roar, the Fantai war saber in the hands of Emperor Duandao Wu trembled crazily, and the endless sword intent and way of the sword, like a fountain, spewed out centered on the body of Emperor Duandao Wu. Immediately afterwards, the Fantai war saber was slowly raised, and the chill above the blade rushed out like a tide, and scattered like a shock wave. Broken Sword Mystery. With one word falling to the ground, the sword light that condensed the sharpness of the entire sword mountain fell from the sky, and directly evolved into a huge sword body that broke the sky, like the ordinary iron sword in the hands of the Emperor of Swordsmanship, zooming in 10,000 times. Such a huge sword fell from the sky, with the endless sword intent to slash the sky, earth and sky, and slashed at Chu Yan fiercely. Huh! The way of the sword. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, the sword power of the Emperor of the Broken Sword has reached the mysterious meaning of the sword, and has been promoted to the way of the sword. So far, Chu Yan has also mastered a mystery of the way, which is the way of killing brought to him by the Raksha Wuji divine art. However, unlike the way of the sword of Emperor Duandao Wuhuang, Chu Yan's way of killing has just reached the first level of entry, and even the timing is not effective. Only when the killing intent in the heart reaches its peak, it will be stimulated. I can't control myself. Therefore, seeing Duandao Wuhuang displaying the way of the sword, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, and his consciousness swept towards him, carefully comprehending the other party's mystery of the way. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. Chu Yan let out a long cry, the 10 swords in his hand, and the 5-colored light rushed into the night in an instant, the 16 inner alchemy circulated, and the 5 elements merged with the energy, like thousands of beasts galloping, like a river flowing, poured into the 10 swords crazily. In an instant, with Chu Yan's body as the center, the force of the wind and the meaning of the sword formed 2 tornadoes rising into the sky, raging out, sweeping the world. Call out. 10 absolute swords and sword glows, gathering 5 colors of divine light, radiate 10,000 rays of light, straight to Jiuxiao, the spiritual cloud layer above the sky, rolling like boiling, the entire sky. The sharp sword energy forms a gust of wind, and the wind and clouds are uniform change. Cut. The word fell to the ground. Chu Yan held the sword in both hands, and slashed down. The sword radiance with the 10,000 zhang glow descended into the world like a sword from heaven. The world suddenly sank, and with the aura of destroying the world, it slashed fiercely at the huge sword radiance that was suppressed by the mountain of knives. #C1063 Heavenly Mirror Martial Spirit. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sword mountain collided with the 10,000 zhang glow, and a ball of dazzling light burst out. The white light collided with the glow, and a loud noise was made. The void exploded, like a spider web, spreading towards the entire sky, making an even more terrifying sound of thunder. At this moment, the sky trembled, the earth shook, endless waves of air rushed away, and the sharp and cold air, with the rest of the blade and sword energy, swept across all directions. Endless waves of air rushed away, and above the sky, the broken sword martial emperor in rags and Chu Yan, who was dancing wildly in black robes, faced each other from a distance, motionless like a mountain. What? This, how is it possible? On the ground, seeing the air wave rushing away, above the sky, Chu Yan, who was unscathed, a face of the shadow froze instantly, a pair of eyeballs almost popped out of the eye sockets, pupils full of horror, trembling crazily. Fine. Nothing at all. How can that be? Absolutely, absolutely impossible. The shadow saw clearly the move just now. Although the broken knife martial emperor's strength was greatly damaged, but the slash of the knife was shocking and earth-shattering. It was not something a heaven-reaching martial artist could resist. Even if it was him, he would definitely be injured. The result of. However, Chu Yan in front of him didn't have anything to do, and he didn't even take half a step back. It seemed that the two were evenly matched. In an instant, the shadow sea of consciousness suddenly roared like 10,000 thunders, and under the frantic tremor, it was in chaos. Okay. Well done. Brother, kill that bastard, martial emperor. Seeing this scene, Situyong was not surprised at all, as if this was what it should have been. Instead he roared with excitement, his face full of excitement. He has known Chu Yan for too long, and he has become numb to Chu Yan's evildoer. If Chu Yan was defeated by that move just now, it would shock him. Above the sky, Duandao Wuhuang heard Situ Yang's excited roar, only felt his eyes go dark, and almost fell from the sky. Dog, fart. Emperor Wu. Now it's not just Chu Yan in front of me. Even another ant looks down on me. This made Duandao Martial Emperor extremely depressed, a mouthful of blood surged up, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Shame. What a shame. I am a dignified martial emperor, but I have fallen into such a situation. Not only was there no way to deal with an ant with a cultivation level of the sky-reaching realm, but he was even ridiculed and insulted by others. Anger struck the heart, and the last sliver of clarity in the sea of knowledge of the broken sword martial emperor was completely burned by the violent rising anger. In the eyes, two balls of anger ignited, one pair of eyes completely turned into a blood-red color, the veins on the face were throbbing like earthworms, the corners of the eyes twitched, and the sound of gnashing teeth clucked and gnawed, representing the emperor of the broken sword, has reached the brink of explosion. Since you want to die, then prepare to die. Word by word, squeezed out from the clenched teeth of broken sword martial emperor, a face completely turned into a pig liver color, red to purple, purple to black. Huh. Chu Yan was stunned. He knew that broken knife martial emperor was finally angered by him, and next, it was very likely that his whole card would explode. Shadow. According to our agreement, now, do it immediately. Duandao Wuhuang suddenly turned his head, looked at the shadow on the ground, and shouted. Although he has already burst into anger, he is very clear that the Chu Yan in front of him is too powerful, and he is not a heaven-reaching strength at all. With his current strength, it is extremely difficult to take him down. Therefore, Broken Sword Martial Emperor can only use the layout in advance, otherwise, the Tianzuan spirit pattern that he has been waiting for nearly 10,000 years will be in danger. Okay. But don't forget the conditions you promised me. Hearing Duandao Wuhuang's words, the shadow shouted loudly, and then rushed out, soaring into the sky. Humph. It really is you. Seeing the shadow rushing towards him, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised in an arc. Just as he expected, the shadow of Emperor Zong really colluded with Emperor Duandao Wuhuang, and was about to attack himself and Situ Yang. Seeing Chu Yan's sudden attack, Emperor Duandao Wuhuang was furious and launched it ahead of time. However, even adding a shadow, would it be useful? You are worthy too. Chu Yan sneered, looking at the shadow with disdain. Myriad phenomena, the heaven and the earth, become a mirror. While the shadow rushed towards Chu Yan, an extremely strange force swept out from all over his body, like a faint ripple of water, rippling between the heaven and the earth. In the ripples of the water pattern, circles of various colors of light are constantly flowing and overflowing, and the colors are gorgeous, as if carrying endless charm, making people tremble slightly. While rippling in the air, the ripples turned into a huge mirror surface, releasing scattered colorful light, which made people fascinated. From the mirror that occupies half of the sky, a stream of fascinating streamers gushes out continuously, turning into pictures, shocking Chu Yan and Situ Yang's minds. Not good. His martial soul is a psychedelic martial soul, which will produce illusions. Be careful of falling into hallucinations. Situ Yang's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously. Sky Mirror Martial Soul. This kind of psychedelic martial spirit is extremely rare, but compared with ordinary offensive and defensive martial spirits, these psychedelic martial spirits directly attack people's mind and soul. Apart from relying on martial arts will, ordinary martial arts skills are useless at all. Buzz, buzz. In the huge heterochromatic mirror that occupies half of the sky, colorful light flows, and one after another very tempting figures slowly leap out. Chu Yan and Situ Yang, with dull eyes, looked up at the sky, looking at the figure of an incomparably fragrant woman, dressed in light gauze, passing in front of the two of them. Fatty skin. Stunning beauties, like fairies descending to earth, with fluttering colorful skirts, charming eyes, charming red cheeks, fiery red lips, graceful figures, graceful postures, and soft voices. Under the spring, it is like a paradise on earth. The technique of charm arouses passion and disturbs people's minds. Activate the illusion spirit array again to suppress the physical body. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, no matter how talented you are, how peerless arrogance, beautiful women are like clouds, as long as you are a man, you can't escape, enjoy it. Shadow looked at Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao, stared blankly at his Wuhun illusion, and laughed wildly. According to the agreement between him and Duandao Wuhun, as long as Chu Yan and Tianzuan's spirit pattern are taken down, the two of them will be half of each other, and at the same time Chu Yan's body will belong to him. At that time, he will capture Chu Yan by himself and return to Tianlian Mountain. It will definitely become the focus of the whole continent. The thought of being able to capture Chu Yan, who is known as the #1 arrogance in the mainland, makes the blood boil in the shadow with excitement. The agreement between him and Emperor Duandao was based on the oath of the Tao of Heaven, so he was not afraid of Emperor Duandao's repentance at all, otherwise the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation would cause Emperor Duandao to be pulverized. Cut. Just when Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao were confused, the broken sword martial emperor not far away, with a grim smile on his face, brought out a blaze of Zhao Tian sword in his hand, and slashed towards Chu Yan fiercely. #C1064 counted. The broken sword martial emperor knew that the opportunity in front of him was fleeting. Chu Yan was bewitched by the shadows Tianjing Wuhun and lost his mind for a while. This is the best time to kill Chu Yan. However, the cultivation base of the shadow is not high, and it is only at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, so it is impossible to trap Chu Yan for a long time. Therefore, the short breath time is the only chance for Emperor Duandao to kill Chu Yan. Boom, boom. The light of the sword pierced the sky, bringing out the sound of thunder cutting through the void. Although the power of this sword is not as strong as that of the previous sword, it is extremely fast, almost breaking the sword. The current strength is the fastest speed that can be driven. The sword glow was as thick as a mountain, and it took almost no time to cut it to the top of Chu Yan's head. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to be split in half by the blade, a look of joy appeared on the face of the shadow and the emperor of the broken sword at the same time. It's done. After beheading Chu Yan, that fatty Situ, combined with the strength of the two, effortlessly. However, at the moment when the blade was about to touch Chu Yan's bodyguard, a sudden change occurred. Call out. A 5-color sword light like a startling rainbow, as if the void was broken a little bit, the 5-color light suddenly appeared, and the dots covered the surface, and in an instant, it exploded and brightened the sky, treating the entire sky as a 5-color color. In the illusion, Chu Yan, surrounded by countless beauties in light gauze, has flying long hair, a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and a pair of eyes shining with the sun, revealing the illusion, looking straight at the broken sword martial emperor. Nourish! 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 In Chu Yan's body, 3 extremely weak 5-color air waves, like 3 clouds of colored smoke, flowed into the 10 absolute sword. The long sword shocked the rainbow, the sword light shot from hundreds of feet to 10,000 feet in an instant, and the long sword was held high. The wind stays, the clouds breathe, and the sky solidifies. In the world, there is only that shocking sword light like a divine light descending into the world, breaking through the sword light without a trace of hindrance, twisting it into powder, and chopping it in the illusion above the head. Boom. The air burst into the sky, and the bright sword light slashed down fiercely, splitting the illusion instantly, with the invincible power of the sword. Continue to cut towards the shadow. Infused with the chi of the 3 paths and 5 elements, everything that stood in front of the 10 absolute swords was shattered. What? You. Seeing the sword light attacking, Ying's heart trembled fiercely, his whole face turned dead gray. He couldn't even speak in horror, he just stared at a pair of dead fish eyes protruding from their sockets, and was stunned. He stared blankly at the falling psycho sword light. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My own Tianjin Wuhun will be broken by martial arts. One must know that the illusion created by one's own Tianjin martial soul is invisible and intangible. It specializes in attacking the soul, and it is impossible for ordinary physical martial arts to injure the slightest bit. He never imagined that Chu Yan's sword would cut through his fantasy martial arts skill, which had killed countless Tianjiao and warriors. Not good. Broken sword martial emperor, save me. Not waiting for the consciousness in the sea of consciousness to flash, the shadow finally saw clearly that the colorful sword light had fallen on him, and his face turned green with fright. His face was terrified, and he shouted loudly, trembling. However, before his words could be fully spread, the rainbow-like sword light had already broken through his body's shield and devoured his body completely. Scoff. The sound of metal piercing into flesh echoed throughout the sky, and a mass of red and white flesh, like a bursting watermelon, exploded directly, sprinkling minced flesh and blood all over the sky. This sword is so powerful, it is not something he can resist. Huangzong Tianjiao, the shadow, was instantly slashed by the sword light of the 10 absolute sword, and the whole body exploded, directly damaged, and it was killed instantly with a single sword. Old dog with broken knife. Chu Yan held the 10 absolute sword in his hand, his aura was like a rainbow, and his thunderous eyes swept across, looking at the broken sword martial emperor in the distance. Okay. At a glance, I saw that Duandao Wuhuang didn't pay attention to Chu Yan at all. His whole body was full of true energy, condensed into a big hand, and directly grabbed the shadow corpse that exploded in the air. Hey! Broken sword martial emperor held a mass of flesh and blood in his hand, but turned his head to look at Chu Yan, grinning, with a strange and evil look on his face. Chu Yan, thank you. Hee. What? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan and Situ Yang's expressions suddenly froze, and they were stunned. What's the situation? Broken sword martial emperor actually thanked himself. Wasn't that lost shadow his ally just now? There was also an oath of heaven between the two, which was impossible to fake. Under the constraints of the oath of heaven, this covenant relationship was absolutely true. Ha, Chu Yan, I have lived 10,000 years longer than you. If you fight with me, you are still a little tender. Seeing the puzzled look on Chu Yan's face, the broken sword martial emperor laughed wildly, and his whole body was stimulated to the extreme. He held the big hand of Gang Yuan, which was the flesh and blood corpse of the shadow, and squeezed it hard. Suddenly, the already dilapidated corpse, being directly crushed into flesh and blood powder by the broken sword martial emperor, he casually sprinkled it into the air. Sha blood mask, go. Broken sword martial emperor flipped the spiritual seals with both hands, and white handprints blasted out continuously, sprinkling flesh and blood into the air. Immediately, under the guidance of Duandao Wuhuang's fingerprints, those scattered flesh and blood powders condensed quickly, turned into a bloody fingerprint, and grabbed the Tianzuan spirit pattern not far away. Boom! The bloody handprint formed by the coagulation of the shadow's flesh and blood brought out a bloody mist and fell down with a bang. The Tianzuan spirit pattern not far away seemed to sense something, and at the moment when the bloody handprint approached, a cloud of soaring black air burst out, rushing straight to the bloody handprint, trying to blast the bloody handprint out. Seeing this, broken sword martial emperor raised the corner of his mouth lightly, with a wicked smile on his face. Call. The bloody handprint suddenly exploded and turned into a large cloud of blood mist, which scattered in all directions. The black air emitted by the spirit pattern of Tianzuan rushed through the blood mist, annihilated only a very small amount of blood mist, and disappeared into the sky. After the black air from the Tianzuan spirit pattern rushed through, the blood mist that had just scattered gathered together again, turned into bloody handprints again, and grabbed towards the Tianzuan spirit pattern. Zizizi. The bloody handprint touched the sea urchin-shaped Tianzuan spirit pattern, and immediately, black air continuously emerged from the bloody handprint, as if it was strongly corroded and quickly consumed, but the bloody handprint held on to the Tianzuan spirit pattern firmly, and did not let go. His own blood energy continued to disappear, without any sign of shrinking back. Huh. Restraint. Chu Yan ran the unicorn pupil, glanced at it, and found that the spirit pattern of Tianzuan caught by the blood handprint, the power of the spirit pattern dissipated quickly, and it was obviously consumed much faster than the opponent. If this continues, the power of the spirit pattern on the Tianzunling tattoo will definitely be consumed before the consumption of the blood handprint is over. No wonder. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was suddenly stunned, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Broken Sword Martial Emperor. Such a deep layout, such a strong calculation. Not far away, Duandao Wuhuang stared at the Tianzuan spirit rune with his eyes fixed, his face full of excitement. That's right, all of this is a plan that Broken Sword Martial Emperor had calculated long ago, even before he returned to the canyon. #C1065, who do you think will die? From the moment Duandao Wuhuang appeared in front of Chu Yan and the three of them, his layout had already begun. It is true that he formed an alliance with the shadow, and the oath he made was also true. However, when Chu Yan faced the sky-rank monster leopard, the Emperor Duandao discovered that Chu Yan's combat power was extremely strong, and it was not at all. Shadow can handle it. Therefore, he has no hope at all, relying on the shadow, to be able to deal with Chu Yan. His real purpose is to let the shadow die. As soon as the shadow dies, he can mention the most important martial artist's blood essence. With this blood essence, he will be able to severely injure the Tianzuan spirit pattern. Yan, do you still have a hand to borrow? As for the Oath of Heaven, as long as the shadow dies, the Oath of Heaven between the two of them will naturally dissipate, because the shadow was not killed by himself, but by the enemy Chu Yan. Old dog with broken knife, you are really cunning and shameless, even I only saw through it now. Chu Yan's face was as cold as ice, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Broken Sword Martial Emperor, his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I admit that you are a monster, but when it comes to wisdom, you are still far behind. Do you think this is the only one I set up? You are wrong. Martial Emperor Duandao laughed loudly, his heart was extremely happy. When the words fell to the ground, he raised his hand, and a burst of true energy and consciousness came out, and he roared loudly, saying, "The martial soul returns." Boom, boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Chu Yan and Situ Yang only felt the ground under their feet, and it suddenly shook. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically, and they suddenly turned their heads to look. I saw that in the distance, the huge and incomparably huge canyon of no return rose from the ground, like a flying peak, slowly rising towards the sky, and powerful and terrifying forces swept across the world. This does not belong to the canyon, but it is the martial soul of the Broken Sword Martial Emperor. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, if my Daofeng Wuhuan is not damaged, just one thought can make your soul fly away, but now, my Wuhuan can be restored immediately, you wait to die. Broken Sword Martial Emperor laughed wildly all over his face, and his attitude was extremely flamboyant. Good. His martial soul is exactly the gold-type 9-star martial soul, Daofeng martial soul. A mountain composed of countless spiritual soldiers is the most powerful of the gold-type martial souls. Although it is only a 9-star martial soul, his 9-star martial soul is a top-grade martial soul, and it is probably an ordinary one. None of the 10-star martial spirits can compare with it. Imagine, someone has a sword martial soul, even if it is a 10-star martial soul, can you compare to a mountain martial soul composed of spiritual knives? This kind of martial soul, even if it is an 8-star or 7-star martial soul, is a martial soul that exists against the sky. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated to the realm of the martial emperor? However, in order to obtain the treasure in Tianlian Dao, he used secret techniques to sneak into the secret realm of Tianlian Dao, but was suppressed by Tianlian Dao's will, and his martial soul was severely injured. His Daoshan Wuhun was split into two halves. This is exactly why Chu Yan and the others saw the canyon of no return, and why there is a ray of sky. Therefore, when the three of Chu Yan and the others stepped into the canyon of no return, the impact they received was all evolved from the martial emperor broken sword controlling his own martial soul, which made Chu Yan and the others believe that the canyon of no return was truly there is a large formation of prohibition. When the three of Chu Yan followed him and arrived at the altar, they did it directly. But now, as long as the martial emperor breaks the knife and obtains the spirit pattern of the heavenly lord, with its ability to change fate against the sky, he can restore his martial soul, and at the same time, he can also restore his strength in the martial emperor realm. Boom, boom. Tianzuan Lingguan has already sensed that the situation is not good. It trembled violently, erupting with even more terrifying power, dyeing the entire altar into a dark world. Hey, you are still struggling, but there are still two people here. You can use their flesh and blood to increase the power of the blood mark. Chu Yan grinned softly, and at the same time, a pair of red eyes slowly swept towards Chu Yan and Situyang. Tom. Stepping out in big strides, the Duan Dao martial emperor, who has fused the Daoshan martial spirit, has changed a lot, like the emperor of this world, who is about to suppress everything. Behind him, the huge Daoshan canyon erupted with violent martial soul power at the same time. In an instant, the sharp saber aura was overwhelming, like a thunderclap, filled the sky with the power of the sword. Chu Yan and Situyang stood in front of the thousands of feet high Daoshan Wuhun, like ants. Their aura was suppressed in an instant, and it seemed that they had no strength to fight back. After all, the broken sword martial emperor is the martial emperor, and now that he recalls the martial soul, his strength will not only double. What a chain game, what a strong scheming! Chu Yan said coldly, staring at broken sword martial emperor with his eyes, frowning slightly, but asked. Since you have such a trump card and strength, you can kill us directly when you meet us, sacrifice the blood seal, and seize the spirit pattern of the God of Heaven. Why bother with the layout? Hearing this, broken sword martial emperor sneered and said. Back then, I used the secret method to infiltrate the Tianlian secret realm, and I was already stared at by the will of the Tianlian realm. If I came to this altar alone, I might cause the discovery of the will of the Tianlian secret realm and be wiped out directly. Now, there are a few of you arrogants here. No matter how much noise is made, the will of Tianlian secret realm will never be discovered. He. The last smirk fell to the ground, and the aura of the broken sword martial emperor had already been activated to its peak state. Although it was impossible to reach the cultivation level of the martial emperor realm, it was still extremely powerful. Chu Yan, die! With a yell, Duan Dao Wuhuang ruthlessly suppressed Chu Yan with the mighty power of Daoshan Wuhun. So it is. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, his face was full of surprise, but his eyes became sharper in an instant. He turned his head suddenly, and looked not far away, still resisting the bloody handprint of the God spirit pattern. Call out. A golden power of the spirit pattern suddenly shot out from Chu Yan's brow, and shot straight on the Tianzuan spirit pattern. Immediately, the majestic power of the Holy Spirit pattern poured into the Tianzuan spirit pattern like a tide. The next moment, the supplemented celestial spirit rune increased in power, and a ball of black light burst out suddenly, and the bloody handprint was directly blasted back. What? What are you? Seeing this scene, Duan Dao Wuhun, who was still preparing to attack, stood stiffly on the spot, staring at the eyes like bull monsters, with a face full of disbelief. Just now, the golden light shot from Chu Yan's brow just now turned out to be a spirit pattern not weaker than the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. A boy with a cultivation level of reaching the sky actually has such a treasure on his body, How can that be? More importantly, the blood handprint was blown away by the spirit pattern of the Celestial Lord, and the power of the spiritual pattern of the Holy Spirit pattern is still continuously replenishing the spiritual pattern of the Celestial Lord. The good situation just now fell apart in an instant, and disappeared in smoke. Now, who do you think, who will die? Chu Yan, who was slowly restraining the Holy Spirit pattern, turned around slowly, his eyes flickered, looking at the Duandao Wuhun, who was stunned, the corners of his mouth lightly lifted, and he sneered and said, #C1066, Broken Knife Seal. The long sword soars into the air, the black robe dances wildly. Chu Yan looks at the broken sword martial emperor, with a cold smile on his face. This scene fell in Duandao Wuhuang's eyes, and he only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, rushing to all parts of his body. He was full of complacency just now, thinking that he had controlled the great situation and would soon get the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. But now, a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. He never imagined that although his cultivation base was damaged, he was still a strong martial emperor realm, and when he faced a heaven-reaching realm martial artist, he would feel death in his heart. What is happening? Could it be that Chu Yan in front of him is even more evil than he guessed? It can even threaten your own life. How can that be? Boom! A shocking aura erupted, and on the sea urchin-shaped Tianzuan spirit pattern, the power of the violent and loud black spirit pattern turned into a large black tide, moving towards the Sword Mountain martial soul not far away, behind the broken knife emperor, ruthlessly suppressed hard. There was a loud noise, and the power of the black tide-like spirit pattern wrapped Daoshan Wuhun in its entirety, as if a black spirit shield had evolved outside Daoshan Wuhuan's body, enveloping Daoshan Wuhun completely, directly enveloping Daoshan Martial Emperor and Daoshan Wuhuang. The connection between Daoshan Wuhun is completely cut off. There was a violent tremor from the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, and the void shook violently. This time, it seemed to be reminding Chu Yan to act quickly. What? Broken Sword Martial Emperor's face changed drastically, and even if he was killed, he would never have imagined that after receiving the power of the spirit pattern, the Tianzuan spirit pattern would smash against his king and seal the Daoshan martial spirit he had just summoned. In this way, without the martial soul, his own strength will drop greatly. You actually have spiritual wisdom. Broken Knife Martial Emperor stared at Tianzuan's spirit pattern with his eyes like a dead fish, and the horror in his heart was like a huge wave. Broken Knife Old Dog. Your layout is so subtle that I didn't even think about it, but, as a warrior, have you forgotten the most basic rules of martial arts? Chu Yan said coldly, with a face full of indifference. What rules? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Broken Sword Martial Emperor's sea of consciousness trembled suddenly, and auras of aura flashed in his sea of consciousness, and enlightenment kept rising in his heart, but he still asked subconsciously. For the journey of martial arts, strength is the most important thing. Each word is like thunder, every word hits the ground, and the body of Broken Sword Martial Emperor will tremble violently. No matter how many calculations, no matter how exquisite the layout, in the face of absolute strength, they are all scum. Chu Yan let out a long roar, and with the sound waves soaring to the sky, the true energy in his whole body rushed straight to Yuanxiao, reaching the peak state in an instant. Clang! A loud and clear sound of the long sword being unsheathed resounded through the entire secret world. Behind Chu Yan, a cold light flashed, and the Haoyan sword turned into a silver light, broke out of its sheath, and was held in Chu Yan's hand. The moment the right hand held the Haoyan sword, a wave of air visible to the naked eye rushed out from the Haoyan sword, like a shock wave, flying towards all directions. The ice-cold breath of the sword's edge swept across the world. Wherever it passes, the wind stays, the clouds breathe, and even the air freezes. Everything seemed to be frozen, and everything became dead silent. Hurrah! Except for Chu Yan, the black Suatian robe, like a banner, flutters in the wind, dancing wildly. Even Daoshan Wuhun, who was sealed by the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, stopped struggling frantically at this moment, and the soul body continued to tremble slightly, as if trembling. The sixth order divine weapon, the Haoyan sword. Supreme soldier. Any spirit soldier or iron in the world can only tremble in front of it. Boom. With a heavy grip, the Haoyan sword was in hand, and Chu Yan's aura changed drastically. With the sword of Haoyan, the world, who dares to fight for the front? Chu Yan, what do you want to do? Don't think that you can deal with me if you have the spirit pattern of Tianzuan to help you. Broken Sword Martial Emperor yelled at Chu Yan, and at the same time, the true energy in his whole body was constantly mobilizing, arousing the Daoshan Wuhun wrapped in the power of the spirit pattern. It's a pity that his martial soul was already injured, and it was wrapped and sealed by the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, and now it is suppressed by Haoyan Shenbing. Under the triple suppression, the huge sword mountain martial soul seemed to be dead. There was no reaction at all. If there is Daoshan Wuhun, it will be effortless to kill Chu Yan. Without Daoshan Wuhun, it would be a bit difficult. However, it's just a little more difficult, that's all. Duan Dao Wuhuang is extremely confident in his own strength, otherwise, when he first appeared in front of Chu Yan and the other three, he would not have disguised Daoshan Wuhun and would not have brought him with him. A little Chu Yan wants to kill herself. Daydreaming. Just when Chu Yan confronted Duan Dao Wuhuang, and the war was about to start, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A figure like a mountain of meat suddenly rushed in front of Chu Yan, blocked Chu Yan behind him, and faced Broken Sword Martial Emperor. Fatty, you. Chu Yan was startled. Situ Yang, what is this for? Brother, wait a moment and there will be a battle at the Qinglian altar, you should reserve some strength first. Situ Yang looked at the Broken Sword Martial Emperor on the opposite side, with a serious expression on his face, said. This dog, Fart Martial Emperor, leave it to me. Boom, boom. A shocking aura erupted from Situ Yang's body. This monstrous aura is not the aura of martial arts cultivation at all, but it is extremely powerful and incomparably mysterious. In the blink of an eye, it rises to the level equivalent to the strength of the lower martial venerable realm. This, what kind of power? Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, full of doubts. Situ Yang himself is a spirit pattern master, and he used the power of spirit patterns in battles before. After he got the inheritance from the crazy blood martial emperor in the Sea of Blood last time, he has never seen him fight again. In such a short period of time, it is impossible for Situ Yang to fully integrate the inheritance of the crazy blood martial emperor. Moreover, this power is obviously not the aura of a martial artist, it is extremely special. Situ Yang, don't you? Chu Yan shook his head. He had just opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Situ Yang's figure had rushed out. Rumble. Situ Yang strode out, his body like a meatball became extremely flexible at this moment, like a flash of lightning, he rushed in front of the Broken Sword Martial Emperor in an instant. Behind him, a large amount of blood energy rose wildly like thick smoke, and above his head, it turned into a blood-colored cloud wave, covering the sky and covering the sky, turning the sky above the altar for several kilometers into a blood-colored sky. However, Situ Yang's face turned 3 points pale. Huh. This is a secret technique. However, based on this, it is really weak and smart to deal with my Broken Sword Martial Emperor. Broken Sword Martial Emperor shouted in a cold voice, and the Fantai sword in his hand suddenly trembled slightly. Boom. The sound of metal cracking echoed, and in the hand of the Broken Knife Martial Emperor, the ordinary iron long knife suddenly broke, and a sharp saber aura rushed out of the broken knife in his hand. At this moment, Broken Sword Martial Emperor no longer cared about the prying eyes of Tianlian's Secret Realm's will, and directly unlocked his strongest hole card, the seal of Tian Kanjandao. Tian Kandao, today is the time when you will be born again in 10,000 years. The sharp and savage sword energy rushed to the sky and the earth, and the sword light that pierced the sky and the earth went straight to the sky, bringing up a large swath of fierce sword wind, and slashed fiercely at the cloud of blood sea above Situ Yang's head. #C1067 Blood and Soul Return. The power of this knife caused even Chu Yan, who was standing aside, to change his face slightly. Unexpectedly, up to now, Broken Sword Martial Emperor still has a whole card, and it is such a terrifying whole card. Blood attracts Xuanhuan to move the world. Situ Yang's face was as usual, without any surprise or color. He made a seal with both hands, and slapped a spirit pattern, hitting the cloud of the sea of blood above his head. Hurrah! Under the sound of blood waves tumbling, the bloody sea of clouds seemed to be an ancient beast that had suddenly awakened, setting off a monstrous wave of blood. Under the trigger of the spirit pattern, it suddenly exploded and condensed into a huge bloody fist light, which smashed fiercely to the attacking Daomong. Boom, boom. In an instant, the heaven-shattering sword light collided with the blood wave fist, as if it received some incomparably terrifying power. It shattered inch by inch like a cracked crystal knife body, shattering in an instant, and even brought endless the mighty wind of the sword dissipated instantly. What? What kind of power is this? Seeing this scene, Duandao Martial Emperor's face was full of horror. He has traveled across the Haotian continent for tens of thousands of years, and he has never seen someone who can break through his own saber technique so easily. This kind of power is not the power of martial arts at all, which he had never even seen. Blue blood turns into dancing from the sky. The next moment, another extremely ancient voice sounded from Situ Yang's mouth, and he pushed out hard with his hands sealed together. Boom, boom. The sea of blood above the head trembled suddenly, and the endless sea of blood-colored clouds instantly turned into a piece of emerald green, like endless green crystals, completely covering the sky. Immediately afterwards, the emerald green sea of blood swept towards the Broken Sword Martial Emperor, as if the Milky Way was falling, and with the momentum of 1,000 seas. This Broken Sword Martial Emperor's entire face instantly turned green. I don't know if it was the reflection of the light, or he was frightened. This force is extremely terrifying. If one blow falls, his body will be reduced to dust. 100 Lines of Cloud Transformation Technique. Broken Sword Martial Emperor, without any hesitation, his whole body was like a cloud of smoke, swirling and surging, frantically dodging, escaped from the range of the falling emerald sea of clouds. His face was as white as paper in fright, and his whole voice trembled slightly. No. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are looking for death. Give me death. Taking a few breaths, the Broken Sword Martial Emperor stabilized his mind, and his whole body was completely enraged. Chu Yan, who was cultivated in the sky-reaching realm, was already extremely difficult to deal with. Now, there was another fat man, and he even beat him to run around. Emperor Wu, Emperor Wu. At this moment, Broken Knife Martial Emperor was completely enraged. The Tianquan knife in his hand erupted with a 1,000-foot-long white aura, and his body flashed, blending with the vigor and dust around him. Shuttle to the back of Situ Yang. Die to me. The long knife is like thunder, shaking the sky and earth. The moment it is swung, the void in front of the blade explodes. This knife is as fast as lightning and as strong as thunder. Not good. Chu Yan in the distance, seeing this scene, suddenly changed his face, and was ready to make a move. Hot blood sacrifices to the sky, mad blood suppresses the heavens. Situ Yang's face was like water, every word seemed to follow the words. The Dao sound fell to the ground, and the sea of blood behind him exploded violently, as if it had already boiled, and boundless blood was rolled up, towards the martial emperor who broke the knife behind him, ruthlessly hit hard. The sea of blood passes through, and all the air, void, and clouds are turned into powder. This large sea of blood is like a supreme power that destroys everything. None left. Fuck. This. Broken Sword Martial Emperor's complexion changed drastically. A face completely turned into the color of the pot. The power of this move is not something he can resist now. The moment he sensed the danger, the Broken Sword Martial Emperor did not hesitate to withdraw the knife urgently, ready to dodge again. Retreat. However, this time, he was too close to Xie Yang. Even if he tried his best to dodge, he was still brushed by the edge of blood energy, and he was thrown hundreds of steps away abruptly. What the hell? What the hell are you? Spinning like a top, the Broken Sword Martial Emperor managed to stabilize his figure. His eyes were red, and he glared at Xie Yang with a crazy look on his face, roaring loudly. Agreed. Extremely agreed. I am a majestic martial emperor, but I was blown away by a junior Tianjiao. Who are these two guys? Or, they're not human. It's a monster. You know, the shadow Tianjiao who entered the secret realm with them had only one move, and he smashed him into flesh and blood. Aren't they the same generation of Tianjiao who entered the secret realm together? These two guys, why are they so perverted? Blood refining mortal heaven. Crash. In the next breath, thousands of waves of blood flew over the boundless void, colliding with each other and exploding continuously. The berserk forces continued to collide, weaving a bloody curtain that wrapped the entire sky. Within the blood sky curtain, everything hibernates, and the air keeps exploding, turning into more blood energy, turbulent between the heaven and the earth. A word of Tao, but a unique move that will destroy the world. The power of the crazy blood martial emperor is fully displayed. Tian can sword, don't anger Tian Wei. Duan Dao martial emperor felt an extremely dangerous aura, shouted loudly, and the whole body's true energy rushed towards the Duan Dao in his hand like a river flooding, and a huge ball of light composed of sword shadows suddenly appeared. Like a sea of blood, the waves of blood slapped down and slammed into the knife shadow light ball, as if hitting a rock, and collapsed. This defense is extremely strong. Ha ha ha, fatty, you are in vain with your incredible secret skills, and you can't even think about defeating me. When my martial spirit breaks through the seal of the spirit pattern, then, if you two join forces, you will only have a dead end. In the knife shadow light ball, Broken Sword Martial Emperor let out a wild laugh. Okay. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Xie Yang suddenly turned their heads and looked at the Daoshan Wuhun wrapped in the spirit pattern of Tianzuan not far away. I saw that as the power of the spirit pattern of Tianzuan's spirit pattern was consumed, the Sword Mountain Wuhun continued to collide. It seemed that it would soon be able to break the seal of Tianzuan's spirit pattern and return to the Broken Sword Wuhun. Time, not much left. It is estimated that it will take more than 10 breaths. At that time, the Sword Mountain Wuhun breaks through the suppression of the Tianzuan spirit pattern, and the Broken Sword Martial Emperor will greatly increase his strength. At that time, he will be able to counterkill Chu Yan and Xie Yang. The body of Tianzuan's spirit pattern is constantly trembling, making a series of trembling sounds, as if weeping. For 10,000 years, the spirit pattern of Tianzuan is too weak. Blood soul returns to heaven. Puff. There was a stern glow in Xie Yang's eyes. He opened his mouth wide, and spewed out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a blood mist that filled the sky, and in an instant, it merged with the sea of blood behind him. Boom, boom. The moment the blood essence melted into the sea of blood, the sound of thunder and tides suddenly sounded between the sky and the earth, and the endless cloud of blood erupted. Led by blood. Based on the soul. Summon the spirit of the mad blood martial emperor that has been integrated into his blood. Boom. The next moment, in the endless tumbling blood cloud, a majestic figure strode out, raised his hands, and through his feet, an aura of mastering the sky and controlling the earth, sweeping all directions. #C1068 Follow the Mighty. This figure is condensed by boiling blood clouds all over his body, but he does not feel the slightest bloody and violent air. Instead, the extremely strong fighting spirit and killing emanate from him, filling the whole world, terrifying like God. This is a martial emperor realm expert. Broken sword martial emperor's complexion turned ashen. The trembling pupils were full of horror and disbelief. He never imagined that a spirit pattern master who reached the sky could display such a terrifying move. Arouse the might of the martial emperor. There is obviously a huge gap in martial arts cultivation. How could it be possible to leap to this level? Boom. Before Duandao martial emperor could react, the phantom of the crazy blood martial emperor in the sky shot directly. The huge fist print fell, and the entire sky collapsed, and everything collapsed. The power of this punch is beyond everyone's imagination. Do not. Duandao martial emperor clearly sensed that this punch is more than 50% of the combat power of the martial emperor realm powerhouse, and its power is so strong that even 100 martial venerable realm powerhouses cannot resist it, because, back then, it is the cultivation base of the martial emperor realm, and I am very familiar with this level of power. Facing this kind of absolute power, it would be superfluous for Emperor Duandao to do anything else. The bloody fist print fell, and fell heavily on broken knife, martial emperor. His body only supported for a moment, and then exploded completely, like a watermelon that was hit hard by a stone, and the whole exploded. Puff. With a dull, heart-shattering voice, the body of the broken sword martial emperor turned into a pile of rotten meat and was completely destroyed. When the darkness devoured his soul, his sea of consciousness was full of unwillingness and aggrieved. Because he couldn't believe that such an exquisite layout of his own would end up like this, and it was still lost in the hands of two juniors in the heaven-reaching realm. What is this? It's impossible to get an answer. The overwhelming darkness brought the last strand of consciousness into the endless abyss. Broken sword martial emperor, lost. 10,000 years ago, on the Haotian continent, a strong man in the martial emperor realm who controlled one side and dominated for a lifetime, in the secret realm of Tianlian Dao, his mind and soul were all destroyed, and he was finally lost. Boom, boom. Following the loss of the broken sword martial emperor, the Daoshan martial soul, which had just broken through the seal of Tianzuan's spirit pattern, trembled fiercely, the power of the martial soul solidified, and the entire Daoshan mountain solidified, like an ordinary mountain, and began to collapse continuously. It seemed as if countless fragments had been exploded, turned into little stars, and dissipated into the void. A mountain peak that was nearly 10,000 feet high disappeared completely in less than 3 breaths, as if it had never appeared except for the stars all over the sky. The broken sword martial emperor was lost, and his martial soul also collapsed. Chu Yan, who was stunned, just woke up and was about to use the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts to collect this sword mountain Wuhun, but it was too late, and he could only watch it disappear into the void little by little. Situ, Yang. You are awesome. What surprised Chu Yan even more was that Situ Yang was able to blow the broken sword martial emperor to pieces with his own strength. Okay. Suddenly, Chu Yan, who woke up, seemed to think of something, and suddenly looked back. At a glance, Situ Yang's figure was seen, like a leaf falling in the wind, his whole body's aura completely disappeared, falling from the air, and falling straight to the ground. Fatty. With a cry of exclamation, Chu Yan's figure turned into a black lightning, rushed to where Situ Yang was in the distance, held him up, and fell back to the ground steadily. Fatty, you. Chu Yan looked at Situ Yang, only to realize that his whole face had no trace of blood, and was as pale as paper. Obviously, this time Situ Yang must have used a secret technique similar to his own backwater Jiu in order to deal with the broken sword martial emperor, arousing the power of the crazy blood martial emperor's inheritance fused into his bloodline. Fatty, what are you doing? This guy, I can handle it myself. Chu Yan said lightly. Brother, I've been with you for so long, and I can finally help you once. Hehe, so cool. Situ Yang, who was so angry, was extremely weak due to the loss of a large amount of essence and blood. However, his body and soul were not injured, and his life would not be in danger. Chu Yan was stunned, and immediately recalled the scene when he first met Xuanhuan in Tianya City. A spirit pattern master with ancient bloodlines actually bought fake products in Tianya City. Afterwards, the two traveled the world together, between life and death, walked countless back and forth. Thanks a lot. Chu Yan's heart warmed up, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded heavily. Brother, no thanks. Xuanhuan chuckled, tremblingly got up from the ground, and laughed. Swish. Swish. Chu Yan took out 2 bottles of golden pills and threw them to Xuanhuan, telling him to recover quickly. This kind of blood loss is too much. If you don't recover in time, it will have a huge impact on your foundation. Immediately, Xuanhuan took the elixir, circulated the power of the spirit pattern, and began to restore his weak body and sea of qi. Fatty. Chu Yan glanced at Xuanhuan, who closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. His eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. It's a great feeling to be accompanied by brothers. Call. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan turned around slowly, and looked at the extremely weak celestial spirit rune on the altar, his eyes sparkling. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan strode out, stepped onto the altar step by step, and walked towards the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. This is a celestial spirit pattern, and Xuanhuan's identity is the ancient blood spirit pattern master, so Chu Yan's plan is to give this celestial spirit pattern to Xuanhuan. However, after just mentioning it, Xuanhuan told Chu Yan that with the power of his current spirit pattern, it is impossible to integrate the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. Control, so Xuanhuan can't use this celestial spirit rune at all now. Speaking of this, Chu Yan didn't force it anymore, looking at the huge black sea urchin in front of him, thinking about how to recover it. Judging from the situation that Emperor Broken Sword subdued the spirit pattern of Tianzuan just now, this spirit pattern of Tianzuan obviously has his own spiritual wisdom and will not be tied down. Tianzuan spirit pattern, you are the most precious spirit of the land of 1-star inheritance. From now on, you will submit to me. Are you willing? Chu Yan's aura changed completely, as if he had turned into a god. The whole body of the unicorn was majestic, and the holy spirit pattern was lingering with brilliance. Since Tianzuan's spirit pattern has spiritual wisdom, it is impossible for it not to understand his own words. Hum. On Chu Yan's body, a cyan light shone, and the cyan sky lotus burst out of the air, suspended above Chu Yan's head, and at the same time cast a faint coercive aura, rushing towards the spirit pattern of Tianzuan at the same time. Junior, don't use your power to coerce me. Although I disagree, according to the rules of the 1-star inheritance land, if you kill the Broken Sword Martial Emperor, even if you can pass the test, neither of you, it's fine, so, count yourself lucky, Junior, let's open the sea of knowledge. The spirit pattern of Tianzuan emitted a divine thought, which resounded through Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, with a strong sense of dissatisfaction. As a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, he can defy the sky and change his fate, and he has also cultivated spiritual wisdom. At least he must pursue a powerful person who can penetrate the heavens and the earth. But, the kid in front of me is not worthy at all, okay? Ask for votes, ask for votes, ask for votes. Hashtag C1069 Lingtian God Emperor. Hearing the divine thoughts of Tianzuan's spirit pattern, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said, Count me lucky. If that's the case, come and try. The tone of Tianzuan's spirit pattern was like a high-ranking emperor bestowing great gifts on his subordinates. His tone was arrogant and his face was full of disdain. It seems that Chu Yan was just an ugly duckling, but after getting it, he became a phoenix. But what the hell is going on? Just try it out. Swish. The spirit pattern of Tianzuan turned into a black light, shot into the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows, and entered Chu Yan's body in an instant. Soul transformation. A sound that resounded through the world, the breath of Tianzuan's spirit pattern burst out, and the whole altar burst into dazzling light. Now the Tianzuan spirit pattern is ready to be directly transformed into a martial soul, to replace Chu Yan's original martial soul. In fact, what everyone doesn't know is that Tianzuan's spirit pattern itself is a combination of martial soul and spirit pattern. His most basic ability is to bestow low-star martial souls on warriors, a 9-star martial soul. However, those who can enter the Tianlian secret realm are all the arrogance of the major sects, and it is impossible to have a low-star martial soul. However, in its eyes, Chu Yan is the kind of warrior who has no talent and only has a low-star martial soul. The fat man next to him is even more talented than him, otherwise, why would it be that fat man who defeated the Duandao Wuhun instead of Chu Yan? The physical body is okay, It's not bad, no, hiss. Such a strong physical body. At the beginning of the soul transformation, the 7 meridians and 8 meridians of the Tianzuan spirit pattern in Chu Yan's body were first simply swept away, and then, the more you probed, the more horrified you became. Double body training. How can that be? Depend on. It turns out that he is a martial artist who refines his body, and his martial soul is close, so it makes sense. With such a powerful physical body, coupled with my evolved martial spirit, there is a chance to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Well, I will turn into a 9-star statue, What? Very satisfied with Chu Yan's physical body. The unwillingness to submit to Chu Yan disappeared, and the newly excited Tianzuan spirit rune, like a big brother, rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, ready to kill Chu Yan's original Wuhun, and when he replaced it, he suddenly discovered that I was firmly locked by 5 terrifying breaths. 10-star beast god, white tiger spirit. 10-star fire emperor, Suzaku martial soul. 3-star soul emperor, Xuanhuan Wuhun. 2-star dragon god, azure dragon martial soul. 8-star celestial lord, Qilan Wuhun. Originally still extremely arrogant, with the look of a big boss, the Tianzuan spirit pattern that rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was instantly surrounded by 5 terrifying figures like mountains. 5 pairs, 10 eyes of beast gods, looking at the spirit pattern of the heavenly lord with contempt on their faces, like 5 male lions surrounding a little mouse that broke into a lion's pride. You are that little, Lord Chu Yan's martial soul. The spirit pattern of Tianzuan, who was so frightened that his whole body trembled and even stopped breathing, felt that he was being severely suppressed by the 5 lofty peaks, and almost washed away his already weak body of spirit pattern. Under horror, his voice trembled asked. Snort. 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 Accompanied by 5 cold snorts, 5 gust-like air currents rushed out, scattering the celestial lord's spirit pattern, like a fallen leaf fluttering in the sea of consciousness. Afterwards, the 5 divine beast spirits turned and left one after another without even bothering to look at the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, with obvious disgust in their expressions. Moreover, if it weren't for Chu Yan's sentient thoughts, the 5 gods and beasts' martial souls would have almost crushed the spirit pattern of Tianzuan into powder. The celestial spirit rune flying around in the sea of consciousness just stabilized his body, and the whole person was instantly messed up. What is the situation? This guy named Chu Yan actually has 5 martial spirits. Moreover, these 5 martial souls, even the worst 2-star green dragon martial soul, all exuded the mighty power of a martial soul, as if only one dragon claw could easily crush it into scum. At this moment, the treasure of the 1-star inheritance land in Tianlian's secret realm, which has the ability to change fate against the sky, is the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. Suddenly, I realized that compared with the 5 spirit beasts in front of me, I couldn't even compare to a single hair on their bodies. However, I am a spirit pattern, not a martial soul. In this case, I will evolve into a spirit pattern to help you guard the sea of consciousness. With me, the most powerful spirit pattern gang in the Haotian continent, Then, what is that? Under the pressure of the Wuhun of the five gods and beasts, the Tianzuan spirit pattern, which took a breath, just found a step for himself, and was about to directly use the body of the Tianzuan spirit pattern to help Chu Yan guard the sea of consciousness, but found that above the sky in the distance, a golden spirit pattern as big as half the sky exuded the power of the monstrous spirit pattern, causing its entire body to tremble violently. Then, that's the Holy Spirit pattern. How is it possible? This guy, how can he have the Holy Spirit pattern? Feeling the power of the Holy Spirit pattern falling from the sky, the entire spiritual body of the Tianzuan spirit pattern, under horror, almost reversed the power of the spirit pattern and blew itself up. Holy Spirit pattern. Existence 10 times beyond the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. It is definitely not comparable to the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. Among the spirit patterns, the Holy Spirit pattern is like a general, but it can be regarded as a soldier captain at most. Sluggish. Completely dumbfounded. It is only now that the spirit pattern of Tianzuan realizes that he is the lowest existence in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. For a while it didn't even know how to evolve itself, because, whether it was martial soul or spirit pattern, what Chu Yan originally had was more than 10 times stronger than it. Tianzuan's spirit pattern merged with Xuanhu's soul. At this moment, Chu Yan's consciousness was introduced into the sea of consciousness, and at the same time, the basalt martial soul on the martial soul mountain was induced to come towards the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. Seeing the body of the martial soul, the terrifying basalt martial soul that is so huge that it has a radius of more than 10 miles flew towards him, the spirit pattern of Tianzuan was immediately stunned. It has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. From an ordinary spirit pattern at the beginning, it has continuously evolved into the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. I have seen too many arrogance and power, but I have never seen anyone whose martial soul is better than the huge dragon in front of me. Turtle spirit, even bigger. This sun, with such a talent against the sky, far surpasses the existence of the monstrous Tianjiao. The future Haotian continent will be lively. Ha 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 ha. Tianzuan Lingwen laughed loudly. All the unwillingness at the beginning was swept away at this moment. Since that's the case, I'll directly use my original power to add a natal martial soul skill to you. To be able to follow such a powerful being makes the spirit pattern of Tianzuan shine, and he is so happy that he is about to faint. Swish! The black air flow rushed towards the Xuanhu spirit, and he was extremely excited, but the moment he approached the Xuanhu spirit, a sudden change occurred. The basalt spirit that flew over like a mountain range just glanced at the spirit pattern of the celestial lord out of the corner of his eye, and then shouted loudly. Roll! In an instant, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded, and the entire sea of consciousness trembled suddenly. The terrifying pressure of the water emperor erupted from the body of Xuanhu's soul, vast and unrestrained, earth-shattering. What? Let me go, This time, the spirit pattern of Tianzuan was stupid again. Unexpectedly, he was once again disgusted. The monstrous coercion of the Xuanhu martial soul fell fiercely on the Tianzunling tattoo. The meaning couldn't be more clear. If you want to integrate into the Xuanhu Wuhun, you are not worthy at all. Basalt martial soul, it can increase your star level by 2, for this sake, let it fuse. Sensing the consciousness of Xuanhu Wuhun, Chu Yan smiled wryly, shook his head helplessly, and could only speak to persuade him. Because of Chu Yan's persuasion, Xuanhu Wuhun finally reluctantly agreed to let Tianzuan's spirit pattern merge. This time, without the slightest hesitation, the spirit pattern of Tianzuan directly burned himself and poured into the body of Xuanhu's soul. When it burned itself and sacrificed to the Xuanhu soul, its intelligence was still thinking. This kid, who the hell? There was no answer, until a few breaths later, it was completely integrated with the Xuanhu soul. Several years later, the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, which still had a trace of spiritual wisdom, finally knew that the person it was following was the God Emperor Ling Tian who shook the 9 heavens. A generation of Ling Tian God Emperor. There are votes, thank you. #C1070 Core Place. It took a full hour to integrate the spirit pattern of Tianzuan. Shocked by Chu Yan's powerful talent and whole cards, the immeasurable celestial spirit rune was completely integrated into the body of Xuanhu's soul. The black celestial spirit pattern perfectly fits with the Xuanhu soul, with the power of the black Wuhun. At the moment when the fusion ended, the Xuanhu Wuhun finally changed. Boom! Boom! The violent power trembled in Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness, and the basalt martial soul, with black light all over his body, rushed out of the world of sea of consciousness and appeared above Chu Yan's head. Above the head, 2 shining black martial soul stars radiate dazzling light, like 2 black suns, hanging high in the sky. The body of Xuanhu Wuhun is too huge, even if the altar under Chu Yan's feet is several miles in size, it cannot compare with the body of Xuanhu Wuhun. The moment the basalt martial soul appeared, the 2-star basalt martial soul already possessed the body of a martial soul nearly 5 miles away, covering the sky and covering the sun, like a large continuous mountain range, completely covering the entire sky. What's more, the basalt martial soul, whose power surged wildly all over his body, after merging with the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, the body of the martial soul began to expand wildly. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, when the 4th star on the head of the Xuanhu soul lights up, the body of the Xuanhu soul will expand by a full 3 miles. 9 miles, 10 miles, 11 miles, when the 5th Wuhun star lit up, the entire sky seemed unable to bear the weight of the Xuanhu soul, and began to collapse continuously, rumbling. The sound of 10,000 thunders resounded through the heaven and earth. Roar! Roar! Xuanhu Wuhun, with 4 dragon feet like pillars of support, stomped on the void, directly crushing the entire sky of the altar into dust, and the sound of dragon roars made the sky tremble continuously. At this moment, the Xuanhu soul has finally been promoted from a 3-star to a 5-star soul rank. Not only that, when the aura of the Xuanhu soul gradually calmed down, mysterious and incomparable spirit patterns suddenly rushed out of its body, hovered in the sky, and landed with a bang, imprinted on the huge tortoise shell of the Xuanhu soul, occupying the entire body. One of the tortoise shells. At the same time, circles of black ripples continued to spread out, and the majestic power of the spirit pattern surged from the body of the Xuanhu Wuhun, filling the entire world. In an instant, an extremely secret induction was established between Chu Yan and Xuanhu's soul. This is the new natal martial soul skill. Chu Yan's face trembled fiercely. Unexpectedly, the spirit pattern of Tianzuan actually released the original power directly, which not only helped the Xuanhu soul to improve the 2-star soul rank, but also tempered a new natal soul skill! Hiss! This martial soul skill, haha, not bad. After carefully sensing the new martial arts skills, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, with a slight arc, and muttered. Boom! In the next breath, the upgrade of the Xuanhu soul was completed. A pair of dragon eyes slowly turned, looking at Chu Yan. A terrifying force rushed out of it, covering Chu Yan. Okay. In Chu Yan's eyes, 2 black rays of light shot out suddenly. Wisps of black air emanated from the pores of his whole body, spreading across the entire sky. His body, transformed by the power of the black tortoise soul, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Traces of tiny black air flows up and down his body. These black air currents are exactly the benefits of Xuanhu Wuhun's new natal Wuhun skills, which are fed back to Chu Yan. Heavenly Fiend Poison Body. The sea urchin-shaped Tianzuan spirit pattern is a poison attribute spirit pattern, so when it is fused with the Xuanhu martial soul, it produces a poison attribute natal martial soul skill. From then on, Chu Yan's physical body not only has strong toxicity, but any poison can no longer infect Chu Yan's physical body at all, and his combat power is soaring. It is indeed a one-star inheritance. Now, my combat power is beyond my own estimation. Chu Yan's eyes kept flickering, and his face was full of excitement. You must know that he still has a natal martial arts skill related to the poison attribute. The benefits brought to Chu Yan by the promotion of the Xuanhuan martial soul star level are already huge, coupled with the poison attribute, this special ability, the current Chu Yan, even if he is facing the broken sword martial emperor just now, I am afraid that he only needs 70% of the power is enough to kill it. Just when Chu Yan sensed his new power, Xie La Jiao next to him woke up from his breath adjustment. You recovered. Chu Yan looked at Xie La Jiao and found that the other party's aura was obviously much stronger than before. However, the loss of a large amount of essence and blood cannot be fully recovered in a short period of time. Of course Chu Yan knows this. Boom, boom. Xie La Jiao smiled, and was just about to answer, when the altar not far away made a loud noise. Surprised, the two turned their heads together and looked at the altar. I saw that the void on the altar became berserk, and a huge crack in the void suddenly tore open. In the crack, streams of mysterious and incomparable power gushed out like a stream of water, converging into a huge gate of light. Obviously, this is a teleportation light gate. This should be the real core leading to Qinglian's secret realm. Chu Yan sensed his spiritual sense, turned to Xie La Jiao, and said, "Let's go." Xie La Jiao nodded, followed Chu Yan, and swept towards the light gate. The two stepped into the light gate at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! That door of light really looked like a door. Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao passed through it in an instant, as if they had passed through an ordinary door and appeared directly in another world. His eyes were like electricity. Chu Yan's consciousness quickly spread out, and he explored the surrounding environment. At a glance, his face was stunned. This is a huge martial arts arena, empty and empty, except for a huge cyan altar towering into the sky in the center of the martial arts arena. What's the situation? Didn't it mean to choose the Lord of the Heavenly Lotus and open the Heavenly Lotus altar? Could it be that this is the Heavenly Lotus altar? Hum. Hum. The cyan lotus broke out of Chu Yan's body, but it was directly separated from Chu Yan, like a cyan sharp arrow, rushing towards the extremely tall cyan altar in the center of the martial arts field, looking extremely excited, as if Xiaoyu met like the ocean. Boom. Boom. The moment the blue lotus rushed into the Qinglian altar, the entire Qinglian altar, like a 10,000-year-old beast, woke up from the silence, and the green light shot out violently, dyeing the entire world in blue. World. It seems that this is the Tianlian altar. The core of Qinglian's secret realm. Chu Yan was slightly startled. The pupil of the unicorn was running, and swept around the martial arts field, only to find that in the entire martial arts field, pieces of terrifying spiritual formations were slowly rotating, and the monstrous breath rushed together, as if he was in an abyss of sea. Unexpectedly, his Qinglian talisman was the key to this Qinglian altar. Swish! 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 While Chu Yan was concentrating on observing the Qinglian altar in front of him, all around the martial arts field, one after another, the exact same teleportation light gates that Chu Yan passed through just now kept flashing. One by one, figures rushed out from the gate of light and appeared on the martial arts arena. So that's how it is. The so-called 99 inheritances at the beginning were just tests. Chu Yan swept his eyes, and when he saw familiar figures appearing on the martial arts field, he was suddenly stunned. Pass the test, resist the core, and compete for the Lord of Tianlian. Not bad. This is what I was waiting for. Chu Yan smiled faintly, in his eyes, flames ignited, and a frenzied aura surged around him. Brother, what are you doing? Standing aside, Xie La Jiao was taken aback. He didn't understand at all why Chu Yan was not only not worried when he saw the appearance of those Tianjiao who came to fight for it, but on the contrary, he burst out with such a strong fighting spirit. The war is about to start, ask for votes. Hashtag C1071 Lord of Qinglian. Of course Xie La Jiao didn't understand Chu Yan's fighting spirit. But for Chu Yan, in this Qinglian secret realm, he cares more about the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian than the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian, and he is more concerned about fighting with all the talents of the 8 ancient sects. On the martial arts arena, figures continuously flashed out of the teleportation light gates, stepping onto the martial arts arena. Chu Yan, Xie La Jiao. In a light gate in the distance, Xinxingjia and Jun Luoyu stepped out of a light gate at the same time and appeared on the martial arts arena. Xinxingjia smiled and swept his eyes, and found Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao, and flew over immediately, and as behind him, Jun Luoyu's face was almost as black as charcoal. Xinxingjia, your uncle, we are endless. When Jun Luoyu saw Xinxingjia flying towards Chu Yan, he jumped up and roared angrily. For Jun Luoyu's roar, Xinxingjia didn't bother to pay attention to him, and just ignored him. Afterwards, several figures appeared from the light gate and stepped into the martial arts arena. These people obviously entered the same inheritance assessment place as Xinxingjia and Jun Luoyu. However, these ordinary arrogances, unlike Jun Luoyu, looked at Xinxingjia with a look of awe. They had just seen Xinxingjia's supernatural power in the place of inheritance, and they couldn't even feel a little bit of resistance in their hearts. Xinxingjia, such a huge 2-star inheritance treasure, you actually swallowed it all by yourself, I will never end with you. Jun Luoyu was still roaring, his face was full of unwillingness and aggrieved, the expression on his face was extremely depressed. He, Xinxingjia and 7 or 8 arrogances were assigned to the 2-star inheritance land after the qualification test, but he didn't expect that he didn't grab any of the treasures on the ground, and Xinxingjia packed them all, leaving no scum give him. Not even the corpses of some beheaded monsters were left to him. All the things in the entire 2-star inheritance land were taken away by Xinxingjia, nothing was left behind. However, it's no wonder Xinxingjia, he is the young suzerain of Dizong, and Dizong is a sect dominated by chambers of commerce. In Xinxingjia's opinion, even a corpse of a monster can extract a lot of useful things. It is sold at the land chamber of commerce. So, of course he couldn't leave it to others, let alone his opponents. It can only be considered unlucky for Jun Luoyu to be assigned to a place of inheritance with Xinxingjia. Boom. 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 Xinxingjia had just landed beside Chu Yan, and before he could say hello, several light doors opened on the martial arts field. Among these light gates, more Tianjiao came out in a file. As these Tianjiao appeared one after another, the entire martial arts arena became lively in an instant. Changsun Tianyu, Wakebu, Wu Tianchua, and Jun Luoyu looked at each other and quickly gathered together. Among the arrogances of the 8 ancient sects, except for Jun Luoyu, the expressions of the others seemed extremely excited. Obviously, they had gained a lot of benefits in the land of inheritance just now. Chu Yan just glanced at it, and found that the strength and aura of several great talents have increased a lot. That Chu Yan, did he die in the 1-star inheritance? As soon as Wu Tianchua appeared, he cursed directly. After seeing Changsun Tianyu and the others, he walked and looked around, looking for Chu Yan. Not only him, but even Changsun Tianyu and the others were looking around, also looking for Chu Yan. For them, Chu Yan was directly assigned to the 1-star inheritance place without even taking the qualification test at the beginning, which made them unacceptable at all. They are not convinced. I am the supreme arrogance of the 8 ancient sects, and all of them consider themselves the number 1 arrogance in the mainland. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan was exempted from the qualification test, and they had to test their talent, foundation, and martial arts one by one before they could allocate the place of inheritance. In this way, everyone knows that Chu Yan's talent is much higher than theirs, and it is still far superior. Otherwise, why Chu Yan can be exempted from the test, but they can't? Shame. What a shame. Originally, I wanted to let everyone know that Chu Yan was just a few of the scumbags in the qualification test, but he didn't even have a chance. It also made everyone believe that Chu Yan was a stronger talent than them. How could they bear this frustration? Huh. Chu Yan is there. Turning their heads, Chongsun Tianyu and the others quickly discovered the existence of Chu Yan, and suddenly, their faces sank instantly. Chu Yan. All right. This ants can survive in the land of one-star inheritance. Could it be that there is no danger in the one-star inheritance land? A land of one-star inheritance. What a powerful treasure that must be. He must have obtained it. Huh. Where's the shadow? Wu Tianxua swept his eyes, but he didn't find the shadow. As the emperor's arrogance, he clearly remembered that the shadow was a one-star inheritance that entered with Chu Yan. Now, Chu Yan and Situ Yang are standing there alive, but the shadows are gone. Could it be? Not only Wu Tianxua, but all the Tianjiao in the audience seemed to have noticed that the shadow was gone. Immediately, thoughts flashed in their minds, and their expressions changed drastically. It seems that in the place of one-star inheritance, the shadow was either lost in the test, or was killed by Chu Yan. Despicable. 2 against 1, shameless. Wu Tianxua glanced at Situ Yang, who was beside Chu Yan, and his face was so dark that he could bleed. He already knew that the shadow must be damaged. And the reason, of course, needless to say, in the land of the one-star inheritance, Chu Yan and Situ Yang teamed up to attack the shadow, and killed it 2-on-1. The other Tianjiao around, when they heard Wu Tianxua's words, were startled for a while, thought for a while, and then nodded with sudden expressions on their faces. In their view, what happened should be the same as what Wu Tianxua speculated. For these, the 3 of Chu Yan didn't care at all, chatted with each other, discussed the harvest in the land of inheritance, and waited patiently for the opening of the Qinglian altar. Boom! 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 Violent noises sounded one after another, and on the martial arts arena, one light door after another opened continuously. Soon, a total of 99 teleportation light gates were all opened. However, some people came out from some teleportation light gates, but some light gates did not make any movement. It is obvious that the arrogance of these inheritance places has been destroyed and it is impossible to come out again. So far, the light gates of the 99 inheritance places have all been opened. In other words, the thousands of people in the martial arts arena are the final number who have passed the test of the land of inheritance. Okay? Chu Yan's eyes swept across, and when he saw the situation on the martial arts field, especially when he looked at Chongsun Tianyu and several other arrogances of the 8 ancient sects, the unparalleled sharpness in his eyes kept flickering. Inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian. It's finally about to open. #C1072 Star Road. The Qinglian altar has been activated, and the 99 light gates have all been opened. At this moment, the entire martial arts field fell silent, and everyone's eyes were on the center of the martial arts field, the towering Qinglian altar. Invisibly, everyone's minds were tense, their faces were solemn, and a depressive atmosphere swept the audience. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely tense. As the atmosphere became tense, everyone's arrogance, as well as the scattered cultivators around, began to gather with each other, discussing carefully. Look at Chu Yan, his current breath is much stronger than at the beginning. It's not him, the cultivation of Chongsun Tianyu, Wu Tianxua, and Hua Tianzhu are much stronger. We people, what should we do? Join forces. That's right, let's join forces, and rob them of the opportunity of Lord Qinglian. Okay, it's decided. The geniuses of these ordinary sects knew that they couldn't compete with the geniuses of the 8 ancient sects, and they didn't bother to join forces with casual cultivators, so they gathered together and formed an alliance. On the other side, casual cultivators also spontaneously formed a casual cultivator force, ready to fight against the other parties. Under such circumstances, strong hostility overflowed among several forces, and everyone began to scan all parties vigilantly and secretly guarded. There are 3 Chu Yans. Hum. At this moment, the towering Qinglian altar sent out a shock wave, and a violent breath rushed to the audience. As this force rushed away, on the entire martial arts arena, one after another, mysterious large formations were continuously activated, exuding a monstrous aura. After waking up from the silence of years ago, they started to work one after another. Swish. 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 The Qinglian altar has 8 sides in total, and each side seems to be suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. With the 8 sides of the Qinglian altar, they were all lit up, and a terrifying coercion, like an eternal flood, continuously overflowed from the Qinglian altar, like a slowly flowing stream, rushing through the audience bit by bit. His face froze, and his soul trembled. The inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian is about to appear. Rumble. Under the Qinglian altar, a faint light and shadow appeared, as if it came from the endless void world, moving very slowly. If you stare at it, you can vaguely see that it is a figure walking very slowly. This person, from the phantom to the solid, took 100 breaths of time, like an ordinary old man, walking slowly, with a calm demeanor and a phantom figure. Hundreds of breaths of time, thousands of talents in the audience, all quietly watching this figure, slowly walking from the void of time and space. No one made a sound, just waiting quietly. As the figures got closer and closer, and when they were about to step onto the martial arts arena, a mighty aura of majesty descended from the sky and enveloped everyone in the entire world. Boom! When the whole group of human-shaped light and shadow fell to the ground of the martial arts field, it seemed to be some kind of power that had been accumulated for a long time, and it exploded completely, including the Qinglian altar behind him, which was suddenly shocked, as if suddenly appearing in front of everyone from an illusory world. Countless blue rays of light, like a flood pouring from the sky, rushed to the audience. The secret of the Lord of Qinglian, open! A dusky voice resounded throughout the entire world. That figure, without knowing when, had already stood in front of everyone with a faint smile on his face. A pair of eyes like the sea of stars, with disdain and contempt, swept across all the arrogance in the audience. Now, juniors, congratulations, your luck is very good. The inheritance of Lord Qinglian, for thousands of years, will be fully displayed in front of you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone woke up suddenly from the horror just now, and all looked at the figure. Elder Hai. Chu Yan looked at the figure, his eyes flashed, but his face was full of astonishment. He couldn't believe it at all. The figure of the old man in front of him turned out to be the supreme being Hai Lao in the sea of blood and the spiritual domain. Who was this old man? He actually controlled the 2 great lands of the blood sea of spiritual realm and the secret realm of Tianlian at the same time, and there seemed to be no connection between the two. Chu Yan stared blankly at Hai Lao in front of the altar, but Hai Lao didn't seem to know Chu Yan at all. His eyes swept across the audience. He raised his hand and pointed at the Qinglian altar behind him, and introduced softly. Everyone, this Qinglian altar has 8 sides, representing 8 mysterious ways of heaven, each of which is divided into 10 levels. You need to rely on your talents and understanding to quickly comprehend each of the 10 levels of heaven. Those who ascend to the Qinglian altar will become the Lord of Qinglian. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They all looked at the huge altar in front of them, and their eyes instantly turned blood red, as if a large blood-colored starry sky was lit up. Of course, not everyone can climb to the top of the Qinglian altar. Therefore, each of the 10 steps of the Bamiyan altar has a corresponding treasure, so that everyone can gain something. Of course, the higher the ladder you climb, the more treasures you get, and the bigger the harvest. As Hai Lao said, his eyes swept away. Although his face was full of smiles, Chu Yan could clearly see the playful look in his eyes. However, when Hai Lao looked at him, he trembled slightly. After a while, this point did not escape Chu Yan's unicorn pupil. The person who finally climbs to the top of the Qinglian altar will become the master of Qinglian, get the true inheritance of Qinglian Dao, and have the chance to change his life against the sky. Call. Having said that, Boss Hai waved his hand, and on the Qinglian altar behind him, beams of precious light shot up into the sky. There are 8 sides of the altar, 10 steps on each side, and on each step, there are 1 to 3 treasures exuding a monstrous aura of treasures. Among the hundreds of treasures, there are spirit herbs, pills, spirit treasures, spirit patterns, and exercises. Martial arts. Every one of them deeply attracted all Tianjiao present, and everyone's hearts suddenly jumped wildly. There is no need for spiritual awareness at all, everyone can see that each of the 100 treasures on the Qinglian altar is priceless. Even if you get any of them, your strength will skyrocket. It is indeed the inheritance of Qinglian Dao, the existence of one of the 3 great secret realms in Haotian continent. Changsun Tianyu stared straight at one side of the Qinglian altar, a treasure of the 5th rank. His eyes were blood red, bright as stars. It is a purple fruit, only the size of a thumb. On the peel, there are dots of stars of various colors, shining like endless starry sky, contained in the fruit. At first glance, it makes people feel immersed and fascinated. Pick the star fruit. It is recorded in the Tianzong treasure book that those who get the star can achieve the power of the stars. From then on, as a star, they can open the way of the stars, jump out of the attributes of the 5 elements, practice the supreme kung fu, and achieve the heaven-defying kung fu of immortality and immortality. And this exercise is the Zhenzong exercise, preserved in Tianzong, and only those with the power of stars can practice it. One of the purposes of Changsun Tianyu entering Tianlian Dao this time is to pick the star fruit. #C1073 10 seats. Changsun Tianyu's expression fell into Chu Yan's eyes, and he frowned slightly. What kind of fruit is this? It seems that Changsun Tianyu attaches great importance to it. Chu Yan glanced at Changsun Tianyu, pondered for a while, and suddenly sent a sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness, and asked Xinxingjie beside him. As the young patriarch of the D-Zone, Xinxingjie's understanding of the world's most precious treasures is far beyond his own, so it is likely that he will not be unaware. This is the star-picking fruit. It can make warriors achieve a star body and cultivate the power of stars. It is said that Tianzong sect suppression technique requires the power of stars in order to practice. Unexpectedly, this day in the Lotus Road, there is such a rare treasure. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Xinxingjie glanced at the purple fruit, thought for a while, then showed surprise, and explained. This star-picking fruit has not appeared on the Haotian continent for more than 3,000 years. Moreover, according to our D-Zong's news, there are less than 3 Tianjiao in Tianzong who can practice their sect-restraining skills. Picking star fruit. Astral body. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression froze, and he suddenly remembered that Mo Xiong's martial soul was exactly a star martial soul. It seems that Tianzong's sect-restraining technique, find a time. Just as Chu Yan was thinking about it, Boss Hai waved his hand, and on the Qinglian altar, the lights of all kinds of treasures were instantly extinguished. Everyone, don't get too excited. As long as you are talented, you can get these treasures. However, before that, you must first comprehend the 8 ways of heaven. Every time you break through a level, you can harvest a treasure. Tell me about the rules. There are a total of thousands of geniuses present, but there are only 8 kinds of heavenly ways. Whoever wants to get the qualification to understand the 8 kinds of heavenly ways depends entirely on their ability, there is no limit, hee hee. Speaking of this, Hai Lao stopped immediately, and with a big wave of his hand, under the 8 steps of the Qinglian altar, seats appeared one by one, 10 seats on one side, 80 sides, a total of 80 seats. There are nearly 8,000 warriors, but there are only 80 positions, that is to say, only 1% of them have the opportunity to comprehend the 8 ways of heaven. As for how to get the seat among the 80 seats, I said that it all depends on ability, and there is no limit. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, that is, let the 8,000 warriors fight directly, and whoever can grab it will be his. Because around the 80 seats, there are extremely terrifying defensive spirit formations. As long as one rushes into one of the seats, the defensive spirit formation will be activated to protect the genius who enters the seat, and others will have no chance to attack or stop them. Therefore, melee is inevitable. Okay, without further ado, I'll give you a stick of incense time to familiarize yourself with the 8 ways of heaven and make a good choice. After the stick of incense, the assessment will officially begin. When the voice fell to the ground, Hai Lao's figure immediately blurred, like stardust, swaying thousands of stars, and slowly disappeared on the spot. When Hai Lao's figure completely disappeared, the entire martial arts arena was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 80 seats on the 8 sides of the Qinglian altar, and their eyes were full of greed and desire. This Qinglian altar is indeed a ladder to the sky, 8 ways of heaven, 10 steps, 1 step up, 1 step straight into the sky. From then on, under the Tao of heaven, above tens of thousands of people. The eerie silence lasted for less than 3 breaths, and the entire martial arts arena exploded. Whoosh! 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 The figures of 8,000 warriors rioted together, rushing madly towards the Qinglian altar, and began to explore the differences between the 8 ways of heaven. There is only one stick of incense time, and it is possible to choose the one that suits you best. There are more steps to climb, and even reach the top of the altar. Chu Yan, Xie La Jiao, and Jiuxiao also headed towards the Qinglian altar, and began to get familiar with these 8 completely different 8 ways of heaven. Soon, Chu Yan, who walked around the Qinglian altar, fully understood the content of the 8 ways of heaven. They are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, military solution, killing, and universe, the 8 mysterious ways of heaven. The first 5 places are basically the way of 5 elements. Relatively speaking, most of them practice martial arts, so it is relatively easy to do it. The latter 3 are fundamentally special ways of heaven, and the difficulty is much higher. The time for 1 stick of incense passed quickly, and at this time more than 8,000 warriors had been divided into 8 groups, standing in front of the 8 sides of the Qinglian altar. They all chose a kind of mysterious way of heaven that is most beneficial to them, preparing to grab seats, comprehend the way of heaven, and climb the ladder, expecting to harvest the treasure and at the same time, try their best to climb to the top of the Qinglian altar. Chu Yan thought for a moment, and after discussing with Xie La Jiao and Jiuxiao, the 3 chose their own suitable way of heaven and separated temporarily. Of course, Jiuxiao chose the way of the earth, Xie La Jiao chose the way of the universe, and Chu Yan chose the way of gold. The time for a stick of incense will soon pass. After a space tremor, all directions of the altar were opened at the same time, the 80 seats were all lit up, and the 80 defensive spirit circles lingering around the seats were in operation at the same time. Come on! I must grab a seat. Kill! Don't rob me! Get out of the way, I belong to Tianlongzong, get out of the way! Almost at the same time that the Qinglian altar was opened, 8,000 fighters rioted at the same time like a flood, rushing out towards all sides of the altar. Boom! 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 At the same time as the figures moved together, attacks all over the sky also erupted at the same time, all kinds of sword lights, sword shadows, palm prints, and fist lights, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, bombarding and killing the enemies they were aiming at. In an instant, all directions of Qinglian altar, a piece of melee broke out in an instant. Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the side of Xie La Jiao. Instead of making a direct move, he waited with peace of mind. The battle at this time had just begun, and he was going to make another move when the melee was about to end, so that he could win with one move. Otherwise, although there would be no danger in getting caught in this melee, it would also consume a lot of energy. Chu Yan's goal is only those arrogances from the 8 ancient sects. The one who chose the way of gold with Chu Yan is one of the 4 disciples of Tianzong, named Yanxing. Like Chu Yan, Yanxing also chose to wait. Unlike Chu Yan, he didn't join the battle now because, in his opinion, these ordinary sect arrogants and casual cultivators in front of him are not worthy of him at all. He is the head of the 8 ancient sects, the elite Tianjiao of the Shenwu Xiao Shenzong. How could he fight these ants casually? In less than 100 breaths, the battle is coming to an end. At this time, there are less than 100 warriors who can still stand on the martial arts arena. Seeing this scene, Chu Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Yanxing, who was not far away, raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and strode out, walking towards the 10 seats of Jinxing Jidao. Clang! The 10 absolute sword landed in his hand, and a resounding sound of the sword piercing through the sky pierced the earth. As the sound of the sword whizzed past, hundreds of warriors gave way one after another. They naturally know the name of Chu Yan, and they dare not stop it at all. Moreover, even if one of the 10 seats is occupied by Chu Yan, there are still 9, which is enough. Swish! 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 3 men in black robes rushed out from the crowd of warriors and charged towards Chu Yan. Huh! The Black Blood Temple, court's death. Chu Yan's face darkened. Unexpectedly, among the 100 warriors, there were still people from the Black Blood Temple. However, the strength of these 3 people was only at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, so it was nothing to worry about. Call out! Infused with true energy, the 10 absolute sword burst out with a soaring sword light, and swung out with a single sword. The bright sword light slashed straight at the 3 people in the Black Blood Temple. What? So strong. The moment the 3 men in black robes saw the sword light coming, their faces changed drastically. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan's strength was much stronger than what they had heard in the Black Blood Temple. Break! 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 The 3 of them roared violently, and while dodging quickly, they shot at the same time, trying to resist this move of the 5-color sword glow. #C1074 Tianzong, is that onion? Seeing the sword light coming, the 3 warriors of the Black Blood Temple shot at the same time. The black or red enveloped fist lights, palm prints, and saber lights pierced through the void, attacking the incoming sword lights with monstrous power. Boom! 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 3 explosions exploded, and the 3 attacks were completely unmatched by the 5-color sword glow, and they collapsed one after another. The cultivation of these 3 people is only at the 9th level of the heavenly realm. With such combat power, they are like ants in front of Chu Yan, and it is impossible to resist the power of the 10 swords. The 3 attacks were scattered in an instant, and the 5-color sword light passed through the border like a rainbow, falling straight down, continuing to swing down without a trace of hindrance, and slashed straight down towards the 3 of them. What? 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 There was a scream, and the bodies of the 3 were split open by the 5-color sword light, and violent power rushed into the bodies of the 3, and exploded. Bang bang bang! Amidst 3 muffled sounds, 3 corpses exploded, flesh and blood flew all over the sky, and blood was scattered all over the sky. 3 strong men from the Black Blood Temple fell instantly, and were directly blasted into scum. Hiss! 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 Seeing this scene, the hundreds of warriors watching the battle couldn't help but tremble, their pupils shrank suddenly, and there were bursts of gasping sounds, all of them were shocked. Even Yanxing, who was not far away, had a look of astonishment. Although they also know that Chu Yan is powerful, but before this, it was just a rumor, and they had never seen it with their own eyes. But now, when they saw with their own eyes that a warrior with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the heavenly realm swung out his sword, like slaughtering chickens and dogs, directly beheading 3 warriors of the 9th level of the heavenly level, their hearts trembled. Chu Yan's leapfrog fighting power is so monstrous that it is abnormal. There were hundreds of warriors on the scene. Even at the beginning, a few people doubted Chu Yan's strength, but now, they no longer dare to underestimate it. Chu Yan ignored the shocked crowd of warriors, and after beheading 3 warriors from the Black Blood Temple, he strode out and walked towards the 10 seats of the Golden Walk. The others stared at Chu Yan, dumbfounded, not daring to stop them at all. They just watched Chu Yan helplessly and walked towards the altar. Shua. At this moment, there was a blur in front of Chu Yan's eyes, and a figure stopped in front of Chu Yan, and said with a sneer. Chu Yan, this side of the golden line is covered by me, Yanxing, you go to other places. Yanxing looked proud, and looked at Chu Yan contemptuously, as if he was not affected by Chu Yan's astonishing combat power just now, and there was a condescending expression in his tone. In his opinion, the strength of Chu Yan's sword just now is just not bad, because all the arrogances of the 8 ancient sects know that the warriors of the Black Blood Temple have practiced secret techniques, and their actual combat power is far lower than their cultivation base, so in his opinion, the 3 people Chu Yan killed were extremely weak, and Chu Yan was just luck. Moreover, as the elite Tianjiao of the Tianzong, the prestige of the Shenwu Xiao Shenzong is not comparable to that of the Black Blood Temple. Even if he borrowed Chu Yan's 10 courage, he would not dare to do anything to himself. Huh. Sure enough, there is a hidden way of killing in this golden way. Chu Yan didn't care about Yanxing's eyes at all. His divine sense and unicorn's pupils firmly locked on one of the 10 seats. With all his strength to comprehend, in the strong aura of the way of gold that flowed from his body, Chu Yan operated the pupil of the unicorn, directly insight into the source. Chu Yan possesses the white tiger martial soul. Of course he knows that the white tiger martial soul is not only a metal beast, but also possesses the way of killing. Therefore, Chu Yan chose the way of gold. Just when Chu Yan was staring at the induction, Yanxing standing in front of him, his face sank, his face was flushed, and endless anger surged out like a tide. He was ignored by Chu Yan. This Chu Yan dared to ignore himself. As an elite Tianjiao, when would anyone dare to treat me like this? I would seek death. Chu Yan, I am the core disciple of Tianzong. Tianzong, do you know? Hearing this, Chu Yan glanced at Yanxing in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint chill continued to flow out of his whole body. Tianzong, count that onion. In a word, it is like the coldness of the 90,000-mile glacier. In all directions, the endless coldness makes the void tremble. At this moment, Chu Yan seemed to be in harmony with the heaven and the earth. It only takes one thought to freeze the sky. Roll. The sound waves rolled, and the screaming sound shook 100 miles away. Chu Yan looked at Yanxing with his eyes, as if he was staring at a dead person. It's okay not to mention Tianzong. This Yanxing even tried to use Tianzong to oppress himself, and Chu Yan was completely enraged all at once. And he couldn't bear the consequences of angering Chu Yan. Good, so crazy. Everyone around saw this scene, their faces were full of horror, and they were stunned. They never thought that Chu Yan would not take Yanxing in his eyes at all, and even Tianzong would not take him in his eyes at all. A cold chill spread out, and everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. They could feel that the surrounding space had been suppressed to the extreme. And the next moment, there will be an explosion. Facing Chu Yan, Yanxing was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, his eyes were full of disbelief. What did he just hear? That Chu Yan actually said. Tianzong, count that onion. Crazy. It's crazy to the extreme. Yanxing was instantly angry. Chu Yan, don't think that if you defeat Yi Feng, you will be invincible in the world. Yanxing yelled violently, a black light flashed in his hand, and a black long halberd appeared. The true energy surged wildly, the halberd light soared into the sky, and the momentum of the whole body continued to rise. With a horizontal halberd, he pointed at Chu Yan, and shouted arrogantly, "Today, I will let you see what is the real pride of heaven." The black long halberd pointed at Chu Yan from a distance, and Yanxing's aura was like a violent sea wave, setting off a monstrous halberd power, endless soldier's sharp aura, surrounding his body, erupting wantonly, an invincible domineering, surging and moving. Well, I can still see it. Seeing Yanxing constantly urging his fighting spirit, Chu Yan nodded slightly. Unexpectedly, this Yanxing still has such a cultivation level in the way of halberd soldiers. As far as his halberd force is concerned, it is not comparable to ordinary Tianjiao. This Tianzong is indeed a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Die! Yanxing roared violently, raised the black halberd in his hand, and shot directly, stabbing towards Chu Yan. As soon as the halberd came out, the sharp light of the halberd pierced through the void directly, like a black thunderbolt, attacking Chu Yan with an even force. This beam of soldier soared into the sky and pierced through the night, like a black flood dragon, with great momentum, rubbing against the void, making a rumbling sound of thunder. Break! Chu Yan's face was full of indifference, and he lifted the 10 absolute sword lightly in his hand, without even urging the sword light, but swung it out with the sharpness and strength of the sword. A bright silver sword light, like a silver moon in the sky, when it was drawn out, above the sky, it was like a silver meteor streaked across the sky, and in an instant, it fell on the halberd light. #C1075 Black Halberd. The sword light and the halberd light charged towards each other, with hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at each other. They slammed into each other fiercely. Boom! Without a trace of hindrance, the halberd light was smashed into pieces in an instant, turning into black light all over the sky, and the burst of remaining energy surged into the sky. After twisting the halberd light, the sword light did not stagnate, and still fell straight down, cutting towards Yanxing. What? Seeing the water-like sword light coming, Yanxing's face trembled, far from expecting that Chu Yan's combat power was so much more than his own. Drink! With a stern shout, Yanxing didn't dare to be negligent, and retreated quickly, waving the black halberd in his hand. Swish swish swish! The black halberd fluttered in the air, the halberd light was like lightning, and the halberd light danced all over the sky, like a shooting star of soldiers, attacking the sword light that was coming. After swiping 13 halberd lights, Yanxing barely blocked the sword light and smashed it to pieces. If you don't go away, die. Chu Yan glanced at Yanxing, who had retreated 2 or 3 miles away. His voice was cold, his eyes were slightly cold, and he said coldly, "If it wasn't for Chu Yan not wanting to attract Tianzong's attention now, how could he let Yan Song go? Now, it is better to hurry up and improve his cultivation base." After the voice fell, Chu Yan turned around and continued to walk towards the altar in front of him. With one move, Chu Yan has already confirmed that Yanxing's combat power is much lower than that of Yi Feng, and there is nothing to fear at all. If he does not change his will, and dares to attack himself, Chu Yan will definitely kill him on the spot kill. All around, hundreds of warriors stood stiffly on the spot, full of shock, with round eyes, staring at Chu Yan's figure in a daze. This Chu Yan, it seems, is much more terrifying than the rumors, and his combat power is so strong that he is completely abnormal. They are all warriors, so everyone can clearly see the move just now. Chu Yan's combat power is much stronger than Yanxing's. No wonder he can defeat Yaozong Yi Feng. Not far away, Yanxing was standing alone, his face was full of pot black, his eyes were red from holding back. He already knew that he was not Chu Yan's opponent at all. But If Chu Yan is allowed to comprehend the way of gold, I am afraid that he will never have the opportunity to climb to the top of the altar. If there is such a great opportunity, why not give it up? Seeing Chu Yan walking towards the altar, Yanxing gritted his teeth and said suddenly, "Chu Yan, take my last move, as long as you can take it, I will leave immediately." After Yanxing finished speaking, he rushed out without waiting for Chu Yan's answer. When flying over, the black halberd in his hand was shining brightly, and the whole body's true energy poured into it like a tide, holding the halberd with both hands, compressing the strength of the halberd body, and pushing it all to the tip of the halberd. This halberd, all the power and strength of the halberd were all concentrated on the blade of the halberd, and the entire black halberd trembled continuously because of the violent power. Boom, boom. The black long spirit halberd seemed to turn into a black flood dragon, roaring and rushing, trembling the void, making the sound of thousands of thunder passing through. Push! With a violent roar, Yanxing's whole body of true energy, like a flood peak, crazily blasted out along the black spirit halberd. The power of this spear seems to be able to cut down the sky and slaughter the entire mortal world. The violently trembling black halberd surged to its peak, and the ghostly shadow of the flood dragon blasted towards Chu Yan fiercely with the power to destroy everything. Court death. Chu Yan sensed the attack coming from behind him, but his face darkened, his eyes flashed brightly, and he said coldly. However, what surprised everyone was that Chu Yan still strode towards the altar, without any intention of turning around to fight. Call out. The next moment, a shocking cold light lit up on Chu Yan's body, shooting straight towards the black flood dragon behind him. Hao Yan's sword, unsheathed. The moment the sword light flashed into the sky, the whole world suddenly froze. The wind stopped, the clouds breathed, everyone's hearts trembled slightly, and the sharp chill, like an invisible wind, swept the audience. The Hao Yan's sword, like a ray of snow-colored light, and like a beam of lightning from the apocalypse, cut straight at the black halberd. Next breath. Boom! The explosion shocked the sky, and the air wave rising into the sky brought a loud noise, which shook everyone's souls violently. The Hao Yan's sword did not avoid it, and collided with the black halberd soldiers directly, like a broken stone from outside the sky, crash into the black moon. Endless gusts of wind rushed up, like shock waves in circles, rushing in all directions, and in the air current, there were one after another clear cracking sounds, echoing the sky. Ka ka ka. From the point where the Hao Yan's sword pointed, the black spirit halberd touched the blade, cracks continued to extend throughout the body of the halberd, and in less than a moment, the entire spirit halberd was densely covered with cracks. Boom! With a bang, the black spirit halberd in Yanxing's hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments of spirit soldiers, flying in the air. What? Yanxing's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of horror and disbelief. He watched the heaven-reaching realm spirit weapon in his hand turn into countless fragments, and he was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? For a moment, Yanxing only felt a terrifying chill rushing into his body, as if his entire soul was freezing. This chill is exactly the edge of Hao Yan's sword. Hao Yan Divine Soldier, invincible. There isn't any spiritual weapon, but it can block Hao Yan's front and block its benefits. Not good. Between lightning and flint, the Hao Yan sword passed through the body from the black halberd that was constantly exploding like a bamboo, and after a slight delay, it continued to stab Yanxing. Seeing this scene, Yanxing felt a bone-chilling chill in his heart, and a sense of danger arose. In an instant, as if his soul had soared, the cold hairs all over his body exploded. Dodge let. Call out. A cold light flashed across the body of Yanxing, who had just dodged, passing directly through his body. Ah! The shrill screams echoed, and the Hao Yan sword shot directly between his chest and abdomen, bringing up a cloud of blood and sinking into the void. Between Yanxing's chest and abdomen, a transparent blood hole appeared. After his body trembled violently, he didn't dare to stay in the slightest, and his figure flashed out, towards the sky, soaring into the sky. Following Yanxing's wounded rise, a large stream of blood rained up in the entire sky, dyeing the sky. At this time, Yanxing was frightened out of his wits, his face was pale, his whole body was icy cold, his pupils were dilated, and his sea of consciousness was in chaos. At that moment just now, he felt for the first time that death was so close to him. Therefore, the current Yanxing didn't dare to stay in the slightest, and he didn't even dare to look back at Chu Yan. His figure rushed into the sky, and flew away, towards the distance. The speed was even faster than his usual agility. The limit of speed. Seeing Yanxing fleeing, Chu Yan just swiped from the corner of his eyes, and didn't intend to chase him down. It's just a Yanxing, but it's just an ordinary Tianzong's arrogance, and there is no threat at all. Now, it is more important to seize the time to comprehend the way of gold, and get to the top of the Qinglian altar as soon as possible, than to kill Yanxing. Moreover, among the 10 seats of the Way of the Golden Walk, one person has already occupied a seat and started to comprehend. Haoyan, come back. As soon as the consciousness was drawn, the Haoyan sword flashed out of the void, shot straight at Chu Yan, and fell steadily into the scabbard behind Chu Yan. At that time, Chu Yan's figure had already stepped into the first level of the Golden Walk, and entered the second seat. At Chu Yan's footsteps, when he stepped into the range of the spirit seal, a defensive spirit circle rose around his body, covering Chu Yan's whole body firmly. At the same time, the mysteries of the Way of the Golden Line rushed into Chu Yan's body like a frenzy, causing his consciousness to tighten suddenly. #C1076 Killing Sword Tiancheng. Among the powers of the 5 elements, the Way of Gold and Fire is the main attack. Therefore, the mysterious fluctuations of the Way of Heaven also have a very strong impact, and they rush into Chu Yan's flesh and blood and sea of consciousness extremely violently. In an instant, Chu Yan's body was instantly filled with the mystery of the violent Jin Xing Tian Dao, which made his whole body tremble, and even his blood seemed to be boiling. When the power of gold that poured into Chu Yan's body reached its peak, strands of extremely weak ways of killing emerged as the times require. The killing intent, the fighting intent, was extremely strong, as if he was placed in an endless killing field, holding a sword and walking, with the next strike, he would behead thousands of people. The way of killing is completely different from the way of killing. One is killing, and the other is massacre. There is a huge difference between the two, but they have the same root. As Chu Yan's mind gradually became obsessed, in the surrounding void, a little bit of bloody light continued to overflow, slowly fluttering, approaching Chu Yan. As long as it touched his body, it would directly merge into his body. At this moment, the way of killing is everywhere in the world, filling the whole world. Call. Chu Yan took a deep breath, suppressed the killing thoughts in his heart, kept his spiritual consciousness clear, immersed in all his spiritual consciousness, and constantly felt many mysterious ways of killing. The martial artists around only watched for 3 breaths, and immediately a big battle broke out, and began to compete for the remaining 8 seats. In the entire martial arts arena, true qi exploded, and the power overflowed. All kinds of true qi scattered and rushed in all directions. 8 seats are 8 chances to change fate against the sky. Whoever can get it will have the opportunity to rise against the sky. For this opportunity, all the arrogances who have fought so far have completely turned their heads, and used all kinds of trump card tricks, just to grab a seat. Boom. 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 Groups of vigor exploded, all kinds of corpses were flying, and the battle situation had almost reached a fever pitch. After 100 breaths, on the side of Jinxing Zito, there were 100 warriors, and the last 8 stood up. All of them were wounded. It was horrible, but all of them looked excited and ecstatic. Without the slightest hesitation, the 8 people had just stopped fighting, and rushed towards the remaining 8 seats, stepped into the spirit seal, activated the defensive spirit formation, and quickly sat cross-legged. With the last person sitting cross-legged in the first-level spiritual seal of the Golden Path, the golden side of the eight-faced Qinglian altar finally calmed down. At the same time, the 10 spiritual seals of Jin Xing all lit up, and an hourglass condensed with light and shadow appeared in midair. 1 hour is the time for the first level of comprehension. During this time, regardless of whether anyone has comprehended the way of the Golden Walk to a sufficient degree, the comprehension will be forcibly suspended. Therefore, Chu Yan and the previous martial artist, relatively speaking, have more time than others. However, comprehending this kind of thing depends entirely on innate understanding, and it really has little to do with the amount of time. Among the 10 figures sitting cross-legged, 9 of them were surrounded by faint white light spots, and only black and white two-color light spots floated around Chu Yan's body. Because, the other 9 people are all comprehending the way of gold, but Chu Yan is comprehending the way of gold and the way of killing at the same time, and the two ways go hand in hand. Jin Xingyi specializes in attacking, and is even more powerful than Jin Xingyi. Among the warriors who practice jinxing exercises and martial arts, most of their martial souls are spiritual weapons or metal artifacts. The gold-type martial spirit makes it easier for them to get close to the power of the golden element between heaven and earth, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of kung fu and martial arts. Chu Yan devoted himself to enlightenment, and behind him, the phantom of the white tiger martial soul flashed, and a pair of golden tiger eyes cast 2 golden rays of light, covering Chu Yan's whole body. At the same time, the Haoyan sword on Chu Yan's back seemed to be induced by some wonderful power, and kept trembling. I didn't expect that this Qinglian altar is so magical. After a period of time, the astonishment in Chu Yan's heart became more and more intense. He did not expect that the Qinglian altar could induce such a pure power of gold, and there is an even more pure mystery of the way of killing. You must know that the first martial soul that Chu Yan awakened was the white tiger martial soul, so his perception of the power of the golden element is much more pure than the other 4 elements. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that since he stepped into martial arts and practiced until now, he has never seen such pure power of gold. Because of this, Chu Yan's strength has made a qualitative leap in the short time of 1 stick of incense. On the Haoyan continent, the opportunity to comprehend the 5 elements of heaven is as easy as reaching the sky, but on this Qinglian altar, the speed is more than 100 times faster. Okay. At this moment, a very weak consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness. Chu Yan let out a light sigh, and suddenly opened his eyes. Because he found that this consciousness could not be heard clearly at all, and he had never touched it before, but it gave him a very familiar feeling. Clang! With a bright sound, the Haoyan sword rushed out of its sheath, turned into a bit of cold electricity, and flew towards Jiuxiao. Since Chu Yan got Haoyan, this is the first time it has acted independently without the guidance of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. Even if the Haoyan sword was fused with the sword spirit, after being promoted to the 6th rank divine weapon, this has never happened. At this moment, the Haoyan sword roared to the 9 heavens. Could it be because of the influence of the Golden Way? Chu Yan murmured in his heart. The Haoyan sword was in his hands, and he had never let himself down since the first Zongmen battle. Therefore, when Chu Yan encountered any high-level spirit swords later, he never thought of replacing them. Own matching sword. Haoyan, come back. With a wave of his hand, his spiritual consciousness was activated, and the Haoyan sword turned into a cold light, and returned to Chu Yan's hand in an instant. Holding the sword in his hand, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils were running, and a strand of divine consciousness split out, penetrated into the Haoyan sword, and observed carefully, but with just one glance, Chu Yan's expression changed drastically. I saw, on the Haoyan sword body, wisps of extremely weak black air currents shuttled continuously within the sword body, like countless black meteors passing through the silver sky. These meteors, although small and faint, are so clear. This is the way to kill. Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment. He never thought that when he was comprehending the way of gold and the way of killing, the sword spirit in Hao Yan was still comprehending, and he also successfully realized the way of killing. Slaying sword Tiancheng. I knew that you are not an ordinary spiritual weapon. Chu Yan smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the Hao Yan sword hovered in an instant, suspended above Chu Yan's head, floating quietly. Okay. Let us comprehend together. Afterwards, Chu Yan restrained all his mind, and once again sank deeply into comprehension. Half an hour later, Chu Yan's body shook, and he suddenly opened his eyes, because he heard, in the distance, a sound of breaking through the sky, and someone was flying towards this side. Turning his head slowly, Chu Yan saw a large figure flying towards him in the distance. There are more than 20 people in this group, their powerful aura gathers together, their icy killing intent is like a rushing river, and their aura is loud. At a glance, Chu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Because, among the rushing crowd of warriors, the leader was Yi Feng. #C1077 Do you want to die? The mighty crowd of warriors flew towards them under the leadership of Yi Feng. Moreover, by Yi Feng's side was Yan Song, who had just escaped with an injury. Yi Feng, who had left silently in front of Tianlian Mountain, returned to 9 Spirits Shantian sect alone, gathered all the subordinates who followed him before, and returned to Tianlian Mountain again. Among the first batch of 10,000 fighters who entered Tianlian Pavilion, Chu Yan was the first to be thrown into the 1-star inheritance by Venerable Tai Lian, while the tens of thousands of subordinates led by Yi Feng were the last batch to participate in the qualification examination. Now, the more than 20 people who follow him have all passed the inheritance assessment and finally made it to the Qinglian altar. At the Qingtian altar, Yi Feng met Yan Song, who was seriously injured and had a blood hole in his abdomen. Using a healing golden pill, he gained Yan Song's trust. After some questioning, he learned that Yan Song was injured by Chu Yan. Immediately, Yi Feng's face was full of joy. Without any hesitation, he led all his men and charged towards Chu Yan. At this moment, whether it is Yan Song or Yi Feng, their goals are exactly the same. That is, to kill Chu Yan completely. Swish 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 swish. With just a few dodges, a large group of warriors landed behind Chu Yan, each of them grinning ferociously, looking at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the spirit seal. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng landed on the ground, looked at Chu Yan, laughed wildly, and said arrogantly. Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you have today, so prepare to die. Before Chu Yan got up, beside Yi Feng, a disciple of the medicine sect stepped forward, aroused the whole body's true energy, formed seals with both hands, and threw out a blue spirit pattern. The blue spirit pattern rushed out and collided with Chu Yan's protective spirit array, sending out an inaudible tremor. Then, the defensive spirit array wrapped around Chu Yan, broke a big hole. The spirit treasure that Junior Brotherly obtained in the place of inheritance can break through the defensive spirit formation, ha ha ha. See this scene. Yi Feng laughed wildly, and the more than 20 subordinates behind him also laughed wildly, extremely proud. Chu Yan, the spirit sword in your hand. Yanxing strode out, shouted sharply, and stared straight at the scabbard on Chu Yan's back with a pair of eyes, all kinds of strange colors in his eyes. Just after the battle, the spirit sword in Chu Yan's hand shattered his top-grade Tong Tian Lingbao with just one blow. Of course he knew that the spirit sword in Chu Yan's hand was definitely a treasure of no rank. Moreover, according to the rumors, Chu Yan has a 6th-rank magic weapon in his hand, and it must be this one. As long as you get the spirit sword, your combat power will at least be doubled, then. At this moment, in Yanxing's eyes, there were various desires such as surprise, excitement, greed, etc., flashing with each other, as if his whole body had completely fallen into madness. Do you want to die? Ignoring Yanxing, Chu Yan stood up, turned to face Yi Feng and the others. His face was as cold as ice, and said softly. When the words fell to the ground, everyone was startled for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, are you crazy? Boy, you have to figure it out. We have more than 20 heaven-reaching 9th layer powerhouses here. That's right, have you figured it out? Who wants to die? Arrogant boy, I really don't know how to live or die. Let's do it together and kill him. Yes, there is no need to talk nonsense with him, senior brother, ye must take revenge. More than 20 people roared together, and all kinds of roars resounded into the clouds in the martial arts arena. Brother Yi, let's join forces. After beheading Chu Yan, I will return his spiritual weapon to me. How about it? Yanxing's eyes flickered. He turned to look at Yi Feng, and said. Hearing this, Yi Feng's face darkened slightly, and he pondered in his heart. He naturally knew the power of the Haotian divine weapon, and he also wanted to possess this sword for a long time. However, compared to the hatred of beheading Chu Yan, Yi Feng is of course willing to give up a sword. It is good. Yi Feng thought for a moment, nodded and agreed. As long as you can kill Chu Yan, the spirit sword belongs to you, but you can't take other things. When Yanxing heard this, his face was full of joy. As an elite disciple of Tianzong, ordinary treasures and the like could not catch the eye at all. Only the spiritual weapon in Chu Yan's hand made him willing to exchange any treasure. Okay, then let's get in touch and kill him. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the violent true energy on Yanxing's body, like a river of anger, surged crazily. A light flashed in his hand, and a big red gun appeared. On the dark red gun body, a few spirit patterns shone with golden aura, and the gun light rushed out, matching the strong killing intent on Yanxing's body. Suddenly, the momentum skyrocketed. Okay. Let's do it together. Seeing this, Yi Feng shouted excitedly. With the help of Yanxing, an elite disciple of Tianzong, his confidence in killing Chu Yan is much greater. Everyone go together. With a stern shout, Yi Feng instantly shot out 2 rays of light from a pair of eyes, piercing directly at Chu Yan, and his whole body was full of true energy like a tide, majestic like a flood peak soaring into the sky. Taking out a bottle of golden elixir, Yi Feng poured it into his mouth without any hesitation, and immediately, the true energy in his body rose again. At the Yaozong celebration, Yi Feng's martial spirit disappeared after a battle with Chu Yan. Now he can only display his peak combat power by relying entirely on his golden core. However, this peak combat power is far from the previous increase in twin martial souls. Boom boom boom. Behind Yi Feng, more than 20 elite disciples of the medicine sect burst out with true energy, ready to strike. This time around and killed Chu Yan. They thought that there was no suspense at all. More than 20 martial artists of the same level shot together. It was impossible for Chu Yan to have the power to resist. Could it be that Chu Yan could still have 30 times the fighting power of leapfrogging? No way. So, this time, they want to completely crush Chu Yan, and directly crush him into powder. Boom. 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 Kill. 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 More than 20 warriors exploded with true energy, and under the leadership of Yi Feng, their figures rioted like a cloud of violent thunder, rushing towards Chu Yan suddenly. Chu Yan, die for me. Yi Feng rushed to the front, and punched out. The huge fist print condensed into a black sun-like fist light, with endless fire and power, as mighty as Brahma. As soon as he made a shot, Yi Feng exploded with great strength, and he didn't hold back at all. However, although this punch is powerful, it is much weaker than the current Chu Yan, and, more importantly, they forgot what Chu Yan was doing before they shot at Chu Yan. That's right. Chu Yan is comprehending the way of gold and the way of killing. At this moment, in Chu Yan, the power of the way of gold and the way of killing is the strongest. At this time, anyone who fights with Chu Yan will bear Chu Yan's true peak fighting spirit. Seeing Yifeng's attack, Yanxing certainly would not miss the opportunity. With a wave of the big gun in his hand, it was like a red dragon appearing in the world. The extremely fierce gun light pierced the endless void, and the speed was as fast as a ball of red shock, passing through the air. At the same time, the other 20 people were all roaring, using all kinds of sword lights, palm prints, fist winds, turbulent pong bows, and soaring strength, directly smashing a void into pieces, like a piece of land. The sky fell and covered Chu Yan fiercely. #C1078-1 Jiantianwei. More than 20 powerful attacks, like a long river falling from the sky, brought a monstrous power, suppressed and killed, completely submerged Chu Yan. Chu Yan, who had just stepped into the spirit seal and was about to fight, looked up and saw a large attack torrent, his face darkened, and the true energy in his whole body was quickly mobilized. With his current strength, he couldn't help but tense. As soon as the mind moved, the Haoyan sword was in hand, and the 16 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi circulated at a high speed, pouring into the Haoyan sword crazily like the 5-element Gangyuan Zhenqi, turbulent in a river. Buzz, buzz. The Haoyan sword, which has absorbed the majestic power, is full of light, and the silver light of the sword shoots out thousands of feet of silver light, illuminating the entire martial arts arena. Okay. Chu Yan, who had just activated the might of the Haoyan sword, was stunned, and suddenly looked at the Haoyan sword in his hand. The Haoyan sword this time has some changes from before. This kind of change may not be noticeable to outsiders, but Chu Yan, who is very familiar with the Haoyan sword, discovered it immediately. In the silver light of the Haoyan sword light, there are traces of black air waves mixed in it, only the size of a hair, and the number is not many. If you don't observe carefully, it is impossible to find it. Okay. It seems that I am not the only one who has gained something. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan understood what those tiny black spots in Haoyan's sword might were. Immediately, fighting spirit surged all over his body, a smile appeared on his face, and he said with a light smile, "Haoyan, let's fight side by side." Boom. 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 As soon as the words landed, the Haoyan sword seemed to feel Chu Yan's intentions. The power of the sword erupted, and above the endless silver sword glow, the 5-color glow lingered, shaking all the way, making a faint thunderous sound. The silver sword light and the 5-color sword light, accompanied by the black killing intent, illuminate the entire world. With the long sword in his hand, Chu Yan could only feel that the powerful sword power in the Haoyan sword, like a galloping river, seemed to have an illusion that it could rival the heaven and the earth. This sense of power made Chu Yan extremely excited, as if, with just a slight swing of the sword, he could cut down the 9 heavens. The current Haoyan sword is many times stronger than before. Cut. Next moment, Chu Yan gave a soft drink, and swung his right hand with momentum, sweeping across all directions, with the bright sword light. Wuji sword art, Taishi Wuji. A word resounded, as if an order had been issued, and on the Haoyan sword, an unparalleled sword light, accompanied by the noisy fighting and killing intent, rose into the night. This sword, the brilliance is shocking. This sword is so radiant. With this sword, the world is reversed. The sharp and mighty sword light shattered layers of void, passing away like a torrent, destroying everything and destroying everything. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Above the sky, all the attacks that fell on Chu Yan were all smashed into powder by the silver light and colorful sword light, as if the sun broke through the dark clouds, and the wind and clouds dissipated. Boom, boom. The remaining energy waves that exploded were really too powerful. The deafening thunderclap continuously echoed in the sky, and all the strangled attacks turned into countless air explosions, forming one piece and sweeping across the entire sky. Moreover, Haoyan Jianmong was weakened a lot after shattering all the attacks, but it was not annihilated, and it still went forward without a hitch, crashing down towards the opposite group of warriors. Ah! 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 The sword light fell into the group of warriors like a thunderbolt, bursting into endless waves of swords, and the shrill screams resounded through the sky. A sword cut into the crowd, and 10 warriors were directly beheaded. 7 or 8 pillars of blood rushed up, hot blood, white smoke, swaying the sky, and 2 or 3 people in the center of the sword light were directly strangled by the sword energy. Turned into flesh and blood, turned into dust, and even the screams were lost before they could be heard. Whoosh! 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 Yifeng, Yanxing, and other surviving people all changed their faces drastically. The moment the Haotian sword light fell, they all retreated violently, avoiding the sword edge, barely avoiding the attack of the sword energy. How is this possible? Yifeng let out a terrifying roar in his heart. His face was full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. I brought more than 20 elite disciples of the medicine sect. These people are among the tens of thousands of elite disciples who have passed the assessment of the Qinglian inheritance land. They are all elites among the elites. They may not be able to win. But now, with just one move, almost half of the people died in Chu Yan's hands. You know, more than 10 days ago, when Chu Yan fought against himself, he played all his cards and barely won. But it has only been a few days since he saw him, and he brought a group of elite disciples to surround and kill the opponent, and he was beaten so hard that he couldn't even fight back. Nothing. It's as if, in front of Chu Yan, my group of people really seemed to be a group of ants. This is impossible. Among the dozen or so people who survived, all of them were stupefied, stunned, their whole bodies were limp from fright, and their souls were scattered. They couldn't believe it at all, what happened before them. Except for Yanxing, although his face is also full of horror, his eyes are shining, staring straight at the magic weapon in Chu Yan's hand. The greed in his eyes has not weakened in the slightest, but has become more and more intense. Bright. The power of Haotian's sword is far beyond his imagination, and, unlike other people, because his attention has been on Haotian's sword, he can perceive that the current Haotian sword is different from Haotian's sword who just defeated him. Tianjin, earth-shaking changes have taken place. What does this mean? This Haotian sword is not only a high-level magic weapon, but also can grow itself. In the whole world, and even the entire Haotian continent, who has ever heard of such a peerless magic weapon? This magical weapon is mine, I must grab it. Seeing this, Yanxing's eyes burst out with a dazzling stern light, and the roar in his heart made him feel the sea, and the whole thing exploded. Such a powerful peerless weapon, as long as he can get it, he will be able to aspire to the pinnacle of the mainland in the future and become an invincible legend. In front of the altar, Chu Yan stood with a sword in his hand, his face also full of astonishment. Although he felt the strength of the Haotian sword before making a move, he never expected that it would be so strong. However, at this time, the Haotian sword in his hand conveyed a trace of weak consciousness to him, as if the sword just now consumed all its power. Haotian, take it. As soon as the divine sense was drawn, the Haotian sword returned to its sheath, a cold light flashed in his hand, and the 10 absolute sword appeared. Kill! With a long howl, the fighting spirit on Chu Yan's body poured out like a rushing river, water breaking a bank, violent like a tide. Holding a long sword in his hand, Chu Yan rushed out, toward Yifeng and others, rushing to kill them. One person with one sword, fighting more than a dozen arrogances alone, but with the momentum of thousands of troops. Quick, quick retreat. Seeing Chu Yan rushing, Yifeng's eyes trembled, he shouted, turned and fled. Although Yifeng wanted to kill Chu Yan very much, his brain was not broken. After the move just now, he already understood that the current Chu Yan is no longer what he can deal with. If he doesn't leave now, he may really hurt him. Fall here. Whoosh! 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 Not only Yi Feng, but also more than a dozen living arrogances were scared out of their wits long ago. When they saw Yi Feng escape, they immediately dispersed, and all of them ran away like crazy with all their might. See 1079 Ascending Order. The tense battle just now disintegrated in an instant, including Yan Sheng. Although his eyes and sea of consciousness were all obsessed with obtaining the Haotian sword, he also knew that now was not the time, so he also flew away. Want to leave? Seeing everyone fleeing, Chu Yan roared violently, swung the 10 absolute sword in his hand, and slashed directly at Yi Feng. Everyone else can let it go, but Yi Feng can't let it go. The shocking sword energy pierced the void, splitting the sky with one sword, and slashed straight at Yi Feng with mighty sword power. On the other side, Yan Xing saw the opportunity, his speed skyrocketed, and he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, but Chu Yan had already set his sights on him, clenched his left hand, and raised his hand to punch out. The 5-colored silver-colored fist print blasted out, like a meteor piercing the sky, with the momentum of thunder, it blasted towards Yan Xing. With this punch, Chu Yan didn't keep his hands back at all, and he did his best to Yi Feng and Yan Xing, ready to kill with one blow. The bright sword light brought out a shocking speed, and under the flying shot, it fell behind Yi Feng in an instant. Not good. Yi Feng sensed the sword glow coming from behind him, the hairs all over his body exploded, his soul trembled, a sense of extreme danger rose in his heart, making his whole body feel like falling into a cellar of ice. Burst. With a stern shout, Yi Feng's whole body was full of true energy, like a volcanic eruption, and it exploded directly. The surging true energy, like a sea that shook the sky, gathered into a huge fist mark, like a small black sun, and blasted straight at the sword light attacking behind him. At the same time, Yi Feng flipped his right hand while the black flame fist was blasting out, and a 3-colored jade talisman appeared in his palm, which was indeed a small teleportation talisman. Boom! The black flame fist light collided with the sword light, and a shocking wave erupted. The black flame fist light shattered instantly, and the bright silver light sword light was just a shock, and after a short pause, it continued to charge forward, chopping into the air leaf maple in. Call out. In the next breath, Jianguang broke through the remaining energy of the exploding air wave, and slashed directly on Yi Feng's back, colliding fiercely with his body-protecting Gang Qi. Boom! Under another muffled sound. The expected blood and flesh flying everywhere did not happen. The moment Jianguang broke through Yi Feng's protective energy, a blue brilliance suddenly lit up on his body. This blue brilliance wrapped Yi Feng's body and turned into an aura shield, protecting Yi Feng in it. In front of Yi Feng, a berserk void power suddenly rose, and a portal-sized void crack opened, which was the small teleportation talisman. Well, Wu Zuanjing body armor. Chu Yan's expression sank when he saw the blue spiritual power mask. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng was wearing such a precious Wu Zuanjing spirit treasure. Swish! With the countershock force of the sword light slashing on the spiritual armor, Yi Feng's figure seemed to rush directly into the void crack in front of him with a swish, and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan, just wait for me, I will definitely come back. Yi Feng's unwilling roar echoed in the entire sky. Under the endless resentment, Yi Feng's figure completely disappeared. As expected of a super genius, there are many more ways to save your life than ordinary people. You can escape like this. Chu Yan was full of helplessness. Unexpectedly, he underestimated these arrogances of the 8 ancient sects. Yi Feng and Yan Sheng, as the supreme arrogance of the 8 ancient sects, have amazing talents, and they are all the future hopes of the sect that the sect relies on, so naturally they will try their best to ensure their safety. Therefore, this life-saving treasure, of course not less. Turning back suddenly, he glanced at Yan Sheng, but he also disappeared long ago. Forget it. It's important. Chu Yan pondered for a while, ignored the fleeing people, turned around quickly, and stepped into the spirit seal of the altar again. While sitting cross-legged, a spiritual light rose from the spirit seal, and the defensive spirit array opened again. In the battle just now, not only Yi Feng, Yan Xing and others were shocked, but even Chu Yan himself was shocked. In less than half an hour at the Qinglian altar, I have nearly doubled my combat power. With such a huge opportunity, there is no time to waste on these rubbish. You must know that the comprehension time of each level of the Qinglian altar is only about an hour. Of course, Chu Yan is not willing to waste time on fighting. Let's quickly comprehend the way of gold and the way of killing. Reining in his mind and restraining his consciousness, Chu Yan closed his eyes and sank into the comprehension again. Immediately, around the altar, countless white and black light spots appeared, lingering around Chu Yan's body, constantly floating and flying. Time passed slowly, half an hour passed quickly. At the end of a total of 1 hour, the first step of the Qinglian altar where Chu Yan and 10 people were located, the white light spots around them were so thin that there were almost no white spots. Among them, at least half of them were all absorbed by Chu Yan alone. Moreover, the mystery of those black ways of killing cannot be absorbed by other people at all, and they are all taken over by Chu Yan alone. In this 2-hour period, Chu Yan gained a huge amount under the increase of Baihu Wuhuan's comprehension. In the past, whether it was the way of gold or the way of killing, there were some illusory existences in his sea of consciousness. Although Chu Yan was very aware of their existence, he couldn't see their essence clearly, let alone control them. But now, when Chu Yan opened his eyes, his face was full of smiles, the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and his figure flickered slightly, as if he could merge with the surrounding space. However, this kind of mysterious realm is only for a moment, and it is fleeting. People around quickly didn't notice it, only Chu Yan felt it. Boom, boom. At this moment, the Qinglian altar trembled suddenly, and 8 brilliants of different colors shot up into the sky, like 8 sharp swords shooting straight into the sky. 8 pillars of light rose 10,000 feet high, rushed together, and merged into a huge ball of light, like a round sun, emitting dazzling light, falling slowly from the sky, and finally merged into the altar of Qinglian. Immediately, Chu Yan and others who were in the altar could only feel the spiritual circle around them suddenly light up, and then, one after another, figures disappeared on the spot. Among the 80 people who were in the Qinglian altar, there were 40 people, their figures flashed, they were teleported out of the spirit seal, and appeared on the martial arts arena. These 40 people are the ones who were eliminated in the first round of ladders, because of their lack of comprehension. They passed on to the Lord of Qinglian, and no matter how chance they had, they would never have another chance to obtain the 100 treasures on the Qinglian altar. However, the 1-hour comprehension just now gave them a huge harvest. Therefore, although the faces of these 40 people were full of disappointment, they still had a hint of joy. At this time on the Qinglian altar, all the spiritual seals on the first step are extinguished, and most of the spiritual seals on the second step are lit up. The next moment, the second step of the Qinglian altar opens. #C1080 light speed step up. At the same time, the 40 Tianjiao, including Chu Yan, who were still within the scope of the spirit seal, were directly sent to the second step of the Qinglian altar, and while their figures fell on the second step, they around the body, a piece of shining treasures of heaven, material and earth, or spirit treasures, from dark to bright, directly lit up. Haha, the 9-pattern spear. It's mine. White anger grass, oh my god. This is a heavenly spirit grass that can improve 1 level of cultivation. Ganglei golden pill. My god, the 3rd grade golden pill that doubles the strength of the physical body, ha ha ha, send it. In an instant, when the 40 Tianjiao stepped on the second step, their faces were flushed, and they grabbed the genius treasures at their feet with great excitement. All of them were ecstatic and roared loudly. Chu Yan glanced and found a golden shield at his feet. He frowned slightly, and instantly waved his hand, directly entering the Rakshasa space. The shield is not suitable for his own use at all, but it is still a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, so I will put it away first. After putting away the shield, Chu Yan sat, cross-legged directly, and began to comprehend. The spiritual seal, he was and trembled slightly, and immediately lit up. On the entire altar, other people were still excited about getting the strange treasure, but Chu Yan was already more mysterious than the heavenly Tao, who had begun to comprehend the second ladder. Seeing this scene, the others woke up one after another, quickly put away the strange treasures, and, like Chu Yan, sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. For the opportunity to comprehend this Qinglian altar, not only Chu Yan has gained huge benefits, but other people have also gained a lot. Therefore, no one is willing to waste time and strive for every breath of time for comprehension. The Qinglian altar has a total of 10 levels. Who knows if he can pass the next level, so the key is to hurry up. Swish! Just when everyone sat down cross-legged and began to enter the state of comprehension, the figure of Hai Lao appeared again in the sky above the Qinglian altar. Everyone, starting from the second level, the real Qinglian Lord's inheritance test has begun. Hai Lao's figure just appeared, his eyes swept away, he looked at the 40 Tianjiao who were on the second step, and said softly. From the second stage. There is no longer a time limit. As long as any one of you climbs to the top of the Qinglian altar, the whole test will end immediately. Starting from the second level, any comprehension level that meets the requirements will automatically be promoted to the next level, and there is no need to wait for the end of the time. So, juniors, work hard, and one of you will change against the sky. Fate, not long after, I will become the pinnacle of the mainland. As Hai Lao's voice swayed, his figure quickly disappeared. For this elder Hai who is elusive and never knows what he is going to do, Chu Yan just thought about it and ignored him. Anyway, elder Hai's meaning is very simple. Now the test of the Qinglian altar, changing the rules, is like a race. The first to reach the top of the altar is the first, the others are all losers, there is no second and third. No matter what, hurry up and study, there is nothing to say. Boom. 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 Like Chu Yan, the other Tianjiao who were still on the altar reacted instantly, all of them were full of anxiety, and even some of their martial souls directly summoned their martial souls, and some people took out some jade bottles and started swallowing pills, some people even sacrificed strange treasures one after another, poured their true energy into them, and let them float around their bodies. Whether these martial souls, pills, or strange treasures, they all have a common characteristic, that is, these things all have the effect of improving one's understanding. At this time everyone no longer kept it, and played their respective hole cards, hoping to be able to comprehend and advance to the next level faster than others, so that they would have the opportunity to climb to the top of the altar. White Tiger Martial Soul, come out. Chu Yan swept his eyes away, and didn't keep it anymore, and directly summoned the White Tiger Martial Soul. Roar! Immediately, a huge tiger king with black stripes on a white background and a height of 500 feet burst out through the air, and the roar of the tiger was earth-shattering. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the moment when the white tiger spirit appeared, not far away, on top of other warriors, several beast spirits, like a mouse seeing a cat, directly turned into streamers of light, rushing back into the warrior's sea of consciousness. What? What's going on? These martial artists with beast spirits felt the fear consciousness from their own spirits, and they were immediately dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, no matter how they summoned them, those disappearing beast spirits refused to come out of the sea of consciousness, completely refusing to listen to the inspiration of the warrior's consciousness. This was the first time they encountered such a situation, and with helplessness on their faces, they all glanced at the white tiger martial soul above Chu Yan's head, who was like a heavenly beast. Hit, can't beat. Wuhun is no match. For this monster's Chu Yan, this time, they have really seen what a pervert is. Chu Yan didn't care about the external situation at all, but concentrated on his cultivation under the boost of the white tiger martial soul. If we talk about the effect of increasing comprehension, Chu Yan has also encountered some spiritual treasures and pills that can improve comprehension, but no matter what, compared with the white tiger martial soul, that effect can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket. Therefore, when the white tiger martial soul changed from virtual to real, and directly used the martial soul body to amplify Chu Yan's comprehension with all his strength, Chu Yan's comprehension speed, like a meteor, soared instantly. Swish! After 5 breaths, those warriors who looked away from Chu Yan with gloomy faces, and were about to concentrate on training, just sat down, and before they even converged into the sea of consciousness, they only heard a soft sound, and then, a dazzling sound. A white light rose from the side of the altar, Jin Xingyi. The next moment, a young man in black robe disappeared from the second staircase and appeared directly on the third staircase. The moment the white beam of light rose, the audience shuddered fiercely. Depend on. What's the situation? It was actually promoted to the 3rd level. How is this possible? Some of the slow ones didn't even touch the ground, and the teleportation spirit seal on Chu Yan's body lit up. Looking at Chu Yan helplessly, his figure turned into a stream of light, and he jumped up to the 3rd ladder. This speed is too fast. Whether it is the Tianjiao on the altar, or those Tianjiao who have just failed and were sent to the martial arts arena, at this moment, all of them are staring at the bull's eyeballs that are about to burst out of their eye sockets. All of them open their mouths wide, and their jaws drop. It's all over the place, all dumbfounded. Especially on the other side, Chang Sun Tianyu, Wu Tianxua and Hua Tianzong trembled all over their bodies, stared at Chu Yan with horror on their faces, and stood stiffly on the spot. Their whole bodies seemed to be petrified, except for the corners of their eyes, which were still twitching crazily outside. Abnormal. Impossible. Damn. It's fake. Conscious thoughts kept flashing in the minds of all Tianjiao. For a moment, everyone looked at the only figure on the 3rd staircase as if they had seen a ghost. Swish. Just when everyone hadn't reacted from the horror, the spiritual seal on Chu Yan lit up again. #C1081, straight up. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of ghost-like eyes, the Qinglian altar trembled slightly. The spirit seal on the 3rd step went out, and the light on the 4th step turned on. The black-robed boy sat cross-legged without any hesitation, and sank into enlightenment again. The entire Qinglian altar went up and down, inside and outside, and all the people were instantly petrified, like wooden sculptures, standing on the spot, unable to even hear the sound of breathing, as if the whole world had frozen. If these people were still horrified and shocked just now, then now, in their sea of consciousness, there is nothing but a blank space. It took a full 3 breaths before someone was taken aback and woke up. Consecutively, 2 ranks in a row. An incomparably slight voice resounded in the deadly silence of the martial arts arena, but because the whole world was too quiet, this faint voice unexpectedly produced an echo, like a thunderclap, resounding in everyone's sea of consciousness. Everyone trembled violently and woke up suddenly. Damn. Monster. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be fake. This Chu Yan, this is going against the sky. No, hurry up, no matter how late, Chu Yan will directly rush to the top of the altar. All kinds of roars suddenly sounded above the extremely silent altar, and the pot exploded in an instant. At this moment, everyone seemed to come back to their souls in an instant, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their mouths, which had been open for a long time, finally closed. However, except for those warriors who have been eliminated, there is no one else on the altar, staring at Chu Yan, sitting cross-legged, and began to fully comprehend. Hum. Hum. After half a stick of incense, 2 spirit seals lit up, and Changsun Tianyu and Hua Tianyu rushed up to the third step of the altar. At this time, Chu Yan was already on the fourth floor of the stairs. Around the figure sitting cross-legged, the black and white star spots almost formed a spiritual mist, mixed with each other, but never merged. Body, fully wrapped. Quick! Speed up. We must catch up with Chu Yan. Elder Sun Tianyu. Holding a 7-color glazed lamp in his hand, the moment he landed on the third floor, he sat down on the ground, and instantly entered the state of comprehension. The whole movement was done in one go, as if walking through flowing water, without wasting even a moment of time. At the martial arts arena, those eliminated warriors were all stunned at this moment, looking at the spirit seals that lit up from time to time and the spirit seals that went out on the altar. They were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Chu Yan's monstrous talent would directly leave behind all the arrogance of the 8 ancient sects. It's lively now. It seems that it is Chu Yan who climbed to the top of the altar this time. Not necessarily, it was just that Chu Yan was ahead of time. Senior brother Changsun and senior brother Hua are also very fast. That's right, depending on the situation, this Qinglian altar is getting more and more difficult as you go up. Brother Changsun and brother Hua, let's come to the 8 ancient sections. In terms of the foundation of martial arts, they should far surpass Chu Yan, and they should be sure to overtake. I see, it's a little hanging. Amidst all kinds of discussions, all the Tianjiao on the martial arts field tensed up, staring at the situation on the altar intently. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the altar, the spirit seal under Chu Yan's feet lit up again, and his figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he had already reached the 5th floor. What? It turned out, so fast. Seeing Chu Yan rushing to the 5th floor, everyone's face trembled, and the corners of their eyes twitched wildly. You know, at this moment, most of the Tianjiao are still on the 2nd step and haven't even moved. But that Chu Yan rushed directly to the 5th floor, already halfway there. Moreover, the eldest grandson Tianyu, who was closest to him, just sat down on the 3rd step, and was thrown down the 2nd step. At this speed, there is no doubt at all, as long as Chu Yan can continue to comprehend smoothly, the one who climbs to the top of the altar must be Chu Yan. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths, 10 breaths, 70 breaths, 300 breaths. Time passed extremely fast, but also extremely slow, like a moment, and like 10,000 years, the figures of Changsun Tianyu and Chu Yan that everyone was staring at finally moved again. However, what everyone didn't expect was that this time, it turned out that the spiritual seals of Changsun Tianyu and Chu Yan lit up at the same time, and the two were promoted at the same time. Chu Yan was promoted to the 6th level, and Changsun Tianyu was promoted to the 4th level. At the moment of teleportation, the corner of Changsun Tianyu's eyes swept across the black-robed figure above his head. His whole face was almost so gloomy that he could bleed. This guy's talent is so much higher than his own. How is this possible? I am the #1 pride in the mainland. Only I am qualified, the existence that all Tianjiao and Haotian continent look up to. At the same time that Changsun Tianyu fell on the 4th step, in his sea of consciousness, one after another consciousness flashed quickly. In any case, we must speed up. We must not let Chu Yan reach the top. Changsun Tianyu shook his head violently, driving away all the distracting thoughts in the sea of consciousness, closed his eyes, and quickly sank into comprehension. However, the moment he closed his eyes, on the altar, there were 2 spiritual seals, one in front and one behind, shining brightly. This time, it was the sky burial of flowers, rising from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. However, the spiritual seal that lit up afterwards caused the atmosphere in the audience to sink again. Because, this spiritual seal, is precisely Chu Yan. The 6th level, rise to the 7th level. What? No. Impossible. Hua Tianzhu just glanced at it, and his face turned pale with shock, as if his soul was flying up together. I have only reached the 3rd level, but that Chu Yan has already reached the 7th level. However, before his mouth could close, the next scene shocked him so much that he almost fell off the 3rd floor of the altar. Because the spirit seal on Chu Yan's body lit up again. This time, Chu Yan didn't even cross his legs. When his figure fell above the 7th step, he just closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Among Linging, shining. Like the 2nd and 3rd tiers, this time it's another consecutive promotion. Swish. A black light flashed, and Chu Yan's body landed firmly on the 8th level altar. At this time, Chu Yan was only 2 steps away from the top of the altar. But the eldest grandson, Yu, who was closest to him, seemed to be caught in some kind of checkpoint, sitting on the 4th step, with his eyes closed and his brows furrowed. Finally, as his brows suddenly loosened, the spiritual seal on his body lit up. However, when he opened his eyes and glanced at the altar steps above his head for the first time, he saw Chu Yan, who was on the 8th step at a glance. Suddenly, he felt dark in front of his eyes, dizzy for a while, and almost fell off the altar. Fuck. What's happening here? I have only comprehended 1 step of the ladder, and that kid has already reached the 8th step. No. This is absolutely not possible. Chongsun Tianyu turned his head suddenly, looked at the other Tianjiao behind him, turned his eyes slightly, and shouted loudly. Everyone, I, Sun Tianyu, the eldest son of the Tianzong, hope to borrow from you all the treasures that can improve your understanding. Whether it is a spiritual treasure or a pill, as long as you lend it to me now, you will return it 10 times when you leave the Qinglian secret realm. As soon as the words landed, everyone on the altar changed their faces. The eldest grandson, Tianyu, wants to borrow the treasure of improving understanding. #C1082 What are you doing? The words of Chongsun Tianyu made the whole audience shudder. However, all the Tianjiao's expressions changed, their hearts were full of thoughts, and their faces were full of hesitation. The opportunity to gain enlightenment at the Qinglian altar is extremely precious, so naturally no one is willing to lend the treasure to enhance one's enlightenment to eldest grandson Tianyu. However, as the eldest son Tianyu is an elite disciple of the Tianzong and a direct disciple of the top 10 elders, if he can lend it to him at this time, it will be an excellent opportunity to make friends. For a moment, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and they were a little hesitant. Seeing this scene, Chongsun Tianyu had a panoramic view of everyone's faces, smiled slightly, and continued to speak. Everyone, my eldest son Tianyu promises that as long as anyone lends me a treasure to improve their understanding, I will recommend it to join the Shenwu Shaotian sect. The words fell to the ground, like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. Join Tianzong. By borrowing a strange treasure, one can join the Tianzong. Okay. Brother Chongsun, I will lend you my sky crane and tortoise shell. Haha, my red moon golden elixir can also improve your comprehension, let me lend it to you. And me, my senior brother Chongsun, continue. The words spread, and in just a split second, more than 40 arrogances, with joyful expressions on their faces, scrambled to throw out all kinds of strange treasures. Swish 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 swish. All of a sudden, not only the martial artist Tianjiao on the martial arts arena, but also many people on the altar threw out their own treasures that can improve their understanding. The eldest grandson, Tianyu. These warriors have already seen that Chu Yan has rushed to the 8th floor of the altar at this time, and the speed is shocking. At this speed, it may take less than half an hour to reach the top of the altar. Therefore, these warriors who lent strange treasures can get a chance to join the Tianzong by sacrificing a small part of their comprehension time. This exchange, for them, it is definitely a profit. On the 4th floor of the altar, Changyu Tianyu waved his hands, and took all the dozens of various treasures flying all over the sky. There are only two kinds of these rare treasures. One is the elixir that improves one's understanding, and the other is a spirit treasure that improves one's understanding. As for the martial soul, that improves one's understanding the most, of course one cannot borrow it. Call. With a wave of his hand, he directly opened his mouth and inhaled more than 10 pills out of more than 40 strange treasures. At the same time, more than 30 strange treasures were filled with true energy, like more than 30 stars suspended around the body of Changsun Tianyu. At this time, the spiritual seal under Changsun Tianyu also completely lit up, and his entire body was teleported towards the 5th floor. Almost at the moment when Changsun Tianyu landed on the 5th step, more than 30 spiritual treasures around him lit up at the same time. Dozens of spiritual treasures that enhance one's comprehension, at the same time amplify Changsun Tianyu, and dozens of strange lights completely envelop his body. This kind of scene is incomparably spectacular. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, 30 breaths, 100 breaths, 300 breaths. Under the gaze of everyone, after a stick of incense, the spirit seal under Changsun Tianyu lit up. Swish! The eldest grandson, Tianyu, who was full of joy, rushed through the 5th staircase in less than a stick of incense. Haha, Chu Yan, you are finished now. At this moment, in Changsun Tianyu's eyes, the strong light of hope brightened. Glancing at Chu Yan, who was on the 8th floor altar, the eldest grandson, Tianyu, sneered and said, I don't believe it, more than a dozen pills to improve understanding, and more than 30 spiritual treasures to improve understanding, can't deal with you. With a thought in his heart, Sun Tianyu hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the 5th step. Of course he knew that the further back the stairs to the Qinglian altar, the more difficult it would be to comprehend, so he cherished time even more. At this time, some of the more than 40 arrogances on the altar finally began to ascend to the 3rd step. However, they knew very well that at the speed of Chu Yan and Changsun Tianyu, they probably had no chance at all. These two evil geniuses, one is the elite among the elites of Tianzong, and the other is the number 1 genius in the mainland who defeated Ji Feng. Perhaps, the person who climbed to the top of the altar in the end was among the two of them. On the 8th floor of the altar, Chu Yan closed his eyes and focused his attention. He knew nothing about the outside world and was completely immersed in comprehension. When he reached this level, he encountered a bottleneck. It took almost 2 sticks of incense, but he didn't comprehend it. The time spent on the 8th floor even exceeded the sum of all the time on the previous floors. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry. He restrained all his consciousness, and carefully perceived every bit of the mystery of heaven pouring into his body. Others don't know at all that Chu Yan, at this time, is comprehending 2 ways of heaven at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, from Chu Yan's body, a dense light shot up into the sky. A white beam of light, like a white sharp gun, shot straight into the sky, and the dazzling blazing light illuminated the entire sky above the altar. Boom! Before everyone could react, another ray of black light shot up from Chu Yan's body, like a black beam of light, straight to the 9th heaven. The next moment, under the stunned expressions of everyone, Chu Yan's figure slowly disappeared on the 8th altar. On the altar on the 9th floor, a spiritual seal lit up, and a figure in black robe appeared in it. Chu Yan rushed through the 8th floor and reached the 9th floor. This 9th floor is also the last floor of the Qinglian altar. As long as one comprehends the past, the 10th floor is the top of the altar. The current Chu Yan is only 1 step away from the top of the altar. When Chu Yan's figure fully appeared on the 9th floor of the altar, hundreds of Tianjiao in all directions trembled violently, their faces full of horror. They never imagined that although Chu Yan spent a lot of time on the 8th floor altar, he still rushed to the 9th floor smoothly. In this way, the people who climbed to the top of the altar and obtained the host fate of Qinglian, except Chu Yan, who else? Not only on the martial arts arena, but also on the altar of the 40 Tianjiao. At this time, many people even interrupted their comprehension, opened their eyes, and looked at the tall black-robed figure in shock. Their souls were shocked. There is another layer. Chu Yan is about to climb to the top. The time left for them to comprehend is getting less and less. Just when everyone thought that Chu Yan would soon break through the 9th floor altar and go straight to the top of the altar, the scene of the next scene made them completely dumbfounded. I saw that on the 9th floor of the altar, Chu Yan stood upright, turned his head slowly, and looked in all directions. He didn't have the slightest intention to pay close attention to enlightenment, but looked towards the other 7 steps of heaven. Swish! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan leaped, and flew towards Wuxing next to him from above the 9th floor of Qinglian altar. Tom! With a loud bang, Chu Yan's body fell to the ground heavily, and he stood firmly on the 2nd step of Wuxing. His eyes swept across his body, and a strong fire power surged out. Roar! Chirp! Behind him, a huge group of flames burst out of the air, and the big bird, which was completely bathed in the fire, swayed thousands of waves of fire, straight towards Jiuxiao, and suddenly circled and landed on the side of the White Tiger Martial Soul. Fire Emperor Martial Soul, Suzaku. This scene, falling into everyone's eyes, immediately made everyone's eyes pop out of shock, and their sea of consciousness was completely messed up. What the hell is this Chu Yan doing? #C1083, are you a monster? Chu Yan actually plundered from the 9th step of the golden line to the 2nd step of the fire line. This behavior instantly petrified the audience. Everyone was stunned, completely stupid. Is Chu Yan going to give up? However, he has already rushed to the 9th floor of the altar. As long as he has a little time, he can climb to the top. Everyone, staring at Chu Yan, dumbfounded, was in chaos on the altar steps of the Way of Fire. Swish! In less than 3 breaths, Chu Yan's figure turned into a streak of light, carrying the spirits of the White Tiger and Suzaku, and disappeared from the 2nd ladder of Wuxing. The next moment, a fiery red spirit seal lit up on the 3rd staircase. Chu Yan has been promoted from the 2nd level of the Way of Fire to the 3rd level of the Way of Fire. At this time, the same as the Way of the Golden Line that Chu Yan was originally on the side of the fire line, most of the arrogances who have comprehended are on the 3rd step. Chu Yan's sudden promotion made everyone wake up in a daze. What? This, how is it possible? He wants to comprehend the 2nd way of heaven. On the altar, dozens of mainland arrogances, everyone's minds were shocked, and they finally understood. Is this guy crazy? It's too arrogant, it's simply ignorant. That's right, what does he think of us geniuses? Ordinary fighters? Ha ha ha, he committed suicide, so senior brother Chang's son will definitely win. Hee, you are so young and frivolous, you actually gave up such a good opportunity. This kid, he gave up the way of heaven that he was good at and chose another way. He really wants to die. In all directions. All kinds of discussions instantly exploded like a pot. Everyone sneered at Chu Yan's behavior. Only when Chu Yan was crazy, or arrogant to the extreme, would he make such a bold move. You must know that before starting, everyone chooses a kind of heavenly mystery that is most suitable for them to comprehend. Only in this way can it be possible to compete with others and get the chance to reach the top. Normally, everyone has their own specific attributes, just like those who practice the fire attribute, comprehend the fire element, and the speed is much faster than others, but if the fire attribute warrior chooses the water element, then, it's over. At this moment, Chu Yan's behavior fell into everyone's eyes, and they all believed that Chu Yan was doomed this time. Swish! However, before the surrounding discussions were completely settled, the fiery red spirit seal under Chu Yan's feet once again lit up. A flame-like light of the spiritual seal rushed up, and Chu Yan's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already landed on the fourth ladder of Wuxingyi. Chu Yan broke through the third floor and reached the fourth floor. The speed was so fast that it even surpassed everyone's reaction speed. What? This is impossible. As Chu Yan's body landed on the fourth step, everyone's hearts were pulled hard, the contempt and teasing expressions on their faces froze in an instant, and everyone opened their mouths wide, completely dumbfounded. How long is this? It seems to be faster than the speed on Jinxing Road. What is happening? Could it be that this Chu Yan is good at two attributes of heaven at the same time? Everyone's sea of consciousness trembled violently, looking at Chu Yan's proudly standing figure. Two divine beast martial souls, one on the left and one on the right, cast the endless power of the martial souls on Chu Yan, and Chu Yan's whole body up and down, faint three-color flames blazed like gods. The fire moves together. Chu Yan doesn't understand. Of course not. You know, Chu Yan is a golden alchemist, and since he practiced martial arts, he has used the Suzaku martial soul the most when fighting, and when he is refining alchemy, he has a perfect fire control ability. How could he not be good at fire? Let's go together. Among the 100 arrogances in the audience, I am afraid that Hua Tianzhu, who is practicing fire-type kung fu, and possesses a fire-type martial spirit, is absolutely impossible to be Chu Yan's opponent for his comprehension of fire-type martial arts. He is not even worthy of being Chu Yan. Opponent. Swish. Before everyone woke up, the fiery red spirit seal on Chu Yan's body lit up again. This time, Chu Yan stayed on the fourth step of Wuxingyi Road for only 5 breaths. With a flash of his figure, Chu Yan appeared directly on the 5th staircase. Quiet. Absolutely quiet. Deathly silence. If just now, Chu Yan's performance could make other people react and think, then once, everyone's souls were separated from their bodies, as if they were bodies without souls, standing there sluggishly, without a trace of reaction. The scene in front of them is completely beyond the tolerance of their sea of consciousness. Hiss. 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 It took a full 10 breaths of time before someone finally realized that there was a sound of gasping all around the Qinglian altar. Chu Yan, on the 5th floor of the fire line. The eldest grandson, Tianyu, is on the 5th floor of the earth line. Flower Sky Burial, on the 4th floor of the fire line. Wu Tianxua is on the 4th ladder of courage along the water line. Chu Yan swept from the 9th step of the golden line to the fire line, and in less than 30 breaths, he rushed to the leading position again. Moreover, in the eyes of everyone, looking at Chu Yan in shock, the coldness in his heart was blowing, and just when he was about to exclaim, the fiery red spirit seal under Chu Yan's body lit up again. Swish! With a flash, Chu Yan ascended from the 5th floor to the 6th floor. At this moment, apart from being terrified, everyone felt burning on their faces. You know, they just said that Chu Yan is trying to die. However, before the laughter of the crowd dissipated completely, Chu Yan had already ascended from the 2nd floor of Wuxingyi to the 6th floor. Take the lead again, the pride of the audience. Evildoer. A monstrous pervert to the extreme. In the past, everyone just heard about various rumors about Chu Yan, but at this moment, they really saw Chu Yan's monstrous and perverted talent. Is this, or something that ordinary people can do? Swish. Swish. Suddenly, on the steps of the altar, 2 spirit seals of different colors exploded at the same time. This time, 2 people were promoted at the same time, and, coincidentally, it was Changsun Tianyu and Chu Yan again. The light of the spirit seal flashed, and Changsun Tianyu landed on the 6th step. As for Chu Yan, he has risen to the 7th step of the fire line. Compared with Jin Xingyi, Chu Yan has experience in comprehension. In addition, in fact, among the 5 elements of heaven, what Chu Yan is really good at and understands the most is definitely fire Xingyi. More importantly, Chu Yan only needs to comprehend one way of heaven in the fire line, unlike the gold line, which needs to comprehend two attributes at the same time. Moreover, this time, not only the White Tiger martial soul can increase the comprehension power, even the Suzaku martial soul can somewhat improve the comprehension of the fire element. Due to various reasons, Chu Yan's promotion speed on the fire line is of course much faster than that on the gold line. Are you a monster? When Changsun Tianyu landed on the 6th floor, he looked into Chu Yan's eyes and almost stared out of his eyes. He was completely dumbfounded. It took only a blink of an eye for me to comprehend a level of ladder. That guy actually jumped onto the fire line and continued to rise up, even surpassing himself. This is really human. #C1084, provoking the eldest grandson, Tianyu. During the entire process of comprehending the fire and the Xingyi, Chu Yan didn't need to sit cross-legged at all, basically just stood there, closed his eyes and counted breaths, and then he would break through and directly upgrade. At this moment, Changsun Tianyu stood on the 6th step of the earth line, staring blankly at Chu Yan on the fire line, with a dull expression on his face, completely in a messy state, as if he didn't even know the sea of consciousness. It works. However, when Changsun Tianyu was staring at Chu Yan in a daze, his face suddenly froze, and his face changed again. Because, the black-robed figure in his pupils, the spirit seal under his feet, once again lit up. Fuck. Almost subconsciously, Changsun Tianyu yelled sharply, only feeling black in front of his eyes, and almost fell off the altar. This guy is really not human. His comprehension speed is not slower than ordinary people's speed of climbing stairs directly. Call. Accompanied by Chu Yan's figure, he was teleported to the 8th step of Wuxing. The corners of Changsun Tianyu's eyes twitched wildly, desperately suppressing the horror in his heart. He took a long breath, not daring to look at Chu Yan again, and hurriedly sit down cross-legged and start to enlighten quickly. Around him, more than 30 spiritual treasures that enhance understanding, have once again been infused with a lot of true energy by him, and the ability to increase the comprehension of talismans has been raised to the limit. However, just as he sat down, took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and was about to start enlightenment, the whole altar was full of exclamations, like the sound of the sea tide pouring into his ears. Hearing this sound, Changsun Tianyu's calm state of mind trembled violently again. He couldn't help it. He suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the altar on the other side. With just one glance, Changsun Tianyu almost went crazy. Because, that Chu Yan, bathed in a pillar of fire that soared to the sky, his body was like a streamer, and he landed steadily on the 9th floor of the fire line. That young man in black robe climbed up the 9th step again in front of everyone. This time, it was only one step away from the top of the altar. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan on the 9th floor of the altar. His face was dull and his eyes were empty, as if everyone's souls had left their bodies. Fire Xingyi is really simple. On the altar, Chu Yan stood upright, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Laughed. As soon as the words landed, hundreds of Tianjiao in the audience trembled violently, their souls returned to their places in an instant, and they woke up with a start. Simple. When hundreds of Tianjiao heard this sentence, they felt the qi and blood rushing all over their bodies, which could no longer be suppressed, rushed straight to their throats, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The next moment, Chu Yan glanced across, and did not start to comprehend the 9th layer of the fire line, but looked to the other side. His eyes flickered. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, everyone was stunned. What is he going to do? Could it be, he still wants to? Swish. All kinds of guesses in everyone's sea of consciousness just flashed by, and Chu Yan's figure turned into a black lightning. Without a trace of hesitation, he flew towards the altar on the other side. Tom. Under the trembling eyes of hundreds of pairs, Chu Yan's body landed heavily on the second step above Tu Xingyi. Chu Yan, you will definitely lose. On the 6th floor, Changsun Tianyu couldn't stand it anymore, and roared. He never expected that Chu Yan would give up the fire line once again and jump to the earth line where he was. This is Qiguoguo's provocation. What I practice is earth-moving skills and martial arts, and even the martial soul is the top martial soul of the earth system, and my physical body is also an innate soil physique. Changsun Tianyu doesn't believe that Chu Yan can surpass himself in the field of earth-moving. You know, this Chu Yan is first a metal line, then a fire line, and now an earth line. How can a person be good at 3 kinds of 5 elements and heaven at the same time? This is absolutely impossible. Boom. In an instant, Changsun Tianyu felt an extremely violent force explode in his heart, as if at this moment, something in his blood was suddenly ignited, and he woke up instantly. Chu Yan, come on. Let you know, who is the real #1 pride. Who is the last person to board the Qinglian altar? Landing softly, Changsun Tianyu's distorted expression, which had just been grinning, suddenly became peaceful, completely different from before. At the same time, small streams of golden light continuously overflowed from his body, like hundreds of little golden snakes lingering around his body, constantly circling and dancing. In the next breath, Changsun Tianyu closed his eyes lightly, and his whole body was completely wrapped in the golden light. At this moment, because of the great pressure that Chu Yan brought to him, he suddenly realized the mystery of the 6th step of the earth line. The spirit seal under his feet lit up, and the body of Changsun Tianyu disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he has reached above the 7th ladder. Look, Changsun Tianyu has reached the 7th floor. There are still 2 floors, and that Chu Yan is only on the 2nd floor, so, who will win? Theoretically speaking, the 5-story gap should not be so easy, but, this Chu Yan. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, Chu Yan is good at the 3-5 elements of heaven, this is impossible. That's right, brother Changsun must have won. In all directions, all warriors started talking softly, and then, as Changsun Tianyu was on the 7th floor, surrounded by more than 30 spirit treasures, and his face completely returned to calm, full of confidence. The results of the competition between the 2 great talents once again created doubts. Roar. Under the roar of a heaven-shaking beast, behind Chu Yan, a group of multicolored rays of light rushed out. The huge unicorn martial soul, stepping on 5-color auspicious clouds, stepped out of the void, with a pair of dragon eyes full of the color of glass, sweeping across the audience. Wherever the gaze passed, the void trembled violently as if being collided by some terrifying force. At this time, Chu Yan was at the altar of Tu Xingyi, and he took the Suzaku martial soul back into the sea of consciousness, and kept the white tiger martial soul and the unicorn martial soul. This scene fell into the eyes of other warriors, and suddenly, they looked shocked again. 3 living spirits. Oh my god, that Chu Yan turned out to be the Sanchin Wuhun. No wonder such a terrifying talent. But, that martial soul seems to only have 8 stars. That's right, that golden beast spirit only has 8 stars. The Tianjiao present were all young elites of the major sects in the Haotian continent. There were quite a few of them who had twin martial souls. When there was only an 8-star grade, everyone was stunned for a moment. In the eyes of these arrogances like them, the 8-star martial soul is basically the same as the trash martial soul. You know, among them, there are at least 9-star martial souls, and this kind of 9-star martial soul must be a mutated top-level martial soul, otherwise, it is impossible to have the opportunity to become an elite-level genius in the sect, let alone reach Qinglian altar. Therefore, an ordinary 8-star beast spirit cannot enter their eyes at all. It's not that they think that Chu Yan's martial spirit is not good. After all, Chu Yan is a 3-life martial spirit talent, but, with an 8-star earth-type martial spirit, Chu Yan dares to challenge Changsun Tianyu, who is good at earth skills. How could he win? Fire moves together, gold moves together, you have twin 10-star martial spirits, and you are good at the 5 elements of heaven. You can win, but it is still possible to win, but in the earth, Chu Yan, can you still win? At this moment, everyone has the same question in their hearts at the same time. #C1085 Change the rules. Chu Yan stepped into the Qinglian altar and walked together, officially starting a head-on challenge with Changsun Tianyu. Under the watchful eyes of all Tianjiao in the audience, Chu Yan and Changsun Tianyu started a real confrontation. An hour later, the battle finally reached the most critical moment. On the road of Earth movement, Chu Yan's performance is not as terrifying as the previous Fire movement and Gold movement. However, in terms of speed, he still surpasses other Tianjiao by a lot. Chu Yan maintained the time of each stick of incense, and then increased the stable speed of 1 step. After more than half an hour, he caught up with Changsun Tianyu and stood on the 8th step. At this time, Chu Yan and Changsun Tianyu arrived at the 8th floor of the Tuxing Road at the same time. The atmosphere of the whole scene was extremely tense, and the space above the altar was almost completely frozen, so depressing that people could not even breathe. The eldest grandson Tianyu sat cross-legged on the altar, his brows were furrowed tightly, his face was full of fine beads of cold, and his forehead was covered with a green color. This phenomenon was obviously caused by excessive use of divine consciousness, which the sea of consciousness could not bear. However, Changsun Tianyu gritted his teeth tightly and held on. Not only did he not relax his overconsumed consciousness, but he kept mobilizing his consciousness to comprehend the 8th stage in front of him with all his strength, completely falling into madness. This state has lasted for a stick of incense. Although Changsun Tianyu has reached the verge of collapse, he will never give up. In this regard, the greatest advantage of Changsun Tianyu is his martial arts will. Although his talents in all aspects are not the top among the young generation in the Tianzong, it is because of his martial arts will that far exceeds ordinary people that he can achieve the status of the top Tianjiao in the Tianzong. Chu Yan was inside the spiritual seal, but his expression was natural, his face was indifferent, and golden light spots lingered all over his body. The speed at which these light spots merged into his physical body was obviously much faster than Changsun Tianyu. Time flies by quickly, and in a blink of an eye it is time for another stick of incense. Just when everyone is guessing who can rush through the 8th floor of the Green Lotus altar, Chu Yan or Changsun Tianyu first. On the altar, a sudden change occurred. Swish! Swish! 2 golden beams of light rise up at the same time, like 2 beams of light that reach the sky, leading straight to Jiuxiao. Changsun Tianyu and Chu Yan. Under the 2 of them, the spiritual seals lit up at the same time, and their bodies turned into streamers at the same time, and they were teleported towards the 9th staircase. This time, the 2 of them actually upgraded, at the same time. Tom. Tom. Following the sound of 2 heavy landings, Chu Yan and Changsun Tianyu stepped on the 9th floor of the stairs. They turned their heads slowly and looked at each other. Chu Yan. You are doomed. The elder son Tianyu's eyes flashed brightly, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes, killing intent flowed all over his body. Although he said it, there was an ominous premonition in his heart. He originally thought that he was good at the earthwork, and it was impossible for Chu Yan to catch up with him, but now, Chu Yan still stepped on the final stage at the same time as himself level 1. Hee. Hearing Changsun Tianyu's words, Chu Yan just smiled lightly and ignored them. Under the altar, nearly 100 Tianjiao, seeing this scene, all looked sad. Unexpectedly, in the end, there was a scene of a stalemate between the 2 Tianjiao. Moreover, judging from the situation just now, Chu Yan obviously has an advantage over eldest son Tianyu. You know, when Chu Yan was at the 2nd level of Tuxinji, Changsun Tianyu had already reached the 6th level, but now, he was easily chased by Chu Yan. Could it be that senior brother Changsun will lose this time? Impossible. That Chu Yan, how could he be good at earthwork? No, it must be because he has some whole cards. There will be someone who is good at 3 kinds of 5 elements at the same time. It's impossible. That's right. Chu Yan defeated Yi Feng and became the direct disciple of the Lord of the Medicine Sect Palace. With the strength of the Medicine Sect, he must have given him a lot of treasures. There was a lot of discussion among the arrogants of heaven, and no one believed that Chu Yan would be good at the 3 ways of the 5 elements at the same time. Under various guesses, they were full of doubts. At this moment, the void above the Qinglian altar trembled slightly, and a figure slowly appeared from the void. This person is exactly, Elder. Appearing from the void, Hai Lao had a weird smile on his face, and looked at Chu Yan and Chong Sun Tianyu with his eyes. When he saw the 2 and others, he looked astonished. Suddenly, the weird smile on his face became more intense. Everyone, because 2 people stepped onto the 9th level altar at the same time, I decided to change the rules. Hee. When the words fell to the ground, everyone was startled at the same time, their faces full of astonishment. Change the rules. The rules of the secret realm, aren't the will of the secret realm already set? How is it possible, it can be changed? All the Tianjiao in the audience were stunned when they heard Hai Lao's words. These mainland geniuses practice martial arts, and have also entered many secret realms and inheritance places on the Haotian continent, but they have never heard that the test rules of these secret realms and inheritance places will suddenly change. Among the crowd, only Chu Yan had an expression of indifference. In the sea of blood in the spiritual domain, Hai Lao, as the controller of the secret realm, changed the rules at will, and even forcibly redistributed the inheritance of the treasure obtained by Chu Yan. Chu Yan is used to these things. Therefore, if this old Hai appeared in Qinglian's secret realm and honestly maintained the secret realm rules, Chu Yan would be surprised instead. The rules are changed as follows. The old man will open the Qinglian mountains and teleport all the testers present. Everyone will fight according to their strength, without any restrictions. To put it simply, it is a melee. The words fell to the ground, and with Hai Lao's face full of evil smiles, the audience was stunned for a moment. All examiners. Engage in dogfights, no limits. This rule change is too big. For the 40 Tianjiao who were eliminated at the first level of the Qinglian altar, this is equivalent to resurrecting with full blood and getting another chance, and for those Tianjiao who are in the Qinglian altar, it is also a chance. Big opportunity. Because the original rules were more about testing Tianjiao's talent and comprehension, but now, it is the most direct test of combat power. You must know that these mainland geniuses, in their respective sects, regularly participate in various arena competitions, and have rich combat experience. Moreover, they are in the continent's overlord level sects, and each has a lot of cards. The strength is far surpassing those of the same rank. That's great. I like this rule. As a warrior, you should use combat power as the rule. Okay. This is the best, let's start. As Sua Tianjiao roared with great excitement, everyone accepted Hai Lao's changed rules very much and was extremely excited. Moreover, under the roar of the crowd, among the hundreds of Tianjiao, at least a small half of the warriors looked at Chu Yan in unison. Qinglian Mountains, open! Without waiting for Tianjiao to say too much, Hai Lao glanced across, glanced at Chu Yan, and smiled like a flower blooming on his face. With a wave of his big hand, hundreds of spiritual lights rose, and all Tianjiao disappeared on the spot at the same time. After the 100 Tianjiao were teleported away, Qinglian altar suddenly regained its calm from the noise just now. And in the depths of the void, a deserted mountain world quietly woke up. #C1086 Do ants dare to fight against the sky? This is a very special small world. In the whole world, there is nothing but mountains. The ups and downs of continuous mountains are like a boundless ocean, layered on top of each other, with no end in sight at a glance. Apart from mountains, there are only mountains. There are no grasslands, no lakes, and no other monsters. The whole world is silent. Chu Yan and other hundreds of Tianjiao fell into this world, like hundreds of drops of water, scattered into the ocean, and suddenly disappeared into the endless mountains and forests. On the top of a 10,000 zhang peak, Chu Yan stands alone. As the fierce mountain wind blew, Chu Yan's long hair fluttered, his black robe fluttered, and his colorful eyes swept across the entire small world. Under the investigation of Qilan's pupil, Chu Yan discovered that this mountain world is not very big, less than 1,000,000 miles away. With this range of distance, with Chu Yan's current cultivation base, if he flies with all his strength, it only takes 3 stars to traverse the entire small world. Based on this calculation, veteran Hai will throw all the talents of heaven into this mountain world to fight, and within a day or 2 at most, the result can be decided. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan's unicorn pupil suddenly swelled with sunlight, sweeping across the nearest mountain peaks in front of him, and his expression changed slightly. I didn't expect that among these mountains, there are even mountains that contain the mysteries of heaven. In the distance, a mountain peak 300 miles away from him is a mountain peak that contains the mystery of the fire element, and the whole mountain peak is wrapped by the incomparably mysterious power of fire element. In this small world, separated by a certain distance, there is a mountain peak that is different from the mysterious way of heaven. The power of heaven that wraps the mountain peak is the same as that on the Qinglian altar. As long as you comprehend or absorb it, it will slowly dissipate. However, compared with the Qinglian altar, such a huge mountain contains much more majestic power of heaven. If you want to absorb all the power of heaven in the entire mountain, the time it takes much more. Whoosh! Chu Yan jumped up and flew towards the distance. Now that he is in this small world, Chu Yan is going to try to comprehend the power of heaven. At the same time, look for other Tianjiao to fight. Because, on the Qinglian altar, Chu Yan only tried 3 kinds of power of heaven, and there were 5 kinds of power that Chu Yan didn't try, which made Chu Yan somewhat curious, wanting to see the difference between various mysterious powers of heaven. Anyway, there are no rules here, and comprehension does not affect killing. Flying high in the sky, Chu Yan's consciousness, like a tide, moved in all directions, searching for the nearby mountains. The pupil of the unicorn also moved to the limit, constantly sweeping in all directions. With his own divine sense and the pupil of the unicorn, Chu Yanhui can discover the traces of the opponent ahead of others, and take the initiative. While probing, Chu Yan was also thinking secretly in his heart. In the battle with Yi Feng at the Qinglian altar, Chu Yan was already ready to kill, but he didn't expect that Yi Feng had a life-saving hull card, which made him escape abruptly. But now, in this small world, not to mention Chang Sun Tianyu, Wu Tianchua, Hua Tianzhu, and other top geniuses of the 8 ancient sects, even the other 100 geniuses, all of them are genius elites from powerful sects in the mainland. Phew! If you encounter other Tianjiao and want to kill them, you have to change your strategy. Chu Yan's flying speed is not considered fast, passing one after another mountain peaks, and keeps moving forward. Soon, after flying a stick of incense for a while, just as Chu Yan was about to turn around, a thunderous explosion sounded in the distance. Boom, boom. A very familiar sound of true energy colliding and exploding echoed in Chu Yan's ear. Huh! Someone is fighting. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and in an instant, his figure turned into a flash of electricity, flying towards the source of the sound. In less than a few breaths, Chu Yan saw the situation ahead. In the distance, I saw a tall mountain peak, exuding the mysticism of the Tao of the Earth, which was 10 times taller than any other mountain peaks that Chu Yan encountered along the way. The majestic and mysterious power surged up from the mountain peak, stirring the entire void and trembling continuously. This mysterious force is too powerful, as if it wants to suppress the heavens with a single force, and the power of the earth, soaring into the sky and attacking the earth, rushing out the sea of spiritual clouds all over the sky into a huge hole. And in the midair of this mountain peak, there are 4 figures fighting. This is a 3-on-1 battle, one Tianjiao, fighting 3 opponents alone. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that the 3 people who joined forces to attack were defeated by the opponent alone. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan immediately accelerated, rushed into the range of the battlefield within 100 miles, and finally saw both sides of the battle clearly. The one who was alone was none other than Chongsun Tianyu. And none of the people who fought against them was weak, and it was Hong Wanli, the #1 hero of the loose Cultivation alliance in the Haotian continent. The other 2 are also the top talents of the loose Cultivation alliance, and their strength is extremely strong. Under the combination of the 3 of them, the power is so powerful that it can be described as earth-shattering, especially Hong Wanli, whose strength is extremely terrifying. Hong Wanli held a spirit sword in his hand, and his whole body was full of sword intent. With sharp aura, he charged for 10 miles, and the power of the sword lifted the sky. One sword after another, cutting out an incomparably bright sword light, with the momentum of a vast ocean, constantly attacking Chongsun Tianyu. The other 2 surrounded Chongsun Tianyu, but they would only attack after Hong Wanli made a move. It was obviously for assistance, and Hong Wanli was the main one. This battle was so powerful that within 100 miles, the void trembled and the rumbling sound could be heard endlessly. However, with the joint efforts of the 3, they couldn't shake Chongsun Tianyu at all. The tall grandson Tianyu stood proudly in the void, above his fists, an incomparably thick and faint golden brilliance lingered, and every punch he punched was like a mountain attacking, forcibly crushing the attacks of Hong Wanli and the others into pieces. Flower. Hong Wanli had a solemn expression on his face, and he kept backing away, as if he was being suppressed by the eldest grandson, Tianyu. Ha ha ha. Chongsun Tianyu laughed wildly, his face full of arrogance, and he glanced contemptuously at Hong Wanli and Biawai, saying, "Just you 3 trash, if you dare to fight me, I can suppress you with only my physical strength." Chongsun Tianyu, from top to bottom, exuded a strong invincible aura, and his figure kept rushing out. Every time he charged, he would punch Hong Wanli and the others. The heavy fist has no front, but it is like a mountain pressing down on the top. The huge fist seal contains terrifying power, and wherever it passes, even the void collapses. Seeing this scene, the 3 of Hong Wanli could only fight together to fight against it. The 3 of them made a move at the same time, facing Chongsun Tianyu's fist seal. The sword light and the knife shadow were all unique moves, with the momentum of cutting the sky and the earth, breaking through layers of void, like 3 shooting stars, and the fist India collided hard. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosion shook the sky, and Chongsun Tianyu's fist was so powerful that it instantly smashed the 3 people's attacks to pieces. The tumbling air waves that broke through the sky, and the fist prints that were greatly reduced in power, bombarded Hong Wanli and the 3 of them heavily. Bang bang bang. Puff puff. The fist prints were broken all the way, and the protective energy of the 3 people was directly blown to pieces. 3 bloody arrows spewed out from their mouths, and their bodies were thrown backwards like meteors. Humph. It's just an ant, dare to fight against the sky. The eldest grandson, Tianyu, stood proudly in the sky, looking at the 3 figures flying away, his face full of teasing expressions. #C1087 Sky covering fire cloud beast. The eldest grandson, Tianyu's face, was full of pride. With his strength, among the young generation's arrogance, he was basically invincible. No one could make him pay attention. Looking at the entire Haotian continent, there are only a few people from the Tianzong and Yaozu who can get into my eyes a little bit, and the others are not qualified to compete with me at all. In the distance, Chu Yan hid on a mountain peak, and had a panoramic view of the battle just now. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was slightly shocked by the combat power of Changsun Tianyu. He did not expect that the combat power of this Tianzong elite disciple was so strong. As Changsun Tianyu himself said, in the first battle, he only used his physical strength, even a small part of his true energy, and he won easily with one enemy and three. The arrogances of the 8 ancient sects that Chu Yan had met before were several times stronger. This Tianzong is worthy of being the first of the 8 ancient sects. In the distance, the 3 of Hongwanli fled quickly, like 3 meteors passing across the sky, not daring to stop at all. They were seriously injured and had no strength to fight anymore. Even if they fled, their injuries would not recover in a short time. I am afraid that I will never have a chance to participate in this battle. Changsun Tianyu did not chase them down. After watching the 3 go away, he directly returned to the tall mountain just now and began to re-enlighten. Seeing Changsun Tianyu sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain again, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, but did not show up. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan turned and left. Now, he doesn't want to fight directly with Changsun Tianyu. Now, all the Tianjiao entered this small world for only an hour, and it was just the beginning. Now it is not the time to fight with Changsun Tianyu, let's deal with other people first. Next, Chu Yan continued to fly forward, looking for traces of Wu Tianxua and Hua Tianzhu, the 8 ancient arrogances of the 8 sects. Not long after flying, Chu Yan found Situ Yang on a mountain peak. He was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak on the Tao of heaven and earth, closing his eyes and contemplating enlightenment. Within 10,000 steps around him, a huge defensive spirit array was in operation. Outside the spirit array, there was a dead body lying there. It was obvious that Situ Yang killed it with the power of the spirit array. Seeing that Situ Yang was not in danger, Chu Yan left without disturbing him. After Chu Yan flew for a while, at the end of his unicorn pupil's line of sight, he found many warriors. Huh! So many people. Chu Yan was stunned. With a flash of his figure, he accelerated and flew over. Roar! At this moment, a heaven-shattering beast roar suddenly resounded, and the sound spread from heaven to earth. Standing in the distance, Chu Yan's eyes penetrated the void, looking at the figure of Tianjiao in the distance, but saw an extremely huge beast figure, standing in the sky, with incomparable majesty. Fire Cloud Beast. Huatian is buried here. Chu Yan's expression froze, and he was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to provoke Hua Tianzhu. The Huayun beast is the martial soul of Hua Tianzan. When he was enlightened at the Qinglian altar, Chu Yan had seen Hua Tianzan summoned, so he could recognize it at a glance. The fire cloud beast is the top existence among the fire-type martial spirits. Once the martial spirit is released, it must be a sea of flames for thousands of miles, destroying the world like a fire cloud, hence the name. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure quickly approached and looked towards the battlefield. The person who fought against Hua Tianzhu was none other than Chen Guantian, one of the 4 disciples of Tianzong. Around the battlefield, nearly a dozen arrogants gathered, all watching the battle from a distance, without the slightest intention of making a move. Chu Yan also quietly came to the back of the crowd, quietly watching the changes in the battle situation. Since Hua Tianzhu and Tianzong's people are fighting, it is exactly what Chu Yan wants, let them fight. When they finish fighting, it's time for them to do it themselves. Such a good thing is hard to come by, and Chu Yan will naturally not let it go. On the battlefield, Hua Tian Burial has already summoned the fire cloud beast martial soul, with a body as high as 100 feet, with golden scales all over its body, glowing with a dazzling red light. The martial soul, whose whole body was covered in endless clouds of fire, radiated monstrous fire power, burning the surrounding void into nothingness. The vain fire power set off layers of fire waves, sweeping towards all directions. Tianjiao of all viewpoints stood far away, but felt the power of the fire rushing in, and all of them were slightly sullen. This power of fire is enough to make some weak fighters tremble. Chen Guangtian, you dare to attack me, today, you must die. Hua Tianzong's face was full of anger, and the murderous intent burst out in his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness locked onto Chen Guangtian, who was not far away, and shouted angrily. Chen Guangtian stood in front of the Huiyun beast hundreds of feet high, as if standing in front of a volcano. His figure looked extremely small. However, there was a look of incomparable confidence and arrogance on his face. This time, the purpose of the 4 disciples of the Tianzong who came to Qinglian's secret realm was naturally for the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian. However, with the elder son Tianyu around, it is naturally impossible for Chen Guangtian and Yanxing to snatch it, so they all have their own plans. And Chen Guangtian, after encountering Hua Tianzong by chance, made up his mind to kill him. You know, Hua Tian was buried as the #1 pride of the Soul sect, and also ranked in the top 5 of the Haoyan Qianlong ranking. If he could kill him and replace him on the Haoyan Qianlong ranking, then he would go back to Tianzong, his status will also rise. Maybe he will have a chance to surpass the elder son Tianyu and become the direct disciple of the top 10 elders. That's why, when some warriors passed by, he suddenly attacked the unsuspecting Hua Tianzhu, just to let these arrogant warriors prove to himself that he defeated Hua Tianzhu. However, it is a pity that although Hua Tianzhu initially thought that Chen Guangtian was a so-called ally, he didn't care about it and was attacked by him, but Hua Tianzhu was the #1 arrogance of the Soul sect, and his natural strength was astonishing, and he managed to defuse Chen Guangtian's sneak attack dangerously. Afterwards, he became furious immediately, and directly fought with Chen Guangtian. Hua Tianzhu, you, the Soul sect, are the #1 arrogance. In front of our Tian sect elite, you are no fart. Chen Guangtian's eyes were full of disdain. Although Hua Tianzong's reputation was far greater than his own, he was not afraid at all. What did you say? Hearing the words, Hua Tianzong was stunned for a moment, and then laughed out of anger. A gloomy and cold aura swept out from his whole body, and he sneered and said, "What a Tianzong elite, wait a minute, I hope you still have this confidence." As soon as the words fell to the ground, the fire cloud beast martial soul behind Hua Tianzong let out a loud roar, opened his mouth wide, and the endless waves of fire and clouds poured down towards Hua Tianzong. Hurrah! The dense fire cloud was rolling, pouring into Hua Tianhua's body like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea. Immediately, Hua Tian buried his body, and a burst of flame rose into the sky, heading straight to Tianqiao. Chen Guangtian, prepare to die. The next moment, Hua Tianzhu, who was like a vulcan descended into the world, shot directly, and the flames all over his body burst out in an instant. A punch blasted out, like a mass of skyfire meteors, falling from the sky, with endless fire power, crashing down. Boom, boom. The skyfire meteor-like fist light passed by, and the void exploded in a straight line. The shattered void fragments were instantly incinerated and turned into nothingness. Mountains, burn the mortal world. This punch was so powerful that it shook the sky, the sound of rumbling was endless, and the fire was overwhelming, sweeping and moving, so majestic that it was indescribable. There is still some strength. Seeing this scene, Chen Guangtian's expression darkened immediately. He let out a soft drink, not daring to be negligent, and hastened to resist. #C1088 Meet the artifact again. Chen Guangtian's face was serious, his whole body's true energy erupted, an endless black energy gushed out from his palms, forming a huge animal-shaped palm print, which he slapped hard. The palm print rushed out, like a giant python with a length of 100 zhang. Instead of walking in a straight line, it rolled uncircled, making it impossible to judge the trajectory of the palm print. The giant black python, with black scales shining all over its body, and its mouth wide open, is lifelike, with monstrous power, as if it will turn into a dragon in the next moment. This palm print is one of Chen Guangtian's unique moves. It is so powerful, even in Tianzong, it is also a high-class martial skill. The fist glow of the Skyfire meteor and the tumbling palm prints of the black flood dragon brought one red and one black, and the two pieces collided fiercely with an incomparably violent aura. In an instant, two attacks suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! The loud noise shook the sky and the earth, resounding over the entire small world. The attacks of the two sides collided and exploded, the black dragon python was instantly torn apart, and the fist print of the fire meteor that day also collapsed and disappeared in the air. The wave of remaining energy caused by the explosion swept in all directions like a torrent. Hua Tianzhu and Chen Guangtian were swallowed up by the shock wave almost in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! In the endless air waves, Chen Guangtian's figure flew backwards like a sharp arrow, and flew tens of thousands of steps away, and then he activated his true energy to stabilize his figure. Chen Guanghua, you must die today. Hua Tianzong shouted angrily, soaring into the sky, chasing and killing Chen Guangtian. Boom! 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 One attack after another blasted out like a tidal wave, the sky was full of fire waves and clouds of fire swept across the sky. Hua Tianzong was obviously furious, and he didn't care about it at all. All kinds of killing moves covered Chen Guangtian's body overwhelmingly. Roar! Chen Guangtian was suppressed by the fire power, and his true energy exploded to the extreme. Behind him, the black giant python martial spirit let out an angry roar. A huge black palm print as thick as a city gate, with overwhelming momentum. Blast towards the flower sky burial. The power of this palm far exceeds that before. Chen Guangtian summoned his martial spirit and directly used his ultimate move, obviously wanting to use this move to turn the tide of the battle back. Boom boom boom. The sound of the explosion was earth-shattering, and the turbulent energy was like a tumbling river. The surrounding void was continuously annihilated, and the violent remaining energy waves brought about huge tornadoes, sweeping in all directions. In all directions, there are hundreds of mountains of all sizes, all of which were bombarded and collapsed by the aftermath of the battle, creating a scene of destruction. The two fought non-stop, and in a short while, they attacked each other hundreds of moves. What Hua Tianzhu didn't expect was that Chen Guangtian in front of him was so tenacious. Although his offensive ability was average, his defensive ability was extremely strong. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't break through his defense. However, there are still many mainland Tianjiao who are around. As the number one Tianjiao of the Soul Sect, he can't beat an ordinary elite disciple of the Tianzong. Doesn't this mean that the gap between himself and the eldest grandson, Tianyu, is extremely huge? Thinking of this, Hua Tianzhu's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his face were throbbing. Chen Guangtian, prepare to die. If before, Hua Tianzhu still wanted not to offend Tianzong and did not intend to kill Chen Guangtian, but after 100 moves, his reputation as the number one arrogant of the Soul Sect had been seriously affected. At this time, he could only kill him. Use a trick to kill Chen Guangtian. Martial soul possession. With a violent roar, the fire cloud beast behind Hua Tianzong let out a roar that resounded through the heaven and earth, and then, his whole body turned into a cloud of fire, shooting towards Hua Tianzong, and instantly submerged into Hua Tianzong's body. Call. A mass of purple-red flames rushed out from Hua Tianzhu's body, like a pile of fires that were suddenly lit, setting off a wave of fire that soared into the sky. Hua Tianzhu's whole body was bathed in fire, as if a volcan descended from the sky. He rushed towards Chen Guangtian. Seeing this scene, there were exclamations from all directions. Martial soul possession, in the martial soul world, is an extremely rare innate ability. It can be said to be 1 in a million. A warrior with this kind of innate ability can fuse himself and the martial soul into one body for a short time. The power of the soul to help others, the combat power more than doubled in an instant. Kill! Hua Tianzong shouted angrily, his body was like a wave of fire, and the sea of flames lifted the sky, and charged towards Chen Guangtian. Afterwards, the two started a terrifying battle high above the sky. The strength of Hua Tianzan is extremely terrifying. With one attack after another, it almost completely suppresses Chen Guangtian and has the upper hand in the battle. However, no matter how Hua Tianzan attacks, Chen Guangtian is like a fallen leaf in a strong wind. Shake it with the wind, but he just won't let it go. Loss. At this time, Chen Guangtian's complexion was extremely ugly. He thought that Hua Tianzhu would be easy to deal with, but he didn't expect that Hua Tianzhu actually had the innate ability of martial soul possession, which made him completely passive for a while. However, as the top Tianjiao in the mainland, he has his own cards in Huatian burial, doesn't he? Of course, it's just that Chen Guangtian has been struggling to support him, waiting for the critical moment to strike Hua Tianzhu. Therefore, during the whole battle, in the palm of Chen Guangtian's left hand, he kept holding a black ice crystal like jade. On the ice crystal, black air flow lingered, gathering momentum for a long time. It's now. All of a sudden, seeing dazzling berries attack, Chen Guangtian's eyes burst into flames, and black true energy erupted all over his body. Flower sky burial, die. With a roar, Chen Guangtian suddenly raised his left hand, and in the palm of his hand, a piece of black spar flew out viciously with endless black energy. Call out. A sharp ray of light like black lightning flashed before Chen Guangtian's eyes, and immediately disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. Huh. Artifact spirit. Seeing this scene among the crowd of warriors standing in the distance, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, and a voice of exclamation resounded from the sea of consciousness. No one at the scene was more familiar with the appearance of that piece of black crystal jade escaping into the darkness than Chu Yan. Because his own Haotian sword is exactly the same as his, it is a magical weapon with a weapon spirit, which can fly a sword and kill people thousands of miles away. And the most important reason why the Haotian sword can be upgraded to a divine weapon is because of the weapon spirit. The piece of black crystal jade in Chen Guangtian's hand was obviously also a piece of weapon spirit, but it was not integrated with the spirit queen, so Chen Guangtian directly used it as a hidden weapon. On the battlefield in the distance, seeing this, Hua Tianzong's expression changed drastically. Without a trace of hesitation, he immediately switched from attack to defense. All blasted into nothingness, to prevent that piece of black crystal jade from suddenly shooting out of the void. However, the speed of the black crystal jade obviously exceeded Hua Tianzhu's imagination. At the same time, Hua Tianzhu didn't understand at all that this kind of artifact spirit can sneak normally even without the support of the void. So, the moment Hua Tianzan saw the void around him was shattered, and his expression relaxed a little, a piece of black crystal jade suddenly shot out from the void, like a black meteor, shooting straight towards Hua Tianzan's vest. What? This, how is it possible? Sensing the black crystal jade shot from behind him, Hua Tianzhu's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed. #C1089 all to die. Seeing the attack of the black crystal jade, Hua Tianzong's face changed drastically. He never expected that Chen Guangtian's trump card was so powerful. Call out. He Jingyu rushed out of the surrounding energy, and shot at Hua Tianzhu without a trace of hindrance. A little black light shot past, and he was within 100 steps behind Hua Tianbu. A biting cold sense of danger rose from the bottom of Hua Tianzong's heart, and that cold feeling made his scalp numb and his whole body tremble. Not good. Hua Tianzong's face turned ashen. He never imagined that Chen Guangtian would attack himself with Qi Ling Jingyu as a hidden weapon, so during the battle, he kept chasing Chen Guangtian and attacking without keeping a distance. Now, if Chen Guangtian seizes the opportunity, he will obviously suffer a lot. Chen Guangtian saw Hua Tianzhu's face full of panic, and his eyes were full of ecstasy. This blow did not seek to kill Hua Tianzhu. As long as he could break through his bodyguard, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to kill him. Only what is lost. Warriors who have reached the heaven-reaching realm and above have no body-protecting energy, and in battle, they are waiting to die. Ha ha ha, Hua Tianzhu, if you dare to oppose my Tianzong, you will die. Chen Guangtian laughed wildly. Seeing that he was sure of winning, in his eyes, he seemed to have seen the scene where he was bombarded and killed by himself, the first arrogance of the Soul sect. The door attaches great importance, too. Seeing that Hua Tianzhu was about to be shot by the black crystal jade artifact, and Chen Guangtian's maniacal laughter, they watched Tianjiao's battle all around, all of them were horrified. Flower Sky Burial is about to lose. The first Tianjiao of the Soul sect, just lost like this. Chen Guangtian's combat power was obviously not as good as Hua Tianzhu's, but, with a black crystal jade artifact, he turned the tide of the battle in an instant. Haodian Qianlong ranks 5th on the list, it seems that there will be a replacement soon. Just when Hua Tianzhu was about to be defeated, when Chen Guangtian burst out laughing, suddenly, a shocking sword light came through the sky. The ear-piercing sound of howling swords resounded through the entire sky, as if a sky-shattering rainbow shot from a distance. This sword light, with the silver sword light as the body, lingers with 5 colors of light, carrying the power of thunder and lightning. It looks like a silver dragon, clad in rays of light, roaring to the 9 heavens, extremely mighty, with a mighty sword. The 5-color silver sword light, like the light of a divine sword, completely ignores the limitations of space and distance. As soon as it appeared, it was already before Hua Tian's death, before that little black cold light. What? The sudden sky-shattering sword light made everyone's expressions change drastically. Before everyone could react, the shocking sword light had already collided with the black cold light. Clang! There was a sound of a golden spear colliding, like a bell in the sky and an earth drum, vibrating violently. The sound waves spread, and the entire sky was buzzing and trembling. Whoosh! The black crystal jade was struck by the sword light, and was shot backwards, turning into a black light and flying towards the end of the sky. The spirit of the crystal jade artifact was destroyed, and the crisis of Hua Tian burial was lifted. His expression suddenly relaxed, and sweat poured down his face. Who is looking for death? Chen Guangtian's angry shout was earth-shattering. Seeing that his good deed was destroyed by others, he was furious, turned his head suddenly, and looked towards the place where the sword light came. You know, his whole card method is the same as Chu Yan's Haoyan sword attack. Facing the same opponent, only the first time works best. After that, the opponent is prepared, and it will be difficult to succeed again. Not only Chen Guangtian, but everyone including Hua Tianzhu and all the fighters in the audience suddenly turned their heads and looked at the person who made the attack. At a glance, seeing the person who made the attack clearly, everyone's face was shocked. I saw, in the distance, a young man in a black robe, holding a long sword, striding forward in the air. This person is none other than Chu Yan. Chu Yan was indifferent, ignoring everyone, passed through the crowd of warriors, and walked straight towards Chen Guangtian. The reason why Chu Yan took action was because the battle between Hua Tianzhu and Chen Guangtian was a good opportunity to disintegrate the Tianjiao alliance against him. If Hua Tian burial is lost, then the remaining heavenly chosen ones will probably unite again and target themselves. However, as long as Hua Tianzhu survives, everyone will be wary of each other in this Tianjiao alliance, and the so-called alliance will collapse itself. Therefore, Chu Yan rescued Hua Tianzhu. As long as Hua Tianzhu does not join forces with the 4 disciples of Tianzong, even if they are neutral, it will be much easier to deal with Chong Sun Tianyu and Wu Tianchua. Chu Yan. Seeing that the person who made the attack was Chu Yan, Chen Guangtian's eyes were like a ferocious beast, and they were instantly blood-red, with monstrous hatred and killing intent, like a river rushing, venting out wildly. Gritting his teeth tightly, he squeezed out every single word. Chen Guangtian's eyes were full of anger, and he almost wanted to swallow Chu Yan alive. His perfect plan of soaring to the sky was about to succeed, but he didn't expect that Chu Yan, who was suddenly killed, would forcefully destroy it. Chen Guangtian's whole body was full of endless anger, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. However, even though he was so angry that he was about to explode, Chen Guangtian didn't make a direct move, because Chu Yan's sword just now was extremely terrifying, and it was by no means something he could easily resist. Therefore, Chen Guangtian didn't dare to act rashly. Afterwards, Chen Guangtian glanced at the black light on the edge of the sky, and as soon as his fingerprints were flipped, he summoned the black crystal jade spirit back. Chen Guangtian. You just said that no one would dare to oppose Tianzong. Chu Yan walked 1,000 steps in front of Chen Guangtian and stood still, staring at him with sword-like eyes, said coldly. Humph. Chu Yan, no matter how talented he is still trash in front of our Tianzong. Chen Guangtian is naturally not Chu Yan's opponent, but as an elite disciple of Tianzong, he still has a face full of pride. His appearance is exactly the same as when Chu Yan just met Yan Xing, the fourth disciple of Tianzong. Dog, fart Tianzong, dare to be arrogant in front of yourself. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face turned cold, his eyes became icy cold, and the killing intent surged all over his body like a tide. Rubbish. Chu Yan held the 10 absolute sword and shook it lightly. Suddenly, the terrifying sharp sword energy scattered like water ripples. Since that's the case, let me experience it today. You, the elite of the Tianzong, are amazing. I hope it's not the rubbish you're talking about. With a sneer all over his face, the corners of his mouth raised lightly, Chu Yan pointed with a horizontal sword, and said coldly. Chu Yan, you are courting death. Chen Guangtian's eyes were gloomy, and he looked up. Hua Tianzhu, beside Chu Yan, with a pair of eyeballs, kept turning, thinking quickly. Soon, he raised his eyes to look at Chu Yan and Hua Tianzhu, and said coldly. Today, both of you will die. Swish. Raising his hand suddenly, a golden jade talisman appeared in Chen Guangtian's palm. With a sudden pinch, the golden jade talisman turned into powder, and several golden streamers rushed out, flying towards all directions. Communication talisman. Chen Guangtian used the communication talisman, needless to say, it must be to summon the 4 disciples of Tianzong. C1090 war broke out. Seeing Chen Guangtian using the communication talisman, Chu Yan's face was as usual, indifferent, and he didn't care at all. According to what Chu Yan thought, what Chen Guangtian did was exactly what Chu Yan wanted. In the small world of the Qinglian Mountains here, it is to rely on strength to win by fighting. Therefore, a big battle is only a matter of time. If that is the case, then, let's fight. The Tianjiao warriors in all directions saw Chen Guangtian using the communication talisman, and looked at Chu Yan and Hua Tianzhu. Everyone felt that the ultimate battle was about to break out. Therefore, everyone took out the communication talisman one after another, and began to gather friends and colleagues. Including Hua Tianburial, all kinds of communication talismans exploded all around for a while, sending messages flying across thousands of miles to all directions of the entire small world. Chu Yan smiled lightly, not in a hurry to make a move at all, but waited patiently. Ultimate battle, no rules. Only rely on strength. I believe that soon, hundreds of Tianjiao will gather here soon. Chu Yan smiled slightly, secretly thinking in his heart. One battle will determine the outcome. 100 arrogances, fight with all their might. Such a big fight, just the way it should be. With the shooting of various communication symbols, the whole scene suddenly fell into silence, and everyone was tense, waiting for the start of the battle. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely dignified and strange, as if there was a short and depressing tranquility before the rainstorm. Whoosh! 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 In less than 100 breaths, streamer-like figures flew towards the edge of the sky. These flying figures were full of murderous intent, and their aura was like a rainbow. Whether it was Chong Sun Tianyu, Wu Tianxua, or Jun Luoyu who had fallen to Hua Tianju's side, everyone turned their eyes to the battlefield, Chu Yan and Chen Guangtian at the center. In less than 100 breaths, nearly 90 Tianjiao gathered in front of this mountain, almost all of the Tianjiao who were still alive. The arrival of these arrogances made the atmosphere on the field even more tense and depressing. Everyone was circulating their true qi, constantly raising their aura, scanning each other with expressions of vigilance and vigilance. By now, everyone knows that the war is inevitable. I don't know how long it has passed, it seems like a moment, and it seems like a long time. In a short time, all the geniuses in the audience reacted, and with a bang, a large amount of murderous aura erupted. Kill. I am the Lord of Qinglian. The opportunity to change my life against the sky is mine. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Come on, I want to become Emperor Wu, I am #1 in the world. The atmosphere at the scene froze to the limit, and finally broke out completely. Under the sound of roar, the whole small world of Qinglian Mountain was shaken. Every Tianjiao, at this moment, has blood-red eyes. One battle determines the outcome. If you don't do it now, when will you wait? Boom. 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 With a burst of anger, all kinds of momentum swept the audience in an instant. All the Tianjia warriors shot at the same time, aimed at the target, or directly aimed at the warrior closest to him, shot. A series of martial arts moves, constantly flashing, pierced through the air, and all kinds of attack methods, whether it was palm prints, fist lights or sword lights, seemed to fall from the 9 heavens and completely exploded on the scene. All kinds of attack moves erupted at the same time, and the scene was chaotic, just like a Zongman war broke out. Chu Yan, Shen Xingjia, who had just landed, let out a loud shout. Do it, I'll help you. Hearing the roar, Chu Yan looked back and saw Shen Xingjia and Situ Yang rushing through the crowd, flying towards him, one left and one right, and landed beside him. Suddenly, the fighting spirit that had been suppressed in Chu Yan's heart for a long time, like a layer upon layer of flood peaks, could no longer be suppressed, and at this moment, it broke out completely. Kill. With a roar, Chu Yan's body swept out like a wild cloud. Rumble. On the entire battlefield that just broke out, at least 1/3 of the warriors chose to attack Chu Yan. Chu Yan is there. Get rid of him first. Yes, don't worry about other people, get rid of Chu Yan first. Let's join hands and kill Chu Yan first. In an instant, all the arrogant casual cultivators who had just started turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan together. Pairs of sharp eyes and all kinds of killing intent came together. Wu Tianxua, Hua Tianju. Among the crowd, the elder son Tianyu shouted at the two of them with his eyes flashing. Continue to join hands and kill Chu Yan. Humph. Chong Sun Tianyu, you are not qualified to join forces with me. Get lost. Hearing this, Hua Tianju let out a cold drink, his face full of anger. What? You. Hearing Hua Tianju's words, eldest grandson Tianyu's expression changed, and he was full of doubts. Originally, according to his layout, all the Tianzong of the 8 ancient sects united together to deal with Chu Yan first, and then fight each other on their own, but unexpectedly, Hua Tianzong was uncharacteristically, making people completely confused about the situation. Flower Sky Burial, Court Death. As the core Tianjiao of the Tianzong elite, Chong Sun Tianyu was furious when he received this kind of anger, and shouted loudly. Tianzong belongs to the 4 profound sealing demon formation. In an instant, including Yanxing and Chen Guangtian, the 3 of Tianzong quickly rushed towards Chong Sun Tianyu, and the 3 of them took out a jade talisman at the same time, and smashed them together. Just in the blink of an eye, these tides of profound energy turned into a gigantic formation, which ruthlessly shrouded it. Infinite pressure, like a raging wave, came surging. Break! Chu Yan held the sword in his right hand, shouted like thunder, and swung the sword suddenly. The five-color sword glow rushed towards the sky, slashing upwards, and the five-color sword light shone like a sword of a god, slashing fiercely at the falling tidal formation. Boom, boom. The sword shines into the night, where the sword light passes, black air and sunlight coexist, facing the tidal array. The entire void, including the raging cloud-like array, splits into two instantly, as if a hot knife cuts through butter, smooth 2 points. The entire tidal cloud-like formation instantly collapsed. What? How is it possible? Chang Sun Tianyu's complexion changed violently, a pair of eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, his face was full of horror, and his face was as pale as paper. The four of them teamed up, and the tidal cloud formation, blasted out, couldn't stop Chu Yan's sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two figures flew over. It was Wu Tianxua and Jun Luoyu. The two rushed towards Chu Yan one after the other, ready to attack Chu Yan. You are looking for death. If you want to touch my elder brother, pass me first. Situyang grinned ferociously, his figure flashed, an endless aura surged out like a mighty river of anger. The aura of martial arts cultivation and the power of spirit patterns erupted all over his body at the same time. For these two people, Situyang stopped them directly with 1-against-2. Crazy blood spirit seal. Boom. The terrifying power of spirit patterns, wrapped in blood-red true energy, descended as if tearing through the void, and slammed down on the two of them, like a general. What? Not good. The expressions of the two great arrogances suddenly changed, and they dodged together. Ice roar 9 heavens. Thousands of miles of rivers and rivers. Iron hands lock the sky. Nush and heavenly palm. At this moment, suddenly, a large number of warriors flew over from a distance, and shot at Chu Yan at the same time. These people were the ones who started clamoring to deal with Chu Yan's martial artist Tianjiao first. At this time, they came in groups, and when they saw Wu Tianxua and Jun Luoyu attacking, they immediately shot at the same time. All of a sudden, countless spiritual treasures and secret skills were overwhelming, like a monstrous flood, billowing in the sky. The power and influence were so powerful that they shocked the world. #C1091 Intent to fight. Boom, boom. With a wave of Situyang's hand, more than a dozen beast-shaped spirit patterns rushed out. Suddenly, in all directions, more than a dozen giant beast bodies roared out, turning into mountains and blocking in front of him. Boom. Boom. Xinjia made seals with his hands, and his true energy exploded. 2 golden tripods with golden light broke through the air and floated behind him. Jiuxiao Di Huangding, the tripod will rule the world. The majestic power of heaven and earth seemed to sweep across the audience like a hurricane. The pride of the audience was rushed by the majestic power of the earth, and everyone's expression suddenly changed. Chu Yan, these people, we will help you block them. The two shouted loudly at the same time, and all kinds of powerful aura erupted, like a mountain, blocking Chu Yan in all directions. Although the two broke out completely, it was impossible for the two of them to hold off for too long in the face of the tide of attacks from more than a dozen warriors, Wu Tianxua and Jun Luohua. Moreover, this is because Situyang is a spirit pattern master. Otherwise, even a warrior with the same level of cultivation as Xinjia, he would not be able to block the joint attack of so many people. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, without any hesitation, Chu Yan turned into a ray of lightning and rushed towards the eldest grandson Tianyu and the other 4 disciples of Tianzong. 100 Beasts Transformation Formation. The imperial cauldron shakes all directions. At the same time that Chu Yan rushed to attack, Situyang and Xinjia attacked at the same time. The spirits of monsters and beasts filled the sky, and together with the 2 big tripods like golden mountains, the momentum was not weaker than the combined attack of more than a dozen opponents. The two attacks were both Situ Yang's and Xin Xingjia's secret skills, and they were shot with all their strength, with overwhelming power. God, oh my God! Come on, everyone! Seeing the two monstrous attacks, more than a dozen Tianjiao warriors were horrified and roared in unison. Boom boom boom. When the voice fell to the ground, all the warriors shot at the same time, releasing attacks all over the sky, forming a massive attack torrent, covering the sky and covering the earth, surging the sky, like a majestic sea, rolling down towards Situ Yang and the two. As soon as the tide of attack came out, immediately, Situ Yang and Xin Xingjiao looked extremely small. Facing the flood of attacks, the two of them also changed their faces slightly, their scalps became numb, and a sense of crisis came violently. But, even in the face of attacks from all over the world, so what? If Situ Yang and Xin Xingjiao want to block these attacks for Chu Yan, even if they die, they will never back down. Chu Yan, you die for me. Changsun Tianyu saw the reversal of the situation, and everyone was attacking the three of Chu Yan at the same time. His confidence soared, and the momentum of invincible world returned again. While shouting loudly, he shouted at the other three of Tianzong. 3 juniors, come up with a unique move. When Chen Guangtian and Yan Xing heard this, they nodded heavily at the same time. Their faces were filled with ferocity, and the true energy in their bodies erupted at the same time. In an instant, the four of them rushed together, turning over their fingerprints at the same time, and an extremely sharp spiritual formation suddenly rushed out of them. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! From the scabbard on the back of the 4 disciples of Tianzong, the 4 spirits shot out at the same time, turning into 4 sharp lights, and they shot straight at Yunxiao. At this moment, the 4 disciples of Tianzong, headed by Changsun Tianyu, finally used their final killing move. When they first entered Qinglian's secret realm, they used this trick to deal with thousands of ice corpse tides. Now, they used this trick again to kill Chu Yan directly. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Not far away, facing the attack of a dozen warriors, Xin Xingjiao was completely furious. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Emperors, Abyss of Earth Spirit. 18 mountains, listen to my orders. The mountain of the earth seals the sky. Give me, the town. Endless golden light erupted from the 2 Jiuxiao Dihuang tripods on Xin Xingjia's body, like a myriad of divine lights, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the majestic aura of life in Xin Xingjia's body instantly ignited and turned into billowing flames, urging the 2 Jiuxiao Daiwangding cauldrons behind him. Boom, boom. The entire mountain range seemed to be shaken by some force. On the peaks of 10,000 feet, countless mysterious forces lingered and slowly rose from the ground. With the power of endless mountains, they flew towards the direction pointed by Xin Xingjia's handprint. Come. At this moment, above the sky, 18,000-foot-high mountain peaks, each emitting thousands of golden lights, spread across the sky. The entire sky was completely covered, and endless darkness shrouded it. These are the real 18,000 Zhang peaks, which are completely different from the phantom peaks condensed by martial arts. Moreover, there are 18 peaks all at once, and their power is terrifying, as if the sky is about to be collided and collapsed. Boom! 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 18 mountain peaks passed across the sky, and the torrent of attack from the warrior group just now hit the mountain peaks, and was completely dissolved immediately, dissipated continuously, and turned into endless waves of air, rushing in all directions. What? How does he have such a powerful force? The eldest grandson, Tianyu, who was about to attack Chu Yan, suddenly changed his face. He never thought that Xin Xingjia had such a terrifying whole card ability, and 18,000-foot-high mountains attacked, occupying a radius of tens of miles, killing them. Under the shroud of the sky, they had no choice but to put away the sword array and retreat quickly. This withdrawal, he thought, was tantamount to missing a great opportunity to kill Chu Yan. Hateful. How could he have the ability to control mountains? This is troublesome. The faces of all the arrogant warriors changed drastically. Their attacks and spiritual treasures just now were all blasted down, and all the attacks were scattered. All the figures are retreating rapidly, trying to avoid the attacking range of these 18 peaks. Call. In an instant, the tremendous pressure that Situ Yang and Xin Xingjie faced just now was relieved, and the crisis was instantly lifted. Xin Xingjie's move almost turned the tide of battle. However, at this time, Xin Xingjie, because of the move just now, his whole face has no trace of blood, the breath of life has dropped greatly, and his beard and hair are all white. However, they promised Chu Yan to help him block the attack, but they did it. Next, it's my turn. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, taking a panoramic view of Xin Xingjie's situation, and suddenly, the whole person exploded. Boom! From his body, an incomparably terrifying aura surged out, like a multicolored sun slowly rising into the sky. At this moment, the hundreds of Tianjiao in the audience all turned their heads to look, all of them were shocked. War. With a long roar from Chu Yan, the blood in his body boiled completely, and his fighting spirit rushed straight to Yunxiao. This moment. He waited a long time. Xin Xingjie blocked the first wave of attacks for himself, and his combat power has risen to the peak. Today, he will not back down, even if he is facing 100 Tianjiao at the same time, he will fight against the heavens. Only endless killing intent and rain of blood all over the sky are the only means to achieve one's edge in martial arts. Swish! Chu Yan's figure rushed out violently, like a shooting star, rushing fiercely towards all the geniuses. Chu Yan, you dare to seek death. Kill! Changsun Tianyu came back to his senses, anger rose on his face, he roared, strode out, and raised his hand to attack. #C1092 Tianduching. Everyone do it. While Changsun Tianyu shot, he shouted at the other warriors around him. Wind dancing sky. Crazy fighting 9 nights. God's decision. All the surrounding warriors, Tianjiao, rushed out together, using a unique move. They were like lightning, and while attacking, they spread out in all directions, surrounding Chu Yan, front, back, left, and right. Heavenly Spirit Rune. Poison Nova. Chu Yan's figure suddenly paused, black light burst into his body, and a little bit of black starlight formed a huge circle, centered on Chu Yan's body, like a shock wave, rushing towards all directions at the same time. Call. Call. In Chu Yan's body, the discoloration changed, and the highly poisonous star ring, which was crazy to touch, erupted loudly. At the same time as the poisonous nova rushed, the sky was filled with black mist, and sea urchin shapes lit up on his body. On the spirit pattern, it continuously sprayed out. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous nova swept the audience. What? This is poison. What's going on? How could Chu Yan have such a powerful poison? No, hurry up, prepare the detoxification pill. In an instant, as the ring of poisonous nova swept across, the complexions of countless Tianjia warriors changed drastically, and their figures were in chaos. As soon as the poisonous nova ring rushed out of Chu Yan's body, they sensed that this was no ordinary poison. This is a fusion of the power of the true energy, the power of the spirit pattern, and the spirit poison. The three are combined into one. It is a highly poisonous poison, specially aimed at warriors. Even their body-protecting energy can't stop it at all. Run. Wuhun, come out. Come out with the fire rhino martial soul, burn it for me. The flame wolf martial soul can't come out, hurry up, burn it up. In an instant, all the Tianjia warriors, whose faces were full of murderous intent just now, all turned pale and panicked, shouting loudly, as long as they have fire-type martial souls, they will be summoned one after another, hoping to use the fire-type with such power and influence, burn the incoming poisonous gas. As for poison, warriors all know that only flame can restrain it. Boom! Chu Yan's figure suddenly descended, punching and slashing directly, and the screams continued to resound. In order to avoid the highly poisonous warriors, they have to deal with the poisonous mist and resist Chu Yan at the same time. It is impossible to be the enemy of Chu Yan with one move. In the blink of an eye, they were hit by the silver fist and the five-color sword light. Hit the spike. I still want to escape. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, the light in them was like electricity. The hundreds of Tianjiao here are all the top existences in the mainland. Not only are their talents amazing, but they are also extremely strong in cultivation. Everyone's martial soul is at least a 9-star mutant martial soul. Just now, after using the Tianzuan spirit pattern to fuse with the Xuanhuan soul, I brought myself a natal Wuhun skill, Poison Nova. Although the area is huge, but there are still some people who rely on the fire-type Wuhun or the detoxification pill to escape. Out of range, unaffected. Boom, boom. Chu Yan's true energy was like a tide, with fist marks and five-color sword lights, constantly attacking, and firing at dozens of warriors at the same time. Every punch, every sword, used at least 70% of the combat power, and the 16 inner alchemy in the body were running crazily, coupled with Chu Yan's enlightenment on the Qinglian altar. Now, the power that erupted is terrifying. Unimaginable. Even Chongsun Tianyu, Wu Tianchua, Jun Luoyu, and other ancient 8 arrogances, when encountering such an attack, would just be terrified and run for their lives frantically, and would not dare to fight Chu Yan head-on. At this time, Chu Yan seems to be an incarnation standing between heaven and earth, the undefeated god of war. With one punch and one sword, every attack will bring up a rain of flesh and blood, and the figure is like lightning. Wherever there are people, they will rush there, fighting in and out, invincible. The power of one person and one sword is simply to overwhelm the entire audience. Ha ha ha, big brother, it's cool, beat them to death. Situ Yang stood on the side, his face was full of excitement, his whole body was boiling with blood, and he roared loudly. If he hadn't consumed most of the power of the spirit patterns in his body just now to resist the first wave of attacking Hong Feng, he would have liked to follow Chu Yan and rush forward. Standing aside, Shen Xingjia also had an excited expression on his face, his eyes sparkled and splendor continued. His brother, Chu Wei, once he fights with all his strength, even if he is standing on the side, he can feel his peerless might. Damn, this Chu Yan's combat power is too terrifying, it doesn't look like a warrior of the 8th level of heaven. Chongsun Tianyu cursed secretly in his heart, looked at Wu Tianchua and Jun Luoyu, and shouted. Let's not hesitate anymore, let's play the whole cards together, otherwise, it is impossible to defeat Chu Yan. Hearing this, both Wu Tianchua and Jun Luoyu's expressions darkened, and they nodded slowly, saying, Okay, you go first. No problem, I'll come first, but wait a minute, you have to help me block Chu Yan. Chongsun Tianyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, that's it. The two great talents nodded at the same time, and just about to turn around, suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. Boom. A powerful fist mark came violently, and suddenly struck from behind them. The majestic power of the fist made their whole bodies tense suddenly. Looking back suddenly, I saw Chu Yan, who was constantly charging among the warriors, with eyes like ice blades, looking straight at the three of them, striding forward, and punching directly. Wu Tianchua and Jun Luoyu's expressions changed drastically. This punch was as silver as a star, powerful and terrifying. Ice Soul Martial Soul, come out. Fire Lotus Spirit, come out. Between the lightning and the flint, the two great talents shouted together, one ice and one fire, and then the respected martial soul burst out, and a huge ice crystal appeared behind Wu Tianxua, like a diamond shaped like a diamond with the height of 3 people. Crystal clear ice crystal spun out. And behind Jun Luoyu, a lotus flower in the shape of flame set off a large wave of fire, which also appeared through the air. The fire was so powerful that it made the surrounding air sizzling. Block him. Seeing this, Changsun Tianyu immediately shouted. Hearing the words, the 2 great arrogances saw that Changsun Tianyu was preparing to attack, and without any hesitation, they shot at the same time, 1 ice and 1 fire, and 2 monstrous powers swept towards Chu Yan at the same time. The 2 heavens of ice and fire, the power of fire and the power of ice blend together. Under the deliberate guidance of the 2 heavenly talents, not only did they not restrain and crush each other, but instead blended with each other, their power increased dramatically. Immediately, the 2 attacks merged into one, and the Yimong fist imprinted Nian Zhang attacking from behind, exploded with earth-shattering aura, and exploded directly. Chu Yan's whole body was full of fighting spirit. Seeing that the fist light was cracked by the 2 great arrogances, he did not retreat but advanced, punching one after another, constantly blasting out. Call. Not only were the 2 great arrogances bombarded by Chu Yan's punches one after another, even the 2 martial spirits behind him were screaming and trembling due to the remaining power of the fists. The power of Huawei's martial soul quickly dimmed. Just relying on the martial arts skills displayed by these 2 ordinary 10-star martial souls, I want to compete with myself. Under Chu Yan sneered, the offensive became more and more fierce. In all directions, those martial artists who were killed by Chu Yan just now, the dozens of Tianjiao who survived at this time all looked horrified and hid far away. Seeing a few big Tianjiao breaking out in a big battle, they dared not join in any more come in. One by one, hiding far away, watching Chu Yan's display of supernatural power, all twitched at the corners of their eyes, not daring to step forward. Senior brother Changsun, hurry up, we can't stand it anymore. Wu Tianxua and Jun Luoyu were beaten back by Chu Yan at this time, even the bodyguard Gang Yuan was trembling, their faces turned pale immediately, and they shouted loudly. Heaven Do City, come out! At this moment, Changsun Tianyu burst out with true energy, and behind him, an incomparably huge city broke through the endless void and suddenly appeared. Damn it! His martial soul is a city. Everyone in the audience was shocked when they saw this scene. #C1093 Turtle Grandson. Readability style equals inline, XMLNS equals Changsun Tianyu's martial soul turned out to be a huge city. Although the martial soul of this city is much smaller than the real city, it still has a huge soul body nearly a mile long when it spreads out in the air. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered such a huge martial soul. Wuhun. Possession. Changsun Tianyu was imposing like a rainbow, standing facing the sky, looking proudly at his city martial soul, for a moment, as if he felt that he was invincible in the world, and shouted loudly with his divine sense. Call. The endless power of the martial soul and the energy of true energy surged in an instant, bringing with it a strange light. The figure of Changsun Tianyu flew slowly towards the martial soul of the city in midair, and disappeared in a flash. Soon, he merged into the martial spirit of the city. In an instant, a towering and majestic city seemed to burst into life in an instant, releasing a monstrous power. At this moment, Changsun Tianyu turned into a city, and the city was Changsun Tianyu. This is the ultimate move that Changsun Tianyu has prepared for a long time. Martial spirit possession again. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned and murmured. One must know that after the martial soul is possessed, the warrior's combat power will skyrocket. In addition, Changsun Tianyu's martial soul is so huge that once it is deployed, the result will be predictable. A city nearly 1 mile long and wide, what kind of martial arts skills are needed there? If it is directly smashed down, who can stop it? Chu Yan, you are dead. Ha ha ha. 10,000 zhang high in the sky, in the huge city, there was a sound of wild laughter. It was the voice of Changsun Tianyu. Fight with me, regret it. Kneel down and abolish your cultivation, I can spare your life. Hearing Changsun Tianyu's words, all the Tianjiao warriors around had expressions of horror, their eyes round and round. They never thought that the eldest grandson Tianyu would have such a terrifying martial spirit. No wonder he would become the head of the 4 disciples of Tianzong, and be accepted as a personal disciple by the 10 elders of Tianzong. These evildoers of the Tianzong are absolutely not to be provoked. Looking at the huge city in the sky, all the arrogances felt a sense of fear and powerlessness in their hearts. At the same time, their eyes swished to the bottom of the city. Chu Yan, who was small and like an ant. Chu Yan, let you go crazy, let you chase and kill us just now. Are you stupid now? That's right, this time, Chu Yan is dead. That's right, although this kind of giant martial spirit can't directly attack warriors, the martial spirit can attack martial spirits. When warriors fight, without the martial spirit, they lose half of the battle. That's right, and senior brother Changsun has used his martial spirit to merge with his city's martial spirit. Now, if Chu Yan wants to defeat him, it is equivalent to him defeating that city's martial spirit. Impossible. His move is even more terrifying than Shen Xingjia's move just now. The overall situation of this battle has been decided. It seems that the Lord of Qinglian will still be obtained by the disciples of Tianzong. Discussions from all directions rang out like a tide, and everyone looked at Chu Yan with teasing expressions. They were just a large group of people, nearly 100 of them, who were suddenly beheaded by Chu Yan, who punched and slashed nearly 1/3 of them with one punch and one sword. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to end now, all of them grinned grimly. It's up to you. Hee hee. Holding a long sword, Chu Yan stood in the void, facing a huge city, raised his head, and a terrifying sharpness flashed in his eyes. Competition with me in martial arts. You are the one who is courting death. The words fell to the ground, and everyone around them were stunned at the same time. This Chu Yan, until now, is still stubborn. Suppress me. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Changsun Tianyu was furious immediately, and with a roar, the martial spirits of the entire city trembled crazily, and countless golden lights rose from the city. The huge martial soul of the city moved with a bang, and ruthlessly suppressed Chu Yan. Boom, rumbling. The huge martial soul of the city, mighty and mighty, with an area of more than 1 mile in the city, had just rioted, and the surrounding void couldn't support it at all. Under the impact, the void continued to explode. Above the sky, thousands of thunder roared, shaking the world. Under such power and influence, the bodies of all the Tianjiao martial souls around trembled, and their eyes widened. Can this blow completely suppress Chu Yan? Xuanhuan, come out. Just as everyone was waiting to see the scene when Chu Yan was blasted into scum by Changsun Tianyu's city martial spirit, Chu Yan under the city was full of black light from top to bottom, like a demon god. The black light soared into the sky, and the roar was earth-shattering. Boom, boom. Following Chu Yan's roar, a large piece of void above the sky exploded directly, turning into nothingness, and the sound of the explosion went straight to Jiuxiao. This exploding void is about 10 miles in size. Looking from below, it seems that half of the sky has collapsed. An incomparably terrifying black figure stepped out from the collapsed void space, and every time he took a step, there was a heavy sound, and the entire sky trembled. Step by step, the entire sky rumbled and trembled. What? Then, what is that? Everyone just felt that the pupils shrank suddenly, and saw that above the sky, it seemed that the Xuanhuan martial soul, the size of half of the sky, stepped out of the void. Roar. When a dragon's whistling sound that was thicker than the dragon's voice sounded, everyone's body trembled violently, and they were completely stupid. No, no way. Then, that is Chu Yan's martial soul. When the Xuanwu Wuhun appeared in front of the world proudly, wearing a tortoise shell and stepping on dragon feet, no one could recognize what kind of Wuhun it was. However, everyone has seen that this martial spirit is nearly 10 miles in size. Damn it. So big. Damn, this shit is a martial soul. Oh my god, this is probably the biggest martial spirit in the entire Haotian continent. My god. Look at that city, now, it seems, the size of a tortoise grandson. When the last exclamation sounded, everyone turned their heads to look at Chongsun Tianyu City not far away, and with a glance, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched violently. Sure enough, in front of this basalt martial soul, the city martial soul, which was overwhelming just now, looked like a newly hatched little turtle facing a 10,000-year-old turtle god. Small, so small. Standing in front of the Xuanwu Wuhun, the Black City Wuhun looks a bit like a turtle grandson. At this moment, Chongsun Tianyu's suppression has come to a complete stop, because his path was blocked by the Xuanwu spirit. The eldest grandson Tianyu, who was integrated into the city, looked at the basalt spirit that was taller than the sky and bigger than the earth, and felt that the sea of consciousness was blank, completely stupid. Fuck, Chu Yan turned out to be a Sancheng Wuhun. But, this Wuhun is too big. It's fake. All kinds of thoughts flashed continuously in Chongsun Tianyu's sea of consciousness, his eyes completely popped out, his jaw dropped to the ground, he couldn't believe it at all, what he saw before him. He even thought that this martial spirit as big as half the sky was Chu Yan uses the spirit pattern to release the phantom. Because, he couldn't believe it at all, this martial soul is too big. Hashtag C10947 Meat 8 Vegetarian. Readability style equals inline, XMLNS equals above the sky, a pair of dragon eyes slowly swept across the boundless, nearly 10-mile-sized Xuanwu soul. Almost only with the corners of his eyes, he glanced contemptuously at the martial soul in the city not far away, his dragon eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Such a little thing dares to be arrogant in front of him. Roar. Xuanwu martial soul let out a sky-shattering roar, wrapped in the coercive aura of mighty dragon power and the will of the God Emperor, sweeping away like a storm. After the rush, Chongsun Tianyu only felt the coldness in the depths of his heart and soul. Although he had already judged that this huge and impossible martial soul was a phantom evolved by Chu Yan using the spirit pattern, but in his heart still trembling involuntarily. If, just in case, this martial soul is real. A trace of doubt flashed in Chongsun Tianyu's heart, but soon, he shook his head suddenly, throwing this consciousness out of the sea of consciousness. Impossible, Haotian continent, ever since there are historical records, I have never heard of such a huge martial soul. Absolutely impossible. As the core Tianjiao of the Tianzong elite, he has been in the Tianzong since he was a child, not only practicing martial arts, but also learning about various mainland knowledge and history. The next moment, Chongsun Tianyu's face became extremely firm, and his aura surged wildly all over his body. Humph. Damn Chu Yan, if you dare to scare me, I'll let you see how powerful my Heaven-Do City martial spirit is. Boom, boom. With a loud bang, the void around Chongsun Tianyu's martial soul in the city sank suddenly, and then, Chongsun Tianyu became one with the city, setting off a monstrous force, overwhelming and destroying everything, towards the phantom in front of him, straight bump away. Let him hit. Chu Yan stood in the air, with his hands on his back, a head of black hair, dancing wildly in the wind. His body was like a mountain, standing still, raised his right hand lightly, snapped his fingers, pointed forward, and said with a light smile. As Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, Xuanwu Wuhun held the dragon's head high, but from the corner of his eye, he looked at the weak Wuhun, which was the same size as his dragon's foot, rushing towards him. He didn't care at all, just like Chu Yan, waiting in place with a calm face. Ha, ha. The city transformed by Chongsun Tianyu moved horizontally like a mountain, with the momentum of thunder and lightning, as if in front of him was just a paper opponent, as long as he bumped into it, the opponent could be torn apart. Therefore, the more he charged, the more mad Chang Sun Tianyu became. Even Chu Yan and the fake martial spirit standing still were understood by him as, the other party was scared stupid. The other party was stupefied by his monstrous aura, so with this move, the fake martial soul, including Chu Yan, would all be wiped out. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, a wave of ecstasy rose in Chang Sun Tianyu's heart, which immediately made Chang Sun Tianyu laugh out loud, and the momentum of charging forward became more powerful. Boom, boom. In the next breath, there was a loud bang, and the violent air wave that shook the sky suddenly rushed away from the place where the two huge martial spirits collided, like an incomparably terrifying aura, sweeping across the entire world. The faces of all the Tianjiao warriors in the audience changed drastically. Because in front of them, a scene that shocked them all appeared. A city nearly 1 mile long and wide, in the endless tumbling waves of energy, seemed to be a monster, bumping headlong into a mountain of 10,000 zhang, not even the slightest shake of the mountain. Instead, the hit directly bounced back and back, tumbling and throwing into the sky. The entire city, like a piece of rag, is rolling in the air. At the same time, under the huge anti-shock force, while the city was shaking, a figure flashed out from the city. Puff. Chang Sun Tianyu's body was knocked out of the city abruptly. He opened his mouth wide, spewed out a mouthful of blood, and fell towards the ground, his face pale. No. Impossible. At the same time as landing, Chang Sun Tianyu vomited blood, and at the same time raised his head suddenly, looking at Chu Yan standing in the air like a god in the sky. At this moment, the eyes he looked at Chu Yan were full of great fear. The collision just now, he was in the city, and he felt it very clearly. That mountain-like martial spirit body was not a fake, it turned out to be a real martial spirit. More importantly, his martial soul is a 10-star mutated martial soul, while the martial soul in front of Chu Yan is only 5-star. 5 stars. My 10-star mutated martial spirit was knocked into the sky by a 5-star martial spirit. What the hell is this? Wuhun. At the impact just now, Chang Sun Tianyu felt as if he had bumped into an ancient ferocious beast. The mighty power was as deep as the sky, and it was bottomless. He urged his martial soul to hit with all his strength, but the opponent didn't even tremble. This collision not only bumped into a mess, but even his martial soul almost collapsed. This person is invincible. At this moment, eldest grandson Tianyu, a thought flashed in his heart. Brother. Brother Chang Sun. The next moment, 3 figures flew past, and in the blink of an eye, they landed beside Chang Sun Tianyu. With an eager look on their faces, they lifted Chang Sun Tianyu up and shouted repeatedly. These 3 people are the other 3 of the 4 disciples of Tianzong, including Yan Xing and Chen Guangtian. At this time, although they are also full of horror, they still have anger on their faces. Chu Yan, I admit that you are the most powerful existence among all the arrogants I have met. Originally, I don't want to be an enemy with you anymore, but... Chen Guangtian soared into the sky, and soon arrived in front of Chu Yan, and said with a cold face. However, today, you have blasphemed my god Wuxiao Tianzong many times. As disciples of Tianzong, no matter what, you die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chen Guangtian's cultivation suddenly exploded, as if a mountain torrent erupted, and the breath continued to rise. Wu Zuanjing's first-level cultivation base. Sensing the continuous rising of Chen Guangtian's aura, he soon broke through half a step of Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base, and directly rushed to the first level of Wu Zuanjing's strength. Chu Yan couldn't help frowning, and his face sank slightly. Boom. Boom. The next moment, beside Chen Guangtian, Yan Xing and another Tianzong disciple, the auras of the 3 of them erupted at the same time, and at the same time as the aura rose rapidly, they actually raised their cultivation base to the first level of Wu Zuanjing at the same time. You suppressed your cultivation. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan suddenly realized, and asked in a cold voice. You must know that according to the rules of the Qinglian secret realm, only half-step martial venerable realm practitioners can enter the Qinglian secret realm. That is to say, apart from Changsun Tianyu, among the 4 disciples of the Tianzong, Chen Guangtian used a certain secret method to suppressing the cultivation base. That's why he was able to sneak into the secret realm of Qinglian. That's right, Chu Yan. Originally, the 3 of us were preparing to enter the Qinglian secret realm for the next session, so we kept suppressing our cultivation and did not break through to the Wuhun realm. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Chen Guangtian's face was full of solemnity, his voice was extremely cold, and he said softly. But now, for the sake of Tianzong's majesty, even if the 3 of us die, you must suffer here. When the words fell to the ground, the audience was shocked. #C1095 Old C pits me again. Readability style equals inline, XMLNS equals. When everyone saw this scene and heard the words of the 4 disciples of Tianzong, a strange feeling flashed in their hearts, and they felt that something big was about to happen. From the looks of it, the 4 disciples of Tianzong are afraid that they will go all out for this move. Although suppressing cultivation breakthroughs like theirs is different from concealing cultivation and sneaking into the secret realm, Qinglian's secret realm will, after being aware of it, will not kill them directly, but will immediately expel them from the secret realm. Therefore, this time, among the 4 disciples of Tianzong, 3 of them let go of the suppression and chose to break through directly. After they wait a while and completely break through to the martial arts realm, they will be sent out of the Qinglian secret realm immediately. Therefore, there's not much time. What about breakthrough cultivation? Standing in the air, Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he glanced at Chen Guangtian and the 3 of them. He didn't care about the 3 of them breaking through to the martial venerable realm. If it was before entering the Qinglian secret realm, the 3 low-ranking Wuhun realm first-tier powerhouses could still pose a threat to him. However, in the Qinglian secret realm, after he has comprehended a lot of the 5 elements and heaven, his strength has increased by at least 1 level. Up to now, the 3 low-level Wuhun powerhouses who have just broken through have no threat to themselves at all. Chu Yan, I know you are powerful. The 3 of us may not be able to deal with you even if we break through. However, there are many ways to kill you. When Chen Guangtian heard Chu Yan's words, he laughed out loud. Amidst the laughter, he was extremely confident. Other methods. Chu Yan's face was startled, and his face sank, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably mysterious power of heaven and earth has begun to fluctuate quietly. Don't they want to? That's right, Chu Yan, can you stop the lightning disaster that the 3 Wuhun powerhouses caused when they broke through? The arrogant laughter echoed the entire sky. Explode. Immediately afterwards, with a stern shout, the last ray of true energy gushed out of his body. Boom, boom. Above the sky in all directions, a wave of majestic power of heaven and earth rolled up large thunderclouds and swept from the edge of the sky. In an instant, thunderclouds nearly 100 miles away completely obscured the entire sky, and suddenly there was a gap between the sky and the earth, completely plunged into darkness. Above 10,000 feet in the sky, thunderclouds roared, and lightning flashed. The 3 sons of Tianzong released their cultivation bases at the same time, attracting the thunder of Wuhun. And this move is precisely to gather the power of the 3 people to blast and kill Chu Yan. At this moment, all the Tianjiao warriors around were shocked with horror on their faces. Oh my God! They are crazy. They even triggered the thunder robbery. Crazy! I'm really crazy. I even made fun of my thunder tribulation. If I'm not careful, I'll die straight away, and my soul will fly away. Damn! Triple martial venerable realm thunder tribulation, this is too terrifying. Chu Yan is over, Chu Yan is dead. The Tianjiao in the audience were stunned by such a big battle. At the same time, a ray of teasing flashed in their eyes. They did not expect that Chen Guangtian and the others had prepared such a terrifying killing move. As a result, Chu Yan, dead. Okay. That's great. Let them fight to the death. It's best to lose all of them here. At that time, the peerless inheritance of Lord Qinglian will belong to me. Wu Tianxua and Jun Luoyu standing on the side, but their eyes flickered, all kinds of strange colors kept appearing, and the corners of their mouths turned up. Boom, boom. Boom, rumbling. At this moment, above the sky, clouds of thunder disaster quickly gathered. The endless sea of black thunder clouds, centered on the heads of the three of Chen Guangtian, began to surge towards all directions in the sky. The area of Thunder Cloud Sea continued to expand. At the same time, within the Thunder Cloud Sea, thunder and lightning flashed, and electric snakes rolled and shuttled, shaking the heavens and the earth. 100 miles, 300 miles, 700 miles. In the blink of an eye, the sea of thunder clouds that had triple merged skyrocketed to a distance of 1,000 miles. Boom, boom. Under countless pairs of terrified gazes, an incomparably horrifying thunderbolt that contained overwhelming power continued to condense in the sea of clouds. Chen Guangtian, Yan Sheng and the other three are all the elites of Tianzong, and they can all be ranked in the top 30 on the Haoyan Qianlong list. The fusion of the three of them will inevitably produce a vision of thunder calamity. If the vision of thunder calamity is generated, it is of course no problem to deal with a little Chu Yan. Haha, want to use thunder tribulation to deal with me? What an idiot. Chu Yan glanced at the sky. Lei Yunhai, who looked mighty and mighty, shook his head, chuckled lightly, his face full of indifference. You know, when I was at the God of War arena, I also used this trick to deal with Venerable Blood Soul, and later, the Yin-Yang Empress and other thunder disasters. Chu Yan was not afraid at all. Yan play the rest. Moreover, in the sea of blood and the spiritual domain back then, Situ Yang's martial emperor thunder tribulation couldn't help Chu Yan. This mere thunder cloud for thousands of miles was nothing. Boom, boom. As if hearing Chu Yan's words, the sea of thunder clouds thousands of miles above the sky was furious instantly, and suddenly rolled. A group of extremely thick thunder and lightning acts rushed out of the sea of thunder clouds, towards the top of Chu Yan's head, and slashed down fiercely. Just when everyone was so shocked that their faces turned pale and the sea of consciousness trembled, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Swish. Above the sky, a figure in green robes, like a celestial being, suddenly stepped out of the void, and with a wave of his hand, an incomparably majestic, mysterious force swept out, blasting straight at the thunder and lightning that fell from the sea of thunder clouds. Elephant axe. What? You, Ebo. Chen Guangtian's face changed violently. He never expected that Hai Lao would suddenly intervene at this time. However, the small world here belongs to the Qinglian secret realm. Chen Guangtian and the three want to use the heaven, earth and thunder calamity to deal with the other Tianjiao who participated in the assessment in this small world. Anti-American robbery. Boom. With a loud bang, the divine axe transformed from the falling thunder and lightning vision exploded completely, turning into electric snakes all over the sky, sizzling and continuously dissipating in the void. Thank you, old man Hai. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan shook his head, bowed his hands, and said politely. Although I am not afraid at all, but since Hai Lao came forward to help, of course I still have to say thank you. Okay. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hai Lao turned around slowly, glanced over, and all the thoughts in Chu Yan's heart immediately fell into Hai Lao's eyes. Immediately, Hai Lao's eyes brightened, his eyes were piercing, and his expression was thoughtful. After a breath, a strong smile rose on Hai Lao's face. He looked at Chu Yan, and said, You're welcome. Because, I'm not here to help you, hee hee. I'm here to help him. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan was stunned, and all the talents in the audience were stunned at the same time. What? Hai always came to help Xuanhuan. With the help of heaven and earth thunder tribulation, they interfered in the assessment of Qinglian's secret realm. Hai Lao not only ignored it, but also helped them. What's happening here? Boom. Before everyone could react, Boss Hai waved his hand, and suddenly, a large area of the void above the sky collapsed, and the space-time boundary wall between Qinglian's secret realm and the outside world disappeared completely immediately. With the disappearance of the sky of this small world, the lightning calamity, without the obstruction and restraint of the small world, immediately exploded in power again. Damn it! Old Hai, you tricked me again. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help cursing. Ask for votes. Vote for me, thanks. Hashtag C1096 Shocking Battle. Hey. Hearing Chu Yan's roar, Hai Lao didn't care at all. He still smiled, but his figure slowly disappeared. Following Hai Lao's departure, the thunder calamity above the sky had exploded again, and in less than a few breaths, it had fully doubled in size. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Under the 10,000 thunders, it seemed that the whole small world trembled violently. Because of Hai Lao's help, the current thunder tribulation has soared to a range of nearly 2,000 miles. Even many of the mainland's top talents present have never seen such a terrifying thunder tribulation, and all of them turned pale with fright, with a look of horror on his face. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, make you crazy, make you arrogant, this time, you are not dead. Chong Sun Tianyu stood aside. Seeing this scene, he laughed wildly, and the gloomy look on his face just now was swept away. Boom. Boom. In an instant, above the sky, there was another huge thunder and lightning axe, protruding its head from the sea of thunder clouds. The thunder axe this time is more than 3 times bigger than the thunder god axe just now. Chu Yan, die. The third disciple of Tianzong rushed out without any hesitation amidst Xuanhuan's violent roar, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Behind them, the thunder god axe seemed to sense something, followed like a shadow, the axe blade chased the 3 of them, and came crashing down. Chu Yan. Brother. Seeing this scene, Situ Yang and Shen Xingjie suddenly changed their expressions and exclaimed. Just now Hai Lao stepped forward to block the thunder calamity, and the 2 of them just let go of their hearts, but they didn't expect that the situation suddenly reversed, and before they could react, a more terrifying vision of thunder calamity came again. Don't worry. You protect yourselves. This thunder disaster, I alone can do it. Chu Yan heard the voices of the 2. Immediately, the 2 spiritual senses passed through the sound transmission, and in the next breath, Chu Yan saw Xuanhuan and the 3 rushing forward, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, evoking a strange arc. At this moment, the blood in Chu Yan's whole body boiled instantly. Endless fighting spirit, like a gust of wind, rushed out of his body continuously. Whoosh! Chu Yan took a big step forward. Instead of retreating, his body was like a shocking divine light, and he counterattacked towards Lei Jia. Give me, break! Chu Yan let out a violent roar, and the 10 qi of the 5 elements in his body swept into his back, and with a backhand, he pulled out the Haotian sword directly. Boom! The moment the Haotian sword was unsheathed, the entire void trembled fiercely as if being hit by a mountain suddenly. The terrifying power, like an ancient black dragon, roared out and swept across the sky. What the long sword is pointing at is Tianwei Thunder Calamity. At this moment, there was a sudden silence between the heaven and the earth. Following Chu Yan's black-robed figure, he continued to raise his sword against the sky. The sky, the earth, the wind, the clouds, time and space, everything seemed to be completely still at this moment. Under the sky, there is only a young figure who goes up against the sky and points his sword at the sky. This scene, falling into everyone's eyes, immediately made everyone's minds stagnate, and they were completely dumbfounded. That Chu Yan didn't even hide, but took the initiative to fight. Everyone held their breaths, their trembling eyes stared straight at the figure who looked like the wrathful god of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 In the next breath, the tiny and sky-defying figure collided fiercely with the thunder and lightning axe, and a series of shocking explosions rang out, shaking the world. Chu Yan's figure intersected with the thunder and lightning axe, and a sword was swung out. The dazzling five-color sword light, like a sun full of strange lights, collided with the thunder and lightning axe, and all kinds of lightning and energy were instantly shattered, sweeping the world. At this moment, countless electric snakes and stellar energy rolled across the sky and the ground, swept towards the endless mountains of the entire small world, and rushed to every Tianjiao warrior. How is this possible? The face of Chongsun Tianyu, who had been laughing wildly just now, was completely frozen on his face, as if petrified. His pupils trembled violently, and his face was full of horror. Not only him, but all the geniuses in the audience were shocked by this scene. Stupid. This is the vision of the Thunder Tribulation. Not to mention a Chu Yan with a cultivation level of the heaven-reaching realm, even a middle-ranked martial venerable realm expert might not be able to resist it. This. It is Chu Yan's true strength. Break it. A violent roar resounded through the sky, and the next scene made everyone tremble violently again. An incomparably fierce five-color sword light swung out. The incomparably fierce, sharp sword light went towards the thunder in the sky, and directly cut it out. No one expected that this Chu Yan would directly attack Lei Yun. You know, if the thunder cloud collapses, then the three of Qinguangtian will lose their souls if they fail to pass the tribulation. Listen everyone, my eldest grandson Tianyu, in the name of Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, promises you all to fight together and help me kill Chu Yan. I will ensure that everyone enters the inner sect of Shenwu Xiao Shenzong. Seeing Chu Yan's crazy behavior, Chongsun Tianyu and Qinguangtian's faces turned pale instantly, not daring to hesitate at all. Chongsun Tianyu immediately faced all the Tianjiao around and shouted loudly. What? Divine Martial Shaotian Sect, Inner Sect Qualifications. All the Tianjiao heard the words, but they were startled suddenly, and their eyes lit up instantly. The head of the 8 ancient sects, the Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, the disciple of the Inner Sect, this is the pinnacle of the young generation of warriors in the entire mainland. Kill. Kill Chu Yan. Do it, Chu Yan must die. Kill. 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 It took almost half a breath, and all the Tianjiao were completely crazy. They threw the mind shadows that had just been chased and killed by Chu Yan to the back of their heads. Their eyes were red, and they waved their spirit soldiers again, towards Chu Yan. Yan charged away. All of a sudden, all kinds of sword lights, sword shadows, palm prints, and fist lights, like meteor rainstorms all over the sky, all locked on Chu Yan and blasted out. Dare to touch my elder brother. Court death. Seeing this, Xie La Jiao became angry immediately. With a wave of his hand, dozens of spirit patterns shot out in unison, and exploded in the air. Roar! 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 In an instant, dozens of terrifying phantoms of all kinds of monsters burst out of the air, turning into a wave of beasts, rushing towards the overwhelming flood of attacks. Xie La Jiao is different from Xinxingjie. In the first battle, he only consumed too much and didn't hurt his origin. Therefore, with the supplement of the recovery golden elixir that Chu Yan prepared for him in advance, his current combat power has recovered more than half. Therefore, seeing all the arrogant warriors jointly attacking Chu Yan, he immediately used his trick hole card again, and blasted towards those warriors, without hesitation. Boom! Boom! The endless wave of beasts collided with the torrent of attack and exploded. But this time, because the number of Tianjiao was far less than at the beginning, Xie Yang's beast horde actually occupied the upper peak. In the endless explosion waves, more than a dozen monster beast phantoms rushed out, with soaring monster aura, towards the large area. Martial artist group rushed directly. The next moment, the war broke out directly. #C1097 Rare Bloody Fish. Readability style equals inline, XMLNS equals accompanied by more than a dozen monsters rushing out. Xie Yang kept smashing out jade charms, and amidst the whistling sound, his spirit pattern, the jade talisman, seemed to have never stopped. Although, with Xie Yang's current strength, it is impossible to defeat dozens of Tianjiao, but in a short period of time, relying on the identity of the ancient spirit pattern master and the endless inventory of jade charms, he wants to block the Tianjiao group for a period of time. It's not a big problem. I didn't expect that this Chu Yan couldn't even kill him with the thunder tribulation of Martial Venerable. Changsun Tianyu looked at Chu Yan, who was still attacking the 2,000 miles of thunderclouds above the sky. His face was ashen. Moreover, according to my judgment, this Chu Yan's real strength whole card has not been fully displayed. It seems that he can only use the last move. Changsun Tianyu's face was extremely gloomy, and the cold light in his eyes kept flickering, and suddenly he froze, and a look of absoluteness emerged. The last move was the ultimate killer move that Changsun Tianyu begged from his master. Originally, this move was the most prepared at the last moment to ensure that he would definitely be able to get the inheritance of Lord Qinglian. But now, Changsun Tianyu had no choice but to do so. Chu Yan must die. And the inheritance of Lord Qinglian can only be her own. You three, prepare to deploy immediately. The eldest grandson, Tianyu, turned his head slowly, looked at the third disciple of Tianzong. His tone was full of killing intent and madness, and said coldly, "Brother Changsun, this." The third disciple of Tianzong, when he heard Changsun Tianyu's words, his face was startled, his face was full of hesitation. "Go." Changsun Tianyu took out 3 jade talismans and threw them to the 3 of them. With a ferocious expression on his face, he shouted angrily. Immediately, Changsun Tianyu turned around suddenly, and stopped rushing towards Chu Yan. His body stagnated, and he sat cross-legged on the void. His breath suddenly sank, restrained to the extreme. On his hands, the handprints did not move. In less than 3 breaths, a black light cluster rushed out of Changsun Tianyu's body and slowly lifted into the air. The black ball rose into the air, and was constantly trembling under the influence of Changsun Tianyu's handprint. With the trembling of the black light ball, a large amount of water mist continuously appeared between the sky and the earth, and quickly gathered towards the black light ball. These water mist gathered extremely fast, almost when other people reacted and turned their heads to look at it. A black lake, with a diameter of 10 miles appeared in midair. Crash! There was a sound of rolling water waves, and there were bursts of splashing sounds, and a huge black lake suspended in midair appeared instantly. What is this? What's the situation? People from Tianzong created a lake, what are they doing? Thunder robbery is useless, brother Changsun, do you want to drown Chu Yan? All the Tianjiao, seeing what the eldest grandson Tianyu did, suddenly, all of them were puzzled, and they all guessed. Hurry up and do it. Suddenly, Changsun Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the 3 disciples of Tianzong who were sitting cross-legged behind him, and shouted loudly. Yes. The 3 disciples of Tianzong responded loudly, and at the same time flipped their hands. Each of them took out a blood-red jade talisman, infused it with true energy, and threw it with a wave. Suddenly, the 3 jade talismans were thrown out and exploded in the air, causing countless explosions. The red dots shot out from the jade talisman, like thousands of red stars, flowing towards the black lake in midair. Huh! Those red dots seem to be blood-striped fish. Seeing this scene, one of the arrogants exclaimed. What? Bloody fish? Impossible. Blood-striped fish are so rare, how can there be so many of them? There are probably thousands of them. Oh my God, what are they doing collecting so many blood-striped fish? Look, they all entered the Black Lake. Amidst all kinds of discussions, all the Tianjiao warriors were full of curiosity, and looked at the Black Lake in midair with doubts. Without blinking an eye. Call out. Call out. Call out. Just when everyone was looking at the Black Lake in midair with doubts and curiosity, 4 cold lights flashed out from behind the 4 disciples of Tianzong, turned into 4 sharp lights, and shot towards the crowd of warriors around. Kill! Chongsun Tianyu yelled loudly, as if giving an order. A group of 4-handled flying swords circled above the crowd of Tianjiao warriors, but suddenly turned and shot straight down, towards the crowd of warriors. What? 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 There was a sudden scream, and the 4 flying swords, like wolves like a herd of sheep, were caught off guard, and 4 or 5 people were instantly beheaded by the 4 flying swords from the airstrike. At this moment, they never thought that the 4 of Tianzong would attack them. Didn't they attack Chu Yan? Quick! Escape! The Tianzong people are crazy. What are they doing? Didn't you join forces to deal with Chu Yan? Why did you do it to us? The Tianjiao warriors who fled in all directions were full of astonishment. They saw that 4 or 5 Tianjiao around them were directly damaged under the attack of the 4 flying swords, looking warily at the 4 flying swords in midair, and at the same time, completely unaware of what happened. All of these people's faces changed drastically, and they stared at the 4 disciples of Tianzong in a daze. Blood-striped fish. You need to devour the flesh and blood of warriors to advance. Beside Situ Yang, Shen Xingjia's face was cold. His eyes looked at the eldest grandson Tianyu in the distance. His eyes flickered, and he said coldly. What? Devour the flesh and blood of warriors to advance. Hearing Shen Xingjia's words, Situ Yang and Chu Yan were startled. Compared with Shen Xingjia, the young suzerain of the D-zone, the 2 of them naturally did not know much about the most precious spiritual objects on the mainland, but they were still shocked when they heard such words suddenly. Could it be that eldest grandson Tianyu wants to use the flesh and blood of these Tianjiao warriors to feed blood-striped fish? Chu Yan looked at Chongsun Tianyu, his face darkened, and he thought to himself. Swish swish swish. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, the 4 flying swords flew into the air with the bodies of the 4 Tianjiao that had just been damaged, and threw them into the Black Lake with a direct flick. Ka 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 ka. As the 4 corpses of Tianjiao fell into the Black Lake, countless water splashes rolled over, and large pieces of blood-striped fish rushed in, frantically eating these corpses of Tianjiao, setting off pieces of bloody flesh, and bursts of bones being gnawed. The voice sounded extremely terrifying, and it made one's entire scalp tingle and one's body tremble with chills. The 4 corpses of Tianjiao were devoured in less than 3 breaths. Thousands of blood-striped fish did not stop, but began to attack and devour each other frantically. In an instant, thousands of blood-striped fish devoured each other, and half of them were lost. But the remaining hundreds, after the smell of blood faded, stopped attacking each other and gradually moved around. Kill again. The next moment, Chongsun Tianyu shouted loudly with a grim face. Call out! Call out! Call out! The 4 spiritual swords, like shooting stars, fell from the sky and shot at the surrounding Tianjiao again. What a grandson, Tianyu! As a disciple of Tianzong, he has such a bloody and violent method. I guess he is not going to let anyone here. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, beheading Tianjiao and feeding the blood-striped fish. If such a method is spread on the mainland, it will definitely be a huge blow to the prestige of his eldest grandson, Tianyu, and Tianzong. The eldest grandson, Tianyu in the distance, seemed to feel Chu Yan's gaze, and slowly turned his head to look at Chu Yan. His eyes met, but he grinned. He didn't care about Chu Yan's cold face and eyes at all. How dare he do such a thing at this time? Even if the calculation is done, the three-layer thunder disaster above the sky has been led to Chu Yan by his special technique. Even if he can't kill him, he can trap the opponent in a short time. As long as my Black Lake bloodfish is advanced, when the time comes, he. At that time, no matter how strong Chu Yan was, facing the final advanced blood-striped fish, he would definitely die. Vote for me, thanks. Hashtag C1098-1 Might of the Sword. Readability style equals inline, XMLNS equals right now. Boom, boom. In the sky, a loud noise exploded, and the sea of thunder and clouds all over the sky evolved into an extremely huge thunder and lightning sword. Cut off. Obviously, after Chu Yan blocked the thunder tribulation twice, coupled with Chu Yan's contempt for the triple thunder calamity, the 2000-li thunder cloud sea was completely angry. This lightning tribulation vision is obviously more than twice as strong as the previous two. In midair, the great talents including Chongsun Tianyu, seeing this scene, couldn't help but startled, and their minds tensed up instantly. The way of heaven is furious, and the vision of thunder and calamity is overwhelming. Such a terrifying thunder disaster has evolved into a must-kill for Chu Yan. So now is their perfect opportunity to kill Chu Yan. Hao Yan's sword, cut it for me. Seeing the thunder sword falling, Chu Yan burst out with true energy, shouted loudly, and the sound shook the entire sky. Hearing the words, the Hao Yan sword trembled immediately, bursting out with endless sharp and cold lights. With a turn of the blade, it pointed directly at the sky. The giant sword of thunder and lightning that just poked its head out from the sea of thunder clouds. At this moment, above the vault of heaven, the Hao Yan sword, a sword in the air, shocked the entire world. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, the light in his eyes was like lightning, he looked straight at the thunder catastrophe vision that was about to fall in the sky, his mind was concentrated, and his whole body's fighting spirit exploded to the extreme. He felt the sharp intent on the Hao Yan sword as if he wanted to kill the sky, and on the Hao Yan sword, he also felt the fighting intent on Chu Yan like a billowing sea of fire. After comprehending the 5 elements of the Qinglian altar, not only Chu Yan's combat power has greatly increased, but even the Hao Yan sword has undergone earth-shaking changes. The right hand waved and raised, and the 2 fingers were brought together to form a sword finger. The Hao Yan sword was suspended in the air, connected with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, and corresponded from a distance. The sword's power continued to rise. Cut. With a loud shout, the heavens were astonished. In an instant, the Hao Yan sword erupted with a shocking sword glow, like a round of silver moon, suddenly brightened, and the power of the divine weapon, completely exploded. What? In the distant sky, Chongsun Tianyu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Black Lake, felt a palpitation in his heart and suddenly turned his head to look. In all directions, the Tianjiao who were watching from afar also turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan, who was standing in the air with his 2 fingers forming a sword, pointing at the sky. At this glance, everyone's faces were stunned. I saw. Above the sky, dressed in a black robe, flying against the wind, walking against the sky, with the aura of invincible to the sky, facing the monstrous thunder disaster. In front of him, the Hao Yan sword is as powerful as a divine soldier in the temple, and its sharp sword energy soars to the sky and strikes the ground. Wherever it passes, the mighty power of the Tao of Heaven is completely dispelled. In the next breath, an extremely shocking scene happened. Jianguang, like a miracle. When Chu Yan's body, a ball of golden light rose up and appeared behind Chu Yan, thousands of golden lights, like sea water of golden light, kept pouring into the silvery snow like Hao Yan's sword. The dazzling golden light was like a body, Hao Yan the whole body of Tianjian was golden, and it slashed down fiercely towards the thunder and lightning sword in the sky. This sword was unparalleled, the sea of thunder clouds trembled slightly as the blade passed by, and the mighty thunder and lightning sword was suddenly split into 2 by the golden light, directly splitting into two halves. Call out. Just in the blink of an eye, in an instant, the golden light is like a god, flashing by. The golden edge of the heaven-breaking thunder and lightning Excalibur did not linger, it slashed fiercely on the sea of thunder clouds, and directly cut the sea of thunder clouds into a straight rift, as if dividing the sea of thunder clouds into two, with a smooth cut in the middle of the sea of clouds, like a road to heaven. One sword, thunder tribulation extinguishes. Puff. Puff. In the distance, behind Changsun Tianyu, Yan Xing and Chen Guangtian, the three Tianzong disciples, suddenly opened their mouths wide, and let out three bloody arrows, their expressions instantly languished. The thunder tribulation shattered, and they were naturally seriously injured. What? The eldest son Tianyu's eyeballs almost exploded. His face looked like he had seen a ghost, and he couldn't believe it. This is the third level of Martial Lord Thunder Tribulation. Just like that, beheaded by Chu Yan. Open. What are you kidding? The whole scene fell into a dead silence instantly, and the audience was completely silent. Whoosh. Chu Yan didn't stop for a moment, his figure went up against the sky, straight into the sea of thunder clouds, and he stretched out his hand to call. The Haoyan sword followed like a shadow, shot directly, and fell into his palm. Boom, boom. The sea of thunder clouds that was divided into two halves has not yet dissipated. Seeing Chu Yan rushing towards him, he suddenly became violent and boundless, setting off a monstrous sea of clouds, gathering endless thunder and lightning, turning into a thunder and lightning figure, and rushing towards Chu Yan. This kind of human-shaped thunder and lightning is the will of heaven transformed by Lei Yunhai. Chu Yan has encountered it before, so it is not surprising at all. Bold Chu Yan. The humanoid thunder and lightning yelled loudly, and the sound shook the 9 heavens. Bold you uncle. Get lost. Chu Yan held the Haoyan sword, and the sword glowed into the night. No matter whether it was Chu Yan or the Haoyan sword, the power of the unicorn was added to his body, like an invincible god of war, and he slashed down with a single sword. Boom. The golden sword light slid across, and the sound of human-shaped thunder and lightning stopped in astonishment. I watched the sword energy attack, split its body in two, and turned it into electric sparks, scattered and annihilated. At this time, Chu Yan has reached the peak combat power. Only one sword, shatter. Thunder calamity. One more strike, destroy, the sea of thunder clouds. Standing at a height of 10,000 feet, Chu Yan held his sword and looked around. Between the sky and the earth, the endless sea of clouds rolled, as if he had encountered the god of demons, and fled in all directions. The sea of thunder clouds 2,000 miles away quickly dissipated. But at this time, the eldest grandson Tianyu on the other side had already woken up from the horror, his face was full of ferocity, and the 3 Tianzong disciples gritted their teeth, activated the sword formation, and once again activated the 4 spirit swords, killing to the pride of the surrounding. He needs the corpse of the Tianjiao warrior to complete the final advancement of the blood-striped fish in the Black Lake. Call out. Call out. Call out. The 4 fierce lights sneaked in the void and had already circled behind more than a dozen Tianjiao. However, those Tianjiao were all shocked by the shocking scene of Chu Yan cutting off the thunder calamity. They didn't even notice the 4 killing swords in the void behind them. Light is coming. What? Ah. As the 4-point cold light flashed by, the 8 arrogances couldn't guard against this, and were immediately pierced through the sea of qi by the 4 flying swords, and they were destroyed on the spot. Without a trace of hesitation, while the other Tianjiao were running away in horror, 4 flying swords were strewn together with 8 corpses of Tianjiao, and were thrown into the Black Lake. Immediately, there was another burst of creepy gnawing. The blood-striped fish in the Black Lake, after devouring a large number of bones of Tianjiao warriors, began to devour each other. Hundreds of blood-striped fish, with big bloody mouths, bit the same kind of fish fiercely, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood, swallowing it, and a little bit of blood continued to spread in the black lake water. This blood is also the reason why the blood-striped fish go crazy, and under the stimulation of these bloods, the blood-striped fish attack and fight with each other. The weak continue to die, but the strong are getting stronger after devouring the weak. In less than 5 breaths, there are only less than 10 blood-striped fish left in the Black Lake. But now, these blood-striped fish, which were originally only the size of a palm, have grown to nearly 100 feet in size after repeated devouring battles. There are bewitching red lines shining on the scales all over their bodies, and their bloody mouths are full of fish. The fangs look terrifying. No. It's still not enough. Sun Tianyu, looking at the more than a dozen blood-striped fish that had stopped fighting in the Black Lake, his face was extremely gloomy. Although he beheaded nearly 15 Tianjiao and threw them into the Black Lake to make the blood-striped fish advanced in battle, but this is not enough. Eldest Sun Tianyu, die for me. In the sky, Chu Yan turned around abruptly, looking directly at Chang's Sun Tianyu with eyes that flashed like lightning, roared violently, and rushed towards him with the Haoyan sword in his hand. #C1099 Broken Dragon Soul. Seeing Chu Yan attacking violently with a gleaming golden weapon in his hand, Chang's Sun Tianyu felt his entire scalp explode. At this moment, an incomparably cold death energy rose in his heart, making his whole body feel like falling into a cellar of ice, and his spiritual consciousness and soul trembled. Fight with you. Without the slightest hesitation, Chang's Sun Tianyu raised his right hand and punched hard on his chest. Immediately, he opened his mouth wide, and a stream of bloody arrows shot straight into the Black Lake in front of him. A large stream of blood arrows fell into the Black Lake, and the 10 blood-striped fish that had calmed down suddenly became violent. Stimulated by the blood, they fiercely fought together, biting each other while fighting for the blood, devour. These blood-striped fish are extremely powerful and extremely powerful. Almost in the blink of an eye, 10 blood-striped fish, under the flying flesh and blood, in the huge Black Lake, only the last one of the 10 blood-striped fish was left behind. At this time it devoured 9 of the same kind in a row. This blood-striped fish had already turned into a length of nearly 1,000 feet. The blood-colored aura flickered all over its body. On the body of the fish, a series of rays of spirit-patterned light rose, dyeing the entire Black Lake. It became a blood-red color. Following the last blood-striped fish rolling continuously in the Black Lake, an incomparably terrifying force overflowed from the Black Lake, rippling over the entire sky. Okay. This terrifying force rushed away, and even Chu Yan, who was rushing towards Chang's Sun Tianyu, froze and stopped slowly. This terrifying force that swept past made him feel a hint of danger. From stepping into Qinglian's secret realm to now, even facing the siege of hundreds of Tianjiao, he has never felt such a sense of danger. This shows that in this Black Lake, or the last blood-striped fish, is a terrifying existence with the power to threaten him. Chu Yan. Black Lake bloodline is completed, you are finished. You are dead. I want you to know that in the face of true strength, you will always be an ant. In front of my eldest grandson, Tianyu, you will always be trash. At this time, the eldest grandson Tianyu was extremely excited, laughing wildly all over his face, forming spiritual seals in his hands, and kept slapping the Black Lake in the sky. Destroyed by his handprints. The Black Lake shrank rapidly, but the blood-striped fish in the lake turned into a ball of red light, frantically absorbing the water of the entire Black Lake, and its volume skyrocketed. What? Black Lake bloodline. Damn it. Why did I forget this? In the distance, Shen Xingjia's expression changed drastically when he heard Chang's Sun Tianyu's words, and he exclaimed. Chu Yan, be careful, that blood-striped fish is about to advance too. Boom, boom. Before the anxious Xinxingjia could finish speaking, the black lake in the sky exploded suddenly, turning into black air all over the sky, and all of it poured into the red light ball. Almost at the same time, when the last ray of black air was submerged into the red light group, the entire red light group emitted thousands of dazzling red lights, and an extremely huge black figure, like a broken silkworm, rushed out of the red light group. Roar! A huge black dragon with a length of thousands of feet meanders in circles, rolling and moving around the red light ball. Waves of incomparably mighty dragon power continuously rush out from the black dragon and hit the red light ball. Suppressing the red light group keeps shrinking. In the blink of an eye, under the terrifying power of the black dragon, the red ball of light was compressed into a fist-sized red bead, which was swallowed by the black dragon with its mouth open. That's Dragon Ball. It's its dragon pill. It's over. It's really finished. Seeing this scene, Xinxingjia froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that the rumors on the mainland about the Black Lake bloodline turned out to be true. What's done? Far in midair, Chu Yan, with a dignified face, sent out a divine sense and asked Xinxingjia. At this time, Chu Yan's heart was also full of astonishment. He didn't expect that the blood-striped fish had really advanced, and what's more, it still advanced into a giant dragon. Could it be that the legend of golden scales transforming into dragons is true? In this different world, there really are fish that can transform into giant dragons like gods. This is also too ridiculous. Chu Yan, the Black Lake blood pattern is an ancient sealing spirit array, and the one sealed in it is a dragon's soul. Those who have this spirit array must continue to temper the spirit array with the blood of warriors for thousands of years. In the end, it can be activated to make the dragon's soul in it hatch and release the sealed dragon's soul. Xinxingjia knew that the situation was urgent, his face was pale, and he quickly explained. Seal the dragon's soul. What kind of dragon soul is this? Chu Yan was stunned, but he didn't have any doubts about Xinxingjia's explanation, because when his Qinglong Wuhun awakened, it was the Qinglong Holy Lord who sealed the dragon's soul in his body. However, he did it on his own initiative. Lift yourself. This is the head of the top 10 fierce beasts in ancient times, the dragon's soul. Xinxingjia said. What? Dragon's soul of the dragon breaker. Hearing Xinxingjia's words, Chu Yan's expression changed violently, and the corners of his eyes twitched several times. Sky-shattering dragon soul. Isn't that Zhang Tian's martial soul? Chu Yan never thought that Zhang Tian's martial soul was the head of the top 10 fierce beasts in ancient times, and now, in front of him, there was a living dragon soul that broke the sky, appearing in front of him. Of course, Chu Yan also knows that the body of this sky-breaking dragon has been damaged, and now it is only using the body of the blood-striped fish to recast the body and release the dragon's soul. Of course, the overall strength cannot be compared with that at its peak. But, no matter what, the whole body of this black, blood-red eyes, blood-red dragon beard and dragon scales in front of him is a 1,000-foot giant dragon. Roar! 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 The sky-shattering dragon soul, thousands of feet in length and mighty might, emits several streaks of dragon spirits all over the sky. In all directions, endless black spiritual clouds gather crazily and gather around the huge dragon body. The dragon travels with the cloud, the tiger follows the wind. At this time, the dragon soul of breaking heaven, after completing calling the clouds and calling the rain, a pair of huge dragon eyes suddenly swept across, looking at Chu Yan not far away. Roar! The dragon's breath roared to the sky, and the mighty dragon's breath soared into the sky and the earth, sweeping across the entire sky. The next moment, the extremely terrifying dragon soul, wrapped in an endless sea of black clouds, rushed towards Chu Yan. At this moment, the eldest grandson Tianyu not far away, with a grim smile on his face, kept making handprints, guiding the dragon soul to attack Chu Yan. In front of the leader of the top 10 fierce beasts in ancient times, Petianlong, Chu Yan had no chance of surviving. Chu Yan must die. Die now. Die now. Seeing the soul of the breaking dragon rushing towards him with the monstrous power of the dragon, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flickering constantly, his face was calm and thoughtful. The next moment, Chu Yan waved his hand, and a stream of golden light rushed out, stopped in mid-air, and emitted 5 colored rays of light and 10,000 golden lights, like a scorching sun. #C1100 You can't kill me. The golden sun, suspended in the sky, emits thousands of golden lights, and what is lingering in the rays of the sun is the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts. The picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts is originally a treasure of martial souls, and it is so powerful that it surges forth, and even the dragon's soul, which charged violently, was shocked by the dragon's body, and its figure suddenly froze. What is this? All around, including Zhang Sun Tianyu, everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the mighty picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts in the air, their faces full of horror. Clang! At this moment, Chu Yan shook his right hand, and the 5-color Gangyuanzhenqi, like a river and lake, condensed crazily, and the Haoyan sword made a whistling sound. Roar! At the same time, a group of golden beast shadows suddenly broke through the void behind Chu Yan and strode out. Kiran Wuhun. Heavenly spirits and divine beasts acted as punishments on behalf of the heavens, and the majestic spirits of the heavenly beasts swept all directions. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was full of indifference, he held a long sword, and looked across at the dragon's soul in front of him, without any fear in his heart. Because, although the skybreaking dragon soul in front of me is extremely powerful, it is indeed a real dragon soul. However, for other warriors, it may be the head of the top 10 fierce beasts in ancient times, but for Chu Yan, it is. No shit. Tom. 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 Above the sky, the Qilin martial soul stepped out of the void, and with each step, the entire void trembled. With every step, the sky couldn't stop trembling, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. Immediately afterwards, the Qilin Wuhun and the multicolored dragon eyes swept across suddenly, looking straight at the not far away dragon soul, and 2 sharp multicolored eyes shot straight at the dragon soul. Woohoo! Wrapped by the unicorn martial soul with endless dragon power and the colorful eyes of heaven and earth power, the skybreaking dragon soul trembled suddenly, as if he had encountered something extremely frightening. His whole body was trembling with fright. Without any hesitation, as soon as he flicked the dragon's tail, the black clouds around him twitched wildly, and he was about to turn around and run away. I want to go. That's so easy. Chu Yan roared, and the sound shook the sky. The eyes are also colorful and flowing. Looking directly at the dragon's soul, it seems as if it wants to pierce through this world. The Haoyan sword, with its silver light shining into the night, burst out with endless sword intent. At this moment, the Haoyan sword, which condensed the strength of Chu Yan's whole body, was raised high. Give me, chop. The roar fell to the ground, and the Haoyan sword, which condensed all of Chu Yan's strength, slammed down. Not only the strength of the true energy, the strength of the physical body, the blessing of the Qilin Tianwei, but even the energy of the 5 elements have all exploded. Boom! In the next breath, a shocking divine light illuminates the entire sky. This sword, let everyone in the audience never forget it. I saw an incomparable sword light descending from the sky, towards the body of the skybreaking dragon soul, and slashed straight down. On the body of the skybreaking dragon soul, the monstrous dragon's power and endless black clouds could not resist this sword at all, and exploded layer by layer, and scattered in all directions. The next moment, Jianguang collided with Potion Longhun and exploded. Slashed with a sword, bursting into the air. The black skybreaking dragon soul, the huge dragon body, like a black mountain peak, fell straight down from the sky, and hit the ground hard. This sword cuts, the dragon. Puff. The elder son Tianyu, who was connected with the spiritual consciousness of the dragon's soul, opened his mouth wide, and spurted out a bloody arrow. His whole body fell backwards, and when the dragon's soul fell to the ground, he also fell to the ground. The Black Lake blood pattern spirit array is connected with his natal soul. Since he got it, it has been tempered with his own blood at regular intervals. Now that the dragon's soul of Breaking Dragon is broken, his soul will be severely injured. No. Impossible. Changsun Tianyu's body fell to the ground, splashing a large cloud of dust, struggling to get up from the ground, with a sudden expression, staring at Chu Yan above the sky with wide eyes, and roaring with a pale face. This is the Black Lake blood pattern spirit formation, the dragon's soul, that is the leader of the top 10 ancient beasts sealed. For thousands of years, it has devoured the flesh and blood of no less than 1,000 warriors. According to rumors, it is enough to destroy a sect, kill a high-ranking martial venerable, or even fight a low-ranking martial emperor. Up. But now, just after falling face down, he was beheaded. Or by a heaven-reaching martial artist. This is simply impossible. That Chu Yan, who is only at the heavenly realm, has just fought a battle with hundreds of Tianjiao, and single-handedly resisted the triple martial arts thunder tribulation. It is not difficult at all, and even now, he killed himself with a sword the biggest whole card. Huh, hiss. Huh, hiss. The eldest grandson Tianyu, who was standing on the ground, was thinking, and the look of shock and unwillingness in his eyes became more and more intense, and it appeared on his face, all of which were unbelievable. At this moment, not only in his physical body, but even in the depths of his consciousness and soul, waves of powerlessness surged into his heart, and he was panting like a cow. He only felt that his eyes were black, and he was dizzy, turning, almost unsteady, and collapsed to the ground. Is this guy still human? Tread. 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 In the sky, Chu Yan held the Haotian divine weapon, his eyes flickered coldly, and above his head, the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts hung high like a round of golden sun. Step by step, he strode towards the eldest grandson Tianyu on the ground. The entire small world is dead silent at this moment. Everyone was stunned to see all this, and even the sound of breathing stopped. The whole world, as if at this moment, freezes directly and freezes forever. From everyone's point of view, the heaven-shocking divine dragon appeared just now, stirring up the sky in clouds, and the power of the dragon overwhelmed the world, making everyone's minds shocked and their faces full of horror. However, no one expected that the extremely terrifying black dragon just roared a few times. After Chu Yan released a golden four-legged dragon head spirit, the black dragon spirit turned around in fright. To escape. It can make a sky-shattering dragon soul, who was the head of 100,000 beasts in the mainland 100,000 years ago, scared the shit out, turned around and fled. What is the golden dragon spirit behind Chu Yan? It's a pity that after beheading the broken dragon soul, the golden four-legged dragon head martial soul disappeared in Chu Yan's body in an instant. Up to now, no one can figure out what that martial soul is. Chu Yan, what do you want to do? When Changsun Tianyu saw Chu Yan's gaze, he felt a sudden coldness all over his body, and a large amount of cold air rose from his back. His face suddenly changed, and his whole face turned into a blue color. His eyes were full of horror, and he screamed. With Chu Yan, you can't touch me. My master is one of the 10 elders of Tianzong, and my father is the deacon of Tianzong. If you dare to touch me, you. While Changsun Tianyu was speaking, Chu Yan stepped from the air and landed in front of him, with the Haotian sword raised high in his hand, and his cold eyes were full of indifference. A thick death aura rose from Changsun Tianyu's heart, making him unable to even utter the last sentence, so he was so frightened that he lost his voice. Because, above the head, a gleam of coldness suddenly fell straight down. Hashtag C1101 sword cut the pride. Die. When the word landed, Chu Yan's eyes were like ice. Without any hesitation, the Haoyan sword in his hand slashed straight down. Tianzong Elite Tianjiao. The personal disciple of the 10 great elders of Tianzong. So what? The same thing, die. Call out. Scoff. The sword light was like water, passing through the void, bringing out the stunning sword shadow of a soldier, and the sound of the sword body piercing the flesh resounded throughout the audience. Pooh! A column of bright red blood swayed the sky. Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, Elite Core Tianjiao, eldest grandson, Tianyu, lost. In the far west of the Zhongtian continent, the highest mountain in the entire continent stands. This mountain is called Shenwu Peak. Behind the mountain is the #1 Jedi in the mainland that makes all the sects in the mainland fearful and talk about it. From the middle of the mountain, Shenwu Peak has a large building complex, located in the middle of the mountain, stretching all the way to the top of the mountain. This peak is the overlord of the mainland, the head of the 8 ancient sects, Shenwu Xiao Shenzong. At this moment, within the divine martial Shaotian sect. Report to the elders, senior brother Changsun, is lost. A panicked voice resounded in a hall. Within the Tianzong, there are countless Tianjiao disciples, but core disciples are extremely rare, let alone the direct disciples of the 10 elders, they are still the core of the core. The eldest grandson, Tianyu, is a junior genius that Tianzong attaches great importance to. Soon, as the news of the loss of the eldest grandson, Tianyu, spread, the entire Tianzong set off a big storm. The other side. In the secret realm of Tianlian. Following the loss of Changsun Tianyu, Chu Yan glanced at Zhang Tianlong's soul, not far away. The black dragon soul of Zhangtian, which was more than 1,000 feet long, was chopped off from the air by Chu Yan with a sword, and fell to the ground, completely smashed. This skybreaking dragon soul will be of great use to Chu Yan in the future, so naturally he will not let it go. Swish! With a big wave of his hand, the map of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts flew towards him, and through a stream of colorful lights, wrapping it towards the skybreaking dragon soul. In just a flash, the huge and incomparably huge skybreaking dragon soul was instantly included in the map of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts. Chu Yan raised his hand and held the closed picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts in his hand, with a light smile on his face. As soon as he stopped, Chu Yan was in a good mood when he collected the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts into the Rakshasa space. This trip to Qinglian's secret realm has gained a lot, and there is such a huge windfall. Unexpectedly, Changsun Tianyu would prepare a dragon soul as a trump card against him, this. However, for Changsun Tianyu, it was a complete tragedy. The Black Lake blood pattern sealing spirit formation that was so hard to beg for from the master, I thought, with the head of the top 10 fierce beasts in ancient times, the soul of the dragon that broke the sky, swept the entire Qing dynasty. There is no suspense in the Lian secret realm, but I didn't expect that when I met Chu Yan, I didn't even withstand a single move, and I lost my life. Boom, boom. At this moment, a muffled thunder sounded in the sky, and Hai Lao's figure slowly appeared in the sky. Little guys, time is running out. Let me remind everyone that only one person will win this assessment. While talking, a smile appeared on Hai Lao's face again, a pair of eyes like stars and vast oceans, swept to the ground, the corpse of Changsun Tianyu. The smile on his face suddenly became more intense like 100 flowers blooming, and he continued. What are you waiting for? Do it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Hai Lao's figure slowly disappeared. With the disappearance of Hai Lao's figure, the scene was silent, everyone turned their eyes around, and finally, everyone looked at Chu Yan. Next. Facing the gazes of all Tianjiao, Chu Yan raised the corners of his mouth and sneered. His eyes shifted sideways, looking at Wu Tianxua, Jun Luoyu, and the three disciples of Tianzong. You. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes full of murderous intent, several great talents suddenly turned pale, and their whole body trembled involuntarily. A chill of incomparable fear rose from their hearts, and their pupils shrank sharply. Escape. The same consciousness flashed across the sea of consciousness of the great Tianjiao. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Tianxua and the others rushed out, flying away in all directions. Just kidding, if you don't run away, you will die. You know, even Tianyu, the eldest grandson of Tianzong, is not Chu Yan's opponent, and even summoned the dragon's soul. Such a terrifying existence, was cut down by Chu Yan with a sword, and he was directly accepted. Such a heaven-defying monster like Chu Yan, they are not opponents at all. Want to leave? Is it that easy? Seeing the background of several great talents flying away, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were cold, and he fell to the ground with a word, and suddenly waved his right hand to the sky. Call out. An incomparably sharp and unparalleled sword light shot out. Sixth order magic weapon, Haotian sword, let's do it. The current Haotian sword has undergone earth-shaking changes from when it first entered the Qinglian secret realm. After integrating the way of gold and the way of killing, the Haotian sword not only has greatly increased its sword power, but its speed has more than doubled. The sword's shadow was in the sky, and the cold light flashed, and within the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with Jun Luoyu. Puff. What? A muffled sound of the sword piercing through the body resounded, and the Haotian sword shot straight from Jun Luoyu's body, and Jun Luoyu's body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Receive. Before Jun Luoyu's body fell to the ground, Chu Yan raised his hand and took his body into the Rakshasa space. The next moment, the Haotian sword flew across the sky like a death scythe, harvesting fresh lives. No matter how these Tianjiao escape, their speed cannot be compared with that of the Haotian sword. Moreover, the entire small world of the Qinglian mountains is only that big. With the level of the Haotian sword, they can fly back and forth in 100 breaths of time. This time, Haotian sword's terrifying characteristics of killing people thousands of miles away as a divine weapon are fully revealed. First, the three disciples of Tianzong, Yan Xing and Chen Guantian, were seriously injured, and within 3 breaths, they were beheaded by Haotian sword. Next, Wu Tianxua burst out all his true energy, and fought the Haotian sword in the sky. However, with Wu Tianxua's strength, coupled with his complete lack of fighting spirit under the fright, he was no match for Haotian sword. In less than 10 moves, he would end up in the same fate as Jun Luoyu. After 100 breaths, the corpses of the 8 heavenly talents of the ancient times, except for one Hua Tianzhu, all lay quietly in Chu Yan's Rakshasa space. Most of these Tianjiao are half-step Wu Zuanjing, and Chu Yan will use them as materials for burning corpses and refining qi when he is promoted next time. After beheading all the 8 ancient Tianzong sects, Chu Yan glanced at the other Tianjiao around him. At this time, ordinary Tianjiao and casual cultivators, after repeated battles, the remaining number is less than 20 people. At this time, their whole bodies are trembling, and when they see Chu Yan's gaze, all of them suddenly change their faces. Swish! Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the dozen or so talents rushed to Chu Yan's side, knelt down on the ground, and prayed for mercy. Chu Yan, it's all our fault, we shouldn't listen to Changsun Tianyu. Yes, it's all Changsun Tianyu's fault, we were just deceived by him. Please, don't kill me. 1. Chu Yan, we were wrong, please spare our lives. Forgive me, I don't want anything, I can give you everything. For more than 10 days, the top talents in the mainland knelt down in front of Chu Yan one by one, like pigs and dogs, crying in pain. I only hope that Chu Yan can let them go. At this time, Chu Yan stood upright with a long sword in his hand. With a pair of cold eyes, he looked at the Tianjiao kneeling on the ground in front of him, his face full of indifference. Hashtag C1102 subdue. Faced with all kinds of begging for mercy from the Tianjiao, Chu Yan was completely unmoved. These guys, under the instigation of Chang Sun Tianyu, did not attack themselves and Situ Yang all at once, but besieged the three of them again and again. In the beginning, it was once when I heard the eldest grandson, Tianyu, promise to recommend them to join Tianzong. Later, when I fought against Chang Sun Tianyu, it was another time when I faced the thunder tribulation of the third-level martial venerable realm, but in the end, Chang Sun Tianyu used their flesh and blood to refine the Black Lake blood pattern spirit formation. A big joke. Now I know I regret it, it's too late. Not one left. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan had a cold expression on his face. Without a trace of pity, he swung the Haoyan sword, and 5 color sword lights cut out. Call out. Call out. Call out. What? 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 As the sword light passed by, screams resounded, and flesh and blood stumps flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Tianjiao were all beheaded by Chu Yan, and none of them survived. To pass it on to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. The only reason why Chu Yan killed these people was because they deserved to be killed. At the same time, in the Qinglian secret realm, he showed 4 kinds of martial spirits. If these people are let go, once they leave the Qinglian secret realm, these people will spread your cards around. Don't talk about the major sects in the mainland. How will they deal with themselves after knowing that they have at least 4 martial spirits? Even in the future, when I walk on the Haoyan continent, everyone knows my cards. As long as I take targeted measures, I will be in danger. Brother, good job. In the distance, Situ Yang and Shen Xingjia flew over and landed firmly in front of Chu Yan, laughing loudly. Chu Yan, these people are all the arrogance of a powerful sect in the mainland. If you kill them, if the news spreads. While Shen Xingjia was speaking, his eyes shifted sideways, and he looked not far away at Hua Tianzan, who was standing alone. The meaning was very obvious. Looking at the Hua Tianzong in the distance, Chu Yan's face was also slightly darkened. Because of the conflict with Chen Guangtian at the beginning, this person did not help Tianzong and Chu Yan in the subsequent battle, and remained completely neutral. And Chu Yan is not a person who kills indiscriminately. For a while, I really didn't know what to do with him. Let him go. Of course Chu Yan was a little worried. But if he is killed like this, what is the difference between himself and Chang Sun Tianyu, this kind of sinister and vicious person who uses unscrupulous means to achieve his goals? Chu Yan. Just as Chu Yan was concentrating on it, Hua Tian Bariju Kong landed in front of Chu Yan, and said softly. In this secret realm of Qinglian mountains, only the 4 of us survive, and I have seen your heaven-defying talent and amazing martial spirit. For born martial souls, according to what I have learned, there have been only 5 people recorded in the entire Haoyan continent for tens of thousands of years, so in the future, your future will surely be the same as these 5 powerful beings, and you will reach the pinnacle of martial arts. And let me be one of your many stepping stones. Hua Tianju's eyes were shining, looking at Chu Yan, his face was slightly excited. As the number 1 arrogant of the Soul sect, he has amazing self-sustaining talent since he was a child. His eyes are higher than the top, and he feels that he is above all the arrogant, but in today's battle, Chu Yan's performance shocked him extremely. On the altar of Qinglian, one person comprehends the 3 kinds of 5 elements of heaven, overwhelming all the arrogance. Facing the thunder tribulation of the triple warrior, he pierced the sky with a single sword, and blasted the thunderclouds of 2,000 miles into dust. Even Tianjiao, the elite of Tianzong, Chang Sun Tianyu's strongest whole card, that heaven-breaking dragon soul, which has been prepared for thousands of years, can't resist even a single move in front of him. Such an arrogance, such a monstrosity, even 100 of you can't compare. However, Chu Yan, I want to remind you that for 10,000 years, the reason why Tianzong has always been the head of the 8 ancient sects, its true strength is not as simple as you imagine. Believe it, you beheaded the eldest grandson, Tianyu. I already know, you have to be careful. Looking at Chu Yan, Hua Tianju's tone was low, reminding him in a low voice. When the words fell to the ground, Hua Tianju let out a long sigh, raised his head slightly, looked up at the sky, with a trace of longing and reluctance in his eyes, and said softly. Chu Yan, you, do it. Hearing Hua Tianzong's words, Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Hua Tianzong to have such a state of mind, so he couldn't help but give him a high look. At the same time, a strange light flickered in his eyes, and he pondered in his heart. In Haodian continent, whether it is a powerful sect as strong as the ancient 8 sects or an ordinary sect force, what is the most important? Of course, a genius and arrogance. No matter how many ordinary disciples there are in a sect, without the world-shattering geniuses and arrogance, the sect will lack core combat power in the future, and it is only a matter of time before the sect loses in the future. And Chu Yan is now a young Tianjiao, but at the same time, he is also the suzerain of the Raksha Soul Tianzong. Therefore, all the time, in Chu Yan's mind, he is thinking about the interests of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. There are still several shortfalls for the descendants of the Raksha Soul Tianzong Jiugong, and the descendants of the Jiugong that Chu Yan is looking for require the second talent and the first heart. The flower sky burial in front of me is extremely rare, and it seems to have met my minimum requirements. Sky burial. I'll give you a chance, are you willing to join my sect? Remember, you only have one chance. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan's eyes were lingering with colorful streamers, staring closely at Hua Tianju, and said. Your sect. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hua Tianju, who was waiting to be poked, suddenly shook his body, his face changed drastically, and he exclaimed directly. That's right, it's not the 9 Spirits Shantian sect, but my Xomen, which has just established a mountain gate. Chu Yan nodded, his multicolored eyes never left Hua Tianju's eyes, carefully observing any slight emotional changes in him. This Situ Yang is also a fellow of my sect, and this young Lord Shen is my brother. Speaking of this, Chu Yan's face turned cold, and he said coldly. Today, the only ones who can lead this Jinglian secret realm are friends, not an enemy. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's aura of a superior person who dominated the world surged out, causing Hua Tianzong's face to change drastically again. He never thought that Chu Yan has the talent of being the #1 genius in the mainland, and at the same time is the suzerain of a sect. Moreover, the aura that just rushed out of Chu Yan's body is completely unmatched by him. This person is unlimited. In an instant, a flash of spiritual light suddenly flashed in his sea of consciousness. Only by following this person can I have the possibility to achieve the peak of martial arts. This is a huge opportunity. Disciple Hua Tianju made an oath of the Tao of Heaven today. From now on, he will lead the Soul sect and worship Chu Yan as the suzerain. He will not be sentenced for life. If you violate this oath, the Tao of Heaven will rule, and the soul will die. Without the slightest hesitation, Hua Tianju immediately knelt down in front of Chu Yan, flipped his handprints, and made a handprint, soaring into the sky, straight to Jiuxiao. Above the sky, a strange light flashed across the sky, lingering in the sky for a while, making a slight trembling sound. This is exactly the vision that the Oath of Heaven takes effect. Good. Good. Get up. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was extremely happy, his expression relaxed, and his tense mind relaxed. Hua Tianju didn't ask any details at all, with a firm attitude, and directly made the Oath of Heaven. Such performance made Chu Yan extremely satisfied. You must know that the Oath of the Way of Heaven is not something that can be made casually. Once it is made, it will be bound by the Way of Heaven. It was only when Hua Tian Burial could achieve such a level that Chu Yan really decided to train him as a descendant of the 9 palaces. Otherwise, Hua Tian Burial was just an ordinary disciple. Seeing Chu Yan smile, Hua Tianju's face relaxed, and his face was full of joy. After getting up, he stood behind Chu Yan with his hands down, with an extremely humble attitude. Regarding this, Chu Yan nodded in satisfaction again, and was about to introduce the Rakshasa soul Tianzong, when suddenly, a sharp voice sounded in the air. The time has come, the Qinglian Lord's inheritance assessment is over. #C1103 Weird See Old. As the sound echoed, Hai Lao's figure slowly appeared in midair. As soon as Hai Lao just appeared, a pair of eyes like the vast sea of stars swept towards Chu Yan, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, with a wave of his big hand, 4 streams of air flowed out, covering Chu Yan and the others. Okay. Chu Yan's face sank, and he felt that this force was extremely powerful and terrifying. It not only wrapped his body, but even his sea of consciousness and sea of qi were all wrapped up like a seal, making him unable to resist at all. Swish. 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 Chu Yan only heard 3 piercing sounds in his ears, and Situ Yang, Shen Xingjia and Hua Tianzhu turned into 3 streams of light, soaring into the sky, and were teleported out in an instant. Hehe, Chu Yan, you are very good. Although you still can't meet the requirements, you can still make do with it. Hai Lao looked at Chu Yan, chuckled, and before Chu Yan could react, he waved his hand again, enveloping Chu Yan, and disappeared immediately on the spot. Chu Yan only felt that he had entered the space-time channel in an instant, surrounded by nothingness, could see nothing, hear nothing. After a long time, when Chu Yan felt his body sinking and got down to earth again, all the seals on his body disappeared. This is Qinglian Pavilion. Chu Yan looked around, and his consciousness was swept out at the same time. In just a moment, he found that he had returned to the main hall on the first floor of Qinglian Pavilion again, but the difference at this time was that now the entire hall is empty, not even Emperor Tianlian, who was originally sitting high, was there. That's right. This is Tianlian Pavilion. However, it's not the one you entered when you entered Qinglian's secret realm, hehe. Hai Lao's figure, floating in the middle of the hall, replied with a light smile. Here is the real core of Tianlian Dao. Qinglian Pavilion. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's face was stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared. According to Hai Lao, when they entered the Qinglian secret realm and participated in the inheritance assessment, the Qinglian Pavilion with Venerable Tianlian entered was a fake one, and the one he was in now was the real Qinglian Pavilion. Lotus Pavilion. But in this Qinglian secret realm, there is no danger at all, so why create 2 Qinglian pavilions, one real and one fake? It's not necessary at all. Follow me. Facing Chu Yan's doubtful look, Hai Lao's eyes flickered, and he naturally had a panoramic view. However, he didn't seem to want to explain at all. While speaking softly, he turned around and walked towards the depths of the hall. Chu Yan, a total of 98,000 mainland geniuses, participated in the assessment of the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian, and you are the final winner. Chu Yan followed behind Hai Lao, and after walking not far, he saw an upward staircase. Hearing Hai Lao's explanation, Chu Yan followed Hai Lao, and directly stepped on the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. So, after the assessment of Qinglian's secret realm and my assessment, you have barely met the requirements. Therefore, you will get the inheritance of becoming the real master of Qinglian. The real inheritance of Lord Qinglian. Chu Yan was slightly stunned, and suddenly realized that the fake Qinglian Pavilion was intended to be used by the final winner to distribute the fake Qinglian Lord inheritance. Because, if it weren't for Chu Yan's performance against the sky, among the many talents, the eldest grandson Tianyu would have a very high probability of becoming the final winner. According to Hai Lao, even without Chu Yan's participation, Chongsun Tianyu became the final winner, and what he got in the end was only a fake Qinglian realm inheritance. Hearing this, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched involuntarily, and he mourned for half a breath for the extremely sad elder son Tianyu in his heart. Senior, I come to Qinglian's secret realm to ask for something. Chu Yan followed Hai Lao, and kept stepping up the stairs in Qinglian Pavilion, and Chu Yan also pondered for a while, and said, "Speak." Hai Lao said, "I heard that Qinglian Pavilion has preserved the most complete historical records in the mainland for nearly 100,000 years. I want to check some things." "So?" Chu Yan said. This matter is simple, but you have to talk about it after you get the inheritance of Lord Qinglian." Speaking of this, Hai Lao stopped his figure, turned around slowly, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were bright, and he pondered for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "Because, in the past 100,000 years, a total of 3 people have passed the assessment, but when they accepted the inheritance of Lord Qinglian, all of them were lost." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's expression froze fiercely. For 100,000 years, there have been 3 Tianjiao in Qinglian's secret realm who have passed the examination. Accepting the inheritance of Lord Qinglian will lose it. Chu Yan never thought that accepting an inheritance would be dangerous. Here we are. This is here, the 9th floor of Qinglian Pavilion. Just as Chu Yan was thinking in amazement, Hai Lao's voice sounded, waking Chu Yan up. Looking up, with just one glance, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and his face was full of disbelief. "I saw that there was nothing in the hall with a radius of 10,000 steps in front of me, except for a blue altar standing nearly 10 feet high in the middle of the hall. This altar is divided into 8 sides and 8 colors, each side is no more, no less, exactly 9 steps. In other words, this altar is exactly the same as the altar where Chu Yan and the others began to comprehend the mysteries of heaven, but it is much smaller in size. In addition, the top of the Qinglian altar in front of you above, a lotus flower as blue as jade, suspended in the air. Isn't that Qinglian Fuling?" Chu Yan looked at the sapphire lotus on the top of the Qinglian altar, but his face froze, and he said in surprise, "Yes, and no." Old Hai replied with a chuckle, then raised his hand and pointed at the top of the blue altar, and said, "Needless to say, everything will have to wait for you to be approved by Lord Qinglian before." Hearing this, Chu Yan's face darkened, he looked away, and looked at the top of the Qinglian altar again, his brows frowned, and he muttered. For Chu Yan, he didn't know anything about the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian, and that Elder Hai didn't want to say anything, only that he had to wait until Chu Yan could get the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian. Moreover, Hai Lao has clearly told himself that accepting the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian is in danger of being lost. At this moment, a trace of hesitation flashed in Chu Yan's heart. Tianzong attaches so much importance to this Lord of Qinglian, I think he must not be a mortal thing. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yan thought of the massive and terrifying preparations made by Changsun Tianyu for this Qinglian secret realm. Although Changsun Tianyu is just a Tianzong Tianjiao, everything about him is supported and instructed by the sect. That is to say, the Tianzong attaches great importance to the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian. Okay. I want to see what's so special about you. After making up his mind, Chu Yan smiled lightly, stepped forward, and walked towards the Qinglian altar. With just one step, he stepped onto the first step of the Qinglian altar. Chance of life and death. Since Chu Yan began to practice martial arts against the sky, this kind of life and death opportunity has experienced too much. Therefore, facing this Qinglian altar, it is impossible for Chu Yan to give up. #C1104 Wrath of the Beast. Chu Yan looked straight up at the sapphire lotus flower on the top of the altar, and stepped up the steps of the altar step by step. The moment Chu Yan stepped onto the steps of the Qinglian altar, the entire altar, including the cyan jade lotus on the top of the altar, trembled suddenly, and at the same time, an incomparably mysterious force quickly overflowed. This mysterious power surged through Chu Yan, causing Chu Yan's face to startle slightly, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. At this time, the cyan jade lotus on the Qinglian altar fell into Chu Yan's eyes, as if it had become infinitely magical, attracting all of Chu Yan's mind and even his soul. I want to get you. In the next breath, Chu Yan's body trembled, his pupils dilated instantly, his eyes were dazed and dull, and he just kept repeating a sentence in his mouth. Chu Yan's expression changed drastically. Oh, what a pity. Hai Lao, who was hanging in the air, saw Chu Yan's demented face, his eyes darkened slightly, and he shook his head slightly, with a look of disappointment on his face. Regarding Chu Yan, in fact, he has observed Chu Yan for a long time and is very satisfied with Chu Yan. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Chu Yan is the same as some of the previous Tianjiao who stepped on the altar of Qinglian. Could it be? Are you still waiting? Alas! A faint sigh resounded in Hai Lao's heart, and following his sigh, a strange aura rushed out of the entire Qinglian pavilion, as if he felt the same way as him. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A group of golden light burst out from Chu Yan's body, and the incomparably violent power of heaven and earth, like an air current, rushed into the entire hall in an instant. The next moment, behind Chu Yan, 5 clusters of light of different colors shot up into the sky, and an extremely shocking scene appeared directly in front of Hai Lao. This. Looking up suddenly, Hai Lao glanced over, and suddenly his whole body trembled fiercely, his face changed drastically, and his face was full of horror. I saw that behind Chu Yan, 5 terrifying martial spirits. Suspended high in the sky, each martial soul exudes a monstrous aura, and 5 majestic forces, like a raging river, sweep across the entire Qinglian pavilion. Boom, boom. The 5 divine beast spirits roared to the sky, and the entire Qinglian pavilion couldn't bear this kind of power at all, so it trembled violently, and the more it shook, the stronger it became. On the roof of the hall, some broken bricks and rubble kept falling like rain, hitting the ground, bringing up a cloud of dust that swept across the entire hall. Hai Lao, who was in mid-air, had a face that was almost dead gray. He never imagined that Qinglian pavilion was about to collapse. Without the restraint of Chu Yan's consciousness, the 5 gods and beasts rushed out, and with one dodge, they all flew to the top of the altar. The 5 gods and beasts surrounded the cyan jade lotus the size of a palm. Boom! 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 The power of the 5 violent martial souls, like overwhelming mountains and seas, suppressed towards the blue jade lotus at the same time. Blasphemy against the power of the heavenly spirit is unforgivable. Roar! 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 The Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts roared again and again, full of anger. This cyan jade lotus actually received Chu Yan's attack, which is simply ignoring their existence, even if Chu Yan has lost his consciousness at this time, but the 5 divine beast martial souls protect the Lord by themselves, releasing a monstrous coercion. I want to crush everything here into powder in one fell swoop. Destroy everything, annihilate everything. If you have desecrated the might of the divine beast, bear the wrath. Boom, boom. Boom, rumbling. The 9-story Qinglian pavilion was crumbling under the violent force of the 5 gods and beasts, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. Chu Yan, wake up. Hai Lao, who was hanging in mid-air, was already frightened out of his wits at this time. A falling brick from the roof of the temple hit his head, which made him suddenly wake up from the shock. The corners of his eyes twitched, he didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately yelled loudly. Drink loudly and wake up Chu Yan. Okay. Hai Lao's shout contained an extremely powerful force, rushing through Chu Yan's body, and suddenly awakened Chu Yan from his trance. As soon as he raised his head, he saw on the altar 5 gods and beasts, martial souls, descending together with outrageous rage, surrounded by blue jade lotus. The Qinglian pavilion is crumbling, and it is about to collapse. What? The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes fell on the cyan jade lotus, and his brows frowned suddenly, his face was full of surprise. I saw that the cyan jade lotus was full of blue light, shining like water, tightly enveloping the body, facing the overwhelming coercion of the five gods and beasts. It was still standing still, although it was constantly trembling, it was not broken or damaged at all. Signs. Can it withstand the coercion of the five divine beasts? On the altar, the cyan jade lotus faced the pressure of the five raging waves, like a solitary boat in the storm, although trembling, but persisted, not to be swallowed. This scene surprised Chu Yan. Since practicing martial arts, Chu Yan has never encountered any treasure or martial soul that can persist and be indestructible under the pressure of his divine beast martial soul. Moreover, now that the five divine beasts are furious at the same time, this cyan jade lotus can withstand it. You must know that the Tianzuan spirit pattern that I subdued last time was also the spirit of the top treasure in Haotian continent. The divine beast martial soul doesn't release its coercion, just the aura it radiates from itself suppresses the spirit pattern of the celestial lord without the slightest resistance. Kirin, Suzaku, White Tiger, Qinglong, Xuanwu, come back. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was activated, allowing the five divine beasts and martial souls to return to the sea of consciousness. Although his consciousness was blinded just now, Chu Yan still had a sense of clarity. He knew that although the blue jade lotus affected his soul, it didn't really hurt him. In fact, it was just a test. Moreover, Chu Yan is now full of curiosity about this cyan jade lotus. How can something that can resist five divine beasts and spirits at the same time be ordinary? Roar! Roar! The five divine beast spirits were recalled by Chu Yan, but they roared angrily one by one, turning their heads to look at Chu Yan, none of them willing to let go of the cyan jade lotus in front of them. The five divine beast spirits conveyed to Chu Yan the desire to destroy everything, and they were obviously furious. All come back. After receiving the consciousness of the five divine beasts, Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, these heaven-defying martial spirits did not respect his guidance for the first time. However, after Chu Yan once again issued the consciousness order to return, the five gods the divine beast Wuhun roared a few times unwillingly, and returned to Chu Yan's world of sea of consciousness. Call. Seeing the return of the five martial souls, the surrounding mountains shook and the ground shook, and suddenly calmed down. Chu Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. Old Hai, shouldn't you explain it? Taking 2 deep breaths, Chu Yan was on the altar, turned around slowly, looked at Hai Lao, his eyes were ice-like, and said coldly. #C1105 The Catastrophe of the Blue Sea and Blue Sky. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hai Lao swayed and almost fell from the air. Explanation. How to explain? This green lotus pavilion of mine was almost demolished by the 5 heavenly spirits and martial souls of this monster-like boy, and even the blue jade lotus on the altar was almost destroyed. Originally, the cyan jade lotus would conduct a final assessment for every Tianjiao who really set foot on the cyan lotus altar. This kind of assessment will not lead to loss at all. Hai Lao said that, just to make Chu Yan pay attention to it, take out all the cards of strength, let the blue jade lotus and himself, take a look, whether he is qualified to inherit the inheritance of the master of the blue lotus. But now, this assessment is still meaningful. If Hai Lao wakes up Chu Yan later, I am afraid that the entire Qinglian pavilion will be razed to the ground. Here, and there is the master of Qinglian's inheritance assessment, Chu Yan. This is exactly Chu Yan's assessment of whether their Qinglian pavilion is strong or not. Joke. Wuxing Wuhun. In the entire Haotian continent, it has never been heard that there has been a Wuxing Wuhun in the last 100,000 years or the next 100,000 years. Moreover, it is nothing more than an ordinary Wuxing Wuhun, but what kind of Wuxing Wuhun is that? Not to mention 5, even 1 is almost invincible to the entire Haotian continent. Too terrifying. Thinking about it now, Hai Lao would twitch his face. At this moment, hearing Chu Yan's words, Hai Lao had a complex expression on his face, staring at Chu Yan, full of depression, but couldn't say anything. Finally, after thinking for a long time, Hai Lao gently opened his mouth and said, "You passed. From now on, you have received the inheritance of Lord Qinglian." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan was stunned, and then, his eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. This old man is still smart. According to what Chu Yan thinks, if he continues to babble, Chu Yan will really raze this shit Qinglian pavilion to the ground in a fit of anger, and even indulge the 5 gods and beasts' martial souls, turning the entire Qinglian secret realm into nothingness. For the powder. Anyway. In this secret realm world, only Hai Lao and himself, even if he tried his best to mobilize the 5 gods and beast spirits, no one is afraid that someone will find out. Tom. Just nodded slightly. Chu Yan turned around directly, ignored Hai Lao, turned and walked towards the cyan jade lotus on the altar. Chu Yan is extremely curious about this cyan jade lotus that can compete with the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, and wants to know exactly who it is. Step by step, when Chu Yan stepped onto the steps of the altar this time, there was no interference from any strange force, and he reached the top of the altar in less than 10 breaths. However, the moment Chu Yan's feet stepped on the Qinglian altar, there was a sudden change. Boom! An incomparable blue light rose from the ground, rushed out from the Qinglian altar under his feet, and shot straight at Jiuxiao. This thick cyan beam of light, like a sky-shattering cyan spear, rushed out from the Qinglian altar, pulled straight out of the Qinglian pavilion, and went straight up far away, all the way to Jiuxiao, blasting heavily in the entire Qinglian secret realm above the sky. Boom, rumble. This cyan beam of light possessed incomparably terrifying power, and the entire sky of Qinglian secret realm could not be blocked at all. With just one touch, a big hole was instantly pierced, and a loud noise was made, and the entire Qinglian secret realm world trembled crazily. The cyan beam of light that broke through the Qinglian secret realm still didn't stop, and it slammed into the sky all the way, tearing apart the layers of the sky, without the slightest force to stop it. In the blink of an eye, the cyan beam of light rushed to the sky of Haotian continent, exploded suddenly, and turned into large blue ripples, rippling across the entire sky. In less than a breath, the sky of Haotian continent, which was originally a blue sky and white clouds, was covered by endless blue water, and the entire sky turned into a piece of blue. At this moment, the entire Haotian continent was boiling. In the far west, on the main peak of Tianzong, where the top of the mountain cannot be seen, a terrifying aura burst out suddenly. Swish! 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 One after another, virtual figures whose bodies melted into the sky and the earth rushed out from the gate of Tianzong mountain, rushed straight to Jiuxiao, suspended in the sky, raised their heads far away, and looked up at the sky. When they saw the cyan beam of light and the large expanse of cyan sky like water flowing towards the edge of the sky like lightning and thunder, as if they were devouring the entire sky, suddenly, all of the extremely terrifying and powerful men all had their expressions on their faces. Startled, frowning slightly. This is the blue sea and blue sky vision. A voice that resounded through the heavens and the earth sounded, and the eyes of the speaker flickered slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Blue sea and blue sky, isn't that a phenomenon that only existed before the ancient times? Haotian continent has not appeared for 100,000 years. What's going on? Not good. According to historical data, the vision of the blue sea and blue sky represents the start of a catastrophe on the mainland. Could it be that the natural disaster of destroying the world 100,000 years ago is about to come again? What should I do? Trouble. This time, something big will happen. Hey! The Great Tribulation. Several mighty men who reached the sky, their bodies soaring to the sky, their faces full of worry, sighed softly. Immediately, they stayed for a while, leaving sadly one by one, returning to the sect, each using the supreme secret method, trying to get a glimpse of the mysteries of the heavens, and to explore the origin of this blue sea and blue sky vision. However, regardless of these powerful people who are able to move mountains and fill seas, hold stars in their hands, reverse time and space and other means to reach the sky, as soon as their supernatural powers touch the void where the Qinglian secret realm is located, they are suddenly overwhelmed by bursts of mysterious and incomparable power. Stop it, you can no longer get an inch closer. It's really a catastrophe. For a moment, more than a dozen Tong Tian Datong exclaimed in unison, their faces changed drastically, and they could no longer calm down the heart of martial arts that had been calm for thousands of years. Road. At this moment, the entire Haotian continent was full of wind and clouds, and an undercurrent was like a tide. Waves of incomparably terrifying aura kept rushing out from all over the continent, sweeping across Zhongtian. On the other side, Gong Yun Tian of the Jiuling Xiantian sect, Shindang of the Jiuxiao Dixuanzong, Hong Qiyu of the Emperor Tianlong Jiazong, and the deputy suzerain of the Tianxia Jianzong, etc., are in various parts of the Zhongtian continent, and they are also in the sky. Xiao, staring at the vision of blue sea and blue sky above the sky with both eyes, his face was full of sadness. In addition to the 8 ancient sects, the great masters of the major sects in the mainland, the hidden powers, and the most powerful people of various clans have woken up from the place of retreat and practice, or stepped out of the cave, or stood up all night, watching closely. The blue sea and blue sky vision in the sky. The world will change, and catastrophe will come. These words reverberated in the hearts of all sect bosses in the entire continent at the same time. However, they don't know much about this blue sea and blue sky, but almost every sect boss knows that when the same great heaven tribulation came 100,000 years ago, the entire Haotian continent, countless sect forces were wiped out, and 9 out of 10 warriors in the entire continent survived, less than 10%. Even the 8 ancient sects were the overlord sect forces in the mainland that rose only after the heavenly tribulation. However, who knows whether the 8 ancient schools will still be able to exist when the next holy tribulation falls. What makes all the bosses even more palpitating is what happened in that catastrophe 100,000 years ago. What is the reason for the destruction of all sect forces and the loss of countless warriors? #C1106 Supreme Heaven. Qinglian Secret Realm, in Qinglian Pavilion. Chu Yan was at the top of the Qinglian altar, looking up at the sky, with a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect that he would trigger such a monstrous and powerful vision of heaven and earth just by climbing the altar of Qinglian. At this moment, standing on the altar of Qinglian, looking up, he can clearly see that the sky of Haotian continent has completely disappeared, or it has been swallowed up, and instead, it is constantly rising like sea water. The rippling blue sky. Fuck, what's going on? Chu Yan was speechless. He was about to take the cyan jade lotus. He didn't want to make such a big noise. In this way, the entire Haotian continent would know that there was a strange treasure born in the Qinglian secret realm, and he is the winner of Qinglian secret realm. If one is not careful, all the spearheads will be pointed at him. Fortunately, all the Tianjiao who entered Qinglian secret realm have been killed. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, thought to himself, then shook his head, ignoring these messy visions of heaven and earth, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the blue jade lotus in front of him. I saw this palm-sized, jade-like small jade lotus with 99 jade petals, exuding a mysterious aura throughout. Inside the jade lotus seemed to contain a sea of blue clouds, surging endlessly. And the mysterious aura emanating from above the jade lotus surprised Chu Yan. Because, since he practiced martial arts, he has never sensed this kind of breath when walking on the mainland. Neither is it the breath of heaven, nor is it the breath of the treasure, nor is it any other. Get it first and then talk. Chu Yan stretched out his big hand and grabbed it directly towards the blue jade lotus, but when his hand just touched the cyan jade lotus, suddenly, including the pillar of light above the entire altar, the cyan jade lotus trembled slightly and turned into a cyan streamer, which shot directly at Chu Yan's eyebrows. Call out. This sudden change, Chu Yan was not prepared at all. Even if he was prepared, with the speed of this blue light, it was impossible for Chu Yan to resist or dodge, because the blue light was too fast. Boom, boom. The moment the cyan streamer rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, above the endless sky, the piece of blue sea and blue sky was like a long whale sucking water. With the Optimus pillar as the channel, it rushed madly, and kept pouring into Chu Yan's brow. At this moment, Chu Yan's whole body was stiff, and the sea of consciousness was trembling. In front of him, a large piece of blue air flow, like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, rushed in continuously through the small position of Chu Yan's brow. In less than 3 breaths, as the last ray of cyan air penetrated into the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows, all the visions between the heaven and the earth disappeared, and peace returned. Okay. Shrinking his eyes fiercely, Chu Yan's consciousness, like an ebbing tide, returned and woke up instantly. Chu Yan immediately discovered that in the sky of his own sea of consciousness, in a small piece of blue cloud sea, a jade lotus with a green on all over the body was wrapped in it, exuding a faint breath. Roar! 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 In the sea of consciousness, the 5 spirit beasts, standing on the Wuhun mountain, burst into roars, all looking at the blue jade lotus. Amid the furious roars of the 5 divine beast spirits, the cyan jade lotus seemed to have compromised, and kept shrinking in size. In the end, it shrank back to the size of a palm, and the 5 divine beast spirits calmed down. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was slightly startled. Unlike the last time the celestial spirit rune entered Chu Yan's consciousness sea, this time, the cyan jade lotus seemed to have an equal relationship with the Wuxuan of the 5 gods and beasts. What the hell is that? Chu Yan was stunned. What the hell is this cyan jade lotus? To be able to sit on an equal footing with his 5 divine souls and martial souls. This is simply impossible. Could it be that there is such a fetish in this Haotian world? In other words, in Haotian world, there are still many existences that I don't even know about. Conscious thoughts and doubts flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan couldn't figure it out at all. Then, he jumped off the Qinglian altar, and walked towards Hai Lao step by step. At this time, Hai Lao's face was pale, he stood stiff and petrified, he stood there in a daze, like a stone sculpture, from his face to his soul, everything was horrified. Hai Lao, what is this green jade lotus? Chu Yan walked up to Hai Lao in a few steps, saw his dull and twitching face, and asked directly. This? Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Hai Lao finally woke up from the shock, but he was full of hesitation about Chu Yan's question. Cannot say. Finally, Hai Lao opened his mouth and said. Then what's the use of this cyan jade lotus? Chu Yan asked. I can't say it. Hai Lao replied. What is the heaven and earth vision that just triggered? Cannot say. Then how to open the inheritance in the cyan jade lotus? Cannot say. Qinglian Dao power, what kind of power is it? Cannot say. A moment later, Chu Yan's face was full of ferocity, and he stared fiercely at Hai Lao in front of him, his mouth full of teeth clucking. Your uncle, old man, if you dare to say something, you can't say it, try it. Swish. A flash of cold light flashed, and the Haotian sword appeared in Chu Yan's hand, and the sharp air suddenly rushed past, and when it swept across Hai Lao's body, his figure was like water ripples, and the phantom of the whole figure swayed a ripple. Chu Yan, don't be impulsive. Seeing Chu Yan draw his sword directly, Hai Lao glanced at the cold light on the Haotian sword, his eyes twitched twice, and he said with a charming smile. Say. Today, if you don't say anything, you will sacrifice my sword with you. Chu Yan's face was full of coldness, every word, without a trace of warmth. This old Hai, starting from the blood sea in the spiritual realm, and now in the Qinglian secret realm, seems to be targeting him deliberately. Every time he is in a good situation, he will suddenly change the rules and put himself at a disadvantage. If it is not for his strong cards, I am afraid he has already been played to death by him. Therefore, at this moment, Chu Yan has already moved to kill. In the past, Chu Yan felt that Hai Lao could control the two completely irrelevant top-secret realms of the mainland at the same time. They must have a lot of background, and he was in awe. But just now, he politely asked more than a dozen questions in a row, but there was no answer. This will of course make Chu Yan angry. I say. Sensing the rising murderous aura on Chu Yan's body, Hai Lao smiled awkwardly and hurriedly responded. The vision just now is called the vision of blue sea and blue sky. It is rumored that this vision also appeared before the Great Heaven Calamity happened 100,000 years ago. Therefore, the vision of blue sea and blue sky represents 10, the once in 10,000 year catastrophe is coming. The vision of the blue sea and the blue sky. Great catastrophe. Hearing Hai Lao's words, Chu Yan immediately thought that the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was the #1 sect in the mainland 100,000 years ago, and the real overlord of the mainland. The sudden loss is probably because of this, the catastrophe. That's right. But, because it's been so long, what happened 100,000 years ago? Now, no one can tell. Hai Lao nodded and continued to explain. So, about this, you can only find out by yourself, that's all I know. There is also this blue jade lotus. I can only tell you that it is not a spiritual treasure, nor is it an inheritance. The jade lotus contains the supreme way of heaven of the Lord of Qinglian. Existence, the time is probably hundreds of millions of years. Others, I really can't say. When Hai Lao said this, he stopped and looked at Chu Yan with a bitter face. The Lord of Qinglian's supreme way of heaven. It exists for hundreds of millions of years. Chu Yan was full of astonishment. He didn't expect that this cyan jade lotus had such a big background. #C1107, get out and die. Hearing Hai Lao's words, Chu Yan frowned slightly, his spiritual consciousness was restrained instantly, condensed into a line, and probed towards the blue jade lotus in the sea of consciousness. However, before Chu Yan's consciousness touched the cyan jade lotus, an incomparably tyrannical force rushed out from its lotus body, knocking all of Chu Yan's consciousness away. Okay. Chu Yan's face sank, and suddenly his face darkened. What kind of broken lotus is this, staying in his own sea of consciousness, yet he still dares to resist himself, looking for death. Roar. 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 As if sensing Chu Yan's anger, the 5 divine beast spirits that had calmed down roared at the same time, and all looked at the blue jade lotus. The roar was obviously a threat. The cyan jade lotus trembled slightly, just rushed out of the lotus body, resisting the power of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, like an ebb tide, all returned to the lotus body, and no longer openly resisted Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. The next moment, Chu Yan's consciousness invaded again, rolling towards the cyan jade lotus. However, although the jade lotus no longer resisted, Chu Yan's consciousness could not penetrate into it at all, as if the jade lotus was like an iron bucket, without a trace. Gap. What's the situation? Chu Yan was speechless. Unexpectedly, the cyan jade lotus oil and salt would not enter, and there was no way to contact him. Moreover, it didn't seem to want to contact Chu Yan either. Depend on. Chu Yan yelled violently, feeling extremely depressed and angry. What a bitch, Fart Yulian, dare to be so arrogant. After taking a few deep breaths, Chu Yan suppressed the anger in his heart, and decided not to pay any attention to the broken jade lotus. Anyway, he has nothing to do with it now. Can I go now? Chu Yan looked at Hai Lao and asked directly. Of course, this is for you. Hai Lao was stunned, then took out a jade talisman, threw it at Chu Yan, and said. This is recorded in Qinglian Pavilion. All historical records are here. Chu Yan took the jade talisman, checked it with his spiritual sense, and found a lot of information in it. He couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction, saying. You teleport me out to a place where no one is there. I don't want people to see me go out of Qinglian's secret realm. Chu Yan said. Okay, no problem. Hearing that Chu Yan was going to leave, Elder Hai heaved a long sigh of relief, and the nervous expression on his face immediately relaxed. With a wave of his hand, a force instantly rolled towards Chu Yan. Old man, I hope I won't meet you again in other secret realms. Before Chu Yan finished speaking, the incomparably majestic power wrapped around Chu Yan, turned into a streamer, and flew towards the sky. Hey, boy, try to avoid me. Impossible. Looking up at the disappearing streamer in the sky, Hai Lao smiled lightly and said lightly. The next moment, after Chu Yan's figure completely disappeared and left Qinglian's secret realm, Hai Lao's face instantly returned to a solemn and dignified expression, and his eyes swept across, looking at the surrounding Qinglian secret realm. Swish! With a wave of his hand, endless majestic power swept across the entire Qinglian secret realm like a flood. Wherever the power swept past, the world of Qinglian's secret realm began to dissipate quickly, as if the ice and snow were melting. In less than 3 breaths, the Qinglian secret realm, one of the top secret realms in the mainland, disappeared and was lost forever. This kid is really a monster. First he was in the spirit realm of Blood Sea, and now he is in Qinglian's secret realm. No secret realm world can keep him. Next time, it won't be so easy to let him go. While speaking, Hai Lao was smiling all over his face, and in a pair of muddy eyes, strange colors flickered, full of the light of stars. The scenery in front of him was constantly changing. Chu Yan only felt like a shooting star, constantly shuttling through the void. After a full 100 breaths of time, it finally landed on the ground. The moment he landed, Chu Yan suddenly raised his head and looked around. At the same time, his consciousness swept in all directions, fully alert. However, just for a moment, Chu Yan relaxed his mind. This Elder Hai really didn't teleport himself to the entrance in front of Qinglian Mountain. At that location, there must be a lot of people gathered now, waiting for Tianjiao from Qinglian's secret realm to come out. Hey, let them wait. Situ Yang and Shen Xingjia have already returned to the sect. Let the others wait. Chu Yan sneered. It turns out that the Tianjiao who entered the secret realm of Qinglian, except for Situ Yang and the others, have all been beheaded by him. Even if those people waited there for 100,000 years, they would not be able to wait for someone. Black Blood Temple. Just when Chu Yan smiled lightly, with his divine consciousness, he discovered a building complex hidden in a valley. In this valley, a large amount of bloody evil spirit rushed out, spreading out into the sky. Chu Yan couldn't be more familiar with these breaths, and it is where the Black Blood Temple is located. Chu Yan didn't expect that this old Hai would teleport himself here. Although this valley is not the main hall of the Black Blood Temple, but a branch hall similar to the Valley of Calling Souls, but since Chu Yan met him, how could he let it go? Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, his figure flickered, and he flew towards the valley. This valley covers an area of 10,000 mu, and its area is huge. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that the defensive spirit array in this valley was extremely weak, which is not the same as the last time he encountered Soul Calling Valley. Could it be that there are all young people here? Chu Yan frowned slightly, but he didn't relax at all, and approached the valley quickly. While flying, Chu Yan fully mobilized his consciousness, covering the entire valley, and began to investigate carefully. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that the valley didn't even set up a spiritual array to isolate the breath of the divine consciousness. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness poured directly into the valley without any hindrance. The spiritual sense penetrated into the valley and swept around, and there was no trace of the strong in Chu Yan. However, when Chu Yan's consciousness penetrated into the ground, his face suddenly darkened. Because the real core of the Valley of the Black Blood Temple is built underground in the valley, and the buildings and warriors above the ground are just decorations. However, the scene of the underground core is unsightly. Many powerful warriors of the Black Blood Temple raped and humiliated women in various underground caves, and then directly killed bloodthirsty. Every cave was filled with corpses and blood, the screams of a large number of women, and the crazy and excited laughter of the warriors of the Black Blood Temple echoed throughout the underground world. It turned out that this was actually a place set up by the Black Blood Temple for the warriors in the temple to enjoy themselves. One must know that the more advanced a martial artist is, the lower the ordinary desires of human beings will be. Ordinary warriors who have reached the heaven-reaching realm are even extremely indifferent to appetite and sex desires. However, the warriors of the Black Blood Temple are different. Those warriors who have given up their martial souls and practiced the bloodthirsty secret method mostly have inflated desires, far exceeding ordinary humans. Moreover, the pleasure brought to them by blood is unparalleled. That's why the Black Blood Temple set up this kind of dirty place for the powerhouses in the temple to enjoy bloodthirsty sex. Everyone in the Black Blood Temple deserves to die. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, the light in his eyes was as cold as a knife. He waved his big hand, holding the Haotian sword, his speed exploded, and a burst of air exploded, rushing into the valley. From the Black Blood Temple, get out of here, die. Holding a long sword in his hand, Chu Yan stood in the air, shouting like thunder, and the roar echoed throughout the valley. #C1108 Sword and Shadow Storm. A group of strong men soaring to the sky. Before reaching halfway, they found the sword curtain falling from their heads, and their faces were horrified, and their souls trembled. They have just checked. Although the cultivation base of the same level cannot accurately detect the realm of Chu Yan's cultivation base, but the big realm can still be detected. A warrior in the Tongtian territory, even if it is the ninth heaven of the Tongtian realm, among their 100-strong men, the joint cooperation can only be lost. However, before they could even touch each other, they were smashed down by a sword curtain as big as the sky. They would have thought that the enemy in front of them would be so powerful. The turbulent sword shadow storm, not to mention those martial artists of the heaven-reaching realm, even the half-step martial venerable realm powerhouses, can't resist it at all. In an instant, all the powerhouses of the Bliss Pavilion of the Black Blood Temple rushing towards the sky were terrified. Among them, some warriors above the 8th level of the Tongtian realm shot out one after another, trying to block Chu Yan's sword screen. Some of the strong men with low cultivation bases turned pale with fright and ran away in all directions. Almost in the blink of an eye, the attacks of a dozen strong men collided with Chu Yan's sword screen. Boom, rumbling. The violent air blast soared to the sky, and the huge air wave made the entire valley tremble crazily. The endless sword energy turned into a shock wave of sword waves, sweeping across in all directions. Any buildings, rocks, and trees that were swept by the air waves were all turned into powder, and the entire valley was almost razed to the ground. Ah! Ah! The shrill screams echoed across the sky, filled with endless pain and despair. It sounded like chills. Massacre. A scene like hell on earth appeared. Endless blood rushed into the sky, and the ground was full of broken meat, flying all over the sky. The bloody and terrifying scene filled the air around with a strong smell of blood. A few were lucky, because they were close to the edge of the sword screen. They were very lucky, escaped from the range of the sword screen, and survived. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned, floating in the air foolishly, their whole bodies stiffened. This guy dared to kill the strong man and disciple of the Black Blood Temple. Moreover, he killed so many at once. More importantly, how could this guy be so powerful, beheading nearly 100 heaven-reaching realm experts with one move? How can this be? Above the sky, Chu Yan stood with a sword in his hand, his expression indifferent, completely unmoved by the bloody scene in front of him. Since practicing martial arts, Chu Yan's martial arts will is 100 times stronger than that of ordinary people. At this time, the wave of sword storm had rushed across the valley and slowly dissipated. In the entire valley, there was almost no ruins. Bang bang bang. Some complete corpses fell from the air and hit the ground, splashing a large cloud of dust and making muffled noises. Swish. 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 Chu Yan waved his hands repeatedly, and collected all these relatively complete corpses into the Rakshasa space. Those who can keep their corpses intact under Chu Yan's sword curtain are mostly warriors above the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Because their physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary warriors, they can't be completely dismembered. Although these warriors of the Black Blood Temple are low in combat power, they have extremely strong cultivation and blood. They are good materials for burning corpses and refining qi, so Chu Yan will collect them casually. Taking out a bottle of golden elixir, Chu Yan swallowed the next 9 profound golden elixir, quickly recovering the consumed true energy. Although Chu Yan only used one move, when he urged Emperor Suzaku to burn tens of thousands of warriors, the consumption was not small. However, the main reason is that Chu Yan felt a trace of extremely powerful force in this valley. Breath keeps people in a state of vigilance, which is why they maintain their peak combat power. The powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple, who survived by luck, woke up suddenly, looked at Chu Yan's figure, their eyes trembled fiercely, their faces were full of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They immediately turned and ran away. Chu Yan didn't intend to kill these people at all, but let them go, so that they could draw out the powerful existence that had been hiding all along. After a few moments, Chu Yan recovered all his true energy, flew over and fell towards the valley. Around the valley, some strong men who had just come out of the ground stood in the distance in great horror, looking at Chu Yan from afar, not daring to approach at all, but also not daring to run away. If they dare to escape when the enemy rushes to the door, the result will be worse than death. Who the hell is this guy? Oh my God, he didn't leave at all, but came here. Is he going to kill us all? Nonsense, obviously, he is here to deal with our Black Blood Temple. Too arrogant. Nearly 1,000 disciples of the Black Blood Temple, strong and weak, gathered around, discussing in low voices, but still no one dared to come out, but they knew that this guy would not live long. However, this person in front of him actually came to provoke a branch of the entire Black Blood Temple, by himself. What audacity! Here is a branch of the Black Blood Temple, how could there be no strong man in charge? This guy killed so many people in the Black Blood Temple, and he still didn't escape. He was looking for death. So far, more than 10,000 disciples of the Bliss Pavilion of the Black Blood Temple have died in the hands of Chu Yan, including many strong men above the 5th heaven of the Tongtian realm. These strong men, in Chu Yan's hands, didn't even block a move, and they were beheaded by Chu Yan in pieces. Who the hell is this guy? It's too perverted. The strength is so strong, depending on the age, it may be the pride of that sect. No way, even the arrogance of the 8 ancient sects would not dare to come to our Black Blood Temple, to seek trouble. Who said there was a Chu Yan before, and he would be killed if he got on. Wait, is he? During the discussion, someone's face was startled suddenly, and then he suddenly turned his head to look at the black-robed figure walking in the valley. His eyes suddenly popped out, and his face was full of shock. Chu Yan. Could it be that the #1 genius in the mainland, who single-handedly killed the 10 elders of the Black Blood Temple in the Shantian sect of the Nine Spirits. Chu Yan. This is troublesome. Almost instantly, a terrifying thought flashed through everyone's minds at the same time. However, the next moment, the faces of these people quickly returned to normal, and they even wore a smile of surprise. Chu Yan. You're unlucky, you definitely don't know that a real powerhouse in the Black Blood Temple happens to be in this Bliss Pavilion, and that's a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouse. This time, Chu Yan is dead. The number one existence on the must-kill list of the Black Blood Temple is finally about to be lost. At this time, Chu Yan completely ignored the warriors around him, and went straight to the only standing building in the valley. There was no aura of defensive spirit array on this building, but in the storm of sword energy just now, there was not even a trace of damage. Therefore, the powerful aura that Chu Yan sensed must be inside this building. Swish. 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 Just when Chu Yan walked to the entrance of the Hexing Palace, the closed door suddenly opened, and 8 figures flew out. #C1109 Qinglong Wuhun can be promoted to star. Seeing the 8 powerhouses rushing forward, Chu Yan glanced at them, and found that the cultivation base of these 8 people was only slightly stronger than the one just now. Who are you? The 8 powerhouses rushed towards Chu Yan, shouting violently at the same time. Die. Not bothering to pay attention to the other party at all, Chu Yan shouted like ice, landed a word, and slashed out with his sword. A bright sword light cut out, and the sharp and unparalleled sword energy swept across and attacked. The sword light pierced the void, as if parting the surface of the water. When the sword energy passed by, the 8 corpses and the void were divided into 2 and turned into 16 neat sections. Chi 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 chi. The sound of sword blades piercing flesh and bones sounded, and the blood of the 8 strong men stained the sky and the earth red. However, before these corpses landed, Chu Yan waved his hand and quickly put the 16 corpses into the Rakshasa space. Hiss. 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 From all directions in the valley, gasping sounds suddenly sounded, and those other Black Blood Temple disciples who were waiting to see Chu Yan be beheaded were so frightened that they almost lost their wits when they saw this scene. As warriors, they have also participated in countless battles, and have seen battles between strong men of various cultivation realms, but they have never seen that between warriors of the same cultivation realm, one side is so strong that no opponent can fight against them. In front of him, it was like chopping melons and vegetables, killing them all with one sword. This is too scary. Moreover, Chu Yan feels extremely cold. Without saying a word, he draws his sword and kills. After Chu Yan beheaded 8 warriors, he did not rashly rush into the building in front of him. Spiritual consciousness surged out, and penetrated into the palace, covering an area of 100 acres in front of him, carefully covering every corner of the palace. Destroy. After careful investigation, Chu Yan clenched his fist with his right hand and smashed it on the defensive spirit array of the palace. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5-color fist light blasted the defensive spirit array into powder with monstrous power. Scatter and splash. Bold. At the moment when the defensive spirit array was shattered, a heavy and deep voice suddenly sounded from within the palace. Then, a blood-red figure rolled up a monstrous wave of blood, like a cloud of blood, and swept towards Chu Yan. In just half a blink of an eye, an extremely tall figure crossed the void and landed directly in front of Chu Yan. I saw that this person was about 80 years old, and he was extremely tall. Standing in front of Chu Yan, he was twice as tall as him. His whole body was dark, his eyes were like blood, and his figure was strong. Born with a corner. Huh. Monster race. With just one glance, Chu Yan's face was stunned, and his face was full of astonishment. He never thought that there were people from the Yaozu in the Black Blood Temple. Who are you? how dare you blaspheme the power of my temple? The old man of the Yao clan stared at Chu Yan with his eyes. A cold and bloody consciousness fell on Chu Yan in an instant, and with just a sweep, a look of disdain suddenly appeared on his face. Reporting to Venerable Dai, this person is Chu Yan, who is ranked number 1 on the temple's must-kill list. Before Chu Yan could answer, in the distance of the valley, a strong man from the Black Blood Temple turned towards the old man of the Yaozu and replied respectfully, with an extremely respectful attitude. Honor Earth be. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he looked at the old man of the Yaozu opposite. His brows were slightly frowned, and his face sank. With Chu Yan's powerful spiritual consciousness, the moment the Lord Earthy appeared, Chu Yan had already found out that his cultivation base was around the high-ranking martial lord realm. The actual combat strength of the monster clan powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple should be stronger than the human warriors of the Black Blood Temple of the same level. Roar! At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a shocking dragon's gun suddenly exploded, shaking the entire sea of consciousness. Chu Yan's face was startled, and he suddenly received a thought from the Qinglong Wuhun, which was about to come out and devour the strong monster in front of him. In the Qinglong Wuhun, there was originally a remnant thought of the Qinglong Holy Master, so in the consciousness it passed to Chu Yan, it clearly told Chu Yan that the body of the powerful monster in front of him is extremely rare. Flood monsters. The meaning of the Qinglong Wuhun is very clear, just like the dragon veins and earth spirits, anything that contains the aura of the dragon soul can become the material for the Qinglong Wuhun to ascend to a star. Therefore, the azure dragon martial soul in the sea of consciousness, the moment Venerable Earthy appeared, eagerly sent out his consciousness to Chu Yan. So that's how it is. It turned out to be a supplementary material for the Qinglong Wuhun. Hee. After Chu Yan figured out the consciousness of Qinglong Wuhun, when he looked at Venerable Dai opposite him, his eyes lit up, as if seeing a rare treasure. You know, among the 5 martial spirits, the most difficult one to ascend to the star level is the Qinglong martial spirit. The other 4 spirits, since the first awakening of the white tiger spirit, have been able to find more than 2 kinds of supplementary materials if they want to increase their star rating, but the only one is the green dragon spirit. Dragon Pulse Rising Star, nothing else. Therefore, apart from devouring the Yinyang Empress in Hongshishan's country, Qinglong Wuhun has never found the material to ascend to a star. You must know that such things as earth spirit dragon veins are extremely rare, and even if they are found, they are basically the foundation of a sect, and it is impossible for you to devour them. Now, I finally discovered that the azure dragon martial soul also devours the breath of the dragon soul to ascend to the stars. In this way, although the dragon-like monster in front of me is rare, as long as you look for it, you can still find it. However, the strong man of the Jiao clan in front of him, the Venerable Earthy, has a high-level martial arts cultivation. Although the warriors of the Black Blood Temple are low in combat power, this is a monster from the monster clan, and his body is extremely strong. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and began to continuously improve his true energy, preparing for a big battle. In any case, today, even if all the cards are played, it is impossible to let this dragon clan go. Chu Yan, ha ha ha. Well, even if you sent yourself to the door looking for death, the old man will kill you out of mercy. When Venerable Earthy heard that the person opposite was Chu Yan, like Chu Yan, his blood-red eyes burst into a dazzling red light, and he laughed excitedly. You must know that there is a must-death list in the Black Blood Temple. Anyone who kills the enemies on the list will be rewarded. How can this not make Venerable Earthy unhappy? This Chu Yan is ranked first on the must-kill list. Killing him will not only get a big reward, but also improve his status in the temple. Definitely a godsend, truly, fame and fortune. Too much nonsense, prepare to die. Chu Yan sneered, not wanting to waste time with him at all. With a shake of the Haoyan sword in his hand, the 5-color sword light rushed out, and the extremely sharp sword swept all directions. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. With a yell, Chu Yan held the Haotian sword in his hand, 16 inner alchemy were circulating in his body, and the surging true energy poured into the sword body, and the nearly 1,000-foot-long sword glow shot straight out. #C1110 Humiliating Rage. A sword was cut out, and the bright sword light brushed the side of Venerable Earthy for 1,000 steps, but it was cut crookedly, and flew towards the back of Venerable Earthy. What? Just now, Venerable Earthy, who was on full alert and ready to strike, naturally felt it easily the moment Chu Yan drew his sword. This sword was too crooked, and it was impossible to cut himself. What's the situation? Could it be that the human kid in front of him was so frightened by himself that he couldn't even hold a sword steadily? Ha ha ha, boy, it's good to know that you are afraid, now, kneel. When Venerable Earthy heard this, he laughed wildly and was extremely proud, but just as his laughter started, it was immediately interrupted by screams. Ah! Ah! The scream came from behind Venerable Earthy, and the wild laughter on his face was instantly frozen. He suddenly turned his head to look, only to see that those disciples of the Black Blood Temple who had been hiding behind him were killed by the sword just a few miles away, and the ground was covered with blood and flesh. It turned out that with Chu Yan's first sword attack, he didn't intend to attack Venerable De at all, but to attack those warriors of the Black Blood Temple who were still alive. This move made it clear to everyone present that today, this Chu Yan will not let anyone go, and he is going to slaughter the Bliss Pavilion of this Black Blood Temple. You wanna die? Seeing this scene, Venerable De suddenly became furious. Unexpectedly, after he appeared, this Chu Yan was not only not afraid, but instead slaughtered the disciples of the temple in front of him. This is Cheekwoogwa's slap in the face at all. This is even more furious than the sword slashed on him just now. The next moment, Venerable Dai's face was purple, and the veins on his forehead twitched. He raised his hand and twisted his claws, and directly grabbed Chu Yan with one claw. Boom! A huge house-like paw print appeared on the sky in an instant, carrying the endless anger of Venerable Earthy, like the claws of a wrathful god, wishing to crush the humiliating ant in front of him to death. The huge paw prints, like a mountain pressing down on the top of Chu Yan's head, pressed down. Swish! The corner of Chu Yan's mouth darkened slightly. His pupils were shining. He didn't directly block the grab with his sword, instead his figure flickered. Yulong Zhetian cast his body skills, and rushed directly out of the valley. You still want to escape? Dreaming? Venerable Dai shouted angrily. Black light flashed on his body, and he also unfolded his body skills, chasing towards Chu Yan. Today, whether it is Chu Yan destroying the Black Blood Temple Bliss Pavilion, slaughtering the warriors of the temple, or humiliating himself, these two, any one, are unforgivable, so even if he goes to heaven and earth, Venerable Dai will not let him go and kill him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures, one in front and one behind, in the midair of the entire mountain range, like two black lightning bolts, flashed across the sky in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan didn't want to escape, so after leaving the Bliss Pavilion Valley for 100 miles, he slowly stopped. Damn ants, this old man will crush you today. Draw out your soul, quench your soul and refine your soul. You will never be reborn forever. Venerable De's blood-red eyes were full of killing intent. He rushed 10,000 steps in front of Chu Yan, stopped, stared at Chu Yan fiercely and roared. People from the Black Blood Temple, if you see one, kill the other. Chu Yan was completely unmoved by Venerable Dai's words, said in a cold voice, and raised his right hand suddenly. Call out. A flash of cold light flashed, Haotian's sword rushed into the air, and disappeared instantly. Huh! Divine Soldier. Seeing this scene, Venerable Earthy was startled first, and then, his face was full of ecstasy. This kid actually has magic weapons. A divine weapon, whether it is tempered by himself as a trump card for self-defense, or directly auctioned off, is a top treasure. He never thought that an ant with a cultivation level of the sky would have such a treasure in his body, and he would send it to in front of myself. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Venerable Earthy laughed loudly, completely ignoring the Haotian divine soldier who escaped into the void, and only thought that he would get a treasure right away, so he was in a good mood. It was originally the same. The biggest feature of the magic weapon is sneak attack. When the opponent is completely unprepared, it suddenly kills, but this human kid in front of him actually uses the magic weapon in front of him, so that he has prepared himself. The magic weapon, the power of the soldiers has been greatly reduced, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Cut. Seeing Venerable Dai laughing wildly up to the sky, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and the 10 absolute sword appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The resplendent and mighty 5-color sword light, with its incomparably sharp sword light, slashed at the head of Venerable Earthy. The sword energy pierces through the air, splits the endless void, the speed is as fast as a shock, and it disappears in a flash. Huh. Arrogance. Seeing Chu Yan's sudden attack, Venerable De immediately made a move, raised his right claw, and slammed it fiercely, facing Chu Yan's 5-color sword light. Boom, rumbling. The black paw print collided with the 5-color sword light, and exploded and dissipated at the same time. Under one move, it was evenly divided. Die. Chu Yan followed up with a sword, and slashed out with another sword. The sword light was like water, turning into hundreds of sword lights, covering Venerable Dai. Call out. Call out. Call out. Seeing this scene, Venerable Earthy was full of disdain, raised his hand, and a black light flashed. In front of him, there was a huge scale shield, but most of the sword light was blocked, but... Ah! Ah! A scream came from behind again. What? Venerable Earthy's face, which was originally full of disdain, froze in an instant, and he suddenly turned his head to look. At a glance, his entire face was completely distorted due to anger. A dozen miles behind him, a large group of warriors from the Black Blood Temple were beheaded by the sword light that had just been missed, causing heavy casualties. It turned out that this Chu Yan, the move just now was not aimed at himself, but an ordinary warrior who wanted to kill the Black Blood Temple. Same move, same result. Venerable Earthy seemed to feel that a loud slap was slapped on his face. Asshole. Venerable Earthy was completely enraged. Under the rage, his blood-red eyes could almost bleed. Transform into shape. The next moment, Venerable Earthy roared, his body was full of black light, and a layer of fine scales appeared all over his body, covering his whole body. Even on his face, there were also large scales. It looked like a ferocious humanoid beast. Flood Dragon Fist. After Earthy took form, not only did his aura soar, but his combat power and strength also soared. He decided to kill Chu Yan with one move. With one punch, Venerable Earthy didn't hold back the slightest bit, and the whole fist glow directly turned into a black flood dragon. Under the roaring void, with its bloody mouth open, under the tumbling and moving, with endless dragon power, it moved towards Chu Yan. Run away. Terrifying power swept all directions, and the incomparably majestic dragon's power made the void, with a radius of hundreds of miles, tremble. What a powerful long way! Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was not surprised, but delighted. With the Azure Dragon martial soul, he was naturally very familiar with the dragon's power. Therefore, the punch in front of him made Chu Yan immediately feel that the body of the earthy Venerable Longwei is extremely strong. The stronger the dragon's prestige, the better after the Qinglong Wuhun devours it. #C1111 The battle is over? Seeing the black dragon-like fist glow coming, Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, the dragon fist of Venerable Earth is so powerful. Break! With a loud shout from Chu Yan, endless gang yuan frantically poured into the 10 absolute swords, and the 5-colored sword light rushed out towards the black dragon. Boom. With a bang, the black flood dragon's fist light was cut by the five-color sword light, twisted wildly, and slowly dissipated, turning into a stormy wave, sweeping in all directions. Huh. I still have some strength. Seeing that his fist light was broken, Venerable Earth Yi's face covered with dragon scales suddenly sank, extremely cold. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan cracked the 2 consecutive moves, which made him, when he started, the judgment of Chu Yan's ants has been greatly improved. No wonder he dared to go to the Black Blood Temple Bliss Pavilion alone, so that's how it is. However, Venerable Dai, as a high-ranking martial Venerable Realm powerhouse in the Black Blood Temple, has a very special status. It is impossible to have such strength, but he has been belittling Chu Yan just now, and has not done his best. But now, Venerable Dai has re-examined Chu Yan, and the monster energy in his body is constantly overflowing, turning into monstrous black clouds around his body. All of a sudden, there was a strong wind, black clouds rolled, and the situation changed. Roar. With a terrifying roar, Venerable Earthy directly transformed into his own body, a huge black flood dragon, tumbling in the endless black clouds. This is a dragon with a body as high as 10 feet. Although its appearance is similar, it is very different from a real dragon. Strictly speaking, this 1,000-foot black dragon is more like a giant python with a single horn, not even 4 claws. It's just that the snake's head looks much bigger than a normal boa constrictor, and it also has 2 dragon whiskers, which are just a bit dragon-like when they flutter. However, on its body, one can definitely feel the strong dragon prestige. It shows that this dragon, which has cultivated for endless years, has formed dragon balls in its body. As long as it takes a long time to survive the Dragon Gate's catastrophe, it is very likely to turn into a real dragon. However, even in front of his eyes, a dragon with a body length of thousands of feet is rolling in the black clouds, stirring up the sky in clouds. Its power is so powerful. It's just as shocking. Hold head high. Venerable Dai opened his bloody mouth, nearly 10 feet in size, and the roaring sound he made was somewhat similar to Long Ling's voice. The power of this dragon's poison formed a circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye, centered on Venerable Dai, spreading in all directions, rushing to everything. Chu Yan stood 1,000 steps in front of Venerable Earthy, and he was the first to bear the brunt. Moreover, Venerable Earthy roared at Chu Yan, so Chu Yan was rushed by this wave of sound in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An incomparably violent impact of spiritual consciousness instantly blasted into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Unprepared, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness seemed to be hit by a 10,000 zhang mountain, and suddenly trembled violently. The explosion immediately made him completely dumbfounded. His eyes trembled fiercely, Chu Yan lost his mind, and in an instant, all his consciousness collapsed, and he fell into a complete absence. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's body froze and his pupils suddenly expanded, the huge dragon's head of the earth armor Venerable opened his big bloody mouth the size of a house, and bit it down fiercely. Call. Almost even the void, with a radius of 100 steps, including Chu Yan's body, was swallowed whole by Venerable Dai with just one bite. Grunt. There was a sound of swallowing, and Venerable Earthy twisted his body, restraining the endless black clouds around him, reformed into a human form, and appeared in midair. Ha ha ha, little Chu Yan, daring to disrespect me is tantamount to fighting against the sky. Venerable Dai laughed maniacally on his face, stretched out his hand and patted his stomach. His face was full of complacency. In this Haotian continent, as long as it is a living life, it has entered his stomach, and it has not been able to come out. Even a Wuzuan-level spiritual treasure can be refined into a pile of scrap iron, let alone a weak human body. Therefore, Chu Yan was swallowed by him, which was almost equivalent to being lost. Ha ha ha. With the sound of laughter all over the sky, Venerable Dai raised his head high, and returned towards the valley of Ji La Pavilion contentedly. In less than 3 breaths, Venerable Earthy returned to the valley, looking at the scene of ruins all around, and the corpses of warriors from the Black Blood Temple all over the ground. His face suddenly darkened. Swish! 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 One after another figures flew over from a distance, and they were some of the surviving disciples of the Black Blood Temple. Seeing Venerable De kill Chu Yan, all of them flew back with excitement. Humph. A little Chu Yan doesn't even know how the top 10 elders could be defeated by him. It's embarrassing. With a heavy snort, Venerable Dai turned around slowly, and looked at the other temple disciples gathered around. Congratulations, my lord, for making great contributions to the temple. My lord, you are brave and invincible, unparalleled in the world, you go to heaven and earth, you are invincible. Congratulations, my lord. If you get rid of the first person on the temple's must-kill list, you will surely alarm the Patriarch and the Hall Master, and you will be able to rise to the top and make a fortune. That is, my lord must be qualified to practice the god-level exercises in the palace, and I will step into the path of Emperor Wu from now on. All kinds of flattering voices rang out, and Venerable Earthy's smile became even brighter when he heard it. He kept nodding and narrowed his eyes slightly, which was very helpful. Not to mention anything else, the Patriarch's reward alone is great. If you can really get the reward from the Hall Master, it is really possible to get that share. All the martial arts powerhouses in the hall dream of getting it, the god-level skills. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, when the time comes, the benefits will be indispensable to you. Venerable Dai laughed unceasingly, his mood couldn't be better. He looked around at the temple disciples and said, Okay, hurry up and restore the above-ground buildings of the Bliss Pavilion, and rebuild the formation. After saying that, the Venerable De waved his hand, strode into the only undamaged palace, and directly entered the underground space of the valley. Although the ground buildings in the valley were almost completely destroyed, the real Bliss Pavilion was located underground and was not damaged at all. Seeing Venerable Earthy leave, everyone sent off with a smile on their faces, with an extremely respectful attitude. Although Venerable De is a high-ranking martial Venerable Realm expert, there are quite a few martial Venerable Realm experts in the Black Blood Temple, and not all of them receive such treatment from him. This is because his status is extremely special. After Venerable Earthy left, everyone acted quickly and began to rebuild the buildings on the valley according to Elder Earthy's request. However, when they saw the scene that was almost in ruins, all of them were full of sighs. Color. They didn't expect that such a powerful and terrifying Chu Yan, even in Jiuling's Xuantianzong, beheaded more than a dozen elders of the Black Blood Temple in one go, and he was directly lost in just a few blows with Venerable Earthy. Afterwards, as everyone dispersed and went about their business, the entire valley gradually calmed down. On the other side, the underground world of Bliss Pavilion. Venerable Earthy was imagining what kind of reward he would get, and at the same time, walked towards his room. You must know that in the Black Blood Temple, the reward for beheading the enemy is the heaviest among all the missions in the temple. Hey, god-level exercises. The more he imagined, the more excited Venerable Earthy became, and soon he returned to the room, sat cross-legged, and prepared to adjust his breath to recover. At this time, in its stomach. #C1112 How to Get Out. At this time, in the belly of Venerable Dai, Chu Yan's consciousness has recovered. This? Where is it? Chu Yan, who was full of doubts, found himself in a claustrophobic space, and there was a strong stench in all directions. Moreover, there is a corrosive liquid all around, which smells disgusting. What makes Chu Yan's face even more gloomy is that these corrosive liquids and stench are crazily corroding his body protection. Z. The strong corrosive liquid, when it came into contact with Chu Yan's body shield, sizzled, quickly corroded Chu Yan's body shield, and consumed it extremely quickly. In the sea of qi, The 16 inner alchemy were running crazily, constantly replenishing the consumed body protection energy, but in less than 10 breaths, the true chi energy contained in one of the inner alchemy had been completely consumed due. At this speed, Chu Yan's true chi will be exhausted without a stick of incense. At that time, without the protective chi, can his physical body resist these corrosive liquids and gases? At this point, Chu Yan didn't dare to try at all. It would be a desperate attempt. Although there are still a large number of 9 profound golden pills in the space of Chu Yan Rakshasa, which can replenish the consumed true energy, but judging from the current consumption speed, even the 9 profound golden pills cannot replenish it so quickly. Infuriating, because it takes time to digest the medicinal power. This time, I'm in trouble. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and the 10 swords in his hand suddenly flashed, and he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. Boom, boom. There are corrosive liquids in all directions, and the sword light I cut out is extremely powerful. However, it is like being in the sea and swinging a sword to attack the waves. Come. Even the sword light that Chu Yan slashed out was directly corroded by these corrosive liquids, and it was quickly annihilated like melting ice and snow. Fuck. This. Now, Chu Yan finally knew that he was in big trouble, and his face darkened suddenly. Swish. Chu Yan waved his hand. The picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts came out of the sky, and under the guidance of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, it rushed directly into the surrounding corrosive liquid. Following the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts, when it came into contact with those corrosive liquids, a faint 5-color glow gushed out from the map of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts, resisting all the corrosive liquids. And Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness also clearly sensed that the aura of heaven and earth in the small world of the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts surged rapidly and turned into colorful rays of light, becoming a supplementary source to resist these corrosive liquids. With the continuous supply of spiritual energy, the bodies of the mountains and rivers and beasts suspended in the middle of the corrosive liquid did not suffer any damage at all. You must know that the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts is a spiritual treasure of time and space. It has a small world of nearly 100 million miles, and the world is full of spiritual power. All the spiritual power of heaven and earth is quickly consumed. Swish. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan turned into a stream of light and disappeared directly into the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Call. Entering the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, Chu Yan only felt the overwhelming pressure around him, and he suddenly relaxed, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fuck, old monster. After Chu Yan stabilized his mind, he just thought for a while and realized that he must be in the belly of that dragon. Old monster, you actually ate me. Huh. Have you digested it yet? With a soft snort, Chu Yan glanced at the world beyond the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, frowned slightly, and began to think about ways to escape. Chu Yan saw that the map of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts was suspended in those corrosive liquids. Although it was sizzling with corrosion, it was not affected at all because of the blockage of the 7-color glow, and there was no serious problem. This picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts was obtained by himself in Song Lei Dao. It has an extraordinary origin and is extremely powerful. He has never let himself down. Therefore, Chu Yan believes that in a short period of time, he is absolutely safe. It's just that being in the belly of Jiaolong is definitely not a good thing. It's better to get out as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan thought of a countermeasure, so without wasting any time, he sat cross-legged in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, swallowed the golden pill, and began to adjust his breath to recover, ready to do it. At this time, in the Bliss Pavilion. On the ground, a large number of disciples of the Black Blood Temple are repairing the buildings, while in the underground world, Venerable De is adjusting his breath to recover. He made seals with his hands, stared with his eyes closed, slowly circulated the monster energy, and began to attract the aura of heaven and earth to integrate into his body, constantly nourishing his inner alchemy. The monster clan inner alchemy is different from the martial artist's GC inner alchemy. Most of the monster clan powerhouses who have reached the cultivation level of Venerable Earth E are mostly the inner alchemy that has successfully transformed into a demon crystal and condensed. A demon clan inner alchemy represents all the power of one's own. Relatively speaking, the inner alchemy in the sea of chi of the fighters is more pure and powerful. In the room, a faint black demonic aura surged in all directions and diffused. This huge room, comparable to a palace, is resplendent and extremely luxurious, and there are many young and beautiful women who are naked, seductive and boneless, and it is a beautiful spring scene. However, when the strong black demonic energy emanating from the body of the local venerable be rolled over the bodies of these women, suddenly, the beautiful spring body trembled violently, as if it had lost moisture after being exposed to the sun and dried up quickly. But in the blink of an eye, nearly 100 beautiful women in the room were all reduced to dry bones, and the black evil spirit that rolled over them clearly carried a trace of blood. Call. Withdrawing the demonic energy and exhaling a long breath, Venerable Earth E slowly opened his eyes, felt the abundant demonic energy in his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Behind him, there were nearly 100 dead bones strewn all over the place, and he couldn't even attract him to look sideways. It can be seen that this kind of thing, to him, is nothing more than commonplace, nothing more than ordinary. It can be seen from this, that the warriors of the Black Blood Temple who practiced the secret technique have killed many people. I am afraid that there are hundreds of mountains of corpses. Huh. What is this? The next moment, Venerable Dai, who had just recovered, was stunned, and said softly. At the end of his breathing adjustment, he subconsciously let go of his spiritual consciousness, and in just a split second, he discovered that there was something extra in his body. Before, after he swallowed Chu Yan in one gulp, he didn't care at all, and he calmly adjusted his breath and practiced, just waiting for Chu Yan to be reduced to ashes. But now, he found that although Chu Yan had completely digested it, there was something extra in his body, which seemed to be a spiritual treasure. There is such a powerful spirit treasure. Venerable Dai was full of doubts and couldn't believe it. You know, he has practiced the demon way for nearly 10,000 years, and the number of human beings he devoured is not 100,000, but 80,000. There are countless strong masters. However, he has never seen that a martial artist's spiritual treasure cannot be digested in his own stomach. The next moment, Venerable Di immediately remembered that he had seen a sort of magic weapon in Chu Yan's hand before, and in an instant, Venerable Di's face was full of ecstasy. #C1113 kill you. After Di detected the spirit treasure in his body, he opened his mouth wide without any hesitation, and swallowed the golden scroll directly, holding it in his hand, with a surge of monster aura. This is not a magic weapon, it seems to be a painting scroll. What's the use? After careful sizing, Venerable Earth Ye's spiritual consciousness surged, and he went to explore the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts. However, after exploring it, it was blocked by a mysterious force, and it was impossible to penetrate into it. What? Something with a master. The next moment, Venerable Di's face was startled suddenly, his eyes trembled fiercely, and his face was full of bewilderment. Isn't Chu Yan dead? How could the spirit treasure still belong to its owner? This is absolutely impossible. Could it be? Suddenly, Venerable Earth Ye's complexion changed drastically, his whole body erupted in an instant, and his figure flashed. Swish! Almost at the same time as Venerable Earth Ye dodged, a radiant 5-color sword light slashed straight at the place where he was sitting cross-legged just now, and exploded, bursting out a large amount of sword energy, rushing in all directions. At the same time, a black figure suddenly appeared in the void. This black figure is none other than Chu Yan. In Chu Yan's hand, the 10 absolute sword shone with dazzling light, and the sharp and unparalleled sword energy scattered and stirred up, filling the entire palace. It flashes very fast, hee. Slightly raising his head, looking at Venerable Dai with a look of astonishment on his face, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth rose, evoking an evil smile. You. Venerable Earthy almost collapsed in horror. He never imagined that someone would come out of his stomach again. This is simply impossible. Owning divine weapons, you can still resist your own digestion. Could it be a disciple of sword sect? Consciousness flashed. Elder De was almost memorized by his knowledge, so frightened that he wanted to jump up. Jianzong, that is, the world's Jianzong, the most special existence among the 8 ancient sects. If it is not the inheritance method of Jianzong, it is a 1-to-1 master-apprentice inheritance, resulting in the number of disciples of Jianzong, which has never exceeded 100,000. It is hard to say whether the head of the 8 ancient sects is the Tianzong. Or, there is nothing hard to say, if Tianxia Jianzong does not use the traditional 1-to-1 master-student inheritance, I am afraid that today, the head of the 8 ancient sects must be Tianxia Jianzong, without a doubt. If it is the sword sect of the world, such a terrifying genius, I am afraid that only the 3 top talents of the sword sect today have such a heaven-defying reality. Among the 3 top talents of the sword sect, Morong Tianshan is the most amazing. Isn't this person Chu Yan, but Morong Tianshan? Thinking of Tianxia Jianzong, and then thinking of Morong Tianshan, Venerable Dai's face instantly turned livid. Morong Tianshan, rumored to be the disciple of the great elder of the Tianshan sword sect, has been walking around the mainland all year round, without showing the mountains or dew. However, almost everyone who has heard of Morong Tianshan's reputation knows that Morong Tianshan, who possesses a magic weapon, is the definitive candidate for the next suzerain of the sword sect of the world. The sword sect under heaven is extremely defensive. Although the number of swordsmen is small, the combat power of each swordsman is almost terrifying. On the mainland, among the 10 mainland anecdotes that are sung by people, at least 6 are about the swordsmen of the world sword sect. It must be like, a certain swordsman from the world sword sect performed chivalrous justice and destroyed a certain evil sect, or he made a certain Tianjiao perfect and rescued a group of people. Regardless of whether it is the 8 ancient sects or other sects in the Zhongtian continent, anyone who hears the name of the sword sect in the world will feel frightened and feel awe. What's more, the strength of the sword sect under heaven's protection and strong combat power make every warrior in the Zhongtian continent deeply engraved in their hearts, and they dare not provoke him at all. Even the existence of the cultivation level of De Zun Lao, when he heard the name of the sword sect under heaven, he would feel chills in his heart. No, if he is really Morong Tianshan, the news must not be spread, otherwise, those sword masters from the sword sect under heaven will be in big trouble. Venerable Dai, looking at Chu Yan not far away, swept the 10 absolute sword in his hand, thinking constantly in his heart. Kill him. If everyone in this place is slaughtered, it will be impossible for the news to spread. That's right. Let's do it like this. In an instant, Venerable Earthy had made up his mind, and his whole body's demonic aura erupted in an instant. Even if the Tianjiao in front of him is not Chu Yan, but Morong Tianshan, as long as he is beheaded, and then all the witnesses are killed, there will be no proof, no one will know that he killed Morong Tianshan. However, the moment Venerable Earthy made up his mind, a sudden change occurred. Call out. A bright 5-color sword light appeared beside Venerable Earthy. The light was as cold as snow, and as soon as it appeared, it was like lightning, and with an extremely sharp sword, it slashed straight at Venerable Earthy. Of course it was Chu Yan who made the move. Seeing Venerable Dai's eyes flickering, Chu Yan certainly would not let go of such a good opportunity, and he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. This sword, especially the speed, the sword light flashed, like a shocking lightning, across the void. Only a black line appeared in the void, and before it separated, the sword light had already reached the neck of Venerable Dai. What? Venerable Dai turned pale with shock. He had no idea that Chu Yan would dare to take the lead. When he saw the sword light, the icy coldness of the blade had already pierced the dragon's scales on his neck with pain. Venerable Earthye's complexion changed drastically, and he had no time to react in the blink of an eye. He just leaned back violently, trying to avoid the sword. Unfortunately, it was a step too late after all. Scoff. The sound of a sword piercing flesh and blood resounded, and the dragon's scales on Venerable Earthye's neck were swept by the sword light, and almost all fell off. Under the scattered splashes, the black light shining dragon scales flew all over the sky, like a seen black rain. Ah! Accompanied by the flying blood, Venerable Earthye let out a scream, like a wounded beast, and retreated rapidly. However, since Chu Yan made a move, of course it is impossible to give Venerable Dai a chance. You must know that this breath is a unique opportunity to kill Venerable Earthye. Therefore, Chu Yan made a sword, and at the same time that Venerable Earthye retreated violently, the sword light flashed, and he chased after him like a bright line cut straight to Venerable Earthye. Puff! With a flying sound, Venerable Earthye, who was still retreating violently, had a cold light flashing across his chest, and the 10 absolute sword pierced straight through, piercing a bloody hole in Venerable Earthye's chest. Although Venerable Earthye's body was tyrannical, it was not completely pierced through, but a wrist-sized blood hole was left behind. Die to me. While you are sick, I will kill you. Chu Yan didn't stop for a moment, and swung out the 10 Jiuxiao in his hand, towards Venerable Dai, beheading him head-on. Asshole! Venerable Dai's face was twisted, seeing the sword light slashing towards him. His body shape and aura were not adjusted properly. He could only wave his hand in a hurry. The whole right hand suddenly turned into a dragon's claw, grab straight to the 10 swords. #C1114 Very thick skin. Chu Yan held a long sword in his hand and swung it out. The light of the sword passed by, and the power of the sword was astounding. However, seeing Venerable Earthye in a panic, with chaotic figure and footwork, in a hurry, he turned his right hand into a dragon claw and grabbed his sword edge, smeared suddenly, and shouted. Court death. You know, although the 10 absolute sword is not comparable to the Haoyan sword, it is also a 4th order spirit sword that has been tempered by oneself. Even among the current Zhongtian continent spirit swords, it is still ranked among the top 10 existences. A 4th order spirit sword, unparalleled in sharpness. Resist the spirit sword with the flesh? Even if it is the body of a monster with the body of a flood dragon, dare to take it hard? Of course not. Boom. In an instant, the dragon's claw collided with the sword's edge, and the stormy sky and sword energy exploded, sweeping across the entire palace. Under the terrifying aura, everything in the palace was turned into ashes and powder. Puff. As the airwave passed by, Venerable Earthye let out a muffled snort, and a big mouthful of blood mist spewed out from his mouth. His whole body was blown upside down by the huge force, and hit straight on the wall of the palace, smashing the whole wall to pieces. Kill! Chu Yan yelled, and swung the 10 absolute sword again and again. The overwhelming sword light slashed straight down towards Venerable Dai. Beat the dog in the water. Chu Yan would not give Venerable Dai a chance to breathe at all. He just wanted to kill the opponent in one go. Asshole! Venerable Earthye roared angrily. Just now, with a sword strike, although he didn't directly cut off his right hand, a huge wound was opened in the palm of his hand, and the sharp sword energy directly rushed into Venerable Earthye's body. At this time, all the energy and blood in Venerable Earthye's body was twisted and rolled by this sword, and he couldn't exert his full strength at all. A master fights, one move loses, one move loses. At this time, facing Chu Yan chasing and killing with a sword, and the sky filled with sword light, he had no choice but to block it. Break it! Venerable Dai raised his hands together. The terrifying demonic aura surged, forming two monstrous paw prints, which bravely faced Chu Yan's sword light. Boom, boom. There were repeated explosions, and the sound waves shook the sky, as if thousands of miles of thunderclouds gathered, and thousands of muffled thunder roared, and the remaining force of the explosion rushed away, and the entire palace collapsed instantly. At this moment, the entire valley of the Bliss Pavilion, including the underground world, trembled like an earthquake, stretching for hundreds of miles. Swish! 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 A large number of disciples of the Black Blood Temple were alarmed. Chi-Chi's face changed drastically, and they rushed to the battle place one after another. But it turns out that Venerable Dai and Chu Yan are fighting. Chu. Inflammation. At a glance, everyone was stunned, their faces were dull, and they were completely dumbfounded. Chu Yan didn't die. In the horrified eyes of everyone, two figures rushed out from the waves that filled the sky. They were Venerable Dai and Chu Yan. When they were seen clearly by everyone, everyone was terrified and almost stunned. The kids are staring violently. I saw that Venerable Dai was covered in blood, and his hands covered with dragon scales were even more scarred. There was no flesh and blood left. The bones were clearly visible, his face was pale, and his hair was disheveled. His appearance was horrible. There is like a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing existence. What? My lord is invincible. No. Possible, the lord is actually injured. How can this be? All the disciples of the Black Blood Temple who rushed to the scene changed their expressions drastically when they saw the battle in front of them, and they couldn't even imagine what they saw. Venerable Earthy is a strong person in the upper martial venerable realm. Although he has practiced the secret method of the temple, he has the least combat power and is in the middle martial venerable realm. He was beaten into such a miserable state by a junior of the heaven-reaching realm. This is simply impossible. Wow, poof. Just as everyone was staring at him with constantly trembling eyes, Venerable Dai opened his mouth wide and spewed out a big mouthful of dirty blood again. His face changed, and before Chu Yan rushed over, he turned around and walked away. Escape. Humph. Still want to escape. Die for me. Chu Yan snarled, and Yulong Zhetian's body skills instantly unfolded, turning into a black lightning bolt, and charged towards Venerable Earthy. The 10 absolute swords are raised high, the 5-colored sword light shoots into the sky at night, and the 1,000-foot sword light sweeps the world with endless sword power. Die. One word fell to the ground, and the 10 absolute sword in Chu Yan's hand slashed down. The mighty sword energy descended, and wherever the sword light passed, everything was wiped out, the sky trembled, and the monster sword light slashed at the head of Venerable Earthy. This sword not only exploded Chu Yan's peak combat power, but also used the full 25 elements Qi into the 10 absolute swords. Therefore, with this sword, Chu Yan wanted to cut down the old monster. Venerable Dai, who turned and fled, desperately suppressed the tumbling qi and blood in his body, feeling extremely aggrieved in his heart. He lost the opportunity with one move, and was chased and hacked by Chu Yan, not giving himself a chance to breathe, even if it was a breath in time. I can also adjust my breath to recover most of it. Sensing the horrific sword light coming from behind, Venerable Earthy was so frightened that the hairs all over his body exploded, and he couldn't even raise the heart of resistance, almost dodging subconsciously. However, Chu Yan's consciousness had already locked onto him, and when he changed direction in a flash, the sword edge swept away and still fell straight towards him. The fierce sword light cut through layers of void, and with the power of the sword enough to break through the sky and mountains, it slashed straight to the top of Venerable Dai's head. Flood Dragon Fist. Venerable Dai roared again and again, with great ferocity. All available monster energy gathered quickly, and he raised his hand and punched out. The black dragon's fist light rushed out, rubbed against the air, and made a piercing scream. The wind was strong, and the dragon's power surged. The power was earth-shattering. Boom, boom. The fist light collided with the sword energy, and the black flood dragon was instantly split by the sword light, split into two, and exploded directly, turning into monstrous monster energy, scattered in the void, and swept in all directions. As the momentum passed, a large number of underground buildings and disciples of the Black Blood Temple were swallowed up and turned into dust. The berserk wave of remaining energy rumbled across the border like a huge wave, destroying all the way, destroying everything it passed, whether it was buildings or people. Seeing the scene, those masters of the Black Blood Temple who saw Venerable Yi being chased and killed by Chu Yan, who were still hesitating whether to come up to help, suddenly turned pale with fright, and scattered to avoid. This kind of series of battles is simply not something that ordinary disciples of the Black Blood Temple can participate in. Pooh! The waves of the sky swept all directions, devouring everything, and at the center of the explosion, there was a muffled sound of a sword piercing into the flesh, which made people tremble and feel chills. Soon, a wave of Eugene rushed past, and all the disciples of the Black Blood Temple who were still alive looked at the center of the battlefield. But I saw that on the back of Venerable Earth Yi, there was a deep bone wound, which seemed to be free of money, and a lot of blood flowed out. As expected of an old monster, such a thick skin. Not far away, Chu Yan stood with a sword in his hand, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking at Venerable Dai with an evil smile, and sneered. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Venerable Earthy was spurting blood all over his body, his face was almost suffocated, and the huge wound on his back directly spurted out a blood arrow, bursting into the void. As a flood dragon, who is cultivated for thousands of years, when has he been ridiculed by humans like this? Roar. Venerable Earthy, who was completely angry, no longer hesitated, even if he was seriously injured, he directly transformed into his original form. In an instant, a terrifying monster with a length of thousands of feet, a black flood dragon, roared, soared into the sky, smashed through the soil layer, and slammed into the ground all the way. #C1115-1 Sword Ling Chi. In less than a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon that the old man of Earthy turned into broke through the soil layer above his head and soared into the sky. As the black flood dragon went straight to the ninth heaven, a large amount of blood splashed on the sky, almost dyeing the entire sky a bloody color. Whoosh! Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan took the sword in his hand, followed closely, and rushed towards the black dragon in the sky. Even though Venerable Earthy had transformed into his main body, he was forced to transform into a form under severe injuries. At this time almost every scale of his body was bleeding. A good black flood dragon almost turned into a blood flood dragon due to a large amount of blood. Wow, poof. After rushing to the sky, Venerable Earthy spewed a big mouthful of blood mist again, stagnated, turned around suddenly, and stared fiercely at Chu Yan with blood-red eyes full of anger. Drenched in blood, full of hatred, at this moment, Venerable Earthy looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. However, only you know your own situation. Although he hated Chu Yan so much that he wanted to slap him into powder, Venerable Di knew that he had just been hit by Chu Yan several times, and the sword energy of each sword rushed into the wound along his body. The blood in his body was stirred, and under all kinds of ravages, almost all internal organs, and even the meridians in his body were injured. With his body as a dragon monster, the few sword marks on the outside are nothing to worry about, no matter how deep they are, but even a monster is fragile inside, so it is impossible to bear such a big damage. I want you dead, who? A berserk beast roar, with the sound of dragon lingering, pierced through the golden hull stone, brought a circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Humph. Come on with this move. Seeing Venerable Earthy attacking his sea of consciousness with a roar again, Chu Yan could not help but narrow his eyes and snorted coldly. Last time it was because I was unprepared that I got the trick, but now it's different. Hold head high. Chu Yan opened his mouth wide, and an incomparably pure dragon's poison. It turned into a clearer sound wave, roared, and slammed into the oncoming sound wave. Bang 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 bang. The sound wave collided with the sound wave, resisting each other, and soon, it completely dissipated. You. Venerable Dai's eyes burst out, and he was stunned. He never imagined that Chu Yan could actually make a real dragon's voice screaming. How can this be? As a black dragon monster, I have a thin dragon blood, but this Chu Yan. Moreover, the dragon's voice just now was definitely not imitated by true energy, but the real dragon's voice. How could a human being make a dragon's voice, and even suppressed his own roar? But Jiaolong. At this moment, when Venerable Dai looked at Chu Yan's evil smile again, he suddenly trembled and shuddered, and a chill rose involuntarily in his heart. Now, he finally began to suspect that if he took action against Chu Yan, was he wrong? However, in the next breath, Chu Yan didn't give him any more time to regret. The 10 absolute swords in his hand burst out with a dazzling sword light. With a wave of his hand, a large piece of sword light slashed out crazily, overwhelmingly towards the whole body of Venerable Dai. Boom! Seeing a large piece of sword light slashing towards him, Venerable Earth E suddenly woke up. With a roar, the body of the 1,000-foot dragon suddenly turned around, and the huge black dragon tail suddenly pulled out. The void collapsed layer by layer, and under the sweep of the dragon's tail, it drew straight towards the shooting star-like sword light. The battle of the monster clan is different from that of human warriors. They rely more on their own tyrannical bodies, not to mention the Jiaolong, which is famous for its tyrannical body among the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the huge flood dragon's tail collided fiercely with countless sword lights shining with coldness. Boom boom boom, boom. The sword light continued to annihilate, and the air exploded continuously. Accompanied by a large amount of flesh and blood, a column of blood nearly 100 feet high was set off. The blackness that filled the sky was all black dragon scales that had been chopped off. Ah! A shrill scream came from Venerable Earth Ye's mouth. His entire dragon tail was cut to pieces by hundreds of sword lights. It was too horrible to bet on. Just looking back at his own tail, Diizuan almost fainted. Half of his bones were exposed, and only a small amount of flesh and blood still attached to it. Obviously, this tail was useless. Even a strong Wu Zuanjing couldn't break through his physical body, but now, he was almost overwhelmed by that Chu Yan. What kind of sword is that one? It is the original one at all. Could it be that this Chu Yan has 2 magic weapons? You are Morong Tianshan of the sword sect of the world. Venerable Earth E, whose face was full of shock, turned pale with fright. He couldn't imagine that besides the swordsman of Tianxia Jianzong, there is anyone else who has the ability to cut off a large piece of his own flesh and blood with a single strike. Old man, it's Chu Yan, he talks a lot of nonsense, take another sword from me. Don't bother to pay attention to Venerable E, Chu Yan yelled, swung his sword and slashed. Call out. It was another radiant sword glow, slashing towards Venerable Earth E, aiming at Jiaowei. Scoff. The extremely fierce sword light slashed across the tail of Venerable Earth E, and the huge dragon tail was cut off in its entirety, and was thrown into the sky. At the location of the fracture, a large amount of dragon blood gushed out like a river of blood. Roar. A piercing pain almost made Venerable Earth E faint. It has been 10,000 years since I was a little dragon. When did I suffer this kind of injury? Almost at the moment when the dragon's tail was severed, the scream of Venerable Dai resounded throughout the sky, not daring to stop for a moment. Fleeing into the distance for a black lightning bolt. Call out. Just when it turned around and rushed out, a dazzling sword light struck again, chasing after the fleeing Venerable Dai, and slashed behind the black dragon at the wound where its tail was broken like lightning. Immediately, another huge wound appeared, and the wound that had just been sealed by the circulation of the demon energy burst open again, and another large stream of dragon blood, like a rushing river, poured out desperately. Venerable Earth-E, who was fleeing, was severely injured again, his body was shaken violently, and he almost fell directly from the air. However, as a high-ranking martial venerable realm expert with the body of a flood dragon, Venerable Earth-E gritted his teeth fiercely, and the disordered demonic energy unexpectedly increased in speed again, fleeing like a rainbow of shock. Obviously, the current Venerable Dai is just struggling to die, relying entirely on his breath and a glimmer of hope to escape. Escape. Escape is death. Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Holding a long sword, he hurriedly chased after him, and rushed towards Venerable Dai. Cut. Swinging the long sword, the light of the sword soared into the night, and the sword slashed down, directly slashing on the body of the extremely huge black flood dragon, breaking a huge wound. The skin of this flood dragon is really thick. Chu Yan looked at the huge wound with deep visible bones, and suddenly looked depressed. You must know that in the past, no matter whether it was a monster or a warrior, when a sword fell, it was basically divided into two. How could it be possible to have a body that cannot be cut apart? And after gaining momentum for a short period of time, Chu Yan followed closely behind Venerable Dai, his spiritual consciousness locked on the wound that had just been opened, and his whole body's true energy and strength poured into the sword body crazily. #C1116 3-star Blue Dragon. For the first time, the 10 Absolute Sword, which contained a towering sword energy, burst out with such a dazzling sword light, like a round of colorful sun, falling straight down from under the sky, and slashed down fiercely towards the body of Venerable Earth-E. Whoops, la! A ray of rays of light passed by, and in just a flash, it sank into the body of the 1,000-foot-long black dragon. It slammed heavily on the wound where the flesh was rolled up. The sound of the sword splitting into flesh and bones sounded, and the body of the 1,000-foot-long dragon was completely severed from the middle, neatly divided into two sections. Under this sword, the main body of Venerable Earth-E was cut into two pieces, the keel and spine were broken, and the vitality passed away from Venerable Earth-E quickly. Receive. The blood of the dragon was swayed, and the two corpses of the dragon fell directly from the air. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, he quickly put the corpses of the two dragons into the Rakshasa space. Huh. It's finally done. Suspended in the air, Chu Yancheng heaved a sigh of relief. He had really experienced the physical defense of this flood dragon just after the battle. If he didn't have the 10 Absolute Sword, such a fourth-order spirit sword, even a Wu Zuanjing spirit sword would not be able to cut through the scales of Venerable Earth-E. Therefore, Venerable Earth-E, the most proud capital of combat power, physical defense, is worthless in front of Chu Yan. In other words, without the Haoyan sword and the 10 Absolute Sword, it would be impossible to kill the opponent today. Swish! With a flip of his hand, a bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill appeared, and he poured it directly into his mouth. He felt that the medicinal power in his body melted, and consumed 1/3 of the true energy, and began to replenish slowly. Chu Yan suddenly turned his head and looked at in the distance, a large area of warriors from the Black Blood Temple. At this glance, all the warriors of the Black Blood Temple, who stood there blankly because of the loss of Venerable Earth-E, all woke up in fright, the corners of their eyes twitched, their faces were pale, the hairs all over their bodies stood on end, and their souls were separated from their bodies in an instant. Mom! Run away! My lord is dead! My lord is dead! My God, that madman is going to kill us! Run for your life! The next moment, countless warriors from the Black Blood Temple scattered in all directions. It's like seeing a ghost. Swish! 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 Countless figures flashed at the same time, and flew out in all directions at the same time, each of them exerting all their strength, only regretting that they lost 2 legs. Humph! I want to escape now. It's too late. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan raised his hand and pointed, and suddenly, in the void in the distance, a little cold light burst out from the void, bringing a palpitating sharp cold light, shooting across the air, from penetrating through each body. Puff. 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 It was as if amidst the muffled sound of a watermelon exploding, the Haoyan sword that escaped from the void instantly turned into the death sword that harvests life. The sword light passed by, bringing up a shining sword track, without any rules, flying all over the sky. Every figure passing by the sword track would spray out a cloud of blood mist, and then, from the air, like a broken kite, straight to the sky. Fall down. In an instant, blood mist sprayed over the entire sky, like dumplings. One after another corpses fell straight to the ground. Receive. Chu Yan flashed out, chasing after the escaped warriors of the Black Blood Temple. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness was activated, and all the fallen corpses were collected into the Rakshasa space, not wasting at all. These corpses can be used to burn corpses and refine chi. At the same time, each of these Black Blood Temple fighters is richer than the other. The wealth on their body is added together, which is a large harvest, which is just used for the newly rebuilt Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. In less than 10 breaths, the blood-smeared sky finally quieted down. More than 2,000 warriors of the Black Blood Temple, all of them were beheaded and killed. Afterwards, Chu Yan sneaked into the underground space of Bliss Pavilion, wiped out all the treasure house stored here, and prepared to leave here. That's right, when we get back to a safe place, refine this dragon's corpse immediately. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept across the Rakshasa space, and he couldn't help being satisfied when he saw the corpse of the Black Flood Dragon like a hill, and the corpses of warriors in the Black Blood Temple piled up next to him. This time, not only the Azure Dragon Martial Soul can improve the Star Soul, but at the same time, he can also improve his cultivation, and also gain a lot of wealth, which is really a huge gain. Afterwards, Chu Yan's consciousness swept across the entire valley floor and the underground world, and after confirming that there were no survivors, he jumped up and flew out of the valley. Flying outside the valley, Chu Yan stopped his figure, suspended in the air, waved his big hand, and swung out a lot of Suzaku Emperor fire, covering the entire valley. In the blink of an eye, the entire valley was raging with flames, burning into the sky with monstrous flames, shooting straight into the sky. Humph. Black Blood Temple, just wait, there are still 20 days left. With a cold snort, Chu Yan turned around slowly, briefly identified the direction, and flew towards Jiuling Xuantianzong. In less than a day, Chu Yan rushed back to Yaozong and went directly to his residence. Instead of looking for Yuer or Gong Yun Tian, Chu Yan went to the training room immediately, ready to start improving. After activating the spiritual array in the practice room, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, and with a big wave of his hand, he summoned the huge dragon corpse of the Black Flood Dragon first. Generally speaking, among the corpses of monsters, only the inner alchemy and blood contain the most power. Therefore, Chu Yan collected it into the Rakshasa space the moment Venerable Dai was lost, and the blood contained in the blood contained the most power. The essence of dragon blood has been preserved to the greatest extent. Blue soul, martial soul, come out. With a soft drink, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was activated, the void behind him broke open, and the Qinglong Wuhun slowly appeared. Hold head high. The resounding sound of dragon's blood echoed throughout the training room. With endless excitement, the moment the green dragon martial spirit appeared, a pair of dragon eyes stared straight at the black dragon's corpse on the ground. Call. Chu Yan only felt a gust of wind suddenly blowing behind him, and a black light flashed in front of him. The huge black dragon corpse emitted a dazzling black light, and a large amount of black air flow continuously overflowed from the corpse, turning into a black cloud wave, heading towards the Qinglong Wuhun in midair surged forward. The black air wave rolled like a black tide, pouring into the open mouth of the azure dragon Wuhun, and the corpse of the black dragon on the ground began to shrink rapidly. And the green dragon martial soul in midair, the power of the martial soul on the dragon's body vibrated, and the majestic and terrifying dragon power scattered and surged, sweeping the entire training room. Boom, boom. In less than 3 breaths, the body of the black flood dragon on the ground turned into a piece of black powder, and the green dragon martial soul on top of Chu Yan's head, the third soul star, finally lit up. Wood type 3-star Qinglong Wuhun. Hold head high. After the soul star was promoted, the Qinglong martial soul was extremely excited. After emitting a dragon sputum, it circled for a circle in the midair of the training room before it turned into a blue light and returned to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Not bad. Not bad. It can be upgraded by 1 star. Seeing that the Qinglong Wuhun really devoured the black flood dragon, and promoted to a first-level star soul, his face was filled with joy, he nodded slightly, and said with a smile. Next, it's my turn. Swish. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan waved again, and a corpse like a hill appeared directly in front of him. #C1117 Little Master, I am the Demon Knight. This pile of corpses is all the corpses of the disciples of the Black Blood Temple, collected by Chu Yan, plus some of the previous ones. If it weren't for the fact that the training room was hundreds of feet high, there might not be enough corpses to pile up there. However, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in the room, and the strong smell of blood immediately spread, causing Chu Yan to frown deeply. Okay. Start refining now. Chu Yan's true energy circulated, and his spiritual consciousness was activated, and the Suzaku martial soul burst out of the air, bringing up a large wave of fire, circling in the training space for a circle, and hovering above Chu Yan's head. Call. 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 The big mouth of Suzaku martial soul opened, and the Emperor Fire surged out, instantly covering the mountain of corpses. As a large number of corpses were incinerated, pieces of pure qi and blood were poured into Chu Yantian's spirit cap after being tempered by Suzaku's martial soul. Boom, boom. The pure qi and blood from thousands of corpses rushed through Chu Yan's limbs, 7 meridians and 8 meridians, and rushed directly into Chu Yan's sea of qi, divided into 16 strands, filling the inner alchemy. Chu Yan stared with his eyes closed, held his breath, and slowly operated the Rakshasa Wuji divine art, constantly refining the blood. After the second awakening of the Suzaku martial soul, the speed of burning corpses and refining qi can now be easily controlled. Therefore, Chu Yan's cultivation speed is extremely efficient under the deliberate control of the Suzaku martial soul. Half an hour later, Chu Yan, who had been sitting still, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out. At the same time as he opened his eyes, centering on his body, a wave of Jinqi visible to the naked eye pushed the void and the air, rushed in all directions, and brought out bursts of muffled thunder. Boom! Suddenly, this wave of air hit the outermost defensive spirit array in the training room, and a loud bang erupted, and the entire defensive spirit array collapsed instantly. Haha, finally broke through to the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Chu Yan's face was full of ecstasy, and then he got up, moved his body, and made a crackling sound of bones, and his spirit was lifted up, and his whole body was full of strength. In the early days of the 9 heavens of the Tongtian realm. 2 steps away from Wuzuanjing. 20 more days. I'm about to go to the Black Blood Temple. I don't know if I can advance to another level and break through to the half-step martial venerable realm. Chu Yan whispered, the cold light in his eyes flickered. Those guys from the Black Blood Temple dared to catch Little White Bear. This time, they must pay the price in blood. Anyway, with Emperor Lei Wu standing in front, at that time, no matter what else, how many can be killed? Just as Chu Yan was thinking about how to improve his cultivation by 1 level, suddenly, a strange sound sounded in the sea of consciousness. Chu Yan, come to my study. A sound transmission of spiritual consciousness suddenly sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and the person who transmitted the sound was Gong Yuntian. What is he looking for me for? Could it be that he is asking about things in Qinglian's secret realm? Chu Yan frowned slightly. In Qinglian's secret realm, there was such a big commotion, and there was also a vision of heaven and earth, which made Chu Yan feel a little uneasy. However, Gong Yuntian is still on his side, as long as he does not admit it. The other arrogances were all beheaded by him. At that time, the situation in the secret territory can be dealt with casually. After making up his mind, Chu Yan strode out of his residence hall and walked towards the palace where Gong Yuntian was. Within the 9-spirit Xiantian sect, flying is prohibited. Chu Yan walked slowly all the way, thinking about how to deal with Gong Yuntian. After walking for about half an hour, he arrived at the suzerain's palace. Guided by his disciples, Chu Yan walked all the way, and soon arrived at Gong Yuntian's study. The suzerain ordered that senior brother Chu is here, you can go in directly, and I will take my leave. The disciple who led the way was extremely respectful towards Chu Yan. After bowing his hands and saluting, his face was full of awe and envy, and he turned and left. In fact, Chu Yan didn't know that Gong Yuntian, as the suzerain of Jiuling Xiantian sect, rarely received disciples in his own study, unless he was a personal disciple whom he valued very much. He might meet in Gong Yuntian's private study. Therefore, the disciples of the same sect who led the way were of course extremely envious of Chu Yan being able to enter Gong Yuntian's study. Chu Yan, who didn't know anything about these things, still remained polite. He reported at the door of the study, and after hearing the answer of "come in," he opened the door and entered. Stepping into the study, Chu Yan swept his eyes and saw Gong Yuntian's solemn expression. At the same time, the expression of the figure sitting next to him suddenly changed. How could it be him? Little boy. This person, I have met 3 times. The first time I was on the street, I almost killed myself. The second time I was in Luoyang King City, I helped me defeat the 4th young master of Luoyang. And the third time I was ambushed by the Black Blood Temple, I helped myself escape. However, there is one thing that Chu Yan is very sure of, that is, this little boy has something to do with his mother. Because every time we met, he would call himself Little Master, and the mother he kept repeating in his mouth should refer to his mother. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and after seeing the little boy for the first time, he stared straight at him. The little boy at this time was very different from the few times he had met before. In the past, every time I saw this little boy, his whole body was messed up and looked like a beggar, but this time, his body was extremely clean, revealing that he was about 11 or 12 years old. The everlasting color of Song is far from matching his current age. After seeing Chu Yan, the little boy trembled slightly, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. However, he seemed to suppress it as much as possible and didn't want to show it, but his trembling eyes showed it very clearly. Moreover, after seeing Chu Yan coming in, the little boy got up immediately without sitting down. Chu Yan, this is Yao Yi, who belongs to Tianzong, and he has something to do with you. Gong Yuntian glanced at the little boy, that is Yao Yi, a strange color flashed in his eyes, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, his face was solemn, and then he lifted his feet and walked past Chu Yan, and went straight out study. Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, Gong Yuntian left after a brief introduction. This is Gong Yuntian's study room. As the lord of the medicine sect, what is the identity of the little boy Yao Yi in front of him, who can make Gong Yuntian leave his study room voluntarily? This is unlikely. Chu Yan had no doubts at all. Even if the other 7 sects of the 8 ancient sects were here, they would not be able to make Gong Yuntian leave his study. This Shang Yaoya's identity, I'm afraid, not only belongs to Tianzong, it's as simple as that. Little Master. Just as Chu Yan was stunned, Chu Yan only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and an incomparably mysterious force rushed past in an instant, completely enveloping the entire study room. At the same time, the little boy Yao Yi yelled loudly, rushing directly in front of Chu Yan. Puff Tom! Yao Yi, who was only about 12 years old, kneeled heavily on the ground, suddenly knelt down in front of Chu Yan, lowered her head deeply, but could see that big drops of tears hit the ground in front of him, splashing a flower. A tear. You, who the hell are you? Chu Yan's body trembled, and he asked in surprise. #C1118 Heavenly Sect? Although Chu Yan had already guessed in his heart that Yao Yi was related to his mother, but for various reasons, he had never asked this little boy at all. Because, the 3 times we met, each time, this Yao Yi seemed to be in some special situation and could not communicate at all. Little, master, man, my name is, Yao Yi, and I am your mother's natal spirit beast. Yao Ya, who was kneeling on the ground, was already sobbing, her little face was full of tears. She grabbed Chu Yan, her voice choked up, and said, Little, master, save master, she can't hold on anymore. In a word, like a thunderbolt, it suddenly exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Boom. An incomparably violent breath exploded from Chu Yan's body, rushing in all directions like overwhelming mountains and seas. What did you say? Chu Yan picked Yao Yi up from the ground, his eyes were blood red, his whole face was completely twisted together, he stared fiercely at Yao Yi and roared sharply. This is my mother. Since I was a child, I have never seen one side of myself. Moreover, I promised my father that I would bring my mother back, but now, Yao Yi's words caused Chu Yan to explode completely, almost as if it would explode. If something really happened to his mother in Tianzong, Chu Yan even planned to raze the entire Tianzong to the ground. Little master, you have to go to Tianzong as soon as possible. The natal spirit pattern left by the master in Tianzong is getting weaker and weaker, and may go out at any time. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Yao Yi said seriously, and immediately knelt down on the ground with a guilty expression on her face. If I can break through to the martial emperor realm, I can continue the master's life and spirit. It's all my fault. Woo. Yao Yi knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, with tears all over her face. Life spirit. What is it? Say it quickly. Chu Yan roared. Chu Yan was very anxious, especially when he heard that his mother was in danger, and this guy in front of him would go crazy every time he appeared in front of him and couldn't say a few words. If he had time to listen to him cry, of course he was awake now. Quickly asking clearly is the key, otherwise, when he loses his mind and goes crazy, he won't even be able to say anything. Hearing Chu Yan's roar, Yao Ya quickly stopped crying and explained. 15 years ago, the master returned to the Zhongtian continent from the extreme north continent, and was locked in the residence hall for half a year. After that, the sect master of Tianzong visited the master once. Since then, the master has never appeared again. The next life pattern is in her palace. 3 years ago, I suddenly discovered that the life pattern left by the master began to become unstable and extremely dim. In desperation, I poured my soul into it to maintain the master's life pattern. However, 2 months ago, there was a problem with the master's life pattern again. No matter how much spirit I poured into it, it couldn't return to normal. I guess, this time, the master is really in trouble. That's why I came to you. After Yao Yi finished speaking, she looked straight at Chu Yan, and then said, I'm just the master's natal spirit beast. Although some of my bloodlines are compatible, I can't compare with the little master. You are the master's blood relative. Maybe you also have your soul to save the master. Divine soul. Infused with divine soul. Hearing this, Chu Yan was full of astonishment and disbelief. He finally understood why this little boy, who saw him 3 times, always went crazy suddenly at critical moments. It turned out that he used his own soul to maintain his mother's life. What is a soul? It is consciousness and soul. In a warrior, the most fundamental source, the representative of consciousness and soul, is blood essence. On the mainland, all the spirit beast masters use their own blood essence to nourish the spirit beasts for a long time, that is, through their own blood essence, integrate their own consciousness and soul breath into the spirit beasts to achieve the purpose of spiritual bond. However, the loss of a large amount of essence and blood may cause any major damage, and such damage is extremely difficult to recover without special means. But what happened to his mother? It turns out that the breath of life will be bleak. If the life-spirit pattern representing her life really keeps dimming, or directly collapses and dissipates, it means, forever gone. Shenwu Xiao Shenzong. You wait for me. Chu Yan suddenly uttered an angry roar, and the breath in his whole body was turbulent like a sea of anger. Little master, I will rush back to Tianzong immediately and take care of everything. Within 3 days, please come to Tianzong to find me. Yao Yi got up from the ground and said to Chu Yan very seriously. Okay. Within 3 days, I will go to Tianzong. Chu Yan nodded heavily, and replied decisively. Seeing that Chu Yan agreed to come down, Yao Yi's tense body suddenly loosened, and he let out a long breath. Immediately, he waved his small hand to absorb the breath that enveloped the study room, took a serious look at Chu Yan, and then turned around. Leave. Yao Yi's eyes, full of worry, hope, doting, self-blame, and other complex emotions, made Chu Yan slightly startled. Although he only met Yao Yi 3 times, each time, he was saving himself, as if he was always by his side, protecting himself at all times. This demon knight made Chu Yan feel a little warm in his heart. If I'm not wrong, it must be my mother who asked him to do this. Mother, you wait for me. As the words echoed, various emotions rushed into his heart, and Chu Yan's eyes suddenly became moist and blurred. Chu Yan. At this moment, Gong Yuntian walked into the study, saw Chu Yan standing alone, his figure was in a mess, he couldn't help calling out. Suzerain. With a trembling of his body, Chu Yan immediately woke up from his thousands of thoughts, and hurriedly bowed his hands and saluted. Metropolitan. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Gong Yuntian frowned slightly, staring at Chu Yan in a daze, his eyes sparkling. Master. In name, he is already Gong Yuntian's direct disciple, and, with Yuer's relationship, it is really inappropriate to call Gong Yuntian suzerain. Therefore, Chu Yan was just stunned, and immediately after understanding what Gong Yuntian meant, he quickly changed his words. Well, brat, you're smart, tell me, what's going on? Gong Yuntian smiled lightly, walked slowly to the seat, sat down slowly, looked at Chu Yan with a loving smile. Well. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan suddenly couldn't react. Is this still the Gong Yuntian I know? Is this the master of the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects? Chu Yan's impression of Gong Yuntian has always been in the scene of the 9 spirits Shantian sect and Yifeng's shocking battle. At that time, Gong Yantiango was sitting on the head of the rostrum in the 8 directions stand, with an aura of arrogance to the world. This aura alone suppressed the entire audience. Chu Yan, you have to remember that I am the master of a sect, but I am also a father. Seeing Chu Yan's astonished look, Gong Yuntian couldn't guess what Chu Yan was suspicious of, and suddenly his eyes flashed, and he said softly. Father. Father. At this moment, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness trembled suddenly, and countless auras flashed in his mind. Looking at Gong Yuntian's harmonious face at this time, Chu Yan's heart suddenly became enlightened. Good. Even if I am in charge of the world outside, I will be the father, child and family as long as I put down the sword. Wake up and hold the power of the world, and lie drunk on the lap of a beauty. Killing is not terrible, what is terrible is not knowing why to kill, in the process of killing, being blinded by blood and madness, losing oneself, becoming a monster who only knows bloodthirsty. It turns out, this is the way of killing. Suddenly, Chu Yan comprehended the way of killing in Qinglian's secret realm, as if the sun was rising, dispelling all the shady scenes, and the whole world suddenly lit up. Seeing Chu Yan's sudden change of expression, Gong Yuntian swept his consciousness, and found that Chu Yan had actually realized it, so he couldn't help but startled, his face full of astonishment. What a terrifying talent, you can grow with just a word. Looking at Chu Yan, Gong Yuntian was extremely astonished, his face was full of joy, and he didn't bother Chu Yan, but just scattered his consciousness and rushed to all directions to protect Chu Yan. After a long time, Chu Yan's absent-minded eyes suddenly lit up, and he woke up instantly from his enlightenment. #C1119 Tianzong Fortress. Seeing Chu Yan wake up from the comprehension, Gong Yuntian slowly restrained and scattered his consciousness and breath in all directions. Originally, within the medicine sect, it was absolutely safe. However, Gong Yuntian knew that Chu Yan had fallen into enlightenment. This kind of opportunity was like a great chance. Some warriors might never have the opportunity of enlightenment once in their lifetime. Therefore, Gong Yuntian used his own aura and divine sense to block off a 10-mile radius in order to ensure everything was safe, not wanting Chu Yan to be disturbed in the slightest. "Thank you, Master." After Chu Yan woke up, he bowed his hands to Gong Yuntian and saluted. "No, this is all your own talent." "Very good." Shaking his head, Gong Yuntian smiled. "What did Yao want you for just now?" "Although he is different from the rest of Tianzong, if he is looking for you, it is dangerous." Gong Yuntian looked at Chu Yan, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "Master, it is related to my mother." Afterwards, Chu Yan explained the incident carefully to Gong Yuntian. Of course, some important and sensitive matters were changed by Chu Yan. Afterwards, Chu Yan also told Gong Yuntian about the things in Qinglian's secret realm, and also told Gong Yuntian some things that he didn't want others to know. Yi Feng, I never thought that he would act so mischievously in the secret realm, completely ignoring my words. After listening to Chu Yan's introduction, Gong Yuntian's face was full of anger. He never thought that Yi Feng had been with him for more than 10 years, but he had completely misunderstood him. "It's fine to leave. If he returns to the sect, I will punish him severely." After Gong Yuntian finished speaking, he sighed slightly. For more than 10 years, Gong Yuntian has treated Yi Feng almost as an adopted son. It's just that he didn't expect that Yi Feng's modesty, generosity, gentleness, and politeness in front of him on weekdays were all fakes. This completely shattered Gong Yuntian's last hope for him. "Chu Yan, since you have decided to go to Tianzong, I will not stop you, but remember, your own safety is the most important thing." Gong Yuntian heard that Chu Yan decided to leave tomorrow. "Going to Tianzong, I couldn't help but exhort. If there is a crisis, you must send a message to me immediately, and I will take action." After saying that, Gong Yuntian flipped his hands over, took out a jade talisman of communication, and handed it to Chu Yan. "Go, you should prepare well, if you need anything, you can also tell me." "Thank you, Master." Chu Yan took the communication jade talisman and replied. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words, and Chu Yan got up to leave. After leaving Gong Yuntian's suzerain palace, Chu Yan stood on the Yaozong mountain road, hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the blue courtyard where Yuer was. "I haven't seen you for a few days." Yuer was very happy to see Chu Yan. She pulled Chu Yan and couldn't finish talking. In the end, the two of them sat by the small lake, looked at the starry sky, chatted, and before they knew it, one night passed quietly. In the early morning of the next day, Chu Yan walked out of the blue courtyard, stood up from the ground, and flew towards the west. Behind him, at the entrance of the blue courtyard that was gradually moving away, he was wearing a long blue dress, standing quietly on the edge of the cliff, looking up, the long skirt fluttering like a beautiful scenery. Wait for me. Chu Yan looked back at this scene, the softest part of his heart felt sour. Immediately, turning around suddenly, with a long howl, Chu Yan's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distant sky. Zhongtian Continent, Western Regions, Land of the Far West. Here, Zhongtian Continent is the closest place to Extreme West Continent, one of the 5 continents of Haotian Continent. However, unlike the other 3 continents, the vast sea area between the western region of Zhongtian Continent and Xizhou Continent, but it is shrouded in fog all the year round. The sea monster clan occupying the sea seems to use this place as their base camp, so it is almost impossible for Xizhou to reach the Zhongtian Continent without the martial emperor realm Cultivation. Chu Yan set off from Yaozong and flew all the way. It took 2 full days to arrive at Xiaotian City. Along the way, Chu Yan practiced while flying, constantly practicing the way of killing and the way of the 5 elements that he had just comprehended. This kind of desperate practice allowed Chu Yan's strength to gradually increase invisibly, getting stronger and stronger. This is Xiaotian City. Chu Yan was suspended in the air, looking into the distance, at the foot of an extremely huge mountain, the vast city covering an area of nearly 1,000 miles. He couldn't help but feel a little startled. And the next moment, what surprised Chu Yan even more was that the Xiaotian Peak in the distance, which is the mountain where the sect of Tianzong is located, was built in a style that Chu Yan had never seen before. Ordinary sects mostly build a mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Starting from the halfway up the mountain, some residence halls, buildings, etc., are built one after another. The main hall of the sect is built on the top of the mountain. Anyway, they are basically built on the basis of the mountain, trying to make all the sect buildings hidden between the mountain and the forest. However, the sect built by Tianzong in front of him is completely different. The 4 high walls were built to almost half the height of the mountain peak, especially on the west side. The high wall built soared into the sky, probably not lower than the mountain peak. This way of construction, from a distance, looks like it wants to completely surround the entire mountain. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a fortress, not a martial arts sect. Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, the #1 sect in the world, is really imposing. Chu Yan had a look of surprise on his face, and thought in his heart, and then, he glanced at the majestic city at the foot of the mountain. I saw that inside the city, there was a lot of traffic and crowds, and it was a bustling scene. The population of such a majestic and vast city is probably more than several billion. The #1 school in the world, the #1 city in the world, well-deserved reputation. Chu Yan observed for a long time, his figure flickered, and he flew towards Xiaotian Peak in the distance. Little master, you are here. Just when Chu Yan was approaching Xiaotian Peak, a sense of surprise rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and suddenly sounded. Yes, I will enter the Tianzong mountain gate immediately. Chu Yan answered Yao Yi softly, and his figure slowly fell towards the Tianzong mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Little master, some people in Tianzong have already suspected that you killed the 4 disciples of Tianzong in Qinglian's secret realm, and the situation in Tianzong is complicated now, with undercurrents surging, so I suggest, little master, when you enter Tianzong, you better be strong. But don't worry, they won't dare to touch you with me here. There was a touch of coldness in Yao Yi's tone. Strong. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his figure paused, but he had already landed and stood in front of the Tianzong mountain gate. Regarding Yao Yi, although he only saw 4 sides, Chu Yan has a kind of innate trust in him, probably because Yao Yi is his mother's natal spirit beast, and has his mother's soul in his blood, and he has some blood relatives with him. Moreover, I really beheaded the 4 disciples of Tianzong. After a few days, with the ability of Tianzong, it is impossible not to suspect myself. At this moment, Chu Yan was standing in front of the Tianzong mountain gate, looking up. Nuada's mountain gate is completely built with a mysterious ancient stone, which makes people feel ancient. Moreover, this kind of ancient stone is impenetrable to consciousness and has extremely high hardness. Damage it in the slightest. Above the mountain gate, there are 5 golden characters Shenwu Ziao Shenzong, flying dragons and phoenixes. Between the words, there is a kind of mysterious martial arts will, which makes people's soul flutter, wrapped in an array of supreme martial arts, as if it is as high and unreachable as the sky. It is very likely that it is a trace of Emperor Wu's aura, which makes people dare not look at it for a long time. In front of the mountain gate, stood 2 disciples guarding the mountain. Their auras turned out to be at the peak of the heaven-reaching realm. #C1120 Terrible Tianzong. Seeing these 2 disciples guarding the mountain, Chu Yan couldn't help being startled. With a cultivation level at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongtian realm, there is no one else to be the Zhika disciple who guards the mountain gate, except for the world's #1 Shenwu Ziao Shenzong. After sighing for a while, Chu Yan took a deep breath and walked towards the mountain gate. Stop. Whoever comes is named. The 2 mountain guard disciples who had been watching Chu Yan shouted at the same time, with obvious arrogance in their tone, and at the same time, there was a trace of murderous intent. Shenwu Ziao Shenzong, as the head of the 8 ancient sects in the Haotian continent, the disciples of the sect rarely appear on the mainland. Therefore, on weekdays, there are few disciples who come in and out of the Tianzong mountain gate, and the few disciples who usually go out often communicate with each other. I also know each other. My, Chu Yan. With a slight smile, Chu Yan raised his hands lightly, bowed lightly, and his gentle voice suddenly erupted, full of true energy, like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, or like a shocking thunder, resounding through the entire mountain. What? Chu Yan. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain were stunned by Chu Yan's sudden shout, and their faces froze at the same time. Chu Yan. Why is this name so familiar? Just when the 2 disciples guarding the mountain were a little confused, suddenly, a mutation occurred in the back of the mountain behind them. Boom. 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 Inside the Tianzong, one after another roars exploded together, and at the same time, waves of terrifying cultivation auras burst out directly and gathered together, like a raging wave of a flood peak, sweeping towards the front of the mountain gate. What's the situation? The 2 disciples guarding the mountain were already a little dazed, but when they saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock, and they were dumbfounded. Such a situation has never happened in Tianzong, and I have never even heard of it. Wait, you said, your name is Chu Yan. Maybe it was because of being frightened, the brain suddenly brightened, maybe it was finally recalled. The 2 disciples who guarded the mountain suddenly turned their heads to look at Chu Yan, with a look of shock on their faces. Chu Yan. It turned out that Chu Yan came to Tianzong. Next moment, a sound transmission of divine thoughts came from within Tianzong, and suddenly sounded in front of the mountain gate. Let him come in. Hearing this voice, the 2 disciples guarding the mountain were all stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yan's arrival would startle an elder-level existence. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan nodded slightly, without a trace of politeness, strode out, headed into the mountain gate, and went straight. Behind him, the 2 gaping-eyed disciples guarding the mountain stood on the spot for a while, and they were so stupid. Seeing the background of Chu Yan striding into Tianzong, a strange premonition arose in the hearts of both of them at the same time. This Chu Yan, from the moment he entered the gate of Tianzong mountain, there will be a storm in Tianzong. Along the mountain road, all the way forward, not long after, Chu Yan boarded the first square. Looking up, Chu Yan saw at a glance that there were more than a dozen young warriors standing on this square, as well as many middle-aged warriors, and even some old men, all of whom were in the martial venerable realm, with extraordinary momentum. Those young disciples were wearing white robes, which were somewhat different from other people's robes. It seemed that they should be young Tianjiao disciples within the Tianzong. Tread. 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 Chu Yan just took a look, then smiled lightly, strode out, and walked forward along the main passage of the square. Boom. The moment Chu Yan stepped onto the square, more than a dozen white-robed geniuses gathered in all directions frowned at the same time, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body, surging like waves, straight to the sky. At the same time, they looked at Chu Yan again, becoming extremely sharp. Chu Yan. They are very familiar with this name. The number 1 Tianjiao in Zhongtian continent obtained the inheritance of Blood Sea in the spiritual realm, defeated Yi Feng in the first battle of the medicine sect, and killed dozens of elders of the Black Blood Temple. This Chu Yan may have been inherited from the Lord of Qinglian in the Qinglian secret realm, and killed the 4 disciples of Tianzong, including the grandson Tianyu. This kind of rumor made all the young Tianjiao in Tianzong want to meet this Chu Yan. Unexpectedly, he came to the door by himself. Little master, you are amazing, you have done a good job, you come up along the main road, I will wait for you up there. Ignoring everyone's eyes and tentative spiritual exploration, Chu Yan, who was striding forward, suddenly heard the sound transmission of Yaoya's spiritual consciousness in the sea of consciousness. Chu Yan nodded, with a calm expression on his face. He walked straight forward, ignoring the situation around him. What an arrogant Chu Yan, this cultivation level seems to be only at the 9th level of the heavenly realm. Humph. Arrogant, you are so courageous, you dare to come to our Tianzong, and you don't take us seriously at all. According to rumors, only a few people came out of Qinglian's secret realm alive. Senior brother Chongsun, senior brother Yan, and the others, maybe he killed them. Wow. The number 1 Tianjiao in Zhongtian continent, so proud. Good, so handsome. In the entire square, people kept coming together, and with the appearance of Chu Yan, the scene was extremely hot. Some of these people gathered here were full of anger, some were full of disdain, and some were full of envy and jealousy. As the saying goes, there are all living beings, thousands of people, and all kinds of people in the vast world. At the same time, on the main peak of Tianzong, one after another powerful spiritual consciousness surged from the mountain peak, descended one after another, and landed on the square. In Tianzong, those giants who hide in the dark all day long also showed some curiosity about Chu Yan's arrival. These are so powerful. It's like a world apart. Feeling those incomparably terrifying breaths sweeping over him, Chu Yan's face changed slightly, and he was slightly startled. Although before he came, for the Tianzong, as the number 1 sect in the Haotian continent, he must have a strong background, but he never expected that he had so many terrifying strongmen sitting in his command. Moreover, counting the affiliations of these Tianzong that appeared in front of my eyes, each one is stronger than the other. Chu Yan glanced casually. Through his divine sense and unicorn pupils, he has already discovered not less than 50 martial arts masters among the surrounding crowd, and there is even one person who has reached the half-step martial emperor realm. Presumably, at least the existence of the elder level of Tianzong. Moreover, when Chu Yan used the pupil of the unicorn to look at the main peak of Tianzong, wanting to explore those hidden terrifying existences, he only saw a haze, and could not find anything at all. The whole scene touched Chu Yan a lot. Compared with the medicine sect and the emperor sect, this Tianzong has a strong background, which is staggering. The Shenwu Xiao Shenzong is indeed the number 1 sect in the world today. Could it be that Dong Huang Tianyi just made a promise when he was in Qinglian's secret realm, and those young arrogances went crazy? The more he walked forward, the more Chu Yan frowned and tightened. What he discovered along the way gave Chu Yan a feeling that among the 8 ancient sects, even if 2 or 3 sects were added together, they might not necessarily be able to match the sky. Zone compared. However, what Chu Yan didn't understand was why this Tianzong rarely appeared on the mainland. Just when Chu Yan was thinking, and at the same time kept moving forward. "Give me, stop." Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and above the main peak of Tianzong in the distance, a figure soared into the sky, with overwhelming anger, like a gust of cloud, and fell in front of Chu Yan in an instant. Chu Yan slowly raised his head, looked at the person blocking the way, and narrowed his eyes slightly. From all directions, the eyes of all the Tianzong disciples and experts who were watching suddenly lit up. It seems that the fun is about to begin. #C1121 Sun Emperor Sword. The sudden appearance of a figure stood in front of Chu Yan, making everyone's expressions tense. The originally noisy scene suddenly fell silent, and the tense atmosphere rose. It's senior brother Lai Yong, the disciple of the ninth elder of the Daige Pavilion. What is he going to do? Do it directly? Okay, it's better to do it. I want to see what kind of ability this Chu Yan has. That's right, let him know that this is Tianzong. On the square, Tianzong disciples and strong men all looked excited and discussed carefully. The young man named Lai Yong is tall and burly, with a strong aura, like 1,000 mountains, giving people an extremely calm feeling. A pair of sword-like eyes, with a strong murderous aura, said. Bold Chu Yan, killed my eldest grandson, and dare to come to Tianzong? It seems that you don't take my Tianzong seriously. Speaking of this, Lai Yang's tone paused, and the aura of his cultivation continued to release, rushing towards the surroundings, and Chu Yan. I'll give you a chance to hand over the inheritance of Lord Qinglian, and spare your life. Otherwise, The words fell to the ground, implying the true energy of Gang Yuan, and the surrounding void sank violently, with faint thunder sounds. With this move, Lai Yong wanted to frighten Chu Yan and make him feel chilly. However, Chu Yan on the opposite side raised the corners of his mouth lightly, with a calm expression on his face. Even though the breath of the scorching sun was crushing him, he stood upright as if facing the snow and green pine, unmoved at all, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "It's up to you, and you deserve it." When the voice sounded, Lai Yang's face darkened severely. Unexpectedly, his coercive breath could not affect Chu Yan at all, but was directly ignored by him. In this way, it seemed that he was incompetent, making Chu Yan look extremely powerful. Looking for death? One last chance, give me. Kneel down. Lai Yong yelled loudly, and his Wuzuanjing cultivation in his body exploded instantly. Behind him, a golden sword shot straight out. It was as if a golden light from the sky fell from Jiuxiao and fell straight on Lai Yong. Golden Emperor Tianjin Wuhun, the emperor in the sword, and even the king of Wuhun. The king-level weapon spirit is the top martial spirit in the gold system. At the same time, Lai Yong is an innate gold physique. All the exercises and martial arts he cultivates are gold system. In fact, any sect is in existence at the level of a holy child. Lai Yang's eyes flashed past the Haotian sword scabbard on Chu Yan's back, and then, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a cruel smile flashed in his eyes. His consciousness was aroused, and the Golden Emperor Heavenly Sword spirit behind him exploded brilliant golden light. On the Golden Heavenly Sword martial soul, an incomparably majestic and sacred aura swept across the audience crazily, and in an instant, rushed to the audience. In an instant, in the entire square, the faces of all the warriors holding long swords and spirit weapons changed in unison. The spirit swords in their hands trembled in unison, soaring into the sky, and all turned into streamers of light, flying towards the sky. Shoot away. Oh my God, senior brother Lai Yong actually activated the Emperor Sword martial spirit. My sword. Damn, brother Lai Yong, stop quickly, my sword is flying. Not good. The power of the Emperor Sword, the supreme spirit sword in the world, this martial soul, is too terrifying. All of a sudden, as various spirit swords soared into the sky and fled in all directions. The entire square was in chaos, and all kinds of exclamations resounded. At this time, Lai was not moved by the exclamations around him at all, but slowly turned his head and glanced around, seeing the scene of thousands of swords flying together. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise more and more, with a look of pride on his face. He has absolute confidence in his Emperor Sword martial soul. As long as it is a sword-type spiritual weapon, it is impossible to resist the coercion of the Emperor Sword. Therefore, he just saw Chu Yan carrying a long sword, and he probably summoned his martial soul to suppress Chu Yan. However, in the next breath, when Lai Yang turned his head proudly and looked at Chu Yan again, his face suddenly froze, and the joking smile on his face was completely frozen. I saw that Chu Yan on the opposite side didn't react at all under the pressure of his Emperor Sword, including the long sword he was carrying, which didn't even tremble, completely ignoring the Emperor Sword martial soul in midair. What? This is impossible. His own Emperor Sword martial soul was actually ignored by Chu Yan's spirit sword. Lai Yang had never encountered such a situation before, and the sea of consciousness was suddenly in chaos, and the whole person was completely stupid. My own martial soul is the Emperor Sword martial soul. All the emperors of the spirit sword have the breath of the Supreme Sword Emperor. How could Chu Yan's sword not react at all? Could it be that the thing on his back is not a long sword, but a special kind of spiritual weapon, or it is simply an empty scabbard? Have you played enough? If you have played enough, get out of the way. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Lai Yang, his face getting colder and colder. This Lai Yang has repeatedly targeted himself. If he hadn't made a move, but only used his breath and martial soul to test himself, Chu Yan would have made a move a long time ago. After all, this is Tianzong's territory, so it's somewhat bad to do it yourself first. Moreover, more importantly, the safety of his mother has a great relationship with this Tianzong, and Chu Yan will not easily turn against them until the end. You wanna die? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lai Yang, who had been hit repeatedly, rushed into the sea of consciousness, becoming angry from embarrassment, and went crazy on the spot. Golden Elephant Tianyang Fist. With a loud shout, Lai Yang exploded with true energy all over his body, and he punched out with a fist when he raised his hand. This fist blasted out a large group of golden light, and the moment it rushed out, it evolved into a golden giant elephant, swinging its long trunk, stomping on the void with all 4 feet, and slamming towards Chu Yan fiercely with the momentum of trampling the heavens. Heaven-level martial arts, Golden Elephant Tianyang breaks. On the square, the disciples of Tianzong who were watching around, and even those giants hiding behind the scenes in Tianzong, all had serious expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that Lai Yang was so angry by Chu Yan that he lost his mind, and under the irritability, he shot directly. For a warrior, if he wants to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, chance and martial spirit are important, but what is more important is his heart and martial will. That's great. Snort. Seeing Lai Yang's golden fist light blasting, Chu Yan snorted coldly, and 5 dazzling lights of different colors burst out from his body, dyeing the entire square in 5 colors. At the same time, without moving his body, he also raised his right fist, blast out with 1 punch. Heavenly strength. With a long howl, the silver-colored fist seal was wrapped with 5 color fist lights, like a meteor that fell from the sky. The void couldn't bear it all the way, and a big hole was directly blasted, and the void with a radius of 10 miles trembled. The next moment, the silver fist rushed towards the oncoming golden elephant fist, and in the blink of an eye, 2 extremely terrifying fists collided fiercely. Boom, boom. The golden elephant fist was struck by the silver fist, 1 gold and 1 silver exploded suddenly, with a loud bang. #C1122 100 million life spirit patterns. 2 fist lights collided in the air, and the golden light and silver light blasted away at the same time. Under the loud noise, the golden elephant collapsed instantly, and a huge hole was opened in the middle of the body. The entire fist quickly disintegrated and fell apart. The silver meteor-like five-color fist light rushed past the golden elephant fist light, without any sign of slowing down, and blasted straight at Lai Yang on the opposite side. Boom! The second loud noise exploded, and the Yinmong fist imprinted hard on the golden spirit sword in Lai Yang's hand, and exploded loudly. Immediately, an incomparably violent force, like a sudden sea wave, slammed on Lai Yang's body. Under the incomparably majestic countershock force, Lai Yang's body was instantly blasted away, like a shell fired from its chamber. Just in the blink of an eye, it flew straight upside down for a distance of 10,000 feet. There were tens of thousands of people in the audience, all their heads followed Lai Yang's body flying towards the sky, and turned their heads at the same time. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes burst out at the same time, the eyeballs stared all over the ground, and each of them opened their jaws wide enough to fit a whole pig monster. At this moment, the audience was dead silent. Just now, Brother Lai Yang was blown away. This because I overcultivated yesterday and my eyes were blurred. One move defeated Senior Lai Yang. Fake. Could it be that Chu Yan is a martial artist with illusion attacks? Was he the illusion attack just now? Numerous thoughts and guesses flashed through the minds that were almost at a standstill. In the entire square, tens of thousands of Tianzong disciples, strong men, elders, etc., were all stupid. This Chu Yan is a monster. Boom, boom. On the edge of the distant sky, a massive golden streamer rushed towards it at an extremely fast speed, rubbed against the void, and made the sound of thousands of thunders crossing the border. I am going to kill you. Lai Yang was completely enraged, like a berserk monster. His eyes were blood red, and his whole body was charged with murderous aura, holding a golden spirit sword in his hand, rolling up the sky-high anger, rushing towards Chu Yan. Slash with the heavenly mighty sword. Lai Yang roared angrily. The golden sword in his hand emits 10,000 golden lights, and the trump card is a unique move, which is directly cut out. Today, no matter what, he wants to let Chu Yan die here, otherwise, he will lose face. How can he hang around in Tianzong in the future? Stop. Isn't that embarrassing enough? At this moment, an incomparably gloomy shout suddenly sounded. Above the sky, a figure came across the sky from the main peak of the heavenly sect. With a flash, he arrived at the square, and with a wave of his hand, he dispelled Lai Yang's attack. At this time, he was dressed in a purple robe, with white beard and hair, a pair of triangular eyes, full of haze, and there was no trace of cultivation and true energy exposed on the whole body, but it made people tremble and dare not look directly. This person is extremely strong. Chu Yan was shocked, and looked at the white-haired old man who suddenly appeared, narrowing his eyes slightly. See the 13 elders. See the 13 elders. When everyone saw the white-haired old man, they were all taken aback, and then quickly bowed and said, 13 elders. When Lai Yang saw the other party, his complexion suddenly changed, turning livid, and his voice trembled. Within Tianzong, the laws of the sect are extremely strict, and those who control these laws are the elders of each hall and pavilion, and this 13th elder is exactly the elder of the Jinyang pavilion where he belongs. As for the other elders, they dare not surpass in the slightest. Not far away, Chu Yan had a calm expression on his face, and said with a light smile. The 13th elder, you are also planning to kill me within the Tianzong, right? As soon as the words fell to the ground, the 13th elder's face became even more gloomy, and his gaze towards Chu Yan was full of coldness. Such an arrogant Yaozong Tianjiao, speaking like this, obviously means that their Tianzong is bullying others. If he really takes action against Chu Yan, he will bully the small with the big, shameless. Looking at Chu Yan, the eyes of the 13th elder flickered. If he was outside the sect and met this Chu Yan, he would definitely take action and teach him a good lesson. Although Chu Yan is a direct disciple of the Lord of the Medicine sect, Gong Yun Tian, don't tear your face apart, but it's still okay to teach you a lesson. Call. The 13th elder, praising himself, took 2 deep breaths, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, "Of course not. I'm here to inform you that Lord Yaoya is waiting for you ahead, please go." After saying this, the 13th elder ignored Chu Yan, turned around slowly, looked at the disciples of Tianzong and all the warriors around him, and shouted loudly. Tianzong belongs to him, and he is not allowed to attack Chu Yan again. Those who violate the order will be judged by Zong. As soon as he fell to the ground, the 13th elder turned into electricity, rose from the ground, and headed for the main peak in the distance. It was obvious that he didn't want to stay here any longer. Hee, Lord Yaoya, it seems that the little brat's status in Tianzong is not low. Chu Yan chuckled secretly, and heard clearly that the 13th elder just now was talking about Master Yao Yi. As the 13th elder, he also called Yao Yi master. Yao Yi's movement skills in Tianzong are extremely high. And when he stepped into Tianzong, with an arrogant attitude, he walked all the way, and even blasted away Lai Yang with a punch, and other Tianzong disciples could only stare blankly. These things are probably because of Yao Yi's high status. Later, Chu Yan walked forward while observing the situation in Tianzong. It didn't take long before he reached the halfway up the mountain, and on a bigger square halfway up the mountain, Yao Yi was waiting for him with a smile on his face. "Haha, little master, you are too powerful." Yao Yi still has the figure of a 12-year-old boy, his face is full of laughter, and his expression is similar to that of ordinary children. When he saw Chu Yan, he immediately rushed over happily and circled around Chu Yan a few times excitedly. Said with a smile. "Well." This scene immediately made Chu Yan, who was also smiling all over his face, freeze instantly. Because Yao Yi's behavior just now was exactly the same as that of little white bear Dang Dang, so, all of a sudden, Chu Yan remembered that little white bear Dang Dang was captured by the Black Blood Temple. "Little master, let's go, follow me." Seeing Chu Yan's face change, Yao Yi thought he was impatient, so she hurriedly spoke. "Good." Chu Yan nodded, followed behind Yao Yi, and walked towards the depths of Tianzong's large building complex. Just when the figures of the two disappeared into the depths of the Tianzong building complex, within the Tianzong, one after another divine consciousness passed through the void, and soon, some of the Tianzong bigwigs quietly gathered together. At this time, in the air of Tianzong, there was a hint of a storm that was about to come. And Chu Yan, following behind Yao Yi, hurried all the way, and after a short walk, he came to a huge palace. "Little master, this is here." With a wave of Yao Yi's little hand, the huge palace gate slowly opened, and everything in the palace was displayed in front of Chu Yan. "Huh! So many life patterns." With just one glance, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and he looked into the hall with a look of astonishment on his face, where there were countless green life spirit patterns floating in the air. These spirit patterns are exactly the same as the breath of life spirit patterns carried by all the Hongya Empire when Chu Yan entered Qianlong's secret realm before. I believe that the role of these life spirit patterns should be similar. A drop of blood, integrated into the life pattern, entering the secret realm or the small world, as long as the body and soul are not destroyed, you can use this small life pattern to recast the body and resurrect. However, in this large hall that covers an area of 100 acres, there are densely packed life patterns suspended in the entire space of the hall, as if the sky is full of green stars, an endless sea of stars. At a glance, the number is no less than 100 million. What kind of secret world is it? It's too strange that Tianzong will send nearly 100 million disciples in the sect. Little master, come with me, the life pattern of the mistress is behind. Seeing Chu Yan's dull face, Yao Yi gave a reminder, and at the same time, stepped into the hall and went straight to the back hall, but didn't even look at the life spirit patterns floating in the midair in the hall. #C1123, Devoured by Darkness. Hearing Yao Ye's voice, Chu Yan immediately reacted from his astonishment, and hurriedly stepped into the hall, followed Yao Yi, and walked towards the apse. This palace used by Tianzong to store life spirit patterns is extremely huge, covering an area of more than 100 acres. Chu Yan and Yao Yi passed through the main hall and came to the apse, but there were rows of neat rooms distributed in the apse. At a glance, there were thousands of rooms. Swish! Entering the apse, Yao Ye's mood also became anxious. In the corridor, his figure flashed, and he landed in front of a room in the apse at the top. He stabilized his figure, turned his head slowly, and looked at the Chu Yan, who came, said, "Little master, this is where the life pattern of the mistress is stored." After saying that, before Chu Yan could answer, Yao Ye's body was full of demonic energy, and he flipped his hands, making handprints, and pressing on the door of the room. Creak! The tall wooden door let out a distant and ancient sound, which echoed throughout the corridor and slowly opened. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was standing in front of the door, followed the sound of the voice, and instantly mentioned the noise. His whole body was tense, as tight as a stiff stone. I saw, in the room, a pale golden altar stood, and on the top of the altar, a green life pattern slowly floated. Is this mother's life pattern? At this time, when Chu Yan saw the altar and the life spirit pattern on the top of the altar, a thunderous sound exploded in the sea of consciousness. For the first time in 15 years, Chu Yan felt that he was so close to his mother. The life spirit pattern on the top of the altar is completely different from the hundreds of millions of floating life spirit patterns in the main hall. The body of the spirit pattern, like jasper, is crystal clear, wrapped in a faint golden brilliance, gently shaking, like grass caressed by a gentle wind. As if feeling the arrival of Chu Yan, this life spirit pattern containing a drop of mother's blood suddenly trembled. A breath that was very close to nature, like a spring flower blooming, overflowed from the spirit pattern, and diffused the whole world. Room. That's right, that's the breath. Chu Yan's soul trembled violently. The blood in the whole body seemed to be boiling, and I could clearly feel that feeling of being connected by blood. This is the life spirit pattern that represents the life of the mother. Little master, the mistress has disappeared for 10 years. Today, I finally waited for you, look. Yao Yi also had an excited look on his face, his whole body trembling slightly. 2 lines of tears slipped down his little face. However, before Yao Yi finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Boom! An incomparably terrifying breath exploded from the pale golden altar in front of him. A large amount of black breath, like a thick black smoke, spewed out from the life pattern on the top of the altar. In the blink of an eye, those black smoke completely enveloped the entire room, and the room was pitch black. Quack quack. Thick black smoke raged in the room, and on the top of the altar, it merged into a black figure, making a creepy laugh. In the last moment, it was still like a warm spring breeze, and in the next moment, it seemed to have fallen into the abyss of hell. What's the situation? Chu Yan's face changed violently, and he felt the terrifying aura emanating from the black figure, which made him feel a strong sense of danger in his heart. Not good. Mistress Breath of Life has been devoured again. Yao Ye's face was serious. Without any hesitation, he rushed out, flashed to the altar, made seals with both hands, and shouted loudly. Heavenly profound earth law, blood defies the universe. Puff. Yao Ye's handprint was formed, but he didn't shoot at the altar. Instead, he turned his wrist and slapped himself hard on his chest. Suddenly, under the heavy blow, he opened his mouth wide and spewed out a bloody arrow, which shot straight at the black cloud on the top of the altar. Silhouette. Zizizi. The blood arrow spurted by Yao Yi contained endless monster energy and power, rubbed against the void, and made a sizzling sound. It was obvious that it was a big mouthful of blood. On the top of the altar, that black cloud figure seemed to have sensed something, let out a more bleak laugh, raised his hands, and the black air from all directions continued to gather, merged into a ball, and hit the spirit that was shot like a sharp arrow. The arrow of blood collided with each other, making a loud noise. Boom, long. The black cloud collided with the blood essence arrow, and the two stagnated at the same time, like two bulls colliding with each other, rushing to rest, and instantly turned into a confrontation of strength. But after a pause, Yao Ye's essence blood arrow, obviously much stronger, directly pushing those black clouds back continuously. Yao Yi stood in front of the altar. His eyes were like lightning, his whole body was full of monster energy, his eyes were wide open, his face was flushed, obviously he had pushed his power to the extreme. A half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse needs to do his best. What is this black cloud figure? Little master, help me. Yao Yi suddenly turned her head, looked at Chu Yan, her eyes were red, and shouted in a low voice. Good. Chu Yan nodded heavily, and reacted instantly. The 16 inner alchemy in his body were running crazily, and the true energy and physical strength erupted at the same time. Suzaku Emperor Hua, suppress it for me. With a long howl, Chu Yan's whole body seemed to be descended from the god of fire, and the flames all over his body were ignited, and the power of the emperor's fire from the heavens and the earth to the sun surged out, rushing over the black cloud figure, making it howl lian, as if encountering a natural enemy, receded like a tide towards the life-spirit pattern below him. In less than 2 breaths, all the dark clouds in the room dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Call. Yao Yi let out a long sigh of relief, her whole body was introverted, she turned her head to look at Chu Yan, and smiled gratefully. Fortunately, Chu Yan was there to help this time, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. And Chu Yan stood not far away, frowning slightly. He never expected that such an astonishing evil breath would erupt from his mother's life pattern. The pupils of the unicorn were activated, and 2 streamers of multicolored light shot out from the eyes, staring straight at the life pattern on the altar that had returned to the color of jasper, wanting to fully understand it. However, after looking at it for a long time, I couldn't find anything except a cloud of black air in the life pattern. Little master, I don't know where these evil spirits come from. Ever since they appeared, they have been corroding the master's breath of life. Even if I keep suppressing them with blood essence, I can only alleviate them, but cannot get rid of them at all. After Yao Yi finished speaking, she looked down, and looked up at the life pattern on the altar, her eyes were sad. Evil air. Chu Yan was taken aback. He just used Suzaku Emperor fire. Although he suppressed those black air currents, he could feel that if these black air currents were not too weak, the effect of Suzaku Emperor fire on it would not be obvious. If the numbers are equal, it is possible that Suzaku Dihua is not even an opponent of these black air currents. Moreover, on the Haotian continent, Chu Yan has never felt the breath of these black air currents, that is to say, these black air currents have never appeared on the Haotian continent. Tell me, what the hell is going on? What the hell happened? An ominous premonition rose in Chu Yan's heart, staring at Yao Yi, and asked in a deep voice. #C1124 Chaos will arise. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Yao Yi's face darkened, hesitantly sighed, and said. Chu Yan, it's a long story. Actually, Haotian continent is much bigger and more complicated than you imagined. Afterwards, Yao Yi and Chu Yan sat down directly in front of the altar, and began to tell the secrets about Chu Yan's mother, Tianzong, and the entire Haotian continent. Because of the special talent of the master, since he was a child, he and his younger brother were favored by the sect master of Tianzong and accepted as his direct disciple. He grew up in Tianzong, and when he traveled to the mainland, he met your father. In fact, the master said that was the only time when she was happy, except for the birth of you and your brother. Shortly after the master returned to Tianzong, she disappeared with her master and never appeared again, except for leaving this life spirit pattern and a sentence. After Yao Ye said this, she fell silent, turned her head slowly, and looked at Chu Yan. What words? Chu Yan asked, with his voice choked up. Let me protect you and your brother, and never return to Tianzong. After Yao Ye finished speaking, she let out a long sigh, and the tears in her eyes welled up again. But I can't do it. For 10 years, I have been investigating, but the master went there with his master. I finally found some clues. Therefore, I have been practicing hard and want to break through the martial arts. Emperor Realm. But I didn't expect that there was a problem with the master's life spirit pattern. In order to suppress the black energy, I stayed in the half-step martial emperor realm for 3 full years in the past 3 years. Still going down. What did you find? Where did my mother and her master go? Chu Yan stood up from the ground, looked at Yao Ye, and asked straight. No, little master, now, I can't tell you unless. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that Yao Ye, who had always been extremely respectful to him, refused to answer him without any hesitation after hearing his question. Unless what? Chu Yan said in a daze. Unless your cultivation has reached the martial emperor realm, otherwise, let me tell you, it will harm you. Even if you are at the martial emperor realm, it may not be, alas. With a sigh, Yao Ye slowly lowered her head. His face was full of sadness. Okay, if you don't tell me, I'll check it myself. When Chu Yan heard Yao Ye's words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then, after suppressing his emotions for a long time, he broke out in an instant, and shouted loudly at Yao Ye. Didn't you say that mother has a younger brother? Tell me, he is there. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yao Ye raised her head, her face extremely hesitant. After a long time, she finally opened her trembling lips and said. Your uncle is. Boom, rumbling. At this moment, a shocking explosion suddenly exploded. The faces of Chu Yan and Yao Ye changed drastically at the same time, and they suddenly looked outside the main hall. The whole mountain of the main hall shook, as if it was about to collapse. The consciousness of the two, like a spider's web, quickly spread out of the hall, covering the entire main peak of Tianzong in just a moment. Not good. Those guys are going to deal with your uncle. They really dare to do it. Yao Ye yelled loudly, waved her small hand suddenly, and the violent monster energy, like a large sea tide, surged in all directions. In the blink of an eye, she rushed out of the room, across the corridor, and towards the entire hall spread out. However, Yao Ye reacted extremely quickly, but was still a step behind. Boom! 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 Under several consecutive explosions, the entire hall, which was not surrounded by Yao Ye's power, exploded and collapsed. Covering an area of 100 acres, the main hall, where all the disciples of Tianzong stored the life patterns, collapsed in half in an instant. Damn! They actually did something to the Spirit Rune Temple first. These guys are courting death. On Yao Ye's face, endless anger rolled, and between the flipping of his little hands, he kept making spiritual seals, enveloping his powerful demon power, wrapping the room where Chu Yan and the others were in, layer by layer. Boom boom boom. Through the collapsed roof of the temple, Chu Yan could clearly see that above 10,000 feet above the sky, there were more than a dozen figures, floating in the void, with breath soaring into the sky, various fist marks, palm strength, knife light, and sword light, moving towards Chu Yan and the others. The half of the spirit pattern temple that has not collapsed is constantly bombarded. In vain, because of Yao Ye's defense, more than a dozen attacks landed on the demon power cover. Except for the explosion of more than a dozen balls of fire, it was impossible to shake the half of the hall at all. Little master, hurry to the elder's pavilion, your uncle is in danger. Yao Yi erupted with demon energy all over her body, supporting the defensive cover with one hand, and took out a jade talisman with the other hand, and threw it to Chu Yan. Your uncle is in a death pass, it may take a while, you go to the elder's pavilion to stop them, if it doesn't work, wake up your uncle. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yao Yi turned and looked up at the sky. There were more than a dozen figures with monstrous auras, and a look of absoluteness flashed in their eyes, roaring. Leave it to me here, as long as I'm still alive, no one can touch the master. Boom. When the voice fell to the ground, Yao Yi clenched his fist with his right hand and punched out suddenly. A blue fist mark, like a shooting star, charged against the sky and blasted towards a dozen figures in the sky. Boom, rumbling. Before the blue fist glow rushed to the sky, it was smashed by more than a dozen figures together, blasting the waves of the sky, and scattered in all directions. Chu Yan never imagined that Yao Yi's cultivation base had already reached the half-step martial emperor realm, but in the sky, those dozens of figures were all half-step martial emperor realm cultivation. Within Tianzong, there are strong people like clouds, so terrifying. Little master, let's go. Yao Yi roared hoarsely. Good. Chu Yan nodded in agreement, and was about to leave in a flash, but just as he lifted his footsteps, his figure froze and stopped. Qi of the 5 elements, go. Raising his hand a little, the air of 10 5 elements shot out from the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows, rushing towards Yao Yi like 5 rays of light. Swish 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 swish. The Qi of the 5 paths and 5 elements rushed into Yao Yi's vest, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Yao Yi's body, like a volcanic eruption, shot straight into the sky. Ha ha ha, I have recovered, my strength has recovered. Thank you, little master. Yao Yi laughed wildly, the whole body's monster energy surged, and suddenly exploded, with a monstrous momentum. Compared with the dozen or so people in the sky, it was obviously much stronger. Little master, don't worry, I'm fine. Yao Yi's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and he looked at the dozen or so figures in the sky with a grin on his face. Good. Hearing Yao Yi's words, Chu Yan nodded, his body flashed, and he rushed towards the elder pavilion according to the map that Yao Yi sent from the Sea of Consciousness. Just now, Chu Yan only took out 5 Qi of the 5 elements to Yao Yi, just because he was worried that he used blood essence to suppress the evil aura in the life pattern, which would definitely cause a lot of damage, and he had to face more than a dozen people alone. Of course, Chu Yan is worried about the strong ones of the same level. But now, with the addition of the 5 elements Qi, Yao Yi has obviously recovered more than half of it. Whoosh! Chu Yan was like lightning, shuttled on the road of Tianzong, and flew towards the main hall on the top of the main peak. There, it is where the core of Tianzong's power lies. Elder's Pavilion. #C1125 Shocking change. The main peak of Tianzong covers an area of hundreds of miles, and there are various palace buildings of different sizes, no less than 10,000. The Elder's Pavilion is located on the top of the main peak. On the eaves of the tall palace, on the left and right, there are respectively a golden dragon and a colorful phoenix, which are extremely mighty and extraordinary. In addition, at the entrance of the main hall of the Chunlao Pavilion, there is a gold and bronze statue, which is hundreds of feet high, standing on the square in front of the hall, sitting east and facing west, extremely mighty. In normal times, the Great Hall of the Elders' Pavilion is rarely opened. Only when major events are encountered, the elders of all the halls and pavilions in the Tianzong will be called here to discuss. The things discussed are all shocking matters related to the life and death of Tianzong. However, the Xuanhuan Tian sect has been established for thousands of years, with a solid foundation and shocking power. It has already become the #1 sect in the Haotian continent in name. With such a powerful prestige, how could there be anything that threatens the sect's life and death? Therefore, the Elders' Pavilion has not been opened for hundreds of years. However, today, incomparably powerful figures appeared from various parts of Tianzong, striding through the void, and flew towards the Elder Pavilion in unison. Some of these people looked excited, and some looked solemn, obviously thinking about each other. In less than a moment, nearly 1,000 elders had gathered in Nua Da's Elders' Pavilion, and it was very noisy. In addition to some elders, there are also some strong sects and Tianjiao disciples present. These people are not elders, but they appear in the Elders' Pavilion, making the elders of other halls keep guessing what will happen next. The 9th elder is here. At this moment, a shout sounded. The whole hall was noisy just now, but after a while it fell silent. Nearly 1,000 elders all turned their heads to look. I saw a middle-aged man with a long beard, a strong figure, a hulking back, a powerful face, a pair of wolf-like eyes, shining with the sharp light of a reporter, sweeping across the audience. This person is the 9th elder, who is currently the most prestigious in the Tianzong, Wuhun Tiankuan. Within the Tianzong, the elders have great power, and the elders are ranked in order, the further forward, the greater the power. But in the current Tianzong, the 9th elder is the elder with the highest rank. Of the 8 elders, before him only one is still in the Tianzong. The others disappeared one after another within 10 years and never appeared again. Therefore, in the current Tianzong, when the sect is close to death, the 9 elders are the existence above 10,000 people. Wuhun Tiankuan stepped into the hall, followed by a young man. It was his eldest son, named Wuhun Jingtian. He was the top 3 Tianjiao in today's sect. The pinnacle of dignity. Behind them, followed by a brigade of Zhongjuan warriors, each of whom had reached the peak strength of the heaven-reaching realm. A group of people, walking like a dragon and walking like a tiger, rushed into the hall aggressively, full of power and aura. See the 9th elder. See the 9th elder. See the 9th elder. In the entire hall, nearly 1,000 elders stood up together and bowed their hands in salute. In Tianzong, there is an elder system, and even the suzerain is also the great elder. Therefore, the hierarchy is strict, and with the status of 9th elder Wuhun Tiankuan, except for 2 people in Tianzong, everyone must salute him. When Wuhun Tiankuan saw everyone saluting, he just nodded his head slightly, his face full of arrogance. He ignored it, and looked straight at the golden dragon and phoenix throne in the middle of the elder's seat. His eyes were shining. The next moment, under the astonished eyes of everyone, Wuhun Tiankuan sat down on the only golden dragon and phoenix chair without any hesitation. What? At this moment, the faces of thousands of elders in the entire hall changed. The dragon and phoenix golden seat is the position of the great elder, that is, the position of the current suzerain. What is he going to do? Everyone looked at Wuhun Tiankuan with horror and disbelief, and the entire elder pavilion fell silent for an instant. Wuhun Tiankuan, what are you doing? That is the golden seat of the great elder, how dare you desecrate it? This is treason. At the end of the elder's seat, an unknown elder stood up with a face full of anger, and sat on the dragon and phoenix golden seat with his fingers. Moreover, as he shouted, several other elders also stood up, glaring at Wuhun Tiankuan together. Elder Qi, why are you so impulsive? Today, I have something to announce. Wuhun Tiankuan raised his eyes and looked down at the elders below. His eyes were full of disdain and contempt. However, when his eyes swept across and looked at the other elders present, there was a strange smile on his face. Declared. Something to announce. Strange. The suzerain retreated. He summoned all the elders. What will happen? No. The situation is wrong. Hearing Wuhun Tiankuan's words, most of the elders frowned, and thoughts and doubts arose in their hearts. Everyone, from today onwards, Yuan Tianquan will officially become the new suzerain of the Tianzong, and my son, Yuan Jingtian, will become the holy son of the Tianzong. Yuan Tianquan shouted with a flushed face and an excited expression. The words fell to the ground, like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, and the whole audience was shocked. Yuan Tianquan. The new suzerain. Declare yourself as the new suzerain. This guy actually committed a crime. This is simply to rebel. Are you crazy? The elder Qi, who got up to accuse Yuan Tianquan at the beginning, his face full of anger, woke up in an instant, his eyes widened, looked at Yuan Tianquan, and exclaimed. Die. However, before elder Qi's voice fell to the ground, a thin elder stood up suddenly on the elder's seat, raised his hand, and slapped. A golden palm print whizzed out, wrapped in overwhelming power, and before everyone could react, it slapped elder Qi hard. Boom! Elder Qi didn't even have time to dodge, and in a hurry, his whole body, like a watermelon that had been shot, exploded and turned into blood and flesh all over the sky, flying in all directions. An elder, in the elder's pavilion, was killed by a palm strike, and he was directly lost. Everyone in the audience, seeing all this, suddenly twitched the corners of their eyes, their faces changed drastically, and they all raised their heads to look at the person who shot. Wu. Elder Wu. When everyone saw that the person who made the attack was Elder Wu, everyone's expression sank again, and the true Qi burst out by a few elders just now subsided instantly. Elder Wu, the 19th core elder of Tianzong, is in charge of Tianhua Pavilion of Tianzong. Although this person is ranked 19th, but his cultivation strength is second only to the existence of the suzerain in the entire Tianzong. If he is not obsessed with martial arts and does not care about world affairs, he may have already become one of the 3 elders in the ranking. Therefore, when they saw that the person making the move was Elder Wu, the other elders immediately did not dare to act rashly, their faces full of hesitation and suspicion. Humph. I don't know what to praise. On the dragon and phoenix golden seat, Yuan Tianquan glanced at the damaged body of Elder He, and shouted in a deep voice with a look of contempt on his face. Immediately, Yuan Tianquan raised his head, swept towards all the elders in the audience, smiled coldly, and said slowly. Hee, I'm afraid you don't know the reason why the suzerain is close to death. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience looked up at Yuan Tianquan with a look of astonishment. The reason for the suzerain's retreat. This. I only heard that the suzerain closed the death test, but I really haven't heard of it, the reason why he closed the death test. Could it be? #C1126 Shangyang Palace. Seeing the sluggish expressions on everyone's faces, Yuan Tianquan's face was full of complacency, and he chuckled and said. Sovereign Dong Huang Tianyi, poisoned by the martial soul, is afraid that his cultivation is about to fall to the martial venerable realm, ha ha ha. Wanton laughter resounded throughout the elders' pavilion. This sentence was like a shocking thunderbolt that struck everyone's consciousness, completely knocking them out. Stupid. Poisoned. The poison of Wuhun. How can this be? One must know that the poison of Wuhun has been in existence for tens of thousands of years, and it has never appeared on the Haotian continent. How could their suzerain be poisoned by this kind of poison? Martial soul poison, as the name suggests, is different from ordinary poison. It only affects the martial soul of the warrior. Once poisoned by the martial soul, after a period of time, the martial soul of the martial artist will gradually fade away. Stars, in the end, even dissipate directly. This kind of poison is extremely sinister. It can be said that it is the most hated thing by all warriors in the entire Haotian continent. Therefore, since ancient times, all warriors on the continent have united to eliminate all the poison of martial souls. Therefore, after 90,000 years since ancient times, under the continuous attack of all warriors in the whole continent, this kind of martial spirit poison has basically disappeared. However, no one expected that this year 10,000 years later, the poison of the martial soul would appear again. What is even more unbelievable is that the person who was poisoned by this poison was actually the suzerain of the number 1 sect in the mainland, Dong Huang Tianyi. Moreover, according to Ruan Tiankuan, after the suzerain was poisoned by this poison, he couldn't retreat, but he couldn't resist at all. Therefore, the suzerain's current strength is already retreating. Dong Huang Tianyi, the middle martial emperor realm cultivation base, the strongest in Tianzong. His cultivation base has fallen to Wu Zuanjing. Ruan Tiankuan, no matter what the suzerain's cultivation level is, he is the great elder. You are just the 9th elder. If you make peace, you are rebelling against the rules of the heavenly sect. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it together, take him down, clean up the portal. At the elders' table, an elder from the inner sect was full of anger, and his body was at the level of Wu Zuanjing, and he exploded directly, roaring loudly. However, his words have not yet spread. Boom! Suddenly, behind him, the 3 elders of the inner sect looked at his background, the corners of their mouths raised slightly, showing a smirk, and immediately, the 3 elders shot at the same time. The 3 attacks merged together and turned into a terrifying flood, which landed hard on his back. You. Feeling the attack coming from behind, he turned around abruptly, and used his ultimate move, preparing to resist. However, it is impossible for one person to fight against 3 people at the same time. With just one attack, his figure was immediately sent flying upside down, hitting the pillar of the hall, spurting blood wildly, and falling to the ground. Humph! Elderly, what are you? You dare to fight Ruan Tiankuan with me, you are courting death. On the dragon and phoenix golden seat, Ruan Tiankuan looked at Elderly, who was lying in a pool of blood and panting violently, with a face full of disdain, and scolded with contempt. Pooh! Ruan Tiankuan laughed at Elderly's direction, spat, and then stood up from the dragon and phoenix golden seat. A pair of proud eyes swept across the audience. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth, a faint breath of half-step martial emperor realm cultivation, coercing the audience. Word by word, Lungsen said. There, is there, who, don't, convince. After announcing that he had just become the new suzerain, he killed 2 people in a row with a strong posture. What he wanted was to shock the audience, control the situation as quickly as possible, and directly confirm that he became the new suzerain. However, the next moment, something happened that he didn't expect. I don't agree. Humph. It's a big treason, don't even think about it. Yes, no one who commits rebellion is qualified to be the great elder of our Tianzong. Suddenly, among the 1,000 elders, only 2 or 3 elders stood up and roared at the same time. What? Ruan Tiankuan's face was startled, his eyes were full of disbelief. You know, before I acted, I bought and sold nearly 500 elders, and coupled with the strong suppression just now, among the remaining 500 elders, 300 elders even stood up and openly opposed me. You, aren't you afraid of death? The corners of Ruan Tiankuan's eyes twitched. He never imagined that these immortals are really not afraid of death. How is it possible? Humph. Ruan Tiankuan, you are really unworthy. The number 1 sect in the world, the elder of the Shenwu Shaotian sect, how can you be greedy for life and fear death? A joke. You look down on us too much, today, or, you kill us all, either you will accept the punishment of the clan rules. An elder stood up and looked at Ruan Tiankuan, with the same look of contempt on his face, shouting loudly. Crash! In an instant, more than 300 elders flickered to death in unison, and stood behind this elder, all of them breath rising, their faces full of anger. In an instant, the entire elders' pavilion was divided into 2 distinct groups. One side is composed of nearly 400 elders headed by Ruan Tiankuan, and the other side is composed of more than 300 elders led by the chief elder of Wujing Pavilion just now, Elder Dong, and finally, there are more than 100 elders. But he dodged far away, arrived at a corner of the hall, and was on the sidelines. Good. 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 When Wan Tianquan saw this scene, a trace of anger rose on his face. Originally, he thought that as long as he made a strong move to make an example of others, he would be able to quickly subdue these old guys, but he really didn't expect that these old guys from Tianzong really had how proud. However, after preparing for so long, of course he will not give up easily. Tell you, I have formed an alliance with Shangyang Palace, and my son Wan Jingtian and I have joined Shangyang Palace. Wan Tianquan had a sinister smile on his lips, and his face instantly became smug. He swept across the more than 300 elders opposite him with disdain, and said coldly, I advise you, it's best to think about it, otherwise, you also know the strength of Shangyang Palace. While speaking, Wan Tianquan held up a blood-colored jade talisman, and the two big characters engraved on it were Shangyang. In an instant, everyone in the audience was stunned, and their faces changed drastically. Shangyang Palace, on the Haotian continent, is unknown, and ordinary warriors have never heard of it, but the top powerhouses of the various sects are known to everyone knows it. Since its establishment, this sect has only accepted warriors who have cultivated above the martial emperor realm to join, and the minimum cultivation level requirement is half a step to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, after hundreds of years of development, there are less than 100 people. However, any warrior from Shangyang Palace has the strength to destroy a powerful sect. In the entire Haotian continent, there are forces that can compete with Shangyang Palace. According to legend, only Shenlong can't see the end. The sword sect in the world. However, the sword sect of the world seldom interferes with the common affairs of the mainland, otherwise, the number one sect in the mainland may not necessarily belong to the Tianzong. In any case, with Tianzong's current internal and external troubles, it is impossible to compete with Shangyang Palace. I'll ask again, you guys, are you convinced? Wan Tianquan's eyes, like a bloodthirsty wolf, swept across the audience. At this moment, the faces of the more than 300 elders who were loyal to Tianzong all changed. Of course they were not convinced, but Wan Tianquan colluded with Shangyang Palace, and the strength was far beyond their imagination. More importantly, judging from Wan Tianquan's far-reaching layout, if they don't agree today, I'm afraid they will all lose here. By then, the entire Tianzong will completely fall into Wan Tianquan's hands. For a moment, more than 300 elders were frowning, their faces were ashen, and they couldn't say a word. Seeing this scene, the corners of Wan Tianquan's mouth immediately turned up, his face full of pride and complacency. Finally, the overall situation will be settled. Okay. You guys are acquainted. Today, I, Wan Tianquan, officially. Wait, I have an opinion. There was a loud roar like thunder, and it exploded, reverberating throughout the elders' pavilion. #C1127 Continental Shaking. The sudden howling sound made the elders' pavilion, which was on the verge of sword fighting, tremble suddenly. Everyone looked towards the door of the elders' pavilion together, their faces full of astonishment. At this time, who would dare to come to the elders' pavilion? Whoosh! Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, a black-robed figure, like a rock spreading its wings, brought a fierce gust of wind, without a trace of fear, and landed steadily at the entrance of the main hall of the elder pavilion. In an instant, everyone's eyes trembled violently, and they all looked over. After seeing who came, everyone, including Wan Tianquan and Wan Jingtian, was taken aback. Chu Yan. Why is he here? Zhongtian continent, on the other side, inside the Shantian temple of the medicine sect. Chu Yan sent the news that the Tianzong had a shocking change, and there was a rebellion in the sect. Chu Yan is about to start a war with the Tianzong. My sect will go to support immediately. Gong Yuntian, with a golden sword and a big horse, sat high on the main seat of the Shantian Palace. His eyes were like stars, sun and moon, scanning the hundreds of elders and deacons below, and announced loudly. What? Tianzong rebelled, an elder exclaimed. Chu Yan, he wants to fight Tianzong. Tianzong alone. How is it possible? Tianzong has been established for thousands of years, and he is the head of the 8 ancient sects and the first in the mainland. How could there be a rebellion? Chu Yan, this courage. For a moment, the Shantian Great Hall of Jiuling Shantian sect was full of noise, and everyone was shocked by the news announced by sect master Gong Yuntian just now. Originally, only Gong Yuntian knew about Chu Yan's departure for Tianzong, but now, he suddenly heard that Chu Yan killed Tianzong by himself, and even got involved with the entire Tianzong. Suddenly, he was stunned. Sovereign, this matter is an internal matter of Tianzong. Isn't it good for our medicine sect to participate in it? An elder walked out of the group of elders, with a hesitant expression on his face. He asked softly. The 8 sects in ancient times were united in the same spirit. When one party was in trouble, the 7 parties supported it. This is the heavenly contract made by the 8 sects together 10,000 years ago. Now, there is a rebellion in the Tianzong, and our medicine sect has the responsibility to help. My medicine sect's holy son, Chu Yan, is caught up in this matter, public and private, emotional and reasonable. My medicine sect can't just sit idly by. Gong Yuntian got up slowly, put his hands behind his back, and stood tall on the golden seat. The coercive aura of the superior permeated the audience all over his body. He paused for a moment, swept his eyes, and announced loudly. This is related to the order of the suzerain, and there will be no discussion. Except for the Jinya Hall and the Dark Hall, all those who are above the martial arts state in the entire sect will be dispatched immediately to the Shenwu Shaotian sect. No matter the cost, we must protect our sect's holy son, Chu Yan. A word fell to the ground, like thunder rolling. Yes, obey the suzerain's order. Yes, obey the suzerain's order. As Gong Yuntian's words fell to the ground, hundreds of elders in the Shantian Hall all bowed to accept their orders, turned around and left one after another, preparing to summon the powerful from all halls in the sect, and set off immediately. These elders who stepped out of the Shantian palace were all skilled in accidents. Although their faces were full of astonishment, they did not dare to hesitate in the slightest when it comes to sect master Gong Yuntian's order. Because just now sect master Gong Yuntian clearly stated that Chu Yan is the holy son of medicine sect. What does this mean? It shows that Gong Yuntian has made up his mind to make Chu Yan the successor of the medicine sect master. Regarding this point, the elders of the original have also guessed. One is that Chu Yan defeated Ji Feng in front of the big bosses of the whole continent, and became the #1 pride in the Zhongtian continent. Extremely intimate. Under such circumstances, it is almost certain that Chu Yan will become the holy son of medicine sect. In addition, in order to support Chu Yan this time, Gong Yuntian even ordered the powerhouses of the whole sect to dispatch. Except for Jin Yadong and the Dark Palace, all the powerhouses above the martial venerable realm in the whole sect were dispatched. This is... what power? This is almost 1/3 of the top combat power of the medicine sect, a total of more than 100,000 experts. It is enough to show that the master of the palace attaches great importance to Chu Yan. At this time, who dares to raise an objection, courting death? On the golden seat of Shantian Palace, Gong Yuntian looked at the leaving figures of all the elders, his eyes flickered. Immediately afterwards, Gong Yuntian shook his head slightly, smiled wryly, and murmured. This stinky boy really started to fight with Tianzong. You know, when he gets there, he can't stop. The next moment, the entire 9 spirits Shantian sect was boiling. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying auras erupted from the depths of the main peaks of the medicine sect, one after another terrifying figures soared into the sky, and quickly gathered above the sky of the medicine sect. In less than 10 breaths, the entire sky was filled with darkness. It was full of human figures, like a boundless black tide. The sky is full of wind and clouds, the sky and the earth change color, and the sky trembles. On the other side, Emperor Xuanhuan of Jiuxiao, inside the golden palace of Jiuxiao. Shindang waved his big hand, and shouted anxiously. Within the D-Zone, except Dingdanfang and Dio Mansion, all the high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouses of the whole sect are dispatched to Shaotian Peak to support Chu Yan and prepare to fight Tianzong. Countless figures in the hall trembled unanimously when they heard the words, but all of them, without the slightest hesitation, said in unison. Yes, Deputy Suzerain. Yes, Deputy Suzerain. Among the 8 ancient sects, only the D-Zone is a family-style sect force. Therefore, within the D-Zone, it is almost like an emperor. For his orders, no matter whether it is the elders in the sect or those who enshrine the powerful, without the slightest doubt, just take orders and go. The next moment, there was a sound of piercing through the sky above Yaozong City, and countless powerful figures shot up into the sky, covering the entire sky of Yaozong City. Within the D-Zone, no matter if it was the strong inside the zone, the priests, etc., they were alarmed one after another, and they gathered one after another under horrified faces. For hundreds of years, the power of the D-Zone has been tyrannical, and almost no one in the entire continent dared to challenge the D-Zone. Such a large-scale convening of the strong in the sect is extremely rare. Roar! 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 In the sky not far away, spirit beasts with extremely terrifying and monstrous aura came overwhelmingly, like patches of dark clouds, completely covering the sky of Yaozong City. The ordinary warriors in the city, in horror, walked onto the street one after another, looked up at the sky. Is this the spiritual beast of the spiritual sect? Oh my God, even the spirit sect has sent a spirit beast to suppress the sect. What happened? The Earth sect and the Spirit sect have the same origin. Outsiders don't know it, but the strong inside the sect know that the two sects can actually be regarded as one. Seeing this, all the strong men of the two sects of the Earth and Spirit are dispatched. I am afraid that Zhongtian continent will come out. Big deal. The entire medicine sect city was shaken, as if a great sect war was about to break out. Whoosh! Shindang rushed into the sky and met with the great elder who led the Lingzong. After introducing the situation, hundreds of thousands of strong men and monsters filled the sky, and there was an uproar. Ha ha ha. As expected of Chu Yan, he dared to start a war with Tianzong. Damn, have fun, fuck them. Support Chu Yan, what about Tianzong? If you dare to do it, I'm afraid of a fart. In the sky, 10,000 zhang high, the endless black tide erupted into patches of cultivated aura and monster aura. A powerful sect army that can only destroy a continent has taken shape in less than 100 breaths, like a torrent of steel, spreading across the sky. Chu Yan spoke, and the world responded. On the other side, Tianzong, inside the Elder's Pavilion. Chu Yan strode out, facing thousands of pairs of astonished gazes, stepped into the Elder's Pavilion, and with a glance, he knew all about the situation in the Elder's Pavilion. The situation is really serious. Fortunately, the medicine sect and D-Zone have just been notified. However, the distance is a bit far. It may take at least a day for them to come here. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his consciousness flickered, and he quickly made up his mind. #C1128 Tianzong 3 Great Tianjiao. Tianzong is the #1 sect in the mainland in name, and its strength cannot be underestimated, so of course Chu Yan is prepared. Therefore, on the way to the Elder's Pavilion, Chu Yan contacted Gong Yuntian and Shindang, and at the same time basically thought about how to deal with it after arriving at the Elder's Pavilion. One word, drag. Procrastinate for as long as you can. As long as he can last until the support from Medicine Sect and Dizong arrives, he will be out of danger. However, it takes at least half a day for one day. Facing hundreds of Tianzong elders and Wan Tianquan's careful layout, Chu Yan has no idea whether he can persist for such a long time. At this time, in the main hall, everyone was looking at Chu Yan, who was striding in with a look of astonishment. Of course, they already knew that Chu Yan came to Tianzong, and it was arranged by the fourth elder Yao Ya. Naturally, they dared not object to this, and let Chu Yan walk in Tianzong. However, they never imagined that Chu Yan would not stay with the fourth elder Yao Yi and come to the elder pavilion. What would he do? Moreover, the elders' pavilion at this time is facing tremendous changes, and ordinary people have no time to hide, so how could it be possible to take the initiative to move up? As Chu Yan stepped into the hall step by step, the entire hall was silent. However, this silence only lasted for a short period of 10 breaths before it stopped in astonishment. Chu Yan, you are still alive. Where is Yao Ya? Wan Tianquan's face was full of astonishment, and he couldn't believe it. The dozen or so half-step martial emperor realm powerhouses he sent to deal with Yao Yi couldn't even deal with a half-dead Yao Yi and Chu Yan, who was at the heavenly realm. It really is you. Hearing Wan Tianquan's words, Chu Yan suddenly realized that the dozens of powerful and terrifying half-step martial emperor realm experts who suddenly appeared on the sky of the spirit pattern temple and attacked Yao Yi and himself were indeed sent by Wan Tianquan. Humph. Yao Yi is not worthy to be the fourth elder of our Tianzong at all. If the suzerain is not partial, he is not qualified at all. Wan Tianquan sneered when he heard Chu Yan's doubtful words, and said with disdain. Shut up, Wan Tianquan, don't be rude to the fourth elder. Among the more than 300 elders who opposed Wan Tianquan, Elder Dong, who was the leader, immediately roared out. Elder Yao Ya is the ancient thousand spiritual beast of our Tianzong. How can you, a rebellious and unruly person who rebelled against the sect, be worthy of discussion? You are not worthy. Not only Elder Dong, but the more than 300 elders behind him also glared at Wan Tianquan. Humph. Thousand spirit beasts, that was the title 10,000 years ago. Up to now, the 1,000 spirit beasts in the ancient town have basically all died. What are you talking about, 1,000 spirit beasts? Besides guarding that broken jade talisman, have you done anything for the sect? Wan Tianquan snorted coldly. Besides, because of his long-term loss of essence and blood, his mind and soul have been damaged, and he looks like a madman for more than half of the time, and he is even more unworthy of being the fourth elder of our number one sect in the world. Just as Wan Tianquan's words fell, a strange sound suddenly sounded. Idiot! Standing in the middle of the main hall of the elder pavilion, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was full of indifference, staring at Wan Tianquan, and cursed. What? How dare you scold me? Chu Yan's words made everyone in the audience dumbfounded, and Wan Tianquan's face instantly turned ferocious. He looked at Chu Yan fiercely, raised his hand and pointed. Chu Yan, don't think that you have Medicine Sect backing you up. You, the number one arrogant man in the mainland, dare to be arrogant in front of me. Now, I will come and settle the score with you. You are responsible for killing my fourth disciple of Tianzong. While speaking, Wan Tianquan's whole body's aura exploded, and his infuriating energy at the half-step martial emperor realm was like a big wave, rolling and turbulent, sweeping the audience. Father, wait. However, before Wan Tianquan could make a move, he was stopped by his son, Wan Jingtian. Huh. Wan Tianquan was startled, and turned his head to look. Father, as the sect master of Tianzong, how can you take action so easily? Leave this kind of rubbish to me. While speaking, Wan Jingtian's eyes flashed a strange color. Seeing the strange look in his son's eyes, Wan Tianquan suddenly realized that he wanted to take this opportunity to defeat Chu Yan and win the title of number one arrogant in Zhongtian continent. Moreover, what my son said is right, I am really not suitable to make a move now. After all, no matter whether this Chu Yan in front of him is the #1 genius in the mainland, his cultivation base is only the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. If you attack him as a majestic martial emperor, you will be ridiculed by the martial artists in the mainland. Sighed, it's not easy to explain. Good. After pondering for a while, Yuan Tiankuan's breath subsided, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. His son is careful and thoughtful, and it is indeed the best way for him to kill Chu Yan. Moreover, Chu Yan is in Tianzong, trapped by his own overall situation, and it is impossible to escape. With Yuan Jingtian's strength, it is more than enough to crush Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I will let you know today that you are the #1 arrogant in the mainland. A dog is worse than fart. When Yuan Jingtian heard his father's permission, he immediately laughed grimly, and the more people came out, he walked towards Chu Yan. Immediately, the faces of thousands of elders in the entire hall of the Elder Pavilion changed. The confrontation between the two great heroes. However, among these elders, which one is not a shrewd person? After a little thought, they realized that the Yuan family father and son actually wanted to make Yuan Jingtian the #1 pride in the mainland, and at the same time, they also fell in love with what Chu Yan obtained in the Qinglian secret realm, the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian. Therefore, this battle looks like a confrontation between two great talents, but in fact, it is a battle of fame and fortune. Hee, come on. Seeing that Yuan Jingtian was going to fight to the death with him, Chu Yan was not afraid of rejoicing, and said with a smile all over his face. This battle was exactly what Chu Yan wished for. With only Yuan Jingtian alone, he was sure that he could prolong the time. Okay. I still have some guts, but I hope you can still laugh. When Yuan Jingtian saw Chu Yan's smile, he couldn't help but startled, then his eyes rolled and he said in a cold voice. Thunder flame slash. Yuan Jingtian yelled loudly, raised his right hand, and it turned into a hand knife. The purple-red true energy all over his body rushed to his right hand like a tide, and condensed into a huge flaming sword light. That sword glow, the red flame rising, and the purple thunder and lightning flickering in it, turned out to be the fusion of fire power and thunder and lightning power. The power exploded instantly, and the violent breath was several times stronger than ordinary warriors of the same level more than. What a dual system fusion. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's pupils shrunk slightly, and the unicorn's pupils were running. He directly saw through the essence of this attack. Yuan Jingtian is one of the 3 heavenly talents of the Tianzong, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of the lower Wu Zuanjing, and he has at least the strength of the 3rd level of Wu Zuanjing. Compared with Chu Yan, he is 4 small realms higher. His strength is so strong that he cannot tolerate it. Small sight. Cut. Yuan Jingtian let out a loud roar, and slashed his hands down fiercely. Once he made a move, it was a unique move, and he had no intention of fighting Chu Yan at all. #C1129, The Might of Emperor Wu. This move Thunder Flame Slash is Yuan Jingtian's ultimate move. It is so powerful that there are only a handful of young people in the entire Tianzong who can stop it. This martial skill is almost tailor-made for Yuan Jingtian, who possesses 2 twin martial souls of thunder and fire. Therefore, when he casts it, it is more than 3 times stronger than other warriors. Give me, break. Chu Yan raised his right fist, and the 5-colored fist light shot into the night, and the silver light fist seal was earth-shattering, and the power was also earth-shattering. With the momentum of destroying everything, he directly met the thunder and lightning sword light that was coming from the front. Boom, boom. In the exploding waves of the sky, the thunderous and fiery sword light was directly blasted away by the 5-color fist light, turning into a wave of remaining energy that rushed away, and there was nothing left. What? Whether it was Yuan Jingtian, Yuan Tiankuan, or even the thousands of elders in the audience, their complexions changed violently, and their eyes were full of horror. Others don't know that Ruan Jingtian's unique move, the entire Tianzong, everyone knows, no one knows, and it was blown to pieces by that Chu Yan with a random punch. Open, what a joke. Ruan Jingtian is at the peak of the lower martial venerable realm, and he is a martial skill like a trump card, and that Chu Yan is only at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, and it's just a random punch. Hee, the 3 great talents of Tianzong. But that's it, at this level, let you make 1,000 moves, and you can attack, casually. Chu Yan raised his head slightly, his eyes were full of extremely strong disdain, as if Ruan Jingtian in front of him, in his eyes, was not even as good as rubbish. You. The most horrified person in the audience was of course Ruan Jingtian. He opened his mouth wide and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The corners of his eyes were like chaff, twitching violently. I almost couldn't stand still, so I just lay there. Moreover, Chu Yan was full of contempt and disdain, and the sneer on his face made Ruan Jingtian's entire soul explode. Courting death, you, courting death. Death. Next breath. Ruan Jingtian was completely enraged, 2 red and purple flames on his body shot straight into the sky, like 2 fires of more than 10 feet, instantly ignited. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and the smile on his face became stronger. Ruan Jingtian was angry, which was exactly what Chu Yan wanted. As long as Ruan Jingtian fights with himself, even if it takes 1,000 rounds, Chu Yan will take it without hesitation. In this way, half a day is almost over. However, Chu Yan's subtle expression change completely fell into Ruan Jingtian's eyes. Huh. There's a scam. Ruan Jingtian, who is indeed one of the 3 great talents of Tianzong, who assisted his father Ruan Tiankuan in designing to seize the position of suzerain, instantly suppressed his furious emotions, and looked at Chu Yan, full of doubts and thoughts. Just for a moment, several guesses flashed in Ruan Jingtian's sea of knowledge. The next moment, Ruan Jingtian's whole body breath receded like a tide, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, evoking a sneering smile. Father, you should do it. Abolish him directly. As soon as the words fell, Ruan Tiankuan and all the elders in the audience, including Chu Yan, looked terrified. What's the situation? Didn't you just say you want to fight Chu Yan to the death? Why did Ruan Tiankuan make a move all of a sudden? What the hell is this for? The people in the institute were completely confused about Ruan Jingtian's behavior. Even Chu Yan frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed to have seen through his thoughts. At this time, Ruan Jingtian's gaze was fixed on Chu Yan's expression. Seeing Chu Yan's brows slightly wrinkled, he could not help but smile more intensely on his face. Sure enough, this Chu Yan just wants to delay time. It seems that Chu Yan, including Yao Ya, must have some plan to help the Donghuang Tianyi, who is closed. Moreover, in Ruan Jingtian's view, Chu Yan's combat power is much stronger than he imagined. Although he was extremely angry at Chu Yan's ridicule, Ruan Jingtian still showed that he had a deeper city than young warriors of the same age, and he suppressed the heart in time. Anger. As long as Chu Yan is killed, there will be plenty of time in the future for the false name of the #1 genius in the mainland, and the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian on him is not the same as his own. At present, helping Father win Tianzong is the most important thing. What other face, martial arts dignity, humiliation, etc., are nothing. The winner is the king, and the defeat of the bandits does not only refer to combat power, but to win. Okay. God, get out of the way. Ruan Tiankuan, who was standing behind Ruan Jingtian, was only a little startled when he heard the words, and then he stepped out with big strides. The half-step martial emperor realm's true energy surged out of his body. Not good. Seeing that Ruan Tiankuan was about to make a move, the faces of all the elders in the audience changed. This time, Chu Yan is really dead. This person is not simple. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Ruan Jingtian, his pupils constricted. Unexpectedly, Ruan Jingtian's mind was so extraordinary. Boy, die. Suddenly, Ruan Tiankuan yelled violently, raised his big hand, and the frenzied bloody Gangyuan condensed into a palm in front of him. In the whole hall, there was a strong wind, and the void sank fiercely, shot out hard. A blow from a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse is unstoppable by anyone below the martial venerable realm. The palm light blasted, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, the chill in his heart rose violently, and the cold hair all over his body exploded directly. Xian Shui. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan yelled loudly, and was about to urge the Xian Shui shield, but before his true energy was completely transformed into the power of Xuanwu's martial soul, suddenly, in the sea of consciousness, an extremely terrifying force suddenly appeared. Rush out. Presumptuous. From Chu Yan's body, the terrifying breath rushed out, sweeping the audience, accompanied by a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness, like thunder, resounding through the sea of consciousness of everyone present. At the same time, on Chu Yan's body, a monstrous force of terror, like a shock wave, swept away instantly. What? How is this possible? The terrifying aura that swept across the audience on Chu Yan turned out to be the power of Emperor Wu. The next moment, the mighty Emperor Wu's coercion, like a hurricane, hit the entire hall. Boom! 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 Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, the main hall of the Elder Pavilion, layer upon layer of spirit arrays, spirit pattern restrictions, layer upon layer of explosions, with loud explosions, within the hall, they continued to explode. In the entire hall, on the surface of hundreds of golden pillars, all the forbidden and spiritual formation eyes were blown to pieces. Moreover, on the ground of the main hall, a large piece of floor tiles, like a spider web, burst into cracks, and quickly spread towards the entire main hall. Seeing this scene, all the faces of the audience changed drastically, and everyone was stunned in horror, their bodies became stiff, and even their breathing stopped. Even Ruan Tiankuan, a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, trembled slightly and his eyes trembled. How can this be? There were thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience, staring like a bull's eye, their faces full of shock. #C1130 10,000 exotic treasures. For a full 10 breaths, the souls of everyone in the audience were so tightly suppressed that they couldn't move at all. Only on Chu Yan's body, the terrifying power of Emperor Wu slowly subsided. Hiss! 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 When everyone felt the pressure off their bodies, thousands of mainland top bosses gasped in unison. The power of Emperor Wu. How can this be? The next moment, the scene boiled instantly, as if a pot had exploded. Damn, is it really the Emperor Wu's coercion? Impossible, Emperor Wu has not appeared in Haotian continent for tens of thousands of years. How could it be possible that this kid has the aura of Emperor Wu? No, definitely not, this is absolutely impossible. Thousands of people stared at Chu Yan, their faces full of horror. That look, that expression, almost made Chu Yan think that they wanted to swallow him alive. Emperor Wu. Above the Emperor Wu, he is the Emperor Wu. What is Emperor Wu, the Emperor of Wuzhong? If you have cultivated to that level, not to mention making a move, even if it is just the aura of Emperor Wu on your body, the coercion generated is enough to make the opponent lose. Therefore, wherever the power of Emperor Wu passes, all warriors will naturally feel awe in their hearts, and they cannot resist at all. Moreover, in the current Haotian continent, if a martial emperor realm expert is really born, there is no doubt that he can sweep the entire continent and dominate the world without any difficulty. So, this is simply impossible. Even if Emperor Wu appeared, it couldn't be the boy in front of him who was less than 20 years old. However, at that moment just now, everyone present clearly felt that what Chu Yan emanated from him was definitely the power of Emperor Wu. I didn't see that the few half-step martial emperor realm powerhouses present were all suppressed and unable to move. If it was just the coercion of the martial emperor's breath, it would never have such an effect. At this time, not only the audience was shocked, but even Chu Yan was stiff all over, standing on the spot in a daze, with a pair of eyes completely absent. Because, at this time, all his spiritual consciousness was drawn into the sea of consciousness, and gathered in the midair of the sea of consciousness, near the cyan jade lotus. Cyan jade lotus, in the Qinglian secret realm, the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian. At this moment, he actually woke up. And after it woke up, what rushed out of it turned out to be the power of Emperor Wu, which surprised Chu Yan. However, the Qinglian secret realm is one of the 3 great secret realms in the Zhongtian continent. It is true that there is an inheritance from the Emperor Wu, otherwise, in the ancient times, those martial emperors could not have lost all of them without leaving a secret inheritance. After a while, Chu Yan tried to communicate with the Lord of Qinglian, but although there was a monstrous aura exuding from the green jade lotus, they ignored him at all, and that extremely powerful aura was also fading rapidly. It seemed that the eruption just now consumed all the power it had accumulated for a long time. Soon, Chu Yan tried to communicate with the green jade lotus several times, but after no results, Chu Yan stopped insisting, his consciousness trembled, and he directly withdrew from the sea of consciousness. This kind of Emperor Wu-level existence, even if it has been lost for thousands of years, is only a treasure of inheritance maintained by a sliver of consciousness. It is definitely not something that he can control. After recovering his consciousness, Chu Yan swept his eyes away, raised the corners of his mouth, and looked at the audience. All the bosses who still looked horrified, sneered and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that the inheritance in Qinglian secret realm was obtained by me. Moreover, it is the inheritance of Emperor Wu. One of the tricks is the power of Emperor Wu. You people, you'd better not mess with me, otherwise, I will try my best to consume it. The entire inheritance of Lord Qinglian will die with you." When the words fell to the ground, it was as if thunder was rolling, and everyone's minds, which had calmed down a little just now, tensed up again in an instant. Call. Accompanied by the coldness of Chu Yan's eyes like a knife like a sword, his body was filled with murderous aura, rushing in all directions. The icy cold air swept across, and Ruan Tiankuan and his son felt a quasi-cold feeling rising from their hearts, and their pupils shrank fiercely. With the power of Emperor Wu just now, would they dare not believe what Chu Yan said? Moreover, the things in Qinglian's secret realm have been rumored everywhere up to now, and everyone is guessing that Chu Yan has received the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian, so no matter from which aspect, Chu Yan's words are true. Anything suspicious. But if it is really what Chu Yan said, as long as they dare to do it again, Chu Yan will die with everyone here. Isn't that equivalent to taking all the high-level members of Tianzong together? At this time, Ruan Tiankuan's whole body breath has been restrained to the extreme. He can't even sense a trace of the star energy breath on his body. With a grunt in his throat, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, took 2 deep breaths, and then said in a trembling voice, Chu Yan, you, don't be impulsive, everything is easy to discuss. Need to talk about it. If any of you dare to move, I will not be polite. Anyway, I left the life jade talisman in the medicine sect, and all the treasures and exercises are stored in the medicine sect. It's a big deal. In the past 17 years, I will practice again. When Chu Yan heard Ruan Tiankuan's words, instead of discussing well, he jumped up, pointed at Ruan Tiankuan's nose, and cursed loudly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the corners of the eyes of thousands of bigwigs in the audience twitched. Damn, you've only practiced for 17 years. It's easy to practice again. These people here have practiced for at least 200 or 300 years. Let them do it again, not to mention whether they can cultivate to the current level of enlightenment. At least, the current position is absolutely untenable. Moreover, according to Chu Yan's meaning, this time he came to Tianzong, he obviously made desperate preparations, and even left a life pattern in advance. As the saying goes, the strong are afraid of the violent, and the violent are afraid of the dead. And the Chu Yan in front of him is obviously a reckless one. Chu Yan, you are the direct disciple of Gong Yun Tian, the lord of the medicine sect. You have a bright future. Don't be impulsive, and this is all internal affairs of our Tianzong, because these have nothing to do with you. It's really not worth the cost to spend so much on it. You think so? Wan Tiankuan's face was pale as paper, he frowned and thought for a long time, before he said, cautiously. How about this? I will prepare a generous gift for you. You can choose 3 of the spirit treasures in the Tianzong Yibao Hall. You take the spirit treasures and leave Tianzong. What do you think? As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone looked at Wan Tiankuan together. Mean. Shameless. Unexpectedly, he exchanged the treasure of Tianzong for Chu Yan not to intervene in this matter. Up to now, he is still dreaming of becoming the suzerain of Tianzong. Moreover, it is really shameless for him to give away the spirit treasure of Tianzong before he has climbed to the position of suzerain of Tianzong. Behind him, Wan Jingtian frowned at this time, staring at Chu Yan, silent, his eyes flickering, thoughtful. Ha ha ha, the majestic 9th elder of Tianzong, and today, why, are you afraid? I am not afraid. What are you afraid of? You are going to die together. Humph. 3 spirit treasures, in exchange for your heavenly sect master. The life of 1,000 elders, you know how to do business. Chu Yan sneered and said. How much do you want? Wan Tiankuan was startled for a moment, and then his face became happy. Seeing that Chu Yan thought that there were few spiritual treasures, didn't this mean that there was room for negotiation, so he hurriedly asked. 10,000 pieces. I can't do without 1 piece. Chu Yan raised his big hand, pointing out an index finger, and said. Hiss. Hiss. Suddenly, in the main hall of the Elder Pavilion, there was a sound of panting. 10,000 spirit treasures. You can simply move the Tianzong Yibao Pavilion away. #C1131 see-through. Hearing that Chu Yan asked for 10,000 spirit treasures, he was willing to give up. The old faces of Wan Tiankuan and the elders all turned green. You must know that Tianzong is different from other sections. The disciples in the sect seldom travel on the mainland. Therefore, there are very few Lingbao income in Tianzong's Lingbao warehouse. Therefore, the total number of spirit treasures in the entire spirit treasure warehouse may not be more than 30,000 to 50,000. And when Chu Yan opened his mouth, there were 10,000 spirit treasures, and he was the one to choose. According to what he said, when he left with the selected 10,000 spirit treasures, Tianzong's spirit treasure warehouse might not even be as powerful as a third-rate sect on the mainland. This is impossible. 10,000 spirit treasures, absolutely not. Wan Tiankuan was so angry that his beard was going to fly. Now he has regarded himself as the new Tianzong suzerain, so all the spirit treasures of Tianzong are also his. Let Chu Yan remove 10,000 spirit treasures at once. Bow, it's like cutting his flesh. Thinking about it, my heart bleeds. Then we won't talk about it. Seeing Wan Tiankuan blowing his beard and staring at him, Chu Yan calmed down, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and sneered. Well. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Wan Tiankuan's face was full of anger, trembling fiercely, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, suppressing the anger in his heart forcibly, a smile appeared on his face again, and said. Brother Chu Yan, don't be impulsive, we still have to talk about it, you see. Otherwise, 10 spirit treasures, how about? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's face sank, his whole face was covered with frost, as if he was extremely angry, but in fact, Chu Yan was already happy in his heart. He just made up those remarks, just now. He just took advantage of the shocking power of the Emperor Wu when the green jade lotus came to his senses, to frighten the Ruan family and his son. The purpose, of course, was to delay time. But now, taking advantage of the power of Emperor Wu of the blue jade lotus, which has not completely dissipated, Chu Yan is ready to bargain with Ruan Tianquan. Therefore, Chu Yan's face is strong and arrogant, pressing every step of the way. As long as they don't arouse their suspicion, it will be easy. Humph. Ruan Tianquan, you're making such a bargain, obviously you just don't want to talk about it, and I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. 1,000 spirit treasures. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Chu Yan snorted coldly, raised his eyebrows, and looked proud, as if he didn't pay attention to Ruan Tianquan and the thousands of Tianzong elders present at all. 1,000 pieces. This. Ruan Tianquan's face was gloomy. Don't say that he is not the suzerain of Tianzong now, even if he is, the whole sect will not agree to take away 1,000 treasures from Lingbao Pavilion at once. If I really agreed to it, even if I climbed to the position of suzerain of Tianzong, I probably won't be able to sit for a few days. But, judging from Chu Yan's attitude, the condition of these 1,000 spirit treasures seems to be his bottom line. Promise him, he won't be able to sit still if he spends so much effort to seize power and become suzerain. Don't agree to him, it really made Chu Yan anxious, and Emperor Wu's blow broke out, and the entire Tianzong was smashed. Moreover, according to rumors in the mainland, the Chu Yan in front of him has only been in Zhongtian continent for a few months, and he practiced in the barren land of Dongzhou before. That is to say, if Chu Yan and the entire high level of the Tianzong perish together, after being reborn by relying on the spirit pattern of life, he will practice again in the medicine sect. With the cultivation resources of the medicine sect, it may take less than a year or two. The first Tianjiao in the mainland was born. Maybe, after recultivation, Chu Yan is even more perverted than now. Therefore, it is not a bad thing for Chu Yan to die together, but for their Ruan family father and son, and Tianzong, it is a catastrophe. Brother Chu Yan, you can no longer discuss. At this time, Ruan Tianquan, with a face of green shit, really wanted to die. Just now, he was still high-spirited, controlling the audience, life and death, and majestic. However, after this Chu Yan appeared, how could he become some begging for mercy? Not negotiable. Chu Yan shook his head directly, with a firm attitude. You. Ruan Tianquan's expression changed, his face was distorted, he stared blankly at Chu Yan, pondered for a long time, then took a few deep breaths, his expression softened, and he answered. Okay. 1,000 pieces is 1,000 years, but you have taken the Lingbao and you have to leave Tianzong immediately. Unable to think of a better way, Ruan Tianquan finally chose to submit. He has no way to fight against Chu Yan, who has the Emperor Wu strike. If he is not careful, not to mention everyone in the Elders' Pavilion, even half of Tianzong, will be destroyed in one fell swoop. When the time comes, there will be ruins, so what's the deal with him? As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the elders in the audience turned ashen, and an unknown karmic fire in their hearts rushed straight to the sea of consciousness, as if they were about to explode. Ruan Tianquan, what kind of behavior is this? However, they naturally knew the current situation, so they could only suppress their anger and point the finger at Ruan Tianquan. Ruan Tianquan, you are not qualified to represent Tianzong, and send out 1,000 spirit treasures at once. As the chief elder of the Yibao Pavilion, only the suzerain's warrant can open the Yibao Pavilion. Among the more than 300 elders behind Elder Dong, an elder with bones and fairy style stepped out of the crowd with his hand stroking his long beard, and said softly. You. Ruan Tianquan glared at the chief elder of the Yibao Pavilion, his face was full of anger, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Do you want to die? Do you want everyone to die with you? Wan Tiankuan couldn't bear it anymore, and roared directly. What kind of thing is this? You can't talk about it, and you can't fight. Could it be that you are just wasting away like this? Then what should I do with my grand plan? If you don't think about it, all your plans will be in vain. Father. At this moment, behind Wan Tiankuan, a figure strode out, shouted softly, and attracted everyone's attention. This person is exactly Wan Jingtian, who has been quietly observing and thinking, without saying a word. Father, he's lying. When Wan Jingtian spoke, he had a smile on his face, full of confidence, full of energy, without any hesitation. What? Chu Yan is lying. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone's expressions changed in unison, and they suddenly turned their heads to look at Chu Yan. Huh? What's going on? Wan Tiankuan was startled when he heard his son's words, and asked. Father, this Chu Yan doesn't have any attacking moves of Emperor Wu's power at all. He is simply lying to us. The purpose should be to delay time. In all likelihood, there is a certain agreement between him and Yao Yi. The plan is to help Dong Huangtianyi. What? Including Wan Tiankuan, everyone in the audience was stunned and looked at Chu Yan with incredible expressions on their faces. Father, don't be afraid of him, just attack and kill him. Wan Jingtian's eyes were full of shrewdness, he looked at his father and shouted loudly. This. Hearing his son's words, Wan Tiankuan looked hesitant, a little afraid. After all, this is a gamble. Father, as long as you kill this person, you will be the master of Tianzong. If you don't do anything now, I'm afraid things will change. Then, how can you become the master of Tianzong? Seeing his father hesitate, Wan Jingtian roared and shouted loudly. At this moment, Wan Tiankuan was suddenly woken up, and the gloomy light in his eyes flashed again in an instant. Yes, I am the Lord of the Heavenly Sect. Wan Tiankuan produced a word, his tone and eyes immediately became extremely fierce, and the momentum on his body continued to rise. Not good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan couldn't help, but his heart sank. Unexpectedly, Wan Jingtian directly saw through the originally good situation.